Chapter 381. In the dusty magic documents, there is a strange magic formula. Its name is Phoenix Blaster. This formula is full of mystery and danger, but it also contains endless power. The formula of Phoenix Blaster, from raw materials to production steps, is full of strangeness and wonder. First, you need a feather cut from the tail of a real phoenix. This phoenix must be a fiery firebird, its feathers gleaming golden in the sun, and its tail feathers have unique golden stripes, just like flames burning in the sky. This phoenix feather is melted together with a rare metal iron ingot. This iron ingot is not ordinary iron, but a mysterious metal handed down from ancient mythology. It is as thin as a cicada's wing, but tougher than steel. Its color is deep black, just like the night sky, containing endless magic. Mix the phoenix feather and iron sheet together, and use pure magic energy to guide this mixture into the shape of a Phoenix Blaster. The magic energy is stirred in the mixture, making the iron sheet transparent, as if it has turned into a flowing flame. The phoenix feathers, stimulated by the magical energy, release dazzling golden light, making the whole mixture more mysterious and sacred. Finally, the mixture is sealed with pure crystals to make them eternal in time and space. When the user masters this formula, they can make their own Phoenix Blaster. This gun not only has powerful magical power, but also has a beautiful appearance like a work of art. The appearance of the Phoenix Blaster is elegant and unique. Its streamlined gun body is made of iron sheet, shining with a faint golden light. The phoenix feathers surround the barrel, like a golden cloak, exuding a scorching breath. Every time it is fired, it is like a phoenix flying in the sky, and the sound of the whistling pass draws a blazing track in the air. Its effectiveness is not only in its gorgeous appearance. The real power of the Phoenix Blaster lies in its ability to transform the user's magic power into powerful attack power. When magic power is injected into this gun, it will burn like an ignited flame and rush forward with strong power. The phoenix feathers surrounding the barrel emit a fiery glow every time it is fired, as if the phoenix is reborn in the flames. Although the recipe for making the Phoenix Blaster is complicated, once mastered, this powerful and beautiful magic weapon can be made. For those who pursue power and glory, this is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. In general, the Phoenix Blaster is a powerful and mysterious magic formula that requires not only superb magic skills, but also the pursuit of power and glory. Only true warriors and wise men can master the essence of this formula and make this magic weapon that symbolizes glory and power. Li Xiao was delighted to see this, because Li Xiao had heard of the name of Phoenix Blaster when he got the magic weapon pistol. Today, he finally got the formula of Phoenix Blaster. According to Li Xiao's collecting habit, how could he let it go? Not to mention, magic firearms are the most suitable combat magic weapons for Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao's usual combat method is mainly shooter, supplemented by summoning. So if this magic weapon is really good enough, then Li Xiao will be even more powerful, and he will get another excellent main combat magic weapon. Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately walked to the Advanced Authority workbench and entered the recipe of the Phoenix Blaster into the Advanced Authority workbench. Then, Li Xiao called out the recipe page and swiped his finger up and down to find the corresponding recipe. Materials required for Phoenix Blaster: Hellstone Ingot X20. Pistol X1 Synthesis Time, instant. Whether to synthesize, yes/no. Li Xiao immediately took out the corresponding resources from the Advanced Authority storage box and put them into the Advanced Authority workbench. Fortunately, when I upgraded the Advanced Authority Crimson Wall, I still had more than 100 Hellstone ingots on hand. Otherwise, now that I have the formula for the Phoenix Blaster, Li Xiao can only stare blankly and cannot make it. In an instant, the Phoenix Blaster was synthesized and quietly floated above the Advanced Authority workbench. Li Xiao picked up the Phoenix Blaster, held it in front of him, and looked at it carefully. The Phoenix Blaster, a unique magic weapon, flashed a dazzling light. It condensed the essence of mysterious magic and exquisite craftsmanship, and perfectly combined beauty and strength. The Phoenix Blaster is made of a rare metal called Phoenix Metal, a mysterious substance second only to magic in the magic world. Phoenix Metal is a deep black color with intricate golden runes carved on it, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. The gun is slender and elegant, reminiscent of the streamlined body of the Phoenix, while exuding an irresistible majesty. The most striking feature of the Phoenix Blaster is its golden barrel, which is made of pure phoenix feathers. It is smooth as silk and strong as steel, symbolizing the indomitable spirit of the phoenix. At the front end of the barrel, a gem with powerful magic is inlaid. It is called Phoenix Eye and flashes with fiery golden light. The core function of this magic weapon is to fire bullets that can explode and attack the enemy. When the user gathers enough magic power, they will use magic spells to activate the special magic bullet in the gun chamber. When the bullet is fired, it will instantly cause an explosion of phoenix flames around the target. And its power is so great that even powerful magical creatures cannot resist it. The power of the Phoenix Blaster lies not only in its attack power, but also in its unparalleled durability and magic storage capacity. This magic weapon can be used for a long time without losing its magic power. And it can also absorb the surrounding magic energy to recharge itself, which gives it a significant advantage in protracted battles. Li Xiao was amazed at this. Wow! This Phoenix Blaster is not an epic magic weapon, but only a supreme level. But the attack power is as high as 60 points. Of course, the reason why the Phoenix Blaster's 60 points of attack power is so high is generally because of the additional attack attribute entries, which increase the attack power by 30 points. But this is also very impressive. On this basis, the Phoenix Blaster also has 5 major entries: Spirit plus 30, Agility plus 20, Defense plus 10, Fire rate plus 200%, Knockback rate plus 150%. This makes the actual combat power of the Phoenix Blaster more than 1 level higher. In addition, the Phoenix Blaster has a regular summoning skill: Instant Hell Lava Bat. Captain Summon. Although the Hell Lava Bat is at the bottom of the food chain of the Hell biome, it does not mean that this enemy is not strong. It also depends on which enemy it is compared with. In addition, the Hell Lava Bat has another advantage. It is a flying enemy, and the summoning limit of Instant Hell Lava Bat, Captain Summon, is not the regular 1 enemy, but a full 3, which is very impressive. Li Xiao is still clear about the principle of strength in numbers. Flame Aura is a skill that blocks the enemy from approaching. This skill is especially suitable for shooter-type players. After all, shooters are most afraid of close combat. Except for Li Xiao. The skill of Prison Flame Obsidian Armor is a rare defensive blocking skill, and the blocking amount is 800 points, which is still very good. Not to mention the passive skill of Phoenix Blaster, Elemental Blessing, which makes any skill used by the player increase the skill damage by 30%. There is no weak passive skill in percentage, which is equivalent to enhancing Li Xiao's combat power by 30% in disguise, which should not be underestimated. The above passive skills can also be called regular passive skills. What makes Li Xiao more curious is the skill Tarsal Lava, because regular debuff skills, single attack, fixed debuff damage to the enemy. Li Xiao has seen many of them, but this is the first time that Li Xiao has seen such a special mechanism of duration. When a player attacks an enemy with a single attack, it will be fixed with the burning debuff. It will cause 20 health points of damage per second. And the duration is, the burning debuff will exist forever before the enemy leaves the combat state. The 4 words permanent almost blinded Li Xiao's eyes. That is to say, as long as the enemy does not leave the combat, after the Tarsal Lava is triggered, the enemy will be continuously damaged by the burning debuff until it dies or leaves the combat state. But is it so easy to leave the combat state? For Li Xiao, the Tarsal Lava is a magical skill that can burn the enemy alive. And the Phoenix Fire Bomb has a flavor of a normal attack skill. Li Xiao attacks with the Phoenix Blaster, and all the normal attacks fired will be transformed into Phoenix Fire Bombs. After the ammunition hits the enemy, it will cause 200% of the player's basic attack damage to the first enemy hit, and cause 100% of the player's basic attack damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the enemy's position. This range damage is really impressive. Li Xiao is well aware of the improvement brought by the skillization of general attack. After experiencing so many biomes, and collecting so many magic weapons in the survival game of the series of K, Li Xiao has only seen a skill that has been skillized as a general attack on the panel data of the Eternal Night Blade. Although the power of the Phoenix Fire Bomb is not as good as the ordinary skill that comes with the Eternal Night Blade, the difficulty of making the Phoenix Blade and the difficulty of collecting magic materials are several levels lower than that of the Eternal Night Blade. It seems so. The cost-effectiveness of the Phoenix Blade, at least for Li Xiao, is unprecedentedly high. Li Xiao took a deep breath, stored it in the backpack of the Eternia Goblin, and then picked up the next recipe and looked at it intently. Chapter 382. In the thick magical atmosphere of the High Authority Shelter Workshop, a rare magic formula vaguely reveals its fiery essence. This formula, named Flame Boomerang, is like a treasure hidden in the abyss, waiting for people with unique vision to discover. Its material is rare and powerful, and a rare metal called Hellfire Ingot is required in the refining process. Under the reflection of magic, this metal becomes twisted, deformed, and constantly circulates, as if it is life. It was a strange feeling, as if with just a little willpower, these Hellfire Ingots could be made to move, and even to be constructed into various shapes according to needs. This was the core ingredient of the Flame Boomerang formula, a mysterious metal that symbolized fire and rebirth. The appearance of the formula itself was also very attractive. It was woven into a complex golden pattern, as delicate and vibrant as the veins of life. Looking closely, those patterns seemed to contain endless magical power, flowing and surging, like the trajectory of flames dancing in the dark. Touching the lines lightly, you can feel the powerful energy contained in them, as if they will break through the shackles and turn into the real power of fire in the next moment. Using this formula, you will learn to make the magic weapon Flame Boomerang. It is a deadly throwing weapon, and its dart tip is made of Hellfire Ingot. Once thrown, it will instantly ignite the target and continue to burn in the target's body until the end of life. The biggest feature of the Flame Boomerang is its ability to spin. It is like the pain and struggle in life, unable to escape, and can only endure endless torture. The formula of the fiery boomerang is like a secret that is locked away, waiting to be revealed. At that time, it will use fire as a pen and life as paper to write its own story. After checking it, Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this fiery boomerang formula is even higher than that of the Phoenix Blaster formula. The quality of the Phoenix Blaster formula is only excellent, but the quality of the fiery boomerang formula is as high as perfection, which is incredible. Li Xiao had previously made a Phoenix Blaster, so he naturally had a certain understanding of the quality of the unconventional formula series of the Hell Biome. The Phoenix Blaster is so powerful. What about the Flame Boomerang? Li Xiao immediately walked to the high-level authority workbench and entered the Flame Boomerang formula into the high-level authority workbench. Then, Li Xiao called out the recipe page of the high-level authority workbench, swiped his finger up and down, and found the corresponding recipe list. Materials required for the Flame Boomerang: Hellstone Ingot X20, Enchanted Boomerang X1. Synthesis time: instant. Synthesis: yes/no. Do you need an enchanted boomerang? Li Xiao immediately made an enchanted boomerang, then put in the corresponding materials and synthesized it. In an instant, a flame boomerang was made and floated quietly above the high authority workbench. Li Xiao reached out with great interest to take down the flame boomerang, held it in front of him, and carefully examined this special boomerang-type magic weapon. This magical weapon, the Flame Boomerang, embodies the efforts and wisdom of countless magicians and alchemists. Its existence is like a hot sword in the survival game of the series, waiting to be unsheathed when needed. The appearance of the Flame Boomerang is strange and beautiful, like a perfect work of art in the hands of a sculptor. It is mainly composed of two materials: burning red copper and flickering flame crystal. The surface of the red copper has been tempered thousands of times, smooth as a mirror, and flickering with a faint flame. The flame crystal is like a gem that seals the soul of the devil. It contains powerful magical power, which enables the flame boomerang to burst out with unparalleled power when launching an attack. In terms of form, the flame boomerang is like a flying bird in nature, light and fierce. Its tip is a diamond-shaped gem that flashes with flames, like the eyes of a falcon, sharp and deep. Holding it, you can feel the majesty and power it contains, as if it will flap its wings and fly high in the next moment to launch a fatal attack on the enemy. The core function of the flame boomerang is to launch a boomerang to attack enemies at medium and short range. When launching an attack, the flame boomerang will instantly ignite the surrounding air and turn into a line of fire to shoot at the enemy. Once it hits the target, it will quickly spin inside the target's body, continuously releasing scorching flames, causing the target to suffer endless pain. What's more terrifying is that the flame boomerang's attack can not only cause huge physical damage to the enemy, but also add 3 debuff effects: burning, catching fire, and hellfire. Under the attack of the flame boomerang, the enemy will not be able to resist these 3 effects, and can only endure the pain until the end of his life. In general, the flame boomerang is like a deadly weapon that seals the fire, the devil and the pain. Its existence is the most powerful deterrent to the enemy. It is like an angry fire spirit, leading the enemy to the endless abyss when needed. After checking the panel data of the flame boomerang, Li Xia felt a little disappointed, because the quality of the Phoenix Blaster formula is excellent. But the finished magic weapon Phoenix Blaster is of the highest quality. The quality of the flame boomerang formula is already perfect, and Li Xia thought that the quality of the finished magic weapon flame boomerang would be able to be upgraded to the epic level. But the reality is that the quality of the flame boomerang is still perfect. But let's put this aside. The flame boomerang is still a very good magic weapon, especially in medium and short-range combat, because this magic weapon is a boomerang type. It is more useful than ordinary magic weapons. And overall, the various skills of the flame boomerang are simply a replica of the Phoenix Blaster. There is only one passive skill that is different. That is the flame triple hit. Perhaps it is because both the Phoenix Blaster and the flame boomerang are special unconventional formula series of the Hell biome. So the two seek common ground while reserving differences. So they are generally the same. But because the two magic weapons are of different types, there are some subtle differences. However, apart from anything else, the basic attack power of the flame boomerang alone is enough to crush the Phoenix Blaster. The basic attack power of the flame boomerang is as high as 49 points, which is 19 points higher than the Phoenix Blaster. Although the additional attack attribute of the flame boomerang has not continued to grow, the additional attack attribute of 30 points is enough to tie with the additional attack attribute of the Phoenix Blaster. In this way, the overall attack power of this flame boomerang is still 19 points higher than that of the Phoenix Blaster. However, the two still have their own advantages, at least from the perspective of area damage. The Phoenix Blaster is still superior. However, from the perspective of medium and short-range combat, the flame boomerang has the upper hand. After checking it, Li Xia stored it in the high-level authority storage box. Currently, Li Xia has several magic weapons, including the Scarlet Star Cannon, Phoenix Blaster, True Magic Comp Damaged Version, and Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, which are enough to deal with various combat scenes. The combat positioning of the flame boomerang is the same as the above magic weapons, so Li Xia does not need to bring this magic weapon. Then, Li Xia drank a sip of the hot tea made by Celia, and picked up the last item he had gained from killing the zombie mermaid and pseudo-boss level enemy monster. The Frog Equipment Formula. The Frog Equipment Formula is famous for its peculiar ingredients and unique effectiveness. It is the magic accessory formula that many players of the survival game dream of. The ingredients of the Frog Equipment Formula are both mysterious and peculiar. First, it requires a piece of frog skin, which is transformed from a special creature called Emerald Frog. The skin of this frog will appear emerald green under the light and has the property of resisting magic detection. Therefore, the Emerald Frog is expensive, precious and rare in this survival game. However, the process of obtaining frog skin is extremely dangerous. It requires the magician to communicate and negotiate with the Emerald Frog through a special magic ritual to obtain it. In addition to frog skin, this set of formulas also requires a mysterious substance called jellyfish essence. This substance is extracted from a huge silver jellyfish in the deep sea. It contains strong magic energy and has the magical effect of enabling users to quickly master advanced magic in a short period of time. However, this substance can only be extracted from jellyfish on a full moon night, and the extraction process must be absolutely quiet and focused. Otherwise, it may cause dangerous backlash. In the appearance of the Frog Equipment Formula, it presents a unique mixture of emerald green and transparent colors. This color makes it recognizable at a glance. Each raw material is finely ground and mixed, exuding a fresh scent, as if telling its magical power. The core function of the Frog Equipment Formula is to let users learn to make advanced magic accessories, frog equipment. This equipment has powerful underwater exploration and jumping capabilities, allowing players to explore dangerous and complex biological communities more calmly. At the same time, frog equipment also has a magical displacement effect. That's right. It is an extremely rare, space-based skill. Displacement. Players with frog equipment can often escape from danger quickly at critical moments. The emergence of this function is also a manifestation of the core competitiveness of frog equipment. However, the production process of this set of formulas is extremely complicated and dangerous, requiring users to have sufficient patience and skills. At the current stage of the survival game of the system, Li Xia finally obtained this formula, and he looked at it with curiosity. Chapter 383. After checking the panel data of the frog equipment formula, Li Xiao was a little confused. Hey, that's not right. Frog flippers already have the function of climbing, right? Why does the advancement of frog equipment require the participation of the magic accessory of tiger climbing equipment? Li Xiao was suspicious, shook his head and smiled. Who cares? What's the point of thinking about these things now? It's better to make the frog equipment directly. What changes have been made to the frog equipment? By then, we will know clearly. Li Xiao immediately walked to the Advanced Authority workbench and entered the frog equipment formula into the Advanced Authority workbench. Then, Li Xiao called out the recipe page of the Advanced Authority workbench, swiped his finger up and down, and found the corresponding formula. Materials required for frog equipment: frog flipper X1, tiger climbing wall equipment X1. Synthesis time, instant. Whether to synthesize, yes/no. Seeing this, Li Xiao took out the tiger climbing wall equipment from the Advanced Authority storage box and put it in, and immediately chose to synthesize. In an instant, the frog equipment was completed and quietly floated above the high-level authority workbench. Li Xiao reached out and picked up the frog equipment, held it in front of him, and looked at this magic accessory carefully. In Li Xiao's hand, this unique magic accessory glowed with a mysterious brilliance. This is the wonderful magic accessory called frog equipment. Frog equipment looks like an exquisite jade frog, vividly inlaid on a fine steel metal ring. This frog is carved from the finest jade. Its body is emerald green and full of vitality. The eyes of the jade frog flash with mysterious magic light, as if containing unknown power. The frog body is carved with complex magic runes with fine golden lines, which flow in the light, as agile as running water. On the back of the frog equipment, there is a tight and complex magic device, which is to enhance the user's jumping ability. When the wearer wants to use this magic accessory, he only needs to touch the device lightly, and it will resonate with the user's magic power, and then trigger frog-shaped magic energy to surround the wearer. After wearing frog equipment, the user's jumping speed will be greatly improved. The distance that originally took 2 steps to cross can now be easily jumped in 1 step. Not only that, the power of frog-shaped magic can also increase the wearer's jumping height a lot. Those high places that were originally difficult to reach can now be easily jumped by the user. With the help of frog equipment, you can swim freely as if on flat ground. What's more amazing is that frog equipment also gives the wearer the ability to climb. Under its effect, the user's palms and soles will be covered with a layer of absorbent material, allowing them to walk on any surface as if on flat ground. Whether it is a vertical wall or a smooth ice surface, it cannot stop the wearer from moving forward. Although the appearance of frog equipment is small, its effect is extremely powerful. It is a magic accessory that combines speed, height, and climbing ability. Its existence undoubtedly provides great convenience and advantages for users. Li Xiao was stunned when he saw this. It took him a while to react. It turned out that the frog equipment needed the tiger climbing equipment as a magic synthesis material. The key point is not the climbing effect of the tiger climbing equipment itself, but the combination of the frog flipper and the tiger climbing equipment can produce such a wonderful chemical reaction and obtain an active skill, void jump. Li Xiao carefully checked the panel data of the frog equipment word by word. The player consumes 10 magic points, can break through the void and jump to any place within 200 meters of the current position, and merge with the void during the jump, gaining 100% damage reduction effect. This skill is really good. The magic point consumption is not high, and the transmission distance is also good. A single transmission distance of 200 meters can even affect the outcome of a battle. And the 100% damage reduction effect during the jump is a life-saving skill. And this teleportation skill of void jump has a cooldown time of only 5 minutes. You can use this skill multiple times in a battle, and its value is greatly increased. Li Xiao nodded slightly. After understanding the panel data of the frog equipment and the newly born skill of void jump, Li Xiao was able to know this magic accessory frog equipment. He put it in the backpack of the Eternia Goblin, washed up, and went upstairs to prepare for bed. On the cold winter night, the silent forest biome was covered with white snowflakes. Under the dark night, the falling snowflakes turned into countless stars, shining brightly, decorating this cold winter night. The cold wind whistled in the forest, driving the dance of snowflakes, as if to hide all life in the silence of winter. The branches of the trees covered with snow drooped, as if they were sleeping, and as if they were guarding this silent forest. In the dark forest, A few rays of light flickered faintly. That was the fluorescence of fireflies in the winter night. They struggled to survive in this cold winter night, and became lonely watchers in the dark night. The night sky is filled with the gentle sound of falling snowflakes. Like the earth whispering. The sound is subtle but clear, as if foreshadowing the arrival of a new day. What will the arrival of a new day bring us? Perhaps new hope. Perhaps new challenges. On a cold winter night, the forest is like a sleeping giant, its breath floating in the wind. In this quiet night, it seems to be waiting for something. Perhaps it is a new awakening. Perhaps it is an unknown adventure. In this snowy forest at night, everything was frozen into an eternal moment. The next morning, perhaps because of the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plain Army at 8 o'clock this morning, or simply because of the blizzard in the early stage of the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plain Army, the temperature of the forest community dropped sharply. Anyway, Li Xiao woke up when it was still dawn. Damn. So early. Li Xiao was surprised when he saw the real-time time displayed on his mobile phone. Because it was only 6:15 in the morning. There are still 2 hours before the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plain Army. But if I take another nap now, who knows what time it will be when I open my eyes again? Li Xiao simply got up, washed up, and went to the workroom on the first floor. After all, the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plain Army is coming soon. Li Xiao plans to check for loopholes and see if there are any aspects that can be improved, and a plan to improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Don't tell me. There really is one. When Li Xiao checked the weapon column, he found that he was too excited when sorting out the harvest. After making the Eternal Night Blade, he was in a hurry to make the next magic weapon, and did not perform the Crimson Assimilation enhancement on the Eternal Night Blade at all. How can this be possible? You know, the strength of the Crimson Overlord inheritance lies in the fact that it can consume Crimson points and perform Crimson Assimilation enhancement on other unconventional formula series. This is also the main way for the Crimson Overlord to improve its strength and crush other players and enemies. The most important thing is that this method is the most effective. Li Xiao immediately took out the Knight's Edge from the Eternia Goblin backpack and summoned the Crimson Assimilation enhancement panel. The number of Crimson points required to assimilate the Knight's Edge into Crimson exclusive, 1,500,000. Is Crimson Assimilation enhancement, yes/no? 1,500,000 Crimson points? Not bad. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Obviously, although the 1,500,000 Crimson points were high, they were still within his tolerance. What's more, this is the Eternal Night Blade, 1,500,000 Scarlet points. If it can increase the overall combat power of the Eternal Night Blade by 10% to 20% on the basis of the original, it should not be underestimated. Li Xiao immediately invested all the Scarlet power to enhance it through Scarlet Assimilation. A stream of Scarlet power instantly surged from Li Xiao's body to the palm of his hand, and quickly spread to the surface of the Eternal Night Blade. In an instant, the consumption of 1,500,000 Scarlet points actually made Li Xiao feel as if his body was hollowed out. Li Xiao smiled, and immediately raised the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, and looked at it carefully. Eternal Night Blade? No! It should be called Scarlet Eternal Night Blade now. This magic weapon Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, which has been enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, not only condenses the purest dark magic power to control and dominate the power of the night, but also because of the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement, it has given Scarlet Eternal Night Blade a part of the Scarlet power that controls killing and blood. The two powers are concentrated on a magic weapon Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, which is daunting. After the Scarlet Night Blade was enhanced by the Scarlet Assimilation, its appearance also underwent a wonderful transformation. The appearance of the Scarlet Night Blade presents a gorgeous ferocity. Its long and curved blade is made of the hardest scarlet alloy, and its streamlined design is full of elegance and power. The red on the blade is as bright as blood, and as strange as a flame in the dark. The blade adopts a unique hyperbolic design, which is extremely sharp, as if it can cut everything. The blade of this Scarlet Night Blade is even inlaid with a gem that shines with a deep black light, called the Night Stone. This gem not only gives the weapon a mysterious beauty, but is also the core component of the Scarlet Night Blade. At night, when starlight shines on this gem, it absorbs the power of light and converts it into magical power, doubling the combat power of the holder. But this is not all of the Scarlet Night Blade. This weapon also has another unique ability, which is the ability to fire a beam called the Magic Energy Bullet of Eternal Night Projectile. This projectile can inflict heavy damage to the enemy in close combat. Its power is so great that even powerful dark creatures cannot resist it. The most terrifying thing is that Scarlet Eternal Night Blade can also summon a dark creature called Night Hunter. This is a half-solid and half-spiritual existence. It appears silently, and then attacks the enemy with indescribable speed and power. Its existence is like a sign of death, which is creepy. In general, Scarlet Knight's Blade is a magic weapon that combines melee attack, long-range shooting, and summoning dark creatures. It is full of mystery and powerful power in both appearance and function. That's right. After the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement, the Knight's Blade not only greatly improved the original panel data, but also strengthened the original skill power. A melee magic weapon actually gave birth to a new summoning skill, Night Hunter Summon, during the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement process. Chapter 384. After checking the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade in his hand, Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Wow! As expected, the Eternal Night Blade, which consumed 1.5 million Scarlet points to be enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, has undergone a complete transformation. The Eternal Night Blade, which was originally of excellent quality, has been upgraded to the ultimate quality after being enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation. The basic attack power has also been increased from 40 points to 50 points. And the additional attribute entries, whether it is attack, spirit or agility, have been greatly improved. After the enhancement of Scarlet Assimilation, the Scarlet Night Blade also added an additional defensive attribute entry. An increase of 30 points of defense is not a small number. And with the effect of the passive skill Scarlet Night Glory enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, the basic attack power of Scarlet Night Blade plus 150%, making the overall attack power of Night Blade as high as 170 points. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a horse that is far ahead of the others. The Scarlet Night Blade in Li Xiao's hand is definitely the only magic weapon with a power of over 100 at this stage. Two major active skills. Instant Scarlet Eternal Night Projectile. Scarlet Eternal Night Barrier. Either the skill damage is increased or the cooldown time is reduced, which is like using the gold source, producing the effect of skill advancement. The passive skill Scarlet Dark Night King's effect. When the night falls, the basic attack power of the player holding the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade will increase. And the increase ratio has also increased from the previous 100% to the current 150%. This is a qualitative leap, which shows that in the dark, Li Xiao's combat power will be 1.5 times that of the day, and he will be the king of the night. The passive skill Scarlet Night Blessing's health and mana per second recovery effect has also been increased from 10 points to 15 points, which is equivalent to a disguised increase of half. In this way, Li Xiao no longer has to worry about the problem of excessive mana consumption caused by using the instant type skills engraved on the magic weapon. And Scarlet Night Blade, the most fundamental passive skill Scarlet Night Whirl Slash. After being enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, the damage of the general attack skill has also been increased from 250% to 300%, and the duration has also been increased from 6 seconds to 10 seconds. Although the improvement is not exaggerated, combined with the effect of the passive skill's general attack skill, Li Xiao's combat power will be improved to a very terrifying level. Li Xiao saw all this, and couldn't help but raise his mouth. However, if the Night Blade is enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, the above skill improvements are icing on the cake. Then the new summoning skills of Scarlet Night Blade, Instant Cast, Night Hunter, Pseudo Boss Summon, are definitely timely help. First of all, the conventional summoning skills are just average. Nothing to say. After all, with Li Xiao's current strength, he is not short of being able to summon a captain-level summoning type magic weapon. But what if the summoned weapon is not captain level, but pseudo-boss level magic weapon? You can just call the troops like Han Xian. The more the better. Once, the summoned creature gets rid of the captain panel and advances to the pseudo-boss level panel, its strength will be greatly improved. Having a pseudo-boss level enemy summoned to assist in combat is definitely a good thing. Li Xiao was curious and wanted to see what kind of pseudo-boss level enemy monsters the Scarlet Night Blade's active skill, Instant Cast, Night Hunter, Pseudo-Boss Summon, could summon. Li Xiao immediately opened the door on the first floor of the shelter when it was still dawn, walked to the courtyard of the shelter, stood in an open space, and immediately waved the Scarlet Night Blade in his hand to summon a Night Hunter, Pseudo-Boss. At the moment before dawn, A unique existence quietly appeared in the courtyard of the High Authority shelter. Its name is Night Hunter. The Night Hunter is the sword in Li Xiao's hand, and is the secret assassin of the night. The Night Hunter has an elegant and cold appearance. It has eyes as deep as obsidian, staring at the world, as if it can see through all the secrets. The body of the Night Hunter is slender and strong, as if it is made of the purest night color. The outline is blurred in the darkness, but it is still tough. There is a pair of huge black wings behind the Night Hunter, and the feathers are like shadows in the dark night, and a slight flap can bring up a gust of wind. The weapon of the Night Hunter is the Night Blade, which condenses the power of the night. This Night Blade is the embodiment of the power of the night, and it is also the most capable assistant of the Night Hunter. For each Night Hunter summoned, the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade will automatically equip the Night Hunter with a Night Blade. This sword is like a moonlight, with a faint silver light on the sword body, and a cold moon in the night sky on the tip of the sword. When the Night Hunter swings this sword, the night seems to be subdued by the sword light, and all the forces that stand in the way are destroyed by this blow. The armor worn by the Night Hunter, the Night Armor set, is like the color of the night being materialized. This set of armor is made of the top dragon scales, and each dragon scale is like a star in the night sky, shining with cold light. The patterns on the armor are like lightning in the night, sharp and mysterious. This set of armor is not only extremely strong, but also gives the Night Hunter a magic as strong as the night. As an assassin summon, the strength of the Night Hunter should not be underestimated. It has a strong stealth ability, can follow the enemy in the dark, and approach the enemy silently. Its attack is as fast as lightning, always giving the enemy a fatal blow inadvertently. And the skill of that one hit kill is called End of Night. Once it is activated, no one will survive. In general, the Night Hunter is a capable assistant to the player, and the King of Darkness. Its existence makes every enemy shudder, and makes every summoner feel proud and proud. Chapter 385. High-Level Authority Shelter. Courtyard. The Night Hunter stood quietly aside. After Li Xiao scanned the panel data of the Night Hunter, he looked at the Night Hunter with a rather tangled expression. He never expected that the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, which combined the Scarlet Authority and the Dark Knight Authority, and the newly born summoning skills, would summon a pseudo-boss level enemy monster, which turned out to be an extremely biased assassin-type pseudo-boss level enemy monster. The four-dimensional attributes of the Night Hunter were also extremely unbalanced. Judging from the health of a 5th-tier pseudo-boss enemy, the Night Hunter's 5,000 health points are very weak when compared with pseudo-boss enemies of the same level. The Night Hunter's 1,000 mana points can only be said to be average. Not to mention, the Night Hunter is a 5th-tier pseudo-boss enemy, but its defense is pitifully low at only 50 points. This is simply a squishy, and a squishy with no defense. The low data of the two attribute panels of health and defense proves that this Night Hunter pseudo-boss is a very easy type to be killed. However, this is only looking at the problem from the perspective of health and defense. If you just look at it this way, you will simply and one-sidedly think that the strength of the 5th level pseudo-boss level enemy monster of the Night Hunter is not good. Then you are wrong. Among the four-dimensional attributes of the Night Hunter, except for the defense and health that are lower than the pseudo-boss level enemies of the same level, the magic value is quite satisfactory. But the attack, spirit, and agility of the Night Hunter are far higher than those of the pseudo-boss enemies of the same level. The basic attack power of the Night Hunter is as high as 500 points. To be honest, since Li Xiao came to the survival game of the K-series, explored many biomes, and obtained so many summoning magic weapons, he has never seen a boss-level enemy with a basic attack power of 500 points, let alone a pseudo-boss level enemy that can be compared with the Night Hunter. The Scarlet Eternal Night Blade in Li Xiao's hand has a basic attack power of over 100, which has already made him ecstatic. From this, it can be seen that the 500 basic attack power of the Night Hunter is just how terrifying it is. In addition, the Night Hunter spirit is as high as 100 points, and its agility is as high as 150 points. Although the data of these two four-dimensional attributes are not as terrifying as the attack, they are enough to crush the pseudo-boss level enemies of the same level, and it is an easy crush. The Night Hunter is a humanoid enemy with a weapon column and an armor set column. The magic weapon worn by the Night Hunter is the Night Blade, and the armor set worn is the Night Armor set. Li Xiao had never heard of either the Night Blade or the Night Armor set, and Li Xia tried to view the panel data of these two magic weapons and magic armor sets, but was rarely able to view them. Obviously, both the Night Blade and the Night Armor set are part of the Night Hunter, and are magic weapons and magic armor sets condensed by the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade using the Scarlet Authority and the Dark Knight Authority. It was not the same concept as the armor set and magic weapons that Li Xia made on the workbench using the formula. After confirming this, Li Xia could only put away his greed and look at the skills of the Night Hunter. The Night Hunter's instant summoning of Shadow Warrior Captains was a regular type of captain-level summoning skill, and the number of Shadow Warrior Captains that a Night Hunter could summon at the same time was as high as 8 with the blessing of passive skills. In this way, how could the Night Hunter be an assassin? Counting these Shadow Warriors, this is clearly an assassin team. I just don't know how powerful these Shadow Warriors are. Li Xia suppressed his curiosity for the time being and continued to check the next skill of the Night Hunter. The Night Hunter's other active skill, Instant Night Boomerang, consumes only 5 magic points, but can cause 300% of the player's basic attack damage, and also comes with a debuff curse. The most important thing is that this Instant Night Boomerang is an instant skill with no cooldown time. In this way, this instant cast Dark Knight Boomerang is basically the main combat skill of the Dark Knight Hunter. Although the Dark Knight Hunter's other active skill, Divine Movement, is similar to the popular active skill Galloping. Even in terms of increasing one's own movement speed, Divine Movement is much worse than Galloping. At least Galloping increases one's own movement speed by 300% to 500%. It is not comparable to Divine Movement's 100% increase in one's own movement speed. But the problem is, God's Movement is not just a simple movement skill. Li Xia prefers to call it a state skill. And the state bonus provided by God's Movement is very comprehensive. Basic attack speed, movement speed, acceleration. The 3 state improvements are all 100%. Movement speed is easy to say, but attack speed and acceleration are also enhanced simultaneously, which is equivalent to enhancing the combat power of the Night Hunter in disguise. As expected, the Night Hunter is worthy of being an assassin-type summon, whether it is the 4-dimensional attributes or the active or passive skills. They all focus on a one-hit kill. What amused Li Xia the most was that the duration of the Divine Movement was 10 seconds, while the cooldown time was only 15 seconds. In other words, as long as the timing of releasing the Divine Movement was right, the Night Hunter could be in the Divine Movement state almost all the time on the battlefield, especially in combat. After all, this skill only consumed 5 points of mana. Maybe with the efficiency of the Night Hunter's mana recovery per second, it could be automatically restored. Li Xia thought of this, shook his head and smiled, then looked at the next skill, Night Cloak. The Night Cloak skill is not a traditional attack skill, nor is it a rare blocking skill, but an even rarer auxiliary combat skill. The magic value consumption of Shadow Cloak is low, only 5 points, but the duration is a full 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, neither the player nor the enemy monsters can detect the figure of the Night Hunter who casts the Night Cloak, and even the reconnaissance accessories cannot find the trace of the Night Hunter. It is simply a stealth assassination skill. More importantly, the duration of the Night Cloak is 3 minutes, but the cooldown time is only 5 minutes. That is to say, between 2 uses of the Night Cloak, the Night Hunter will only have a 2-minute interruption time and cannot use the Night Cloak. This also means that the Night Hunter can use the Night Cloak multiple times in a battle, making the enemy defenseless. And the Night Hunter's last active skill, Night's End, is even more terrifying. Anyone who sees it will say, it's so terrifying, because the End of Night has a taste of a sure kill move to some extent. Killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of yourself is not enough to describe this active skill. When performing the End of Night, the Night Hunter will consume all magic points. Then, the Night Hunter will transform into a blade hurricane. Quickly throw the dagger-type magic weapon Night Blade at the nearest 3 enemies, and each dagger will cause 1000% of the Night Hunter's basic attack damage to the enemy. That's right. Not 150%. Not 300%. But a terrifying 1000%. You know, the Night Hunter is an extreme assassin-type pseudo-boss level enemy monster, and the Night Hunter's attack is as high as 500. This is terrifying enough in itself. But when the Night Hunter casts the End of Night, a Night Blade will cause 1000% of the basic attack damage to the enemy, which is a real one-hit kill skill. And, on this basis, the The Night Hunter consumes as much mana as it uses this skill, and it will cause additional damage to the 3 enemies. The Night Hunter has a mana limit of 1000 points, which means that in theory, the skill of Night's End can add 1000 points of basic attack damage on top of the original damage. And while attacking, Night's End also has an additional debuff curse. Although Night's End has the longest cooling time among all the active skills of Night Hunter, up to 30 minutes, the length of the cooling time is meaningless to Night's End, because after using the End of Night, the Night Hunter will completely perish. That is to say, the End of Night is a skill of the Night Hunter that will kill both of them. Seeing this, Li Xian nodded slightly. That's right. If there is no such restriction, then the Night Hunter is too terrifying. After all, the Night Hunter is not an existence that has mastered the highest level of the Night Path, and does not have a 100% bonus to all attributes. If the End of Night has no restrictions at all, then the Nada tribe leader, the pseudo-boss, who has mastered the highest level of the tidal path, can just take a rope and hang himself. But, thinking of this, Li Xia frowned slightly and continued to analyze. If the limitation of Night's End is so great, a summoned Night Hunter can only use Night's End once, which means that the Night Hunter's usual means of attack, in addition to ordinary attacks, is only the instant type skill of Night Boomerang? Then excluding the active skill Night's End, the overall strength of the Night Hunter is still weaker than that of the Nada tribe chief pseudo-boss. But if Night's End is counted, the 2 enemies can at least exchange 1 for 1. No! Before the End of Night, except for boss-level enemies, few enemies can withstand the End of Night from the Night Hunter. Thinking of this, Li Xia smiled happily. Since the Night Hunter is positioned as an assassin-type summon and is so powerful, Li Xia can use his intentions to plan without intentions in the future. In this way, he has one more trump card. Not bad. With a smile on his face, Li Xia continued to look at the passive skills of the Night Hunter. The passive skill of the Night Hunter belongs to the Night, which is just a normal skill. It can increase the upper limit of the number of Shadow Warrior Captain servants that the Night Hunter pseudo-boss can summon, and the number increased is quite a lot. A full 4. As for the passive skill Night Crown, it is a pure damage reduction skill. But unlike ordinary damage reduction skills, the Night Crown skill has a fixed damage reduction of only 50% during the day, but it is as high as 75% at night. It is obvious that the Night Hunter is still good at fighting at night. As for the passive skill Invincible, it is a passive skill of the defense-breaking type. After the Night Hunter causes the debuff curse debuff to the enemy with a single attack, it will ignore 100 points of the enemy's defense. It is very simple to trigger the debuff curse with the Night Hunter's attack. Once it is successfully triggered, it is equivalent to the enemy's defense being reduced by 100 points, with 1 increase and 1 decrease. The Night Hunter can exert a stronger attack power and instantaneous explosive power. As for the passive skill Life Burning, it is a very special skill. Life Burning will only be triggered when the Night Hunter casts the End of Night. Once triggered, the Night Hunter can get more improvements again. Attack power plus 100%. Movement speed plus 100%. Attack speed plus 100%. Acceleration plus 100%. All skill cooldowns reset. Movement speed, acceleration, and attack speed each gain a 100% increase, which is equivalent to a disguised active skill, Divine Movement. And this is just a trivial effect of the passive skill Life Burn. More importantly, after the Night Hunter triggers the passive skill Life Burn, the Night Hunter's attack power will be increased by an additional 100%. In this way, the attack power of the Night Hunter will become even more terrifying. When the Night Hunter uses the active skill Night's End, the instantaneous explosive power and lethality will be even stronger. Of course, the bonus of attack power is important, but it is not the strongest point of the passive skill Life Burning. The most terrifying thing about the passive skill Life Burning is that once this skill is triggered, the cooldown time of all the skills of the Night Hunter will be reset. That is to say, at this moment, the Night Hunter can choose to consume all the magic points, or keep some to use for instant type skills. For example, the instant summoning of the Shadow Warrior Captain. Just imagine, after the Night Hunter uses the super attack skill Night's End, the enemies are killed or injured, and 8 Shadow Warriors appear again in the enemy team's abdomen. What a scene that is! Li Xia feels excited just thinking about it. And the last skill of the Night Hunter is the Blessing of the Night. The effect of this skill is very simple. That is, the Night Hunter's normal attack will definitely be a critical hit to gain a 150% damage bonus. Simple as it is, pure as it is, the effect is not weak. It will definitely crit. And the basic damage increase is 150%, which will raise the instantaneous explosive power of the Night Hunter to another level. I have to say that the Night Hunter is worthy of being an assassin-type summon. These skills are simply amazing. But if you think that these are all the Night Hunter has? No! Because the Night Hunter's bond is targeted. When the Night Hunter is out of combat, its first active attack will definitely cause a 300% attack damage bonus to the enemy. This also means that the first attack of the Night Hunter's active attack will have an abnormally high damage. Even a normal attack will probably cause damage no less than the skill type. It's simply terrifying. Chapter 386. Li Xiao looked at the Night Hunter in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The newly added unconventional summoning skill of Scarlet Night Blade will greatly improve Li Xiao's instantaneous explosive power. However, according to Li Xiao's understanding of the skills of the Night Hunter just now, if the combination of the End of Night and the Burning of Life is as Li Xiao expected, then a new question arises. Li Xiao is more curious about how powerful the Shadow Warrior summoned by the Night Hunter is. Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately gave an order to the Night Hunter. Night Hunter, summon the Shadow Warrior. The Night Hunter remained silent upon hearing this, but nodded slightly, and then waved his hand. At dawn, when the afterglow of the stars was still flickering in the sky, a unique shadow loomed in the morning light. It was a man, a warrior holding a knight's sword and wearing Nightwalker armor. His name was Shadow Warrior. His body is like a sculpture carved out of the darkness. Strong and mysterious, a tight Nightwalker armor, shining deep black under the moonlight, as if he is the spokesperson of the night. This armor is inlaid with countless black magic crystals that perfectly blend with his figure. Each magic crystal is like a star in the night, shining with charming and deep light. There is no expression on his face. His eyes are like an abyss, swallowing all the light, making it impossible to peek into the deep meaning. His high nose bridge gave him a cold and firm feeling, while his tightly closed lips showed his tenacity and determination. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a dark knight's sword, which was a weapon made of the hardest dark metal. The blade glowed coldly in the moonlight. When he swung the sword, the blade passed through the air, making a series of air-breaking sounds, like a sigh in the dark night. In his left hand, he held a shield, which was made of the same piece of dark metal, and the shield was inlaid with magic crystals like stars. This shield can not only resist physical attacks, but also has a certain degree of magic resistance, which is the key to his survival on the battlefield. Behind him, a pair of black wings spread out, like a shadow passing through the night sky. Every feather on the wings is like black silk, smooth and tough. Against the backdrop of this pair of wings, he is more like an elf walking out of the darkness, mysterious and majestic. This is the Shadow Warrior, a warrior-type summon with unparalleled strength and tenacity. He is the embodiment of darkness and the guardian of moonlight. In every dark night, he will appear and wield his dark night sword, using his strength and courage to dispel all the haze. Well, it's pretty good. After checking the panel data of the Shadow Warrior, Li Xiao nodded. Although the Shadow Warrior is only a captain-level summon, not a pseudo-boss-level summon, compared with the extreme assassin type of the Night Hunter, the Shadow Warrior is undoubtedly a very balanced warrior type. There are no obvious strengths, nor are there obvious weaknesses. There is nothing wrong with it. It is a little lacking to be used on its own, but it is more than enough to be a Night Hunter subordinate. The forest in winter is covered with thick snow, like a silver-white ocean. In this silent ocean, towering pine trees stand tall in the cold wind, and the snowflakes on the branches sparkle in the morning light, as if countless diamonds are shining. The sun had just risen, dyeing the sky pink. This pink gradually became brighter and spread around. As the sun rose, it finally broke free from the horizon and cast its rays on the earth. The rising sun was warm and gentle, bringing a touch of comfort to the cold forest. Under the reflection of this light, clear shadows were left on the snow, which were beautiful patterns of snowflakes falling at night in the morning light. The originally quiet forest seemed to be awakened by the rising sun and began to gradually recover its vitality. The snowflakes sparkled in the sun, as if countless elves were dancing. They fluttered in the cold wind, dancing freely in the air, and then slowly fell to the ground, blending into this silver-white ocean. In this quiet winter forest, the sun and snowflakes together painted a beautiful picture. After Li Xiao finished everything, he made breakfast. and Celia woke up on time. After washing up, the two chatted while eating breakfast. Li Xia told Celia about the gains after the scarlet assimilation enhanced the Eternal Night Blade this morning, and said, "The synthesis of the Eternal Night Blade is quite difficult. The magic materials of the grass sword were synthesized into other magic weapons before, and now there is no stock. After the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain army is over, or I will check the trading platform in the next few days, and buy some corresponding magic materials. After a while, I will make you an Eternal Night Blade." Celia had already been attracted by Li Xia's vivid explanation, and knew the power of the Eternal Night Blade. For her, who was afraid of insufficient firepower, it would be a great joy to have a powerful magic weapon. Celia nodded and agreed. Okay. Okay. Then Godfather. We have agreed. Don't forget it when the time comes. Don't worry. How could I forget such a thing? Just when the two were chatting happily, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The player has accumulated 10 million Scarlet points and successfully built your own Scarlet Power Kingdom. Along with the system prompt sound, there was also the panel data of Li Xia's Scarlet Master inheritance. Li Xia checked and found that his Scarlet Power Kingdom had been initially built 5 kilometers in radius. Li Xia quickly took Celia to the courtyard of the high-level authority shelter, walked to the top of the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, looked around, and found that indeed, in all places within 5 kilometers of the high-level authority shelter, the soil was as if stained with blood and was gradually turning red. In the early morning of winter, white snow began to fall from the cold sky. At first, it was a pure white, like a poem between heaven and earth. The forest was quiet and solemn. The snowflakes on the branches swayed in the breeze, gently falling on the ground, embellishing endless tranquility and peace. However, as time went by, everything began to change. A scarlet force quietly spread in the snow in this early morning. It started from a tiny bloodstain deep in the forest, and spread rapidly like a disease, dyeing the originally white snow into blood red. It was a creepy red, a red that could not be ignored. The soil and snow also began to change color. Their original pure white disappeared, replaced by this scarlet red. The snowflakes began to lose their cold silver luster, gradually melting into bright scarlet liquid, dyeing the snow a blood red. The trees in the forest also began to change. Their green began to fade, replaced by a strange red. This red color is like bright blood, which makes people think of horrible nightmares. The branches and leaves of the trees also become twisted and weird, as if protesting against this scarlet world. In this gradually scarlet forest, the original tranquility and peace are replaced by a kind of horror and weirdness. All colors are changing, as if a powerful force is tampering with the colors of this world. This is the forest in this winter. The original beauty is replaced by scarlet, and it becomes weird and terrifying. As someone who had been to the scarlet biome to explore and adventure, Li Xia was not unfamiliar with this scene. This was obviously the topographical feature of the scarlet biome. However, the speed at which the scarlet soil gradually turned red was not very fast. Li Xia estimated that if it spread at this speed, it would take at least half an hour. Right? However, during this period, Li Xia could feel that his control over this world had greatly improved, and he seemed to feel a sense of relaxation from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, many bubble worlds seemed to appear in front of Li Xia. In these worlds, there lived all kinds of players. Everyone's shelters were different, and everyone was busy preparing for the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plain army. And the places where these players lived, without exception, were all forest communities. Ah! Seeing this, Li Xia felt a nameless fire in his heart, and suddenly pushed his hands, and the bubble worlds around him kept disappearing. And this scene also completely alarmed all the players in the 9527 area channel. Because, no matter who it was, no matter what, all players saw Li Xia's figure appear in the sky at the same time. Chapter 387. In the distant sky, a bright light suddenly broke through the blue sky, like a meteor passing across the sky. Gradually, the light condensed into a figure, appearing above the sky. He is Li Xia. The ancient necromancer armor set that Li Xia wore was gorgeous and majestic, like a finely cast silver dragon scale, each piece flashing with cold light. The breastplate was engraved with complex magic runes, which reflected each other in the sun, and kept wriggling like a living thing. The helmet was inlaid with a huge dragon horn, which was bent upward like a long sword piercing the sky. showing his fearlessness and determination. Li Xiao's face was firm and cold, as if it was carved from the hardest basalt. His eyes were as firm as a rock, revealing his unshakable determination. Under the sunlight, his skin showed a healthy bronze color, adding a bit of wild charm. He held a cold scarlet eternal night blade in his hand, and the blade of the sword seemed to be able to cut through the air. Extremely sharp. He was roaring and pushing everything around him away with his hands. There was nothing in front of him, but it seemed that an endless world was being born and destroyed. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They stared at Li Xia in the projection of the sky with their eyes wide open. He was so majestic and solemn. Li Xiao's appearance was like a legendary hero, walking out of an ancient ballad and descending into this world. Especially his sharp eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making people dare not look at him. At that moment, Li Xia became a god in everyone's eyes. This scene suddenly heated up the originally peaceful world and triggered an unpredictable storm. Intermediate Authority Shelter. Guan Tao, who had a delicate face, stared at this scene in a daze. Dumbfounded, what is going on? How could the great god Xia appear in the sky? And what is the great god Xia doing? What happened around him? Li Bianqing raised his head and looked at this scene with a frown. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. But even if he controlled the intelligence network of a regional channel, facing this sudden scene, he was completely confused and had no clue. Could it be that there was an accident in the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army? Or, Li Bianqing had no idea what the scene meant. But he knew that Li Xiao's commotion was so big. It must be a big deal. In the courtyard of the shelter, seeing this, the sturdy Wang Sai asked suspiciously, what the hell is Xia doing? Could it be that there was an accident in the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army? This idea was not Wang Sai's alone, but the most intuitive judgment made by everyone after seeing Li Xiao's figure appear in the sky, combined with the upcoming invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army. The regional chat channel was also filled with people scrambling to speak because of Li Xiao's figure appearing in the sky. Everyone wanted to know the truth about why Li Xia made such a fuss as soon as possible. Guan Tao, oh my god. Did you see the figure of the great god Xia appear in the sky? Or was it just me who saw it? Lu Feng, not just you. Everyone should be able to see it. I think this range should be visible to everyone in our 9527 regional channel. As for whether other regional channels can see it, we don't know. Zhang Yi, even if other regional channels can see it, without regional chat communication, we know nothing about it. My suggestion is not to care whether other regional channels have seen Xia God appear in the sky. This is not the point of the fact. Zhang Yi, let's focus on thinking about what this strange and bizarre, even inexplicable phenomenon suddenly appears in the face of the imminent invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane army. What does it mean? Bai Butong, that's right. I agree with Zhang Yi. This really requires us to think deeply. It will be good for all of us to find out the truth as soon as possible. After all, I don't believe that the figure of Xia God will appear in the sky for no reason. Wang Tao, everyone knows that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. But most people in the regional channel don't even have the friend location of Xia God. So how can they contact him? If they can't contact him, how can they get the truth? After all, the only person who experienced this incident was Xia. Li Bianqing, don't worry about this issue. We, members of Dawn Frontline, and even Dawn Breaking Sword, all have Xia's friend status. It's just that I didn't let everyone disturb Li Xia at the first time. Li Bianqing, we don't know what Li Xia's current situation is, so we should not disturb him easily. However, we will definitely find out what happened to Li Xia as soon as possible. And we will tell everyone as soon as we get the answer. When everyone saw Li Bianqing appear and heard what Li Bianqing said, their hearts relaxed. But, Zhou Yu, standing in the courtyard of the shelter and looking at the sky, frowned at this moment, as if he had discovered some extraordinary information. And even his eyes revealed deep surprise. Huh? After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yu hurriedly shared his gains on the regional channel. Zhou Yu at Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing? Wait a minute. I'm afraid there is another question that everyone has overlooked. Li Bianqing, oh? What's the problem? Zhou Yu, I wonder how many people noticed the action that Xia Master did. It was an action of pushing away with all his strength. And in front of him? If you don't look carefully, you can only see bubbles one after another. But if you look carefully, you can see that they are miniature forest biomes one after another. Zhou Yu, when I discovered this, I was still unsure until I saw myself in one of the biomes. Xuan, is this true? There are so many bubbles. And if it is really a miniature forest biome, then you are even smaller in the microbiome. It's an exaggeration to say that you are an ant. Right? You can even see yourself? Zhou, although I don't want to say this. It's true. A new passive skill I have acquired has an effect that helps me see myself in the miniature forest biome in the bubbles. Xuan, ah. So, if you can see yourself, then other bubbles may also contain us. Zhou, these possibilities are not ruled out. But other bubbles seem to be covered with a veil. I can only see my own bubble. This is why I can see myself so quickly. After all, other bubbles are too blurry. And only my bubble is very clear. Li Bianqing. As expected, I know that nothing Li Xia does is small. It is almost the time node for the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army. Things are coming together. Li Bianqing, brother Zhou. Don't worry. I will ask Li Xia about your information as soon as possible. But after Zhou, you told the truth about the microbial community in the bubble. Even with Li Bianqing's reassurance, all the players' hearts were inevitably hanging in the air. High authority shelter. Courtyard. While everyone was talking, Li Xia pushed hard and stood there like a petrified person. And at the same time, scarlet flames ignited around his body, as if his whole body was undergoing a strange transformation. Li Xia was wearing a set of ancient necromancer armor, which looked like a relic dug out from an ancient tomb, polished into a work of art by time and years. It covered Li Xia's entire body, as if it grew out of his skin and naturally combined with his body shape. The magic weapon in Li Xia's hand, the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, was like a messenger of the night, shining brightly under the blessing of the Scarlet Elemental Power. That weapon was not ordinary. It was forged by a necromancer with his life and soul, and was endowed with powerful power. Whenever night falls, the blade will emit a deep scarlet light, as if telling of the endless power of its owner. Li Xia's hair was changed by the power of the scarlet element, becoming as hot as fire, like a flowing scarlet flame. His eyes also turned blood red, a deep red, like the dull color of blood after coagulation. His eyes were full of determination and firmness, like a brave man facing life and death. Fearless. His face was firm and handsome, and his age in his 20s made him look mature and majestic. His nose is high, giving people a cold and arrogant feeling. On his tightly closed lips, you can vaguely see lines of firmness, showing his tenacity and perseverance. Li Xia has a burly figure, and his muscle lines are clearly visible. His body seems to be made of steel, containing powerful strength. His steps are steady and powerful, like an unshakable mountain, standing on the earth. Li Xia is like a demon from hell, and his existence is a threat to the enemy. He wore an ancient necromancer armor set and held a scarlet night blade. No matter where he went, he was the focus of people's attention. His existence was like a sharp sword pointing straight to the sky, challenging all the authority and power in the world. It was not until the flames burned out that Li Xia seemed to come back to his senses, and his personal panel data automatically popped up in front of him. That's right. After an inexplicable scarlet transformation, Li Xia possessed the highest true position of the Scarlet Path and obtained a plus 100% bonus to all attributes. And this may be just the tip of the iceberg of this harvest. Seeing this, Li Xia thought carefully, and after a while, he suddenly realized, I understand. Chapter 388. The initial construction of the Scarlet Kingdom of Power, the strange scenes that emerged, and the strange changes that occurred in Li Xia. Like a flash of lightning, allowed Li Xia to connect the various clues he had obtained during these days, and come up with the truth. Or, the truth that is close to the truth. Why is it that billions of players on the entire blue planet simultaneously entered the survival game of the system, and also simultaneously entered the forest biological community, but could not find each other's location from beginning to end? Why did the nameless old man in the dungeon temple, who was a strong man who had embarked on the road to becoming a strong man in the last era, still die? Moreover, after death, his soul was imprisoned by the god of death, and he could only silently become the high priest of the dungeon temple and become a boss-level enemy monster of the Skeleton King, waiting for the players of this era to challenge him day after day. In the conversation between Li Xia and the old man, inexplicable words about childishness and time gap were revealed. At that time, Li Xia did not understand what these meant at all. Now maybe there is an answer. That is the bubble that appeared inexplicably just now. or the bubble world. As a person who experienced it firsthand, Li Xia felt it more deeply than other players, who could only watch the images appearing in the sky. Maybe, in fact, everyone was not in the same forest biome from the beginning to the end. Or everyone was actually in the same forest biome, and the actual distance between each other was not far. The reason why everyone could not find each other's shelter, and could not meet other players in the forest biome was because of time. That's right. It's time. Perhaps all the players in the regional channel are not in the same time period from beginning to end. The survival game of the series is divided into different time loops, but the players in it cannot detect it. No wonder. When Li Xia thought of this, he suddenly realized something. No wonder the nameless old man in the dungeon temple seemed to be able to hold on for a while. But after he inadvertently mentioned the time gap and the child, he transformed into the Skeleton King so quickly. Obviously, Li Xia thought that the nameless old man was just chatting with him casually. But in fact, how could a person who could embark on the road of becoming a strong man in the last era's survival game, and whose soul was deliberately imprisoned by the god of death after death, be so simple? This nameless old man was just telling himself the truth in an obscure way. Perhaps the players who embarked on the road of becoming a strong man in the last era's survival game would react to their original situation. So they defined the forest biome as a time gap. And now, in this era of the survival game, the bubble world that Li Xia saw was the external manifestation of the time gap. Every time gap is a bubble world, and each bubble world has a forest biome, and each forest biome has a player in this era of the survival game. This is the truth. This is why there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of players in a regional channel, but they still can't find each other's shelter, or the reason why players meet each other. Time is the real culprit for all this. After Li Xia initially built the Scarlet Power Kingdom, he was able to initially understand the time gap, or the reason for the forest cage. Yes, Li Xia only realized now why the forest community is called a forest cage when it is not dangerous. Because everyone is in the prison of time. Li Xia has only just begun to embark on the path of the strong, and has initially built his own Scarlet Power Kingdom, and has mastered the Scarlet Path Supreme True position belonging to the Scarlet Lord. Otherwise, if you want to know the truth of all this, I'm afraid I don't know when it will happen. Ah! A very crisp sound came, and hearing the sound coming from behind, Li Xia quickly came to his senses and turned his head to look behind him. Beside the gate of the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, under the light of the morning sun, Celia, an 18-year-old tree demon girl, vaguely revealed her beautiful figure. She was wearing a set of armor made of fine iron, shining with the silver of moonlight, as if the power of the stars was integrated into her amulet. She wears a mysterious crystal on her chest, like a flickering heart of frost, adding a bit of coldness to her beauty. Celia's long hair is as flowing as a waterfall, a warm red, like a flame in the forest dancing in the wind. Her eyes are like twinkling stars in the night sky, mysterious and charming. Her figure is hot and her curves are elegant, as if they were a masterpiece of nature. However, her most striking feature may be her hot figure and elegant curves, as if they were a masterpiece of nature. Celia held the scarlet axe of regeneration staff, but her whole body was covered with scarlet flames. The scarlet flames around her became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a huge fireball that wrapped her inside. Celia's figure disappeared without a trace in the scarlet flames, as if she didn't exist at all, and all this happened in an instant. From Celia's roar to her disappearance, Li Xia saw this and shouted in panic, "Celia!" The voice echoed in the sky, but no one cared. Li Xia seemed to have thought of something, and quickly called up the data of the shelter panel. After all, Celia was Li Xia's companion species. Sure enough, in the characteristics column of the shelter, Celia showed that she had entered a one-day dormant state. Could it be evolution? Li Xia thought of this possibility, and his eyes lit up, because Celia fell asleep during evolution. It was not the first case. It had happened before, but this time it was more sudden. Evolution is good. Li Xia nodded slightly. Celia's racial evolution means that she will once again explore the racial potential of the Scarlet Tree Demon. After waking up, Celia's strength will become even stronger. However, the timing is indeed not right. The invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army is about to begin. But it's okay. After all, Celia's presence in the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army is just icing on the cake, not a life-saving help. Li Xia can easily deal with it alone. Besides, it's just a day's work. Maybe, by then, the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army has just begun. Thinking of this, Li Xia let out a sigh of relief. With a head of scarlet hair like a raging fire, Li Xia was still a little uncomfortable. He simply sat on a bench in the courtyard of the shelter and carefully looked at his personal panel data. Scarlet Path Supreme True Position. Hee. Interesting. Li Xia originally thought that his strength would not increase significantly again in a short period of time. Who would have thought that after all the difficulties, there is a bright future? The initial construction of the Scarlet Power Kingdom was completed, and he unexpectedly obtained the supreme level of the Scarlet Path, and gained a plus 100% strength improvement in all attributes. This is a huge improvement. It can be said that when things get dark in the east, there are bright ones in the west. However, Li Xia is not like other players, because other players have no idea about the supreme level of the Scarlet Path. But Li Xia is different. The artifact True Magic Conk Damage version that Li Xia owns can summon the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss, who has the supreme level of the Tidal Path. However, the Tide Path Supreme True Position of the Naga tribe leader and pseudo-boss has a bonus of +1 to any skill level on the basis of plus 100% for all attributes. But his Scarlet Path Supreme True Position does not have this bonus. So Li Xia keenly discovered the difference between the Scarlet Path Supreme True Position and the Tide Path Supreme True Position. After Li Xia carefully checked the personal panel data, he reacted. His current stage is to initially build the Scarlet Power Kingdom. But it is only the beginning. Perhaps when I continue to improve the level of building the Scarlet Power Kingdom, I will naturally get the bonus of +1 to any skill level. And even other bonuses will be born. But this is all in the future. At least for now. The plus 100% improvement in all attributes is a real benefit. And it is a benefit that has been secured. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to get up, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Ding! Li Xia looked and found that it was Su Hongdo who sent the message. Su Hongdo, Xia. Are you okay? Li Xia, ha ha ha. I'm fine. What's wrong with you? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Su Hongdo, don't you know yet? You just appeared in the sky, and all the players in the regional channel saw you. But everyone was afraid that you would be disturbed, so they didn't send you a message. And Li Bianqing also specifically prohibited other players from sending you a message, just to avoid disturbing you. Su Hongdo, it's just that the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane Army Invasion event will begin in more than 10 minutes. And there is no movement from you. Li Bianqing can't wait any longer. So I can only send you a message to ask you. What's the situation now? Li Xia, what? My every move just now was broadcast live in the sky? Su Hongdo, no. There was only a few seconds of footage of you pushing away the foam in front of you at the beginning. But your figure is still fixed in the sky. Li Xia, I see. What happened just now is too bizarre to be explained in just a few words. So, didn't you say that Li Bianqing and others were also waiting for my news? Let's talk about this in the team channel. Li Xia, because this matter is also very important to you. Su Hongdo, okay. Li Xia hurriedly called out the team channel. Team channel. Li Xia at all members. Don't worry. I'm fine. Wang Cai, Master Xia. You sent a message. You didn't make any movement before. And the sky didn't play your image in real time, which scared us. Wang Fugui, yes. But we were afraid that sending a message would disturb you, so we could only stare blankly. Later, Sister Hongdo couldn't stand it anymore and felt that the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane army was about to come, and it would be too late if we didn't send a message. So we took the initiative to send you a message. Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. If I don't speak up at this time, you guys can't speak up either. And besides, isn't Xia fine? Li Xia, that's right. It happened suddenly. To be honest, I was confused at first. And you absolutely won't believe that after the strange transformation just now. Even my hair and eyes turned red. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. I'm glad you're okay. Li Bianqing, so what happened to you just now? Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand, has a special passive skill. He sees tiny bubbles around you. And inside the bubbles is a miniature forest community. He even saw his own figure in a bubble. Li Bianqing, this incident has caused a great uproar in the hearts of all players in the regional channel. Everyone is worried. Li Xia saw this and reacted. Indeed, if there was no simultaneous live broadcast from the sky, perhaps this matter could be concealed. But such a special situation has occurred. And I was also being broadcasted by the sky. So it would be bad not to tell everyone about this matter. Besides, why should these truths be concealed? Li Xia organized his words and told everyone all the truths he had collected about the forest biome. Time gap. Forest cage. Child. Bubble world. Why are we all in the forest biome, but can't find another player's shelter? Why can't players meet each other? When Li Xia told everyone the truth in the most concise sentence, the team channel fell silent for a while. No one expected that the truth would be like this. After a while, Li Bianqing, who has a higher IQ, was the first to come to his senses. Li Bianqing, so, that's it. Brother Xia, your explanation has solved many of my doubts. So that's how it is. Wang Cai, are we just children? I thought I was very strong. Wang Fugui, the waters of the survival game of the system of resistance are too deep. Su Hongdou, damn it. I have controlled most of the gem mines of the special biological community so early, but I still haven't discovered the truth. Li Xia at Su Hongdou. Hongdou, it's not your fault. Some of the information buried in the history of the survival game of the system of resistance in the last era. If I hadn't deliberately excavated it, or even discovered it by accident, I wouldn't have been able to discover the truth so quickly. Li Bianqing, right. Hongdou, you don't have to feel that you have failed everyone. Besides, although Brother Xia has initially built his own kingdom of authority, even if it is only in the initial stage, it is still completely his own. Li Bianqing, but your special biological community gem mine, to put it bluntly, is what you inherited from the players who embarked on the road to becoming a strong man in the last era of the survival game. Moreover, inheritance is inheritance. And you have only controlled most of the special biological community gem mine so far. And you have not completely controlled it. Li Xia, that's right. Li Bianqing, then, Brother Xia, how do we explain this to other players? Li Xia, the truth will be known to everyone sooner or later. So let's just say it. Spread it through your intelligence network and let everyone know as quickly as possible. Li Bianqing, okay. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Chapter 389. Just after the chat ended. In just 3 minutes. Finally it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Accompanied by a system prompt. The invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army has officially started. System announcement. The invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army has now started. And the Ice and Snow store is now open. Players can kill enemies, get badges, and go to the Ice and Snow store to exchange for the required resources. System announcement. The invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army has now started. And the Ice and Snow store is now open. Players can kill enemies, get badges, and go to the Ice and Snow store to exchange for the required resources. The system announcement played 3 times in a row. But Li Xia didn't care at all, but looked up at the sky suspiciously. At dawn in winter, the originally silent forest was covered with snow. Like a sleeping elf world. The biting cold wind whistled between the branches, blowing the ice like snowflakes, which fell on the ground with a slight sound. The fragrance of snowflakes filled the cold air, making people feel a deep chill. That's right. This morning, the heavy snow had stopped. But with the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army officially started, suddenly, the sky turned white again. And the blizzard came again. Countless snowflakes were like released elves, flying wildly in the air, submerging the entire forest in white chaos. The temperature dropped sharply, as if even time was frozen, with only the wind and snowflakes dancing endlessly. The ground originally covered with snow gradually changed. The glacier grew quietly under the snow, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original snow began to become hard and cold, turning into part of the glacier. These glaciers shone coldly in the sun. The flowers, plants and trees in the forest were completely melted in this blizzard. They bent and broke under the pressure of the glaciers, and finally disappeared in the cold white world. The entire forest community seemed to be transforming into an ice and snow community under the destruction of the blizzard. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. Li Xia smiled slightly. I should have a good harvest from this invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army. Because Li Xia discovered that within a radius of 5 kilometers centered on the high authority shelter, even if the blizzard was still falling, it would not turn into glaciers after landing on the soil. but would be quickly swallowed by the Scarlet Soil. This may be the power of the Scarlet Authority Kingdom. Li Xia used the wind blade wings to fly to the High Authority Scarlet Wall, listening to the sound of the ground shaking in the distance, and looking far away. After a while, a mighty sound came from afar, and a large group of enemy monsters were rushing towards the High Authority shelter where Li Xia was. Ding! 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 The phone sounded a system notification at the right time. Level 4 Rare Ice Rock Spike Captain. This group of enemies called Ice Rock Spike are huge, like moving mountains, casting terrifying shadows on the snow. Its hard shell is like a frozen rock, seemingly cold and rough, but it has amazing defensive power. The head of the Ice Rock Spike is wide and ferocious, and its deep eyes are shining with cold light. Its mouth is like an abyss, which is daunting. When it opens its mouth, you can see the dense and sharp teeth, as if each tooth is carefully carved from ice, shining with a faint blue light. Its back is even more horrifying. Sharp ice rock thorns grow from its back, like a hedgehog on an ice field. These ice rock thorns are long and sharp, flashing a cold light in the sun. These ice rock thorns not only give the ice rock turtle amazing defensive power, but can also be quickly ejected when needed, becoming a deadly means of attack. The Ice Rock Spike has short but powerful limbs, and can move quickly on the snow. Although its speed cannot be compared with most creatures, its strength and endurance are unparalleled in the cold world of ice and snow. In front of the Ice Rock Spike, any enemy will feel unprecedented pressure. Its huge size, ferocious appearance, and amazing defense make it a terrible opponent. But what is more terrible is that the Ice Rock Spike can eject powerful force from the ice rock thorns on its back, leaving people with nowhere to escape from its ruthless attack. It is the terrifying power that the frost giants bestow upon the ice and snow biome, and it is the nightmare of all living creatures. After checking the panel data of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle, Li Xia nodded slightly. As a rare defensive enemy monster, the Ice Rock Spike Turtle has a full 6,000 HP at only level 4, and a defense of up to 200 points. Although the magic value is not high, the attack power is 300 points with the bonus of the bond. In front of the level 4, it is not weak at all. Moreover, as a group living enemy monster, once the Ice Rock Spike Turtle gathers together, it will also trigger an additional temporary active skill. Ice and Snow Field consumes 5 points of magic per second, within a radius of 500 meters around the user. Enemies receive plus 25% damage from ice magic skills, and automatically grant enemies frost debuffs in the ice and snow field, 20 points of damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. And frost debuffs can be refreshed repeatedly. In this way, when players face an army of ice rock thorn turtles, close combat is a very irrational choice. The strength of other players cannot be compared with Li Xia. This large group of 4th level ice rock thorn turtles may require other players to rely on the defense facilities of the intermediate authority shelter to completely kill them. However, this is only the case for other players. For Li Xia, this group of ice rock thorn turtles is just an experience pack that happened to be delivered to his door. Melee? Ranged? Haha. Not so particular. Li Xia summoned the true magic conch damaged version from his body, and immediately used the wind blade wings to soar in the sky, appearing above the ice rock thorn turtle army, and decisively performed the tidal phase. Under the gray sky, the former forest community has turned into a barren ice field. The tidal phase has the supreme power to overturn the sea and control life, and the person who masters it will become the guardian of the ocean, showing unparalleled majesty in the form of a Naga priest. The release of the tidal phase is like the tide of the sea, with endless energy between the ups and downs. Li Xia stood in the tidal phase. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding air, forming a mysterious barrier. He closed his eyes, pinched his hands, and the mantra in his mouth was like dewdrops in the morning light, dripping on the cold rocks, emitting ding-dong. The echo. The surrounding air began to tremble, as if attracted by a huge force, condensing around his body, spinning and spinning. Suddenly, a powerful energy rose from the ground, surging like the waves of the sea. Behind Li Xia, a huge shadow gradually appeared. That was the form of Naga. Li Xia's body was shrouded in soft white light. His skin turned into scales, his hair turned into seaweed, and his body became like the waves of the sea. His eyes gleamed with the light of the deep sea, which was a unique feature of Naga. He opened his hands, and his claws were like finely cast blades. shining with cold light. When Li Xia finished chanting the last spell, his body was instantly surrounded by an invisible force, like a mountain being swallowed by a huge wave. However, this power was not to destroy everything, but to give the user endless vitality. In an instant, Li Xiao's body began to undergo tremendous changes. Li Xiao's body became like a giant sea snake, with scales flashing with a faint blue light, and magical energy flowing on his body. His long black hair swayed like seaweed, and his eyes were like the deep ocean, full of mystery and ancient power. Naga's appearance was intimidating. Li Xiao's skin was now as blue as the deep sea, flashing with a cold luster, as if it could even reflect light back. His body was so huge that he could easily swallow a giant whale. His fingers are as sharp as swords, and his tail is as flexible as a hydra. His eyes are like pearls in the deep sea, emitting a mysterious light. The power of the Naga that Li Xia uses the tidal phase to activate is extremely powerful. Li Xia can control the power of the ocean by chanting ancient spells. When Li Xia waves his arms, huge waves will burst out from his hands, like waves as big as mountains rushing towards the ice rock spike turtle army. The ice rock thorn turtles present felt a strong threat. They raised their heavy heads, opened their mouths, and issued a warning sound of GAGA. But before they could escape, Li Xia had already launched an attack. He jumped up, rolling like a wave, and instantly rushed into the group of ice rock thorn turtles. He waved his claws, and each blow carried the power of the tide. The power seemed to be drawn from the deepest part of the sea, cold and powerful. Wherever his attack passed, the ice rock thorn turtles were instantly cut apart, and blood splattered. Li Xiao's figure shuttled among the group of ice rock thorn turtles, and each leap was accompanied by a new attack. Those ice rock thorn turtles seemed to be swallowed by the huge waves, and they had no power to fight back. The bodies of the ice rock thorn turtles fell one by one, as neatly as harvested rice. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice rock thorn turtle captain. Obtained badges X30. Skill book Ice Rock Barrier X1. Frost Potion X1. Powerful Healing Potion X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Ice Rock Thorn Turtle Elite. Obtained badges X20. Marshmallow X1. Magic Potion X5. Ice Snowball X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Ice Rock Thorn Turtle Captain, and obtained badges X30. Hunting Potion X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Blizzard Bottle X1. Scarlet Points X300. Li Xia was suspended in the air, and behind him was the huge shadow of Naga, which stood on the ice field like the god of death. He opened his hands, and a powerful energy gushed out from his palms. The energy seemed to gather all the power of the ocean, and instantly destroyed the group of ice rock thorn turtles. The dust settled. Only Li Xia was left standing there alone on the ice field. His figure gradually returned to human form. After a great battle, Li Xia was able to do it with ease, as if nothing had happened. He looked at the fallen ice rock thorn turtles around him and sneered. That's it. Chapter 390. The first wave of enemies invaded the ice and snow temple Faith Plain army invasion event. The faster they come, the faster they go. Li Xia tried his hand at it, and easily eliminated this large group of ice rock spike turtles with the newly mastered tidal phase. Although the tidal phase has a cooling time of up to 1 day. Don't forget, Li Xia's trump card is never just the tidal phase. While other players are still struggling with how to rely on the shelter's defense facilities to minimize damage and kill as many ice rock spike turtles as possible, Li Xia has already resolved the battle. This is the difference in strength. Li Xia turned his head and looked at the sky-breaking gargoyle and said, Little Stone. Now Celia is in the time node of sleep evolution. You guard the high authority Scarlet Wall. When the second wave of enemy monsters from the ice and snow temple Faith Plain army invades, notify me. Okay, Commander. Sky-breaking gargoyle immediately responded. Li Xia walked back to the shelter workshop, sat on a chair, and began to sort out the harvest. Li Xia was the first to take out an ice bow from the Eternia Goblin backpack and looked at it carefully. This magical weapon, the ice bow, appeared in front of Li Xia like a ghost waiting for dawn. It was cast with rare ice crystals and frost iron alloy, flashing a breathtaking cold light. The whole body of this ice bow is an ice blue like flowing water, as if it is a frozen ocean, containing cold and profound power. The bow is composed of countless tiny ice crystals, each of which is like a tiny diamond, reflecting colorful light. The handle of the bow is made of a rare metal called frost iron, which shows its toughness and strength only in low temperature. The whole bow exudes a chill, as if even the surrounding air is frozen. The bowstring is composed of two intertwined magic threads. One is ice blue, and the other is light blue. These two threads are intertwined on the bow, as if weaving a picture of frost. Every time you pull the bowstring, you will feel a biting coldness passing through your fingers into your body, as if to freeze your soul. The core function of the ice bow lies in the arrows it fires. Ordinary wooden arrows will instantly transform into frost arrows under the powerful magic power of the bow. This type of arrow carries a cold air. Once it hits the target, it will trigger a powerful frost energy in the target's body, causing huge damage. Only 2 active skills? Li Xiao muttered, but one is the instant summon of Ice Rock Turtle, and the other is Ice Rock Barrier. The focus of these 2 active skills is quite good. They are not a single increase in attack power, but focus on protection. On the contrary, the 4 passive skills focus on attack improvement. Li Xiao carefully checked the 4 passive skills of the ice and snow bow and nodded slightly. Among them, the passive skill of Wooden Arrow Frost Arrow is the icing on the cake, and the finishing touch of the ice and snow bow. However, what makes Li Xiao curious is this sentence in the notes of the ice and snow bow. During the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plane Army, players have a chance to obtain the magic weapon ice and snow bow in advance by killing any enemy monsters. What does it mean in advance? Could it be that according to the normal progress of the survival game of the restraint system, players cannot obtain this magic weapon ice and snow bow at the current stage? Li Xiao opened the ice and snow shop with a hint of curiosity, and after a careful inspection, he really didn't find any trace of the ice and snow bow. Li Xiao didn't believe it, and directly searched for keywords, and it also showed that there was no such product for sale. Now, Li Xiao is sure that this ice and snow bow may only have a certain chance of dropping during the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plane Army. And looking at the panel data of the ice and snow bow, to be honest, it is naturally not comparable to the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, the real magic comp damaged version, or the Scarlet Star Cannon, or the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade that Li Xiao currently owns. But Li Xiao is an exception among exceptions, an extreme among extremes. It does not represent the real and common combat power of the majority of players now. Li Xiao does not need this ice bow. But for other players, especially players of the archer profession, obtaining an ice bow will definitely be a great thing to improve their combat power. Thinking in this way, this time the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plane Army is a crisis and an opportunity. As long as other players in the regional channel can survive this period, the combat power of all players will usher in a small leap. Of course, the premise is that during the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plane Army, killing any enemy monster will not only drop 1 ice and snow bow in advance, but according to the nature of the survival game. Since the magic weapon ice and snow bow of the shooter profession was dropped during the invasion of the ice and snow Temple Faith Plane Army, there is no reason not to drop the magic weapons of the 3 basic professions of warrior, mage, and summoner. Li Xiao is still very confident about this. Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately took out the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, called out the panel data, and replaced the magic weapon sand gun of an armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis with the ice and snow bow. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis, weapon Bloody Butcher Knife. Armor Scarlet Armor Set. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis, weapon Ice Bow. Armor Jungle Armor Set. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis, weapon Space Gun. Armor Meteor Armor Set. After assigning the ice bow to the Marquis, Li Xiao took out a marshmallow from the Eternia Goblin backpack and looked at it intently. In a fantasy world full of mystery and fantasy, there is a thing called marshmallow. Is a strange magical food. It looks like a white cloud, delicate and elastic, and its texture and appearance are reminiscent of white clouds floating in the sky. Marshmallow is made from a rare magical plant called frostfall. This plant grows on the trunk of the world tree, and its flowers contain powerful magical power. After careful collection and processing, the flowers of frostfall are refined into a silky and smooth ingredient that looks like a cloud. During the production process, marshmallow will emit an intoxicating sweet aroma, like the morning sun illuminating the whole world. It has a delicate taste, and tastes like a white cloud melting in the mouth, light and full of sweetness. Its most important effect is that it can bring a powerful buff effect to the user that lasts for 10 minutes. This buff effect is divided into many effects. But the most important and common effects are 5: defense improvement, critical hit rate improvement, melee speed improvement, movement speed improvement, and mining speed improvement. After eating marshmallow, the user's body will emit a faint light, as if the power of the stars is surging in the body. Every cell is full of power, as if it can cross mountains and swim in the abyss. And no obstacles can stop the user's steps. It turns out to be a buff food. After Li Xia checked the panel data of the marshmallow, he suddenly realized there is no essential difference between this marshmallow and banana boats and ice cream. After all, the buff effects are the same. However, in the survival game of the K-series, food like marshmallows is still quite rare, especially since this marshmallow is a magic-enhancing food and is different from ordinary sweets. Li Xia did not eat it immediately, but stored it in the backpack of the Eternia Goblin, preparing to give it to Celia after she wakes up from her sleep. Then, Li Xia took out an ice crystal-colored skill book from the backpack of the Eternia Goblin and examined it carefully. The tattered skill book of Ice Rock Barrier was created by a magician who embarked on the road to becoming a strong man in the survival game of the K-series in the last era, using the shell of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle as a carrier to create an automatic blocking defense skill. The magician sealed the powerful defensive magic inside. On the surface of the tortoise shell, you can clearly see the traces of vicissitudes left by the years, and each line tells its legendary history. The appearance of the Ice Rock Barrier is light blue, like the morning frost in winter. The texture of the tortoise shell is hard and cold, as if even the strong wind cannot leave a mark on it. Each piece of tortoise shell is like a natural gem, flashing a cold light. Under the sunlight, the surface of the Ice Rock Barrier seems to be covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, crystal clear, making people unforgettable at first sight. On the cover of this Ice Rock Barrier skill book, there is a huge iceberg carved. On the top of the iceberg, an Ice Rock Spike Turtle stands there, as if guarding this mysterious magic. As long as you touch this book, you can feel a cold air coming from your fingertips, as if even your heart is frozen. When the user opens this book, an ancient magical power is released from the Ice Rock Barrier. It is like an invisible mentor, guiding the user to comprehend the powerful defensive skill Ice Rock Barrier. Under the protection of this skill, the user can be as hard as a turtle and withstand any attack. This is not only a powerful defensive skill, but also a spiritual baptism for oneself, allowing people to persevere in any difficult situation. Skill name: Ice Rock Barrier. Skill attribute: Active Permanent Mastery. Level: First level. Magic points consumed: 30 points. Cooling time: 60 minutes. Effect: the player draws the power of the surrounding ice and water elements to form a defensive barrier in front of him that automatically blocks 300 points of damage. When the defensive barrier is broken, it provides the player with an additional 25 points of health recovery and treatment effect. Learning requirements: General C. Note: during the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple's Faith Plane Army, players who kill the designated enemy Ice Rock Spike Turtle have a very small chance of dropping the Ice Rock Barrier skill book. This skill is a rare automatic blocking defensive skill. It not only has a super strong automatic blocking amount, but also can heal the player and restore a small amount of the player's health after the barrier is broken. It is a very good automatic blocking defensive skill. After checking the panel data of the Ice Rock Barrier, Li Xia scratched his head. The Ice Rock Spike Turtle is worthy of being the descendant of the evil god Ice Giant, and the resources it drops are abundant. However, the first level Ice Rock Barrier has a cooling time of up to 1 hour and consumes 30 points of mana. But the automatic blocking and healing amount are not very high. Li Xia's meaning is not that the Ice Rock Barrier is not good, but the blocking amount and specific effect of the automatic blocking defense skills attached to the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade owned by Li Xia are much better than the Ice Rock Barrier in front of him. Not to mention that Li Xia currently has no space in the active skill column. Even if there is, Li Xia can't load the Ice Rock Barrier. Sell it. At least exchange for some resources. Li Xia immediately put the Ice Rock Barrier skill book on the trading platform. And then Li Xia picked up a bottle of hunting potion from the Eternia Goblin backpack and looked at it carefully. Chapter 391. High Authority Shelter. Workshop. Li Xia looked down at the bottle of mysterious liquid in his hand called hunting potion, which shone brightly under the bright light. This potion was carefully made by a first-class alchemist and contained a wonderful and powerful power. The appearance of the hunting potion was like a strange amber, and the liquid reflected a deep light when it was shaken in the bottle. The medicine bottle was made of precious dragon bones, and the bottle was engraved with complex magic runes, which shimmered under the moonlight. The liquid in the medicine bottle is a deep dark gold color, as if it condenses the endless night sky, and sometimes flashes the light of stars. The taste of this bottle of medicine is mellow and unique, mixed with the fragrance of various exotic herbs and rare flowers, which makes people feel refreshed. Drinking it is like tasting the starry night sky. A strong sense of power fills the whole body, making people feel full of energy. However, the most important effect of hunting potion is far beyond its gorgeous appearance and unique taste. When the player drinks this potion, a powerful hunting benefit will be enveloping him. In the next 20 minutes, the player can find all monsters within a 3-kilometer radius, just like lighting a bright light in the forest, making all darkness unable to hide. At the same time, the player's combat power will also increase by 10%, making it more handy in hunting. Hunting potion, a magic potion that combines beauty and practicality. Whether it is its mysterious appearance, unique taste, or the exciting hunting benefit, it is enough to make people fall in love with it. Wow! After checking the panel data effect of the hunting potion, Li Xia couldn't help but be surprised. A brand new potion of excellent quality? And it can also improve the overall combat effectiveness? Not bad. Very good. Li Xia played with the hunting potion in his hand and analyzed. The overall combat effectiveness is increased by 10%. In fact, other potions can also achieve this effect. But after all, the quality is higher than excellent, and the difficulty of making it is definitely not lower than that of the hunting potion. And the hunting potion has an effect that other potions don't have, which is a reconnaissance effect similar to the monster radar. After the player uses this potion, a real-time monster radar detection map will appear in front of the player's eyes, detecting the location, name and other information of monsters within a 3-kilometer radius of the player. 3 kilometers? This distance is 6 times greater than the 500-meter radius of the monster radar, which is a good effect. Li Xia stored it in the Eternia Goblin backpack, then took out a large number of water candles from the High Authority storage box, and came to the wall runway of the High Authority shelter, lighting a water candle every 50 meters. Light blue smoke floated in the air, and then Li Xia handed the remaining water candles to the sky-breaking gargoyle and said, "Little stone, these water candles can attract surrounding enemies to attack the High Authority shelter when they are burning. Even if the scale is not as large as the enemy tide, you can still kill them successfully with the help of the High Authority shelter's shelter defense facilities and get a lot of drops. Once the water candles are burned out, you must light new water candles in time." "Okay, Commander." The sky-breaking gargoyle put away all the water candles and nodded. During the brief moment when the water candles were lit, Li Xia and the sky-breaking gargoyle only exchanged a few words. But enemies were already attacking the High Authority shelter one after another. This was because Li Xia was skilled and bold, and dared to actively use water candles to attract enemy monsters. If ordinary people were not strong enough and dared to do this, they would definitely die. However, it may not work for other players, as other players don't have so many water candles that are only available in dungeon biomes. Ding! Ding! Li Xia wanted to remind Skybreaker Gargoyle to check the Crimson automatic drop collection device and take out the harvest in time. But the system prompt sounded. Skybreaker Gargoyle saw the enemy monsters coming, and a small wave of enemy monsters had formed. So he hurriedly directed the shelter defense facilities to attack. Seeing this, Li Xia walked down the runway of High Authority Scarlet Wall, sat down on the bench, and opened the friend chat channel. "Li Bianqing, Brother Xia. I have already done what you asked me to do. Now the players in our regional channel basically know about the time gap, the bubble world, and the forest cage." Li Bianqing, although everyone is shocked, everyone understands that this may be the truth. In addition, I also want to thank you for your previous strategy for the dungeon biome and the hell biome. I believe that after we survive the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army, our regional channel will definitely usher in a brighter future. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Don't flatter me. I just did what I should do. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. And if you are rich, you should help the world. Li Xia, since you already know the truth, you should make preparations early. The irreversible process of the forest biome has reached 90%. Even if we can complete the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army this time, I am afraid we don't have much time left. Li Bianqing, well, we are also aware of this. I heard that the top teams in the regional channel are discussing to gather top forces to form a 5-person team to explore the dungeon biome and the hell biome together. Li Bianqing, they can't compare with you in terms of fighting alone. But as a team of 5, it will always be easier when exploring the hell biome and dungeon biome. Li Bianqing, I know your speed and progress are not comparable to ours. So Su Hongdo and I have discussed that after the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain Army, I will take Su Hongdo, Wang Sai, Wang Fugue, and a Dawn Front player to form a team to explore the dungeon biome. Li Xia, well, you just need to discuss it. According to your configuration, the dungeon biome will not be difficult for you. Of course, if you encounter any problems, just ask me. Li Xia, I know you can't log into the regional channel outside, but Su Hongdo has a couple ring. She can contact me at any time. You must seize this advantage. Li Bianqing, don't worry. We won't force it. With you as a big thigh to hold, how can we be polite? Li Xia, ha 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 ha. After the chat, on the first day, a large wave of ice rock spiked turtle enemies would attack Li Xia's high authority shelter every once in a while. And in the interval between 2 waves of ice rock spiked turtle enemies attacking the shelter, there would be sky-breaking gargoyles who would spare no effort to light the water candles. So in just one day, Li Xia's harvest was extremely rich. In the evening, Li Xia came to the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device, collected various resources, and prepared to sort out and select a batch to send to the trading platform for sale. Congratulations to player Li Xia for obtaining Sprint X20, Godspeed X12, Ice Rock Barrier X9, Ice Rock Spike Projectile X3, Ice Rock Roar Projectile X1, Wood X8765, Stone X12003, Copper Ingot X5378, Iron Ingot X4983, Silver Ingot X2300, Gold Ingot X3040, Ruby Gem X902, Blue Jade Gem X302, Amethyst Gem X213, Emerald Gem X498, Topaz Gem X908, Snow Monster Backpack X1. This pickup triggers the Greedy Authority effect and obtains advanced resources. Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack X1. This time, I got a lot of resources from the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device. This may be the meaning of the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device. It perfectly makes up for the last link of the shelter's defense facilities. And today, the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device gave me another surprise. Successfully triggered a Greedy Authority effect. Seeing this, Li Xia quickly returned to the shelter workshop and stored all the ingot materials, gem materials, and potion resources in different storage boxes. After finishing all this, Li Xia sat on a chair and leisurely looked at the backpack magic storage item in his hand. The Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack. In the cold ice and snow biological community, there is a rare and mysterious magical creature, the Ice Rock Spike Turtle. This thorn turtle is famous for its cold and hard shell and sharp thorns. They are the descendants of the evil god Frost Giant, and have strong defensive and offensive capabilities. Now, the power of this creature has been cleverly used by a great magician, the Star Inheritor Wazki Shiode, the president of the Magician Association, to make magic storage props. This storage prop is called Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian Backpack. It looks like a perfect replica of an Ice Rock Spike Turtle, with the same coldness and hardness as the Ice Rock Spike Turtle. The cold silver carapace shines with cold light, and each piece of carapace is as sharp and shiny as an ice sculpture. The edge of the backpack is engraved with mysterious magic runes, and each rune exudes a cold breath, as if telling of an ancient and powerful power. The core function of this backpack is to provide players with a storage space with a capacity of up to 100 grids. This space is large enough to accommodate the gains obtained by players when they go out to explore other biomes, or countless players' personal belongings. The inside of the backpack is like a miniature magic world. When the player opens the backpack, a clearly visible Ice Rock Turtle Phantom will emerge inside the backpack, as if guarding all the items for the player. As a guardian backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle, it also has 3 unique skills. The first is the active offensive skill Ice Rock Spike Projectile. When the player faces a threat, the Ice Rock Turtle Phantom in the backpack will shoot out ice arrow-like spikes from all corners of the backpack, causing a lot of damage to the enemy. The second is the active offensive skill Ice Rock Roaring Bullet. When the player faces a threat, he can actively trigger the Ice Rock Roaring Bullet, which is more lethal than the ice rock spike bullet because it is a penetrating skill. The third is the automatic blocking defensive skill Ice Rock Barrier. This skill will form a hard ice wall around the player, blocking any form of attack and providing safe protection for the player. Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack. It is not just a storage item, but also a powerful magic equipment that combines defense and attack. It embodies the power of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle and the wisdom of the great magician, and is a treasure that all players who pursue power and glory dream of. Chapter 392. After checking the panel data of the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack, Li Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It can be said that the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack is equivalent to having a weakened version of the Ice Rock Spike. After Li Xiao equipped the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack, it was equivalent to having 3 temporary type skills. And the most important thing is that these 3 temporary active type skills, unlike the Eternia Goblin Backpack, the temporary active type skills of the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack have no restrictions on use. What's more, the defensive blocking skill of the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack almost crushes the automatic blocking skill of the Eternia Goblin Backpack. As for the increase in storage space, the increase in quiver space, and other minor improvements, they are not worth mentioning in front of the 3 temporary active type skills. Li Xiao immediately took off the Eternia Goblin Backpack, equipped the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack instead, and reloaded all the resources into the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack. Li Xiao checked that the mount space of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian Backpack actually had 2 slots. Well, this might be a good match for traveling. It's another update to my fighting style. I can usually use the Unruly Stinger Bee to fly and attack from a distance. But for frontal combat and long-distance travel, the slime mount is better. Before, I just chose the best of the best and chose the honey goggles. Now I don't have to worry about it. Both can be equipped in the mount space. When fighting, I can change them according to the actual situation of the battle. Li Xiao happily took out the Sticky Saddle and loaded it into the mount space. Then checked the personal panel data. After sorting out the harvest, Li Xiao sold all the skill books he had harvested at a fair price on the trading platform, hoping to help everyone improve their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. In the winter evening, the blizzard fell like dancing silver butterflies in the silent forest. The familiar forest had long been covered by a thick layer of snow, turning into a world of glaciers. Snowflakes lightly fell on the ground, gradually piling up into high snow hills, completely burying the original soil and vegetation. The sun slowly set, and the afterglow on the horizon was like a soft golden color, dyeing the horizon into a warm color. However, this warm sunlight could not dispel the biting cold. As night fell, the temperature dropped suddenly, and those places covered with snow instantly condensed into hard glaciers. The flowers and plants in the forest, once so beautiful and lush, are now covered with ice and snow. Their delicate petals and green leaves were stripped away one by one in the cold winter, turning into beautiful ice crystals. The towering trees were not spared either. Their upright bodies were bent by the heavy snow, and the branches and leaves covered with ice and snow trembled in the cold wind, as if begging for mercy from the ruthless winter. In this glacial world, everything became quiet and solemn. Only the cold wind was blowing on the cold branches, making a shrill whistling sound. The forest that was once full of vitality is now only a world of ice and snow, as if it was completely swallowed by the cold. The pure white and the cold silver interweave to form a beautiful picture. The last afterglow of the sun in the night dyes the horizon into a light golden red, which forms a sharp contrast with the coldness of the ice and snow. As night falls, darkness gradually swallows up this snowy forest. However, in this silent darkness, new life and hope are hidden, because spring is quietly waiting not far away, waiting for the day when the ice and snow melt, waiting for the moment when all things revive. Li Xiao sat alone in the living room of the shelter, eating dinner. The laughter and joy of the past were long gone. I'm really not used to it without Celia, Li Xiao muttered, finished the last bite of food, and cleaned up neatly. 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Xiao had just finished everything and sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of hot tea to warm his hands. According to the time, Celia should end her deep sleep tomorrow morning. Right? Well, if you have time tomorrow morning, make her a meal of sauerkraut pork dumplings. Li Xiao was about to log into the trading platform to buy food. Sky-breaking Gargoyle walked into the living room and said to Li Xiao, "Commander, the water candles have all been used up before you had dinner. The harvest has also been stored in different categories according to your storage principles. Well, that's good. Li Xian nodded slightly. But, Sky-breaking Gargoyle said, just now, something was wrong around the shelter. There should be a wave of enemies coming. But the sound didn't seem like the ice rock turtles during the day. It should be a new type of enemy. Oh! Li Xian stood up immediately after hearing this and said with interest, it's interesting. Let's go and have a look. Night? A new type of enemy? Ha ha. Isn't this a coincidence? Although at this moment, Li Xian's title Dharma is still in the cooldown period and cannot be used again. But the night is Li Xian's home ground. With the blessing of Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, I am the king of the night. High-level authority Scarlet Wall Runway. Li Xian looked around and found that except for the conventional types of enemies, such as the little snow monster and the ice rock thorn turtle, there were no new types of enemies. Interesting. Li Xian took out a bottle of hunting potion from the ice rock spike guardian backpack and swallowed it. Drip. Drip. After taking the potion, the 3-kilometer reconnaissance range instantly sensed the traces of the enemy monster. Level 4 Rare Ice Elf Assassin Captain. Ice Elf Assassin? Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be an assassin-type enemy monster? Li Xian closed his eyes. And with the help of the hunting potion, the appearance of the Ice Elf Assassin emerged in his mind. In the frozen forest, there lurks a terrifying creature. The Ice Elf Assassin. Its body is slender and agile, like an ice sculpture dancing in the wind and snow. The body of the Ice Elf Assassin is like a cold ice crystal. Beautiful and deadly. Its body is twice as long as an adult, and its slender body sways in the cold wind, like a carefully carved ice sculpture. In the reflection of the sun, its body shines with a cold brilliance, as if it is the essence condensed by the cold north wind. The head of the Ice Elf Assassin is slender, with a pair of sharp ice horns on the top, like 2 cold daggers. These ice horns are its pride and its weapon. Countless enemies have been shattered under these ice horns. Its eyes are cold blue, revealing a cold and cruel aura. When it stares at you, it seems to freeze your soul. The arms of the Ice Elf Assassin are slender and strong, and its cold claws are as sharp as knives. Every time it swings its claws, it can cut through the thick ice, making people dare not approach easily. Its legs are short but powerful, and its claws are covered with cold ice spikes, which make it walk on the snow as fast as flying, like a cold lightning. The attack power of the Ice Elf Assassin is amazing. It can release cold air and instantly freeze the enemy into an ice sculpture. Its ice claws are like sharp daggers that can easily pierce the enemy's armor. And its most deadly attack is the swift and sudden attack, which often gives a fatal blow to the enemy when the enemy is unprepared. The Ice Elf Assassin is good at stealth. On the snow, its figure is like a piece of drifting snow, difficult to be detected. It can approach the enemy silently, and then launch a fatal attack at the right time. Its stealth skills make it always mysterious and unpredictable in battle, which makes people feel scared. The Ice Elf Assassin is the absolute ruler of the Northwind world. Its existence makes all creatures tremble in fear. The Ice Elf Assassin may have skills for reconnaissance. Even the hunting potion can only check the appearance of the Ice Elf Assassin within a 3-kilometer radius of the shelter. As for the panel data, it cannot be checked. Li Xian was not panicked at all. He dared to come at night, so he must have some means. He knew the principle of not taking on a job without the right skills. He smiled slightly, holding the Scarlet Night Blade, and immediately summoned the absolute king of the night, the master of assassin-type enemies, the Night Hunter, and ordered, go, find them, and kill them. Yes. After receiving the order, the Night Hunter took action immediately. He waved his hand and summoned 8 Shadow Warriors. And then the Night Hunter and the Shadow Warriors merged into the night together, as if it had never appeared before. After a while, in the distant snow forest, screams were heard from time to time. Successfully killed the 4th level Rare Ice and Snow Elf Assassin Captain, and obtained badges X30, Frost Potion X1, Powerful Healing Potion X1, and Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level Rare Ice and Snow Elf Assassin Elite, and obtained badges X20, Marshmallow X1, Magic Potion X5, Skates X1, and Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level Rare Ice Elf Assassin Captain, and obtained badges X30, Hunting Potion X1, Powerful Magic Potion X1, Blizzard Bottle X1, Scarlet Points X300. Li Xian took a quick look and found that there was nothing special. Feeling bored? He also used the wind blade wings to fly out of the attack range of the shelter defense facilities of the high-level authority shelter. One person. One knife. Staring straight into the depths of the forest. That's right. Li Xia also wanted to try how strong he was when fighting in the dark night with the blessing of the Scarlet Knight blade. As expected. Swish. Puff. Swish. Several Ice Elf assassins, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly jumped out from the open space around them. They stood up suddenly and opened their mouths wide. A large amount of ice crystal mist filled the scene. And then these Ice Elf assassins waved their hands. And one after another, extremely sharp ice arrows emitting cold light shot at Li Xia. It seemed that the situation was bound to be killed. The war was about to start. Chapter 393. Bang! 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 The sharp ice crystal arrows were blocked outside the range of Li Xia. Unable to move forward. It turned out that Li Xia was not panicked at all when he saw the situation, and immediately used the Scarlet Knight barrier of the Scarlet Knight blade to resist the siege of 5 ice and snow elf assassins. Then, Li Xia immediately used his ultimate move, Death Tornado, and while his body was spinning, a series of invisible blade storms directly killed all the ice and snow elf assassins. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin captain, and obtained badges X30, Frost Potion X1, Strong Healing Potion X1, Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin elite, and obtained badges X20, Marshmallows X1, Magic Potions X5, Snow Monster Staff X1, and Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin captain, and obtained badges X30, Hunting Potion X1, Powerful Magic Potion X1, Snow Monster Fur Coat X1, and Scarlet Points X300. Kill prompts popped up one after another. Li Xia ignored them. And then, with the blessing of the Scarlet Knight blade, Li Xia in the dark state, his strength soared, and he felt that passive defense was not enough, and began to actively look for the ice and snow elf assassin to attack. It was at this time that Li Xia not only checked the appearance of the ice elf assassin, but also checked the panel data of the ice elf assassin. After checking, Li Xia found out why he couldn't check the panel data of the ice elf assassin even when using hunting potions before. It turned out that the passive skill of the ice elf assassin, stealth, was working. When out of combat, the ice elf assassin cannot be selected by reconnaissance skills and reconnaissance magic accessories. It is simply a natural assassin type enemy monster, compared to defensive enemies like Ice Rock Spike. Ice Elf Assassin is a pure assassin type enemy. Its attack power reaches the maximum value after Ice Elf Assassin has a temporary passive skill defense conversion in groups. What a pity! Ice Elf Assassin should never choose to launch a sneak attack at night. Night is not the home of Ice Elf Assassin, but the home of Li Xia. And even if Ice Elf Assassin is the purest assassin type enemy, it is only a captain level enemy. It is as easy to chop melons and vegetables in front of the Night Hunter pseudo-boss summoned by Li Xia's Scarlet Eternal Night Blade. I'm afraid the evil god Frost Giant will feel extremely painful now. Right? Li Xia didn't know what he was thinking when he saw this. And he chuckled. Because Li Xia learned from the notes of the panel data of the Ice Elf Assassin that the Ice Elf Assassin could not grow and develop by itself, but could only be nurtured by the evil god Frost Giant consuming faith. And faith? Even for the evil god Frost Giant, it is probably a very precious strategic resource. Li Xia directly made the evil god Frost Giant lose more than he gained. If he didn't feel pain, then there would be something wrong. In the ice crystal forest outside the high authority shelter, only Li Xia's footsteps sounded recklessly. The passive skill of Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, Dark Night Spinning Slash with the effect of normal attack skill, almost filled the entire battlefield. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin captain. Obtained badge X30. Frost Potion X1. Powerful Healing Potion X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin elite. Obtained badge X20. Marshmallow X1. Magic Potion X5. Snow Monster Staff X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level rare ice and snow elf assassin captain, and obtained badges X30. Hunting Potion X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Snow Monster Fur Coat X1. Scarlet Points X300. In just half an hour, Li Xia and the Night Hunter wiped out all the ice and snow elf assassins. And they were not hurt at all. After returning to the shelter, Li Xia returned to the shelter workshop and began to sort out the harvest. Li Xia couldn't help complaining after sorting out most of it. This time, the invasion of the ice and snow temple faith plain army is too stingy. Right? The resources dropped are just barely worthy of attention. Except for the ice bow and hunting potion. The rest are resources that enemies in the snow biome and ice biome will drop. If it weren't for my Crimson Drop automatic collection device with Crimson Authority, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack. Li Xia pouted. And after checking all the resources, he picked out the only new resource. The Frost Potion. Li Xia held the Frost Potion in his hand and looked down at it intently. The mysterious lavender liquid lies quietly in the dark golden potion bottle. This bottle is the result of the pharmacist's careful refinement. And every drop is full of powerful magic. The material of the potion bottle is rare dragon bone. White as jade. Smooth as a mirror. As if it can reflect thousands of years. There are complex magic runes engraved on the bottle. And each symbol is glimmering. As if telling the powerful power sealed in it. The appearance of the potion is a dark blue liquid. Shining with cold light like a gem. In the darkness, it seems like a star in the night sky. And people can feel its coldness and purity at a glance. Every drop of the potion is like a carefully carved gem, full of mystery and charm. In terms of taste, the Frost Potion has a clear and cold taste, like the cold wind in winter, which makes people feel awe after drinking it all. It has a hint of sweetness, but also a deep chill, like frost flowers jumping on the tip of the tongue, which makes people unforgettable. However, the real magic of this bottle of Frost Potion lies in its powerful effect. When the player drinks it, they will gain frost buffs in the next 15 minutes. Any attack by the player will add continuous frost damage, making the enemy feel as if they are in the cold, unable to break free from the shackles of the cold magic. This is the Frost Potion, a powerful magic potion that combines material, appearance and taste. When players use it, they will gain power and glory that match this mysterious liquid. After checking the panel data of the Frost Potion, Li Xia shook his head slightly. This potion is just a debuff potion that is no different from the Poison Potion. For Li Xia now, there is no need to use a bottle of Frost Potion just for this little bit of debuff damage to the enemy. After all, many magic weapons, magic accessories, and even magic backpacks have the effect of adding debuff damage. Li Xia directly put it on the trading platform for sale in exchange for some ingot resources. Then he went to sleep at night. And the sky-breaking gargoyle still stood on the High Authority Scarlet Wall to prevent the enemy from attacking at night. In the winter blizzard, the vast forest biome is covered with thick white snow, and every tree is decorated with crystal clear ice and snow. The biting cold wind whistles among the treetops, like a cold melody echoing in the silent forest. The dead branches are weighed down by the snow, as if paying tribute to the earth, or bearing the severe cold of winter. After nightfall, the forest becomes more mysterious and silent. The moonlight shines through the clouds and sprinkles on the snow, forming a silvery world. The cold wind shuttles through the forest, taking away the fatigue and coldness of the day. In the quiet night, the forest seemed to be resting and reserving strength for the coming spring. And when the sun appeared on the horizon, the forest seemed to regain life. The sun warmed the cold snow and illuminated every corner of the forest. The ice and snow sparkled in the sun, like gems scattered in the forest. The snow on the trees sparkled in the sun, like hanging silver lanterns. After a night without any incident, Li Xia got up, washed up, and made a special meal of tomato and egg noodles that Celia loved to eat. He looked at his phone and said, "Well, it should be time." Li Xia walked happily to the courtyard of the High Authority shelter, quietly waiting for Celia to wake up after her sleep ended. He wanted to see Celia appear in front of him as soon as possible. The result? 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Until half an hour had passed. The feature column of the High Authority shelter panel data also showed that Celia had already ended her sleep. But what was the result? Celia still did not appear. It was as if there had never been a person like Celia in the High Authority shelter. Something's wrong? What's going on? Li Xia felt panic for no reason, and was confused about Celia's disappearance. But he couldn't find a solution. And he couldn't find Celia. It was at this time yesterday that I discovered the bubble world. And it was also at this time that I started to evolve. Even if you count the half an hour required for the initial construction of the Scarlet Kingdom. It should be here now. No matter how you calculate it. Celia should have appeared. Right? What went wrong? Just when Li Xiao was puzzled, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding! Ding! Li Xiao looked closely and saw that it was Celia calling. Chapter 394. Hello? Li Xiao answered the phone impatiently and asked, Celia, where are you? Are you safe? Godfather. Do you understand? Ah? Li Xiao listened to the intermittent voice on the other side and was very upset. I can't hear what you are saying. Where are you? What happened? Godfather. I am with the other you. Now, well, I can't go back. Can't go back? Li Xiao was struck by lightning when he heard this, and immediately asked back, how can you not go back? Didn't you just evolve once and sleep? You have had this experience before. Why did such an accident happen this time? Hello? 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 Beep beep beep. Before Li Xiao could continue to ask, the phone was automatically hung up. But because Celia was Li Xiao's companion species, even if Li Xiao tried his best to let Celia obtain player qualifications, the natural connection between companion species still made Li Xiao and Celia have some natural induction. Huh? Li Xiao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully sensed Celia's position. After a while, Li Xiao looked up suspiciously. Celia is right beside me. That's not right. Why can't I find her? Logically speaking, I haven't made a mobile phone for her yet. And she only has the ice and snow memory mirror. So, whose phone did Celia use to call me? Li Xiao took out a cigarette from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack. Logically speaking, this kind of cigarette that can temporarily increase a little mental power is already useless to Li Xiao. But even if we don't talk about the enhancement effect of the cigarette itself is worth collecting by Li Xiao. But Li Xiao only smokes one when he is bored on weekdays. Pa! On the bench in the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, Li Xiao held the cigarette between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and the smoke was lingering as he inhaled and exhaled. Li Xiao was thinking, even if the communication was not good during the short conversation just now, at least he could ensure that Celia was safe at the moment. But I can't come back. However, Li Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he murmured, what do you mean? You are by my side? Li Xiao's eyes were like knives, and he keenly noticed something strange. Because it's not just Celia who has this special situation. But before, Li Xiao's substitute doll has also had this situation. Combined with the fact that Li Xiao just sensed Celia's position, but only sensed that she was by his side, Li Xiao came to a bold conclusion. Could it be? Celia has entered another time gap? The more Li Xiao thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But if that's the case, even if Celia is safe now, she can't return to the time gap where I am. Right? Time gap, forest cage, bubble world, different words, but essentially the same meaning. When Li Xiao obtained the highest level of the Scarlet Path, he temporarily broke through the constraints of the time gap because of the accumulation of power. But what if you want to break through the constraints of the time gap for a long time? Then Li Xiao must embark on the road of strength, completely build his own Scarlet Kingdom, and break through the 5th level. And even, the shelter needs to be upgraded again. The above conditions are indispensable. 5th level? Okay. Then 5th level. Li Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. I want to see what's going on. Which evil god is behind me? At the end, Li Xiao showed the tiger fangs at the corners of his mouth, as if he was going to bite someone. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Li Xiao seemed to be normal, and didn't care about Celia's whereabouts at all. But only the sky-breaking gargoyle, who accompanied Li Xiao, knew that Li Xiao was like a volcano about to erupt. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The trigger mechanism of the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane Army has reached 100%. The irreversible process of the forest biome has progressed to 95%. The protective barrier of the forest biome has lost its effectiveness, and the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane Army is about to start the boss battle phase. 3 minutes later, all players in the 9527th area channel will enter the Evil God Arena and prepare for the boss battle. The boss of this boss battle is the 4th level rare one-eye giant deer boss. Please prepare Li Xiao, Li Bianqing, Wang Sai, Wang Fugui, and Su Hongdou, because the above players have the Mark of Frost. They will face the 4th level rare one-eyed giant deer boss, with the highest level of ice and snow. The countdown begins. Please prepare for battle quickly. Li Xiao was not surprised but happy when he saw this. Showing a very ferocious smile, I can't deal with other evil gods. But you? The Frost Giant? I hope it's not you who is behind it. But no matter whether it's you or not, I have to say thank you. After all, only by killing the Cyclops deer can you be promoted to the 5th level. You have saved me a lot of time. As for the supreme true level of the ice and snow path, please. Li Xiao is really not afraid. When the 3 minutes were up, Li Xiao seemed to feel the repulsive force of space. And then the whole person was teleported to the so-called evil god arena. In the void, a huge arena stood tall. And its name was the evil god arena. This arena, like an ancient giant beast, stood alone in the ocean of nothingness, making people feel both awe and curiosity. The appearance of the evil god arena was extremely magnificent. And every huge stone was like a carefully carved boulder. And every inch exuded a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. The walls of the arena are made of a rare, or called starstone. This or flickers faintly in the void, as if stars have landed on the ground. The surface of the starstone is covered with strange patterns, as if some unknown power is flowing through it. The ground of the arena is paved with a hard, or called Titan magic rock, which is a magical or that can withstand any magical attack. On the ground of Titan magic rock, piles of bones are piled up like mountains. These are the remains of those warriors who fought bravely in the arena and finally died heroically. The broken magic weapons and worn-out armor sets are the witnesses of their battles in their lifetime, silently telling the stories of fierce battles and heroic sacrifices. This arena is not only the boss battle place for players, but also the grave of many players. Here, only those who are truly brave and determined can challenge their limits and struggle to survive on the verge of death. Those who cannot bear this pressure will eventually become part of the bones and be forgotten in this cruel arena. The Cthulhu arena is breathtaking with its huge scale and ancient atmosphere. This arena has witnessed countless lives and deaths and glory, and is a place where players shed their sweat and blood. Whether it is the magnificent appearance of the Starlight Stone or the hard texture of the Titan magic rock, it shows its extraordinary construction materials and craftsmanship. The piles of bones, broken magic weapons, and worn-out armor sets on the ground make people deeply feel the cruelty and fierce battles here. Although Li Xiao has not experienced fighting or boss battles in the Cthulhu arena, Li Xiao has had this kind of boss battle experience since he came to the survival game of the Cthulhu series. No, or all players have had this kind of boss battle experience since they came to the survival game of the Cthulhu series. That was in the boss battle with the Meat Mountain aggregate. However, the arena that time was the Void arena. In terms of scale, momentum, and the bones and broken magic weapons and armor sets on the ground were not as spectacular as what was in front of me. Li Xiao immediately took out the Scarlet Fury Slime staff from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack, and then summoned the largest number of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquises. All the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquises summoned all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captains again the moment they were summoned. This is not enough. Li Xiao then took out the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, and then summoned the Night Hunter pseudo-boss. And then the Night Hunter also summoned all the Shadow Warriors captains. After this operation, Li Xiao was surrounded by a dense array of summons. But this is still not the end. Li Xiao summoned the true magic conch damaged version from his body, and then summoned the 5th level Naga Tribe Chief pseudo-boss. And the 5th level Naga Tribe Chief pseudo-boss immediately summoned all the Naga Warriors captains under Li Xiao's command. Only at this moment did Li Xiao stop summoning. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of Li Xiao's overall combat power. I want to see how powerful this one-eyed giant deer is. I hope I won't be disappointed. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the surroundings of the Evil God Arena suddenly became foggy. The light blue fog filled the entire Evil God Arena. The monster radar function of the mobile phone also sounded when the fog covered the arena. Ding! 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 Level 4 Rare Ice Rock Spike Captain. Level 4 Rare Ice Elf Assassin Captain. Level 4 Rare Ice Elf Mage Captain. Many enemies walked out of the mist and appeared in the Evil God Arena. Among them were the Ice Rock Spike and Ice Elf Assassin that Li Xiao was familiar with, as well as the Ice Elf Mage that Li Xiao had never seen before. Chapter 395. In the bitter cold wind, a monster called the Ice and Snow Elf Mage suddenly appeared in the Evil God Arena. Its huge body, like a cold statue, cannot be ignored. The body of the ice and snow elk mage is tall and strong, like a majestic elk, but the whole body is covered with ice-like scales, glowing with a cold blue-white light. These scales are closely connected, like a beautiful and dangerous armor, protecting its body from attack. There is a pair of huge antlers on its head, like a sword made of ice and snow, curved and sharp. These antlers seem to have mysterious power, which can be used to attack enemies and cast powerful magic. Its eyes are deep and cold, like two frozen gems, revealing a piercing chill. The limbs of the ice elk mage are strong and powerful, and its hooves are like sharp ice knives, which can easily pierce through the thick ice. Its tail is short and thick, with a tuft of white ice hair at the end, like a flag of ice and snow, fluttering in the wind. The most frightening thing is its huge wings. These wings are made of ice crystals, and each piece flashes with cold light. When it spreads its wings, it seems to cover the entire sky, making people feel an irresistible sense of oppression. The ice and snow elk mage is good at range attacks and ice magic. When the ice and snow elk mage casts magic, the surrounding air will instantly condense, forming a strong cold current. These cold currents seem to have life, constantly eroding everything around. Whether it is a hard rock or a fierce warrior, they all seem so fragile under this cold current. After checking the panel data of the ice and snow elk mage, Li Xia shook his head disdainfully. It is indeed a clan of the evil god Frost Giant, and they are the same as the ice and snow elf assassin and the ice rock turtle. It's just, this ice and snow elk mage is actually a direct clan of the evil god Frost Giant. It seems that the evil god Frost Giant still has a trick up his sleeve during the invasion of the ice and Snow Temple Faith Plain army in the past few days. Looking at the enemy monsters swarming around him, Li Xia waved his hand and ordered all his summons. Don't just stand there. Kill them all. All the summons heard this and began to attack the ice elf assassin, the ice elf mage, and even the ice rock turtle. Under the 3 pseudoboss level summons, the armed scarlet spike slime marquis pseudoboss, the Nada tribe chief pseudoboss, and the night hunter pseudoboss. These enemy monsters, which were only captain level at most, were nothing more than melons and vegetables. Chickens and pottery dogs in front of Li Xia successfully killed the 4th level rare snow elk mage captain. Obtained badge X30. Frost potion X1. Strong healing potion X1. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare snow elk mage elite. Obtained badge X20. Marshmallow X1. Magic potion X5. Snow monster staff X1. Scarlet points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level rare snow elk mage captain. Obtained badge X30. Hunting potion X1. Strong magic potion X1. Skill snow monster summon X1. Scarlet points X300. The roars, fighting sounds, and screams on the battlefield were like a piece of beautiful music. Li Xia held the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, and the effect of the normal attack skill brought by the Dark Knight spinning slash instantly turned Li Xia's attack into a deadly skill with skill effects and damage. Swish, swish, swish. The dark brown Dark Knight spinning slash shot out from the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade in Li Xia's hand almost endlessly. Often, a few attacks could kill an Ice Elf Assassin or Ice Elk Mage. It would only be a little tricky when encountering an Ice Rock Spike Turtle because of its strong defense. But this level of difficulty was nothing more than Li Xia swinging the Scarlet Knight Blade once more and firing 1 or 2 Dark Knight spinning slashes. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Snow Elk Mage Captain. Obtained badge X30. Frost Potion X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Snow Elk Mage Elite. Obtained badge X20. Marshmallow X1. Powerful Healing Potion X1. Skill Book Gallop X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 4th level rare Ice Elk Wizard Captain. Obtained badge X30. Hunting Potion X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Skill Book Ice Rock Barrier X1. Scarlet Points X300. In just 1 stick of incense, Li Xia led the army of summons and easily resolved the battle. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of Li Xia's overall combat power. That's it? Seeing this, Li Xia held the Scarlet Knight Blade and shouted to the surroundings, "Don't send these bastards to besiege me. No matter how many there are. They are just giving me Scarlet points. Isn't there a Cyclops deer this time? Isn't he the descendant of your Frost Giant? Don't hide it. Let him out quickly. I can't wait for the boss badge and boss relics on it. The voice echoed in a vast and lonely evil god arena. Naturally, the evil god Frost Giant could not respond. He was also bound by the rules of the survival game of the system and could not show up. But it doesn't mean that these words have no effect. The thick fog around the evil god arena began to gather rapidly in one direction. In an instant, a different momentum was felt, as if an extremely powerful enemy monster was being bred in it. Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly and recalled all the summons, and resummoned the summons that died in a previous battle. When the maximum number of summons was reached, the tip of the Scarlet Knight blade pointed to the center of the fog. Li Xia's left hand secretly clasped the true magic conch damage version, ready to cast the tidal Dharma at any time. After a while, a fierce roar came from the mist. Roar! The real opponent of Li Xia in this evil god arena, the one-eyed giant deer, appeared. The main course is finally served. Li Xia smiled evilly, because Li Xia and others had accidentally entered the Frost Giant's family plane in the ice and snow community, and killed all the little snow monsters and destroyed the Frost Giant's face statue. So Li Xia and others had to face not the ordinary boss-level enemies faced by other players in this invasion of the faith plane of the ice and snow temple, but the boss-level enemy with the highest true position of the ice and snow path, the real one-eyed giant deer. This was also the first time that Li Xia had fought a boss-level enemy monster with a certain path of supreme truth. This was very helpful for improving his combat experience. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the ground shaking, the one-eyed giant deer appeared. The one-eyed giant deer was huge and majestic, as if it was the spirit of mountains and glaciers. Its body was like a towering giant tower, proudly standing on the earth, making it almost impossible to look directly at its majesty. The fur of the Cyclops is as thick as iron, flashing with cold light, like the frost on the snow in winter, giving people a deep chill. The Cyclops has only one eye, but that eye is as bright as the stars, revealing a deep and mysterious magic. Its antlers are like towering ancient trees, curved and sharp, as if they can tear apart all obstacles in front of them. The steps of the Cyclops are steady and powerful, and every step is like an earthquake, making the ground tremble and making people feel fearful. The Cyclops is both a wizard and a warrior. Its magic skills are unmatched. It can wield a staff and release range attacks. Its ice magic is as fierce as a blizzard, and can instantly freeze the enemy into an ice sculpture. And when it swings its huge antlers, it shows the bravery and strength of a warrior. The roar of the Cyclops echoes in the mountains and forests like thunder, shocking all creatures. Its one eye flashes with a cunning light, as if foreshadowing its power and cunning. The ferocious appearance and powerful strength of the Cyclops deer make it a nightmare for all adventurers. In battle, the Cyclops deer is as fierce as a storm, and its ice magic and melee attacks work together to make the enemy unable to resist. The huge antlers are like arrows that break through the air, which can kill the enemy with one blow. And when it releases a range of ice magic, it can instantly freeze a large number of enemies. Chapter 396. After checking the panel data of the Cyclops deer, Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly, as expected of a boss-level monster with the highest level of the ice and snow path. The Cyclops deer is only a 4th-level boss-level monster, but with the blessing of the highest level of the ice and snow path, the Cyclops deer received a 100% bonus to all attributes, and its health value reached 30,000 points, and its magic value reached 4,000 points. The attack power of the Cyclops deer, which was not weak to begin with, reached a terrifying 700 points with the 100% bonus to all attributes of the highest level of the ice and snow path. Moreover, the defense of the Cyclops deer with such a high attack power was not weak at all, reaching 600 points, and its mental power reached a terrifying 400 points. Even the agility of the Cyclops deer, its only weakness, is as high as 216 points. It can be said that the Cyclops deer is the most powerful 4th-tier boss-level enemy monster Li Xia has ever seen. The key is that the Cyclops deer is a magic and martial arts double cultivator. It not only has a range of ice attribute skills, but also has a strong melee ability. It is also a humanoid enemy monster with a weapon column and an armor set column, which makes the Cyclops deer even stronger. If the Ice Rock Spike Turtle is just a middle-level clan that is stronger than the Snow Monster, then the Ice Elf Assassin is the Faith family cultivated by the evil god Frost Giant using the power of faith, and the Ice Elf Mage is the blood descendant of the evil god Frost Giant. but the blood power must be extremely thin. So the overall strength of the Ice Elk Mage is only at the level of a 4th level captain. But the Cyclops Giant Deer is completely different. The Cyclops Giant Deer is a direct descendant of the evil god Frost Giant. What is a direct descendant? In Li Xiao's human society, it at least means that the Cyclops Giant Deer and the evil god Frost Giant are not in the 5th server relationship. So, the blood power of the evil god Frost Giant contained in the Cyclops Deer is not comparable to that of the Ice and Snow Elk Mage. However, the Cyclops Deer is not the evil god Frost Giant itself. So even if the Cyclops Deer obtains the highest level of the Ice and Snow path, it is only a preliminary acquisition, not a complete control. So the Cyclops Deer's Ice and Snow path supreme level bonus is only plus 100% for all attributes. And there is no plus 1 for any skill level. Moreover, even a 4th tier boss level enemy like the Cyclops Deer still does not exceed the template given by the Frost Giant. The latter is said to contain the blood power of the evil god Frost Giant. And the strongest skills it has transformed at the current stage are nothing more than this. The biggest difference between the Cyclops and the Ice Elf Assassin, Ice Elf Mage, and Ice Rock Turtle is that the Cyclops is a boss level enemy. So the skills it transforms into are more powerful. Li Xiao doesn't care about these conventional summoning skills, single target attack skills, and range attack skills. He only cares about the temporary active skill Ice Soul Claw that the Cyclops has. The Cyclops consumes 10 magic points, condenses the power of the water and ice elements floating in the surrounding air, and releases 5 Ice Soul Claws at a designated location within a radius of 500 meters with the Cyclops as the core. When a single Ice Soul Claw hits an enemy, it will cause 300% of the basic attack damage to it, and a fixed dark debuff is attached, Vision Obstruction, which lasts for 3 seconds. Cooling time 1 minute. This skill is destined to be used in the boss battle with the Cyclops Deer. Players should try not to get close to the Cyclops Deer within a radius of 500 meters to avoid being attacked by the Ice Soul Ghost Claw. Instead, they should choose to use long-range attacks to cause damage to the Cyclops Deer. But this is for other players. For Li Xiao, the 4th level Cyclops Deer boss, even if he has the highest level of the Ice and Snow path, is nothing more than a little more effort in front of Li Xiao. In the Evil God Arena, Li Xiao held the artifact, the True Magic Conch, in his hand. It was a mysterious magic weapon that carried the power of the endless ocean. The surface of the conch was inlaid with mother of pearl, flowing with liquid like light, and the inside contained a powerful force, as if gently calling the soul of the deep sea. Li Xiao's long hair fluttered, and his eyes flashed with the light of stars. His figure became illusory, as if he had merged into the waves of the sea. His skin was the blue of the deep sea, and his scales shone with a pearly luster. Behind him, a tail swung flexibly, rolling like waves. At this moment, the image of the one-eyed giant deer was reflected in his eyes. It was a huge creature, and its cold eyes revealed a strong will. Its eyes shone on everything around it like the bright moon, and those eyes seemed to hide the coldness and silence of ice and snow. Li Xiao took a deep breath, and the power of the tidal Dharma surged in his body. He held the conch tightly in both hands, raised it above his head, and chanted the ancient magic spell in a low voice. As the spell was recited, a huge wave appeared behind him, several feet high and rolling endlessly. The eyes of the Cyclops revealed doubt and alertness, and it seemed to feel the pressure from the waves. At this moment, Li Xiao shouted the last spell loudly, and the waves collapsed instantly, turning into countless water element arrows, shooting at the Cyclops. The Cyclops roared directly, forming a strong sound wave, and then the sound wave instantly materialized and turned into an ice element shield. But the Cyclops underestimated the power of Li Xiao's tidal form, and also underestimated the power of the arrows. The arrows fell like a rainstorm, each of which shone with pearl-like light. The ice wall only blocked the momentary water element arrows, and then the ice wall collapsed in the face of more and more water element arrows. Then, it seemed that endless water element arrows, like thousands of arrows, pierced the skin of the Cyclops, turning into icy cold air and spreading in the body. Those were arrows that sealed the power of the ocean, carrying the power of the tide, giving the Cyclops the slippery debuff. Unfortunately, the Cyclops has the highest level of the ice and snow path, and is naturally immune to frost, freezing, and freezing debuffs. So the water element arrows can only cause damage to the Cyclops, but cannot cause continuous debuff damage to it. But this is not a problem. After Li Xia transformed into a naga, his figure became more elegant. His tail swung nimbly, as if guiding the melody of the ocean. His posture was upright, exuding a noble temperament. His eyes were shining with victory, and he faced the predicament with full confidence. The Cyclops roared in pain, and its body was twisted and deformed by the water element arrows. It shook all over, and the water element arrows around it collapsed instantly. But even so, fear and despair began to flash in the eyes of the Cyclops, as if it had already foreseen its fate, because the 4th level human in front of it actually also possessed the highest level of a certain path. And Li Xia's title path highest level was even stronger than the Cyclops' own mastery. The biggest reliance and advantage of the one-eyed deer in front of Li Xia was wiped out in an instant. Just as the one-eyed deer was in panic, Li Xia leisurely controlled the power of the title Dharma. Like an elegant dancer, dancing on the stage, he waved the conch in his hand, guiding the power of the ocean, so that the deer could not escape this terrifying attack. The one-eyed deer roared and wanted to resist the damage. He approached Li Xia within a radius of 500 meters, and used the temporary active skill Ice Soul Ghost Claw to attack Li Xia, killing him in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, how could Li Xia give him a chance? But Li Xia really gave it to him. When the one-eyed deer launched a fierce sprint, Li Xia just ordered all the summons to launch a full-strength attack. And Li Xia himself had no intention of moving. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. The one-eyed deer's copper bell-like eyes couldn't help showing a hint of joy. It was about to reach the distance to perform the temporary active skill Ice Soul Ghost Claw, and immediately switched between offense and defense. But the Cyclops deer was probably so overjoyed that he never noticed that Li Xia's summoned army was missing a pseudo-boss level monster called the Night Hunter. In the straight line path that the Cyclops deer rushed madly to get close to Li Xia, the Night Hunter had been quietly lurking beside the Cyclops deer's charge. The figure of the Night Hunter was like a shadow, blending into the night, and only the pair of eyes that were as bright as stars revealed his existence. The Night Hunter found the right opportunity, and silently chanted the ancient spell in his heart. It was a skill that would kill both parties end of night. The air around him condensed instantly, as if time had stopped at this moment. The body of the Night Hunter became illusory, as if it had merged into the darkness. The Cyclops deer seemed to sense the danger. It raised its head, and its bright eyes flashed with doubt and uneasiness. The Night Hunter did not hesitate. He instantly jumped out of his hiding place and rushed towards the deer. At this moment, the power of end of night completely erupted. A dark light emerged from the Night Hunter's body and condensed into a huge energy beam. It was a darkness that devoured everything, carrying the breath of death, and instantly hit the one-eyed giant deer. The giant deer fell to the ground in pain, and the energy beam exploded on its body. Cold snowflakes danced in the aftermath of the explosion, as if adding a touch of beauty to this cold night. The Night Hunter stood there, watching the giant deer's painful struggle coldly. Then he turned his head to look at Li Xia, and the whole person turned into a ball of black mist and dissipated. At this moment, the Cyclops deer was seriously injured and dying. Li Xia directly used the water element skill Water Dragon Song of the Tide Dharma, and easily eliminated the boss-level enemy monster Cyclops deer with the highest level of ice and snow path. In the end, the body of the Cyclops deer completely collapsed under the attack of the Tide Dharma, and turned into a cold air floating in the air. Li Xia stood there, raising his head proudly, as if announcing his victory. Behind him, the figure of Naga gradually faded, and he returned to his original appearance. In this battle, Li Xia successfully defeated the Cyclops deer, who possessed the highest level of the ice and snow path. With the power of the title Dharma, his victory was not only due to the powerful artifact and magical Dharma skills, but also due to his courage and wisdom. His command of the Night Hunter and his judgment of the battle situation were outstanding. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully killing the rare 4th level Cyclops deer boss and obtaining Treasure Bag X1, Cyclops Deer Relic X1, Cyclops Deer Badge X1, 4-Dimensional Origin X1, Healing Potion X100, Magic Potion X100, Weak Magic Potion X50, Weak Healing Potion X50, Strong Magic Potion X10, Strong Healing Potion X10, Endurance Potion X5, Iron Skin Potion X5, Archery Potion X5, Poison Potion X5, Regeneration Potion X5, Recovery Potion X10, Hunting Potion X5, Frost Potion X5, Diamond X3000, Ruby Gem X5000, Emerald Gem X5000, Topaz Gem X5000, Sapphire Gem X5000, Gold Ingot X8000, Platinum Ingot X8000, Airhorn X1, Weather Rod X1, Eye Laser Tower X1, Lucy Axe X1. System information prompts are released one after another, and the dazzling array of gains makes Li Xia dazzled. This may be the biggest harvest of killing boss-level monsters since Li Xia came to the survival game. No one. Although the Hateful Queen Bee is a 4th-level boss-level monster, and the Ungrateful Turkey is a 5th-level boss-level monster. But the Hateful Queen Bee and the Ungrateful Turkey do not have the blessing of the supreme true level of the Hateful Path, and they cannot be compared with the Cyclops Deer in terms of strength. So it is reasonable that the Cyclops Deer has a richer harvest. In the void, the building called the Evil God Arena was like a huge curse, hovering in the endless darkness. It was a huge circular structure made of black rock and red iron, with strange and ancient runes carved all over it, and each rune exuded terrifying magic. The appearance of the arena was like an ancient giant beast, hideous and terrifying. Its walls were inlaid with countless red eyes, which were the symbol of the evil god and its immortal soul. These eyes flickered in the darkness, like the gaze of a predator, ready to catch any weak creature that entered its territory. The material of the arena was extremely hard, as if it was carved from the strongest diamond. Its ground was covered with blood-colored lines, which were the marks of countless lives that died in this arena. Each line was like a living thing, wriggling in the darkness, as if telling those tragic stories. When the battle ended, the arena began to collapse. First, the eyes embedded in the wall shattered one by one, emitting strong light. As the eyes shattered, cracks began to appear on the surface of the arena, and those cracks spread like the claws of a monster. Successfully killed the 4th-level rare true one-eye giant deer boss. Do you want to teleport back to the forest biome shelter? Yes/no. Li Xia saw that the evil god arena was about to collapse. With his current strength, Li Xia could not survive alone in the void. He immediately put away all his gains and chose to return to the shelter. As a teleportation light curtain unfolded, Li Xia disappeared from the spot. Then, the entire arena began to tremble, as if a huge force was tearing it apart from the inside. The rocks and metals twisted and deformed under the force, and even began to melt. It was a heart-pounding force that made the entire arena as fragile as glass. Finally, the entire arena collapsed completely with a loud bang. The red fragments flew like meteors, illuminating the surrounding void. The fragments burned in the air, as if mourning for the lives that died in the arena. After the collapse, the arena was left with only a huge hole, which was the proof that it had existed. The traces of the brave warriors who had fought here had been completely wiped out, leaving only the empty arena quietly suspended in the void, as if waiting for the arrival of new challengers. Chapter 397. The forest biome after the blizzard seemed to be covered by a thick layer of silver. On a cold morning, the biting cold wind whistled among the treetops, blowing the tiny snowflakes into the air. However, as the sun slowly rose, everything began to wake up, and the silent forest gradually regained its vitality. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, like a huge golden disk, casting a soft and warm light. The light passed through the gaps in the clouds, dyeing the snowflakes golden, as if covering the whole world with a golden halo. At this time, the ice and snow began to melt, dripping strings of water drops, like a broken pearl necklace. The trees in the forest were moistened by the snow water, and the originally bare branches began to sprout new buds, as if the earth was rejuvenated. The melted snow water gathered into streams, gurgling in the forest, singing cheerful songs. The originally deserted forest was now full of the breath of life. Under the nourishment of the snow water, the plants in the forest began to break through the ground, showing tender leaves of various colors. Those plants seemed to be saluting the sun, showing vigorous vitality. The winter forest at this moment, although still cold, is no longer bleak. The warm sunshine, the budding life, and the brilliant colors are all telling people that spring is coming. This forest covered with ice and snow, now under the sun, shows endless vitality and vigor. Obviously, when Li Xia defeated the 4th-level rare true one-eye giant deer boss in the Evil God Arena, the invasion of the ice and snow temple Faith Plain army has completely ended. The blizzard weather immediately faded, and the forest community regained vitality. High authority inside the shelter. A teleportation-like curtain-emitting colorful light unfolded, and Li Xiao walked out slowly, with the sky-breaking gargoyle, and returned to the shelter. At the same time, the system announcement was also released. Regional Channel Announcement Number 9527. Player Li Xiao was the first to kill the 4th-level rare True Cyclops boss during the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane Army, and was rewarded with a King's Treasure Box X1. Regional Channel Announcement Number 9527. Player Li Xiao was the first to kill the 4th-level rare True One-Eyed Deer boss during the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Faith Plane Army, and was rewarded with a King's Treasure Box X1. Once the system announcement was released, all the players in the regional channel were shocked, because now, it was only 5 minutes before the players entered the Evil God Arena. Even the first-tier players had not killed the One-Eyed Deer without the highest true position of the Ice and Snow Path. But Li Xiao was facing a One-Eyed Deer with the highest true position of the Ice and Snow Path, and he was able to solve it so easily. Everyone couldn't believe it, but they had to believe it. After all, the name announced by the system announcement was a name that all players in the regional channel could not ignore. Li Xiao. He could do anything miraculous, and perhaps all players in the regional channel would not be surprised. Evil God Arena. Su Hongdo waved the staff in his hand, and a large number of undead miners attacked the Cyclops like a pack of wolves. If it was an ordinary Cyclops, Su Hongdo would not be so cautious. But after all, Su Hongdo was also a member with the Frost Mark. So facing a Cyclops with the supreme true level of the Ice and Snow Path that he had never faced before, Su Hongdo's style of play was slightly cautious, and everything was based on winning as the first goal. As a result, the Cyclops Deer, who was at the highest level of the Ice and Snow Path, had only lost 1/3 of his health when Su Hongdo heard the system announcement. Su Hongdo said, "Kuo Lao is indeed a Kuo Lao. His strength has probably surpassed mine by more than 1 level. Right? You also said that you are the inheritor of the talent of the Tree Demon race. You are kidding." Obviously, only Su Hongdo dared to say this. After all, to this day, all the players in the regional channel, the stronger they are, the more they know that Li Xiao is definitely not a Tree Demon inheritance. Li Xiao's inheritance must be higher than the race's inheritance. But this kind of privacy-related question, most people dare not ask. Even the members of the Dawn Sword pretended to be deaf and dumb, as if nothing had happened. It is an undisclosed secret. Other players saw this. Some were envious. Some were happy. Some were joyful. And even a little jealous. But there was no resentment, because Li Xiao had already conquered everyone with his style of doing things these days. Not to mention the past. Just the recent Hell Biome strategy and Dungeon Biome strategy, the value of which cannot be simply measured by resources. While other players were still fighting in the Evil God Arena, Li Xiao came to the high-level authority Sanctuary Workshop leisurely. Li Xiao stored some common mineral ingot resources, potion resources, and gem resources obtained from killing the One-Eyed Deer in the high-level authority storage box in different categories. Later, Li Xiao sold all the low-level common potion resources obtained this time. For Li Xiao, who had the Moon Goddess potion, these common potion resources could only be put on the shelf for sale in exchange for resources. It's really not worth much. After dealing with these things, Li Xiao immediately took out a 4-dimensional origin from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, and carefully looked at the 4-dimensional origin that he hadn't seen for a long time. In the world of the survival game of the series of K, there is a mysterious magic item known as the 4-dimensional origin. This item incorporates many mysterious elements and law power. Players rarely have a way to obtain the 4-dimensional origin. The most stable way is to kill the boss-level monster with great difficulty to drop it. The appearance of the 4-dimensional origin is like a shining gem, presenting a magnificent picture. Its main material is made of rare starlight stone and shadow magic crystal, exuding a mysterious and deep atmosphere. The brilliance of the starlight stone and the depth of the shadow magic crystal complement each other, like the fusion of the stars in the universe and the darkness of the abyss, containing endless mysteries. If you look closely, you will find that the surface of the 4-dimensional origin is also inlaid with several beautifully crafted magic runes, like a star totem, shining brightly. These runes represent the 4 elements of strength, defense, agility and spirit, and are depicted in deep night sky blue, resolute steel silver, agile lightning purple and mysterious soul gold, giving people a strong visual impact. In terms of taste, the 4-dimensional origin is even more unique. The outer hard shell has a light sweetness, while the inner flesh is mellow, like hot chocolate, like lava, with a hint of refreshing coolness. Every bite seems to be tasting the charm of magic, making people intoxicated. However, the most important core effect of the four-dimensional origin is not like this. When players consume it, they will feel a warm and powerful force flowing through their bodies. This force can give them a little attack, a little defense, a little agility, and a little permanent spiritual gain. Specifically, after consuming it, the player's attack power will be improved, and every cut will be sharp. The defense will also be enhanced, and more damage can be resisted. The agility will be improved, allowing the player to be more at ease on the battlefield, and the spiritual power will enhance the player's concentration and willpower, so that they can better cope with various challenges. The four-dimensional origin is not only a magic item, but also a symbol of power and a sign of honor. Everyone who owns it will feel its unique charm and powerful power. Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. What's the situation? Does a four-dimensional origin increase the four-dimensional attribute by 2 points? No, that's not right. Li Xia realized that it was because he had the highest level of Scarlet Path, so the increased four-dimensional attribute was doubled. Great. Li Xia nodded happily, and when the warm current experience disappeared, he took out Cyclops Badge X1 from the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian backpack and looked at it intently. The mysterious treasure of the Cyclops Badge is like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with eye-catching brilliance. The main material of the Cyclops Badge is made of a rare metal called starlight copper, and its unique copper color is deep and mysterious. In the center of the badge, there is a dazzling amethyst, which condenses endless mysterious power, like the soul eye of the Cyclops. The badge has a unique design, full of Western fantasy style. Its edge is engraved with complex and mysterious magic runes, which are looming, as if telling an ancient story that has been forgotten for a long time. Surrounded by runes, a sturdy one-eyed deer appears vividly in front of you, and its broad antlers are like two sharp swords, exuding a terrifying majesty. The core function of the one-eyed deer badge is even more eye-catching. When the player uses this badge, a new active skill column will be opened. The Cyclops Deer badge is a symbol of strength and honor. Every player who owns it will get a brand new active skill slot and start a new adventure in this survival game full of mystery and magic. The Boss badge is a priceless treasure pursued by countless adventurers. After using it, you can open up a skill slot to load skills, which can greatly enhance the player's strength. The 5th active skill slot? Finally, my strength can be upgraded to level 5. It's not easy. He is one step closer to his goal of building a complete Scarlet Power Kingdom and breaking through the time gap to find Celia. Li Xia immediately chose to use it. The Cyclops Deer badge instantly turned into a light yellow stream of light and escaped into the body. Ding! Player Li Xia uses the Cyclops Deer badge and successfully opens up the 5th active skill column. Player Li Xia's strength is upgraded to the 5th level. As the Cyclops Deer badge is used, Li Xia's personal panel data automatically pops up. Chapter 398. After checking the panel data, Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. If he didn't have any suitable skills at hand, he would have wanted to load the skills in the 5th active column immediately. Li Xia knew that after he was promoted to the 5th level, he had not yet completely digested the harvest of killing the Cyclops Deer with the supreme true level of Ice and Snow Path, and his strength was about to usher in a leap-forward improvement. Celia's current whereabouts were a mystery. Li Xia knew that if he wanted to find Celia, it was not enough to just be promoted to the 5th level. Breaking through the time gap was not something that could be done with the strength of the 5th level alone, and many backup plans needed to be prepared. Recently, every second counts, and every second counts. Li Xia sighed, then took out the Cyclops relic, which is a fixed drop after killing the Cyclops from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, and looked at it carefully. The Cyclops relic belongs to the relic series of magic items. The player will get it when he kills the same boss-level enemy for the first time. This relic is made of a rare metal called Galaxy Silver, which has the color of the moon and glimmers. Its surface is covered with fine lines, interlaced like deer antlers, full of a unique rhythmic beauty. These lines are not just decorations. They are actually the natural texture of Galaxy Silver, and it seems that each piece carries a hint of mysterious power. The core part of the Cyclops relic is a huge eye, which is carved from a gem called Mirror Stone. This eye has a deep black color, as if it encompasses all the galaxies and the night sky. Whenever light shines on it, It will reflect a strange light, as if telling some unspeakable secret, as one of the materials for upgrading the shelter. The main function of the Cyclops deer relic is that it can be used together with other materials for upgrading the shelter, which can allow the player's shelter level to be upgraded by 1 level. Li Xia saw this, and stroked the Cyclops deer relic in his hand. His face was unclear, and the joy of obtaining the Cyclops deer relic was reduced a little. No other reason. Because he remembered that in the upgrade requirements of the High Authority shelter, the number of boss relics required seemed to be more than 1. Of course, things have been complicated recently. Maybe he is wrong? Li Xia summoned the upgrade panel of Advanced Authority Shelter and looked at it intently. Advanced Authority Shelter upgrade requirements: Hellstone Ingot X 10,000, Obsidian X 30,000, Dungeon Bone X 100000, Meteorite Ingot X 300000, Diamond X 10,000, Emerald Gem X 30,000, Sapphire Gem X 30,000, Ruby Gem X 30,000, Topaz Gem X 30,000, Amethyst Gem X 30,000, Boss Relic X2, Authority Nation Advance Badge X1, Authority Nation Construction Progress 100 by 1. Upgrade time 108 hours. Li Xia said helplessly. Really? 2 boss relics? Does that mean that relying on a Cyclops relic alone is not enough to upgrade the High Authority shelter? No. It's more than that. Li Xia looked carefully and found that in order to upgrade the High Authority shelter again, the demand for various unconventional mineral ingot materials and gem materials was huge. But for Li Xia, who had a variety of shelter specialty series, as long as there was a stable supply channel for these materials, it would only be a matter of time to obtain sufficient quantities of materials. But, Boss Relic X2? Currently, Li Xia only has 1 Cyclops relic, and this was obtained by Li Xia after killing the Cyclops. If he wants to get the second boss relic in a short time, Li Xia is not afraid of another boss battle, but mainly because of the new boss level monsters that he has never seen before. Where can he find them? Wait. Li Xia clapped his hands and said, "That's right. In fact, there is a boss level monster hidden in every biome after exploring it to the end. In the process of exploring biomes so many times, except for unconventional biomes and special types of biomes, there are no exceptions for conventional large biomes. That is to say," Li Xia smiled and said, "there must be a boss level enemy monster hidden in the Hell biome that has never been killed." Thinking of this, Li Xia wanted to digest the harvest as soon as possible and hurried to explore the Hell biome. There are 2 requirements: the Advanced Badge of the Kingdom of Authority and the 100% construction progress of the Kingdom of Authority. Li Xia currently has no idea about the Advanced Badge of the former. Li Xia can understand that the construction progress of the latter Kingdom of Authority is 100%. The current construction progress of the Scarlet Kingdom of Authority is the first construction, and it has only been built about 25%. So it is also a slow process. Only the boss level enemies of the Hell biome are the requirements that are most likely to be completed in a short time. Then, Li Xia came to his senses and took out a magic weapon, the Weather Stick, from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian. The Weather Stick in Li Xia's hand shone with a mysterious brilliance. This is a relatively rare magic weapon. It is carved from a rare mineral called Whirlwind Crystal, and its appearance is full of elegance and mystery. The main body of the Weather Stick is a transparent crystal column about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters in diameter, similar in shape to a classical magician's wand. This crystal column is carefully crafted from the purest whirlwind crystal, flashing a faint light, as if the trajectory of the stars and the shape of the wind are engraved on every crystal facet. Through the light, you can see the magic flowing, shining like a trickle of water. At the top of the crystal column, there is a blue gem, called Eye of the Sky, which seems to be able to peek into all secrets. This gem glimmers in the dark, like the brightest star in the night sky. It attracts everyone's attention with its deep blue light, and its color is deep and mysterious. The appearance of the Weather Stick is not only full of elegance and mystery, but also powerful and majestic. Its design implies the combination of the magician's power and the wind element, showing a unique harmony through the purity of crystal and the mystery of gemstone. The powerful ability of this magic weapon is even more awe-inspiring. It can ignore the enemy's 10 points of defense, making the enemy instantly defeated under the irresistible attack. And the attack ability of launching tornado projectiles makes the enemy have nowhere to escape. The huge storm swallows the enemy, and makes it dissipate in the strong wind. The weather stick is a magic weapon that combines beauty and practicality. It is a symbol of the wizard's pride and faith, and an important guarantee for their victory in battle. After checking the panel data of the weather stick, Li Xia frowned slightly. Naturally, this magic weapon is more inclined to the Wind Magician. Even if the basic attack power is slightly lower, the increase for the Wind Magician is strong enough to meet the needs of some first and second tier players for magic weapons. After all, not every player has such a strong strength like Li Xia. Li Xia naturally looked down on this magic weapon, the weather stick. After all, the weather stick is several levels lower than the Scarlet Knight Blade, not to mention the Scarlet Star Cannon. But the note of the weather stick is very interesting. What does it mean that it comes with an unconventional type of summoning skill? Is there something special about this wind and cloud elf summoning? Li Xia came to the courtyard of the High Authority shelter with curiosity, waved the weather stick in his hand, and immediately summoned a wind and cloud elf. In the mysterious ritual of summoning, a unique existence came into being. She is the wind and cloud elf. She is like an elegant painting, incomparable in heaven and earth. The wind and cloud elf is light and slender, only half the height of an adult, with perfect proportions, like a carefully carved porcelain, fragile and beautiful. Her skin is as white as snow and as smooth as jade, as pure as the white clouds in the sky and the snowflakes in the wind. Her posture is elegant, as light as flowing clouds and as agile as wind, as if she is a princess of nature, noble and mysterious. Her eyes are like two bright stars, shining with the light of wisdom. Her face is beautiful and gentle, with a unique intimacy and warmth, like the sunshine of spring, bringing endless hope and warmth to people. Her long hair is like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, like a beautiful landscape. The wind and cloud elf's clothes are gorgeous and exquisite. She wears a long skirt made of white clouds, and the skirt flutters like clouds, elegant and mysterious. Behind her, there is a pair of huge wings. The feathers of the wings are like snow-white feathers, light and tough. Whenever she waves her wings, it will bring a breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable and peaceful. The wind and cloud elf has the dual attributes of wind and cloud, which makes her have powerful abilities and unique skills in battle. She can transform into a gust of wind, quickly shuttle through the battlefield, making it impossible for the enemy to catch up. She can also transform into drifting snow, quietly approach the enemy, and give them a fatal attack. The most unique skill of the wind and cloud elf is to possess the player. When she possesses the player's health and magic points will be greatly improved. At the same time, she will also give the player the ability to restore health. When the player is injured, she can heal the player's wounds by touching them, allowing the player to return to the best condition. Chapter 399. This unconventional type of wind and cloud elf summoned by the weather rod is actually a special type of possession? Li Xia was interested in this, and observed and analyzed it carefully. First of all, although the wind and cloud elf is only a 5th level captain level summon, its health value is also 1000 points, and its magic value is as high as 400 points. It is among the best among the 5th level captain level summons. Although the attack power of the wind and cloud elf is not outstanding, its 200-point attack power is not its shortcoming, and its 100-point defense power is also considered to be a top-notch level. Judging from the 4-dimensional attributes alone, the wind and cloud elf is definitely a balanced type of summon. The most important thing is that these 4-dimensional attributes can be directly accumulated to the player's body under the effect of the passive skill possession elf. That is to say, the player can have an extra 4-dimensional attribute of a wind and cloud elf out of thin air. So the value of the wind and cloud elf is extraordinary. What's more peculiar is that the wind and cloud elf also has an active attack skill instantaneous wind blade, which can be regarded as an additional attack method of the wind and cloud elf. It is precisely because of this that Li Xia said that the wind and cloud elf is a balanced summon. What Li Xia values most about the wind and cloud elf is the 2 active skills of the wind and cloud elf. Healing Breeze. Healing Breeze. Healing Breeze is a single target recovery skill that consumes 5 mana points and restores the player's health by 100 points. It also comes with a fixed regeneration gain. A fixed 4 health points are restored per second for 10 seconds. It consumes low mana points and has a good recovery amount. It also comes with a regeneration gain that continuously restores health. The most important thing is that the cooling time of Healing Breeze is only a short 15 seconds, which means that in battle, the wind and cloud elf can use the Healing Breeze skill multiple times, As for Healing Breeze, although it is also a single target recovery skill, the healing amount is very different from Healing Breeze. It consumes 50 magic points, restores 100% of the player's health, and has a fixed regeneration bonus, 4 health points are restored per second, lasts for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. 100% health recovery efficiency, even if the cooldown time is as high as 1 hour. Li Xia also believes that Healing Breeze is a healing skill. Having Healing Breeze is equivalent to having an extra life. The strategic value of this skill can be imagined. Healing and recovery skills are rare, and the Wind and Cloud Elf has 2 healing and recovery skills, which further highlights the preciousness of the Wind and Cloud Elf summons. With the Healing Breeze and Healing Breeze, the last active skill of the Wind and Cloud Elf, the Wind and Cloud Armor, is somewhat dull. However, in a fair evaluation, the automatic blocking skill of the Wind and Cloud Armor is also ranked first among the automatic blocking skills. However, the cooling time is as high as 1 hour, which seems a bit useless compared to the other 2 healing skills. But it is undeniable that this skill can also play a powerful role in the battle. In addition to the passive skill of Possession Elf, the other passive skills of Wind and Cloud Elf, Healing Light, players restore health plus 10 points per second. Magic Source, players restore mana plus 10 points per second. These 2 skills can be regarded as adding a big fire to the player's sustained combat power. The fixed recovery amount per second reaches 10 points, which belongs to the strategic level. Although the effects of the 2 skills are very simple, they are extremely practical. No matter how you look at it, they are very good passive gain blessings. The passive skill Wind and Cloud Blessing increases critical hit rate by 10%, melee speed by 10%, range speed by 10%, skill cooldown by minus 10%, movement speed by 10%, acceleration by 10%, health recovery efficiency by 10%, mana recovery efficiency by 10% when the player is in combat. Although the increase is only 10%, the problem is that it is a multi-amplification skill, and it is a passive non-consumption skill. Based on this alone, the value of this passive skill is definitely not lower than that of Healing Light and Fountain of Magic. As for the 5th level bond of the Wind and Cloud Elf, it is also very interesting. When the Wind and Cloud Elf is in the state of possession, the overall combat power of the possessed player is plus 10%. In this way, the overall combat power of the player will be increased by a percentage. Don't underestimate the 10% increase. For Li Xia, it is a big increase. After Li Xia finished the analysis, he was happy to see the prey. But then he was tangled. Although the Wind and Cloud Elf, a possessed type summon, looks very good and valuable, the overall attack of the magic weapon, whether rod, is too low to bear the responsibility of the main combat magic weapon. But just relying on the summoning skill of the Wind and Cloud Spirit, this weather stick can be stored in the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian. It will be useful in battle. If I don't need it, I can give it to Celia. It's worth it anyway. And, thinking of this, Li Xia muttered, who said that the summoning skill of the Wind and Cloud Spirit can only appear on the weather stick, as long as there is a weapon stripper or weapon fusion device. When the time comes, the summoning skill of the Wind and Cloud Spirit can be integrated into the main battle weapon. Isn't it just a matter of a word? Li Xia smiled slightly, and after making up his mind, he put the weather stick in the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian, and took out another magic weapon he got from killing the Cyclops deer. The Eye Laser Tower Staff. This staff. Oh, no! It should be said that it is this miniature magic tower because its main part is composed of an exquisite miniature tower. It is an advanced type of magic weapon that summoners dream of. This miniature tower is carved from rare starlight stone. This gemstone flashes subtle colorful light in the light, as if the stars have fallen and solidified in a piece of stone. Every detail of the tower is depicted in depth and detail, as if it can draw people's eyes into it. Complex magic runes are carved around the tower. These runes flow with deep magic in the light, giving this weapon a strong vitality. Above the tower is an emerald green staff, which is carved from dragon scale wood. This wood not only has powerful magic, but also has the majesty and power of the dragon clan. A huge ruby is inlaid on the staff, as if it is the sole eye of the staff, shining brightly. When the summoner activates the magic power of the staff, the ruby will instantly become hot and condense a powerful energy beam. This beam is like a flash of lightning across the sky, accurately hitting the target. The moment it touches the target, the beam will burst out a beam of light, attacking the enemy and causing damage to the enemy. Although the power of the Eye Laser Tower staff is amazing, it also has a fatal weakness. The summoned Eye Laser Tower cannot move. This means that the summoner must accurately calculate the attack range of the tower, and ensure that he is under the cover of the tower. Otherwise he will be exposed to the enemy's attack. Even so, this still cannot conceal its sharpness as one of the summoner's advanced magic weapons. Huh? After checking the panel data of the Eye Laser Tower staff, Li Xia touched his chin and sighed. I have to say that the resources dropped by the Cyclops deer are really different from those dropped by other boss-level enemies. The weather stick is like this, and the Eye Laser Tower staff is also like this. From the panel data alone, the Eye Laser Tower staff does not have a super model. That is, a regular type of magic weapon for the summoner profession. But the Eye Laser Tower staff summoning skill, Eye Laser Tower summoning summons a special Sentinel type summon. The biggest feature of Sentinel summons is that they do not occupy the player's summoning position. At present, the Eye Laser Tower staff in Li Xia's hand can summon 6 Eye Laser Towers cumulatively, with the blessing of the passive skill. Even if the Eye Laser Tower has the weakness of being unable to move, it can add 6 captain-level defense towers to assist in the battle, which is a great thing no matter how you look at it. The most important thing is that even if the Eye Laser Tower cannot move, the Eye Laser Tower summoned by the Eye Laser Tower staff can bring a combat power improvement that may be higher than other magic weapons in positional warfare and defensive counterattacks. Li Xia was quite curious. After all, it was the first time he had seen a Sentinel summon. Moreover, the Eyeball Laser Tower was a tower defense summon, which was even rarer. Li Xia immediately waved the Eyeball Laser Tower staff and found an open space in the courtyard of the High Authority shelter to summon it. The Eyeball Laser Tower, as the name suggests, looks like a huge eyeball. The tower is made of a rare, or called luminous stone. This or emits a soft blue-green light under the moonlight, making the entire tower particularly mysterious and beautiful at night. During the day, the Eye Laser Tower is even more spectacular. The sunlight shines on the tower, making the lines of the tower clearly visible. The huge crystal mirror embedded in the tower will focus the sunlight into a strong beam, like a huge golden eye, majestically overlooking the earth. Although the appearance of the Eye Laser Tower is full of mystery and spectacular colors, what is more amazing is its ability. The tower has a powerful source of energy, and can release deadly laser beams to attack enemies when necessary. When the enemy's figure appears in the laser tower's field of vision, the powerful energy gathers into a dazzling beam, instantly penetrating the target's body and dissipating it into the air. However, the attack of the Eye Laser Tower is not without cost. After each attack, the tower body will have a cooling time, during which it cannot attack again. Fortunately, the cooling time is only a short 1 second. Although the Eye Laser Tower is powerful, it is not a mobile fortress. This tower stands proudly on the earth, with its majestic figure and solid foundation. It is an immovable tower defense fortress. Chapter 400. Li Xia looked at the 6 eyeball laser towers guarding him. While he felt a sense of security, he became more and more curious about the Sentinel summons, such as the Eyeball Laser Tower. Li Xia carefully looked at the panel data of the Eyeball Laser Tower and analyzed it carefully. Although the Eyeball Laser Tower is a building, it is not the same as a building. At least the level is consistent with the characteristics of the summon level and the player. 6,000 points of solidity? 60 points of defense? Attack power 60 points? Sure enough, it fits the style of the shelter's defense facilities. Although the Eye Laser Tower's attack and defense are both low, only the solidity value is high. The Eye Laser Tower's attack interval is only 1 second, and the Eye Laser Tower's attack does not consume magic points, which is a constant and stable means of attack. Most importantly, the Eye Laser Tower's range reaches a terrifying 800 meters. Although this distance is nothing special in the shelter's defense facilities, the Eye Laser Tower can already stand out from the crowd in the attack distance of summons. Interesting. After seeing the various skills of the Eye Laser Tower, Li Xia's mouth curled up. I didn't expect the Eye Laser Tower to have a regular type of summoning skills. But that's right. After all, although the Eye Laser Tower is a building, it is also a Sentinel summon. It's not surprising to have an instant Demon Eye Captain summon. Although the Demon Eye summoned by the instant Demon Eye Captain summon is a relatively weak existence among the enemy monsters, facing a Sentinel summon like the Eye Laser Tower, the advantage of not occupying the summoning position is completely outweighed by the flaws. Instant Laser Beam is a regular single-target attack skill, so there is nothing much to analyze. However, With the 800-meter range of the eye laser tower, it can still give the enemy a little shock. The single target attack damage of the Black Death Ray is weaker than that of the instant laser beam, but it has the additional damage of weakness debuff, so the two are comparable. All attacks of the eye laser tower, with the blessing of the passive skill Wild Bite, will cause the enemy to face the curse of 6 debuffs, which is still very good. Li Xia analyzed this and smiled. However, the best thing about the eye laser tower is its passive skill, Black Death Aura. When the enemy approaches the eye laser tower within the 800-meter range, the enemy will receive the Black Death debuff, losing 12 health points per second, and the duration of this debuff is infinite. As long as the enemy is within the 800-meter range, it will be permanently damaged by the Black Death Aura. Also, every time I attack an enemy affected by the Black Death debuff, I will inflict an additional 5% of basic attack damage, which is equivalent to increasing my overall combat power by 5% in disguise. It's great. After the analysis, Li Xia looked extremely conflicted. The resources dropped by killing the Cyclops deer with the highest level of the ice and snow path were all very unique. Although neither the eye laser tower staff nor the weather staff were first-rate magic weapons, the skills attached to both of them could further enhance Li Xia's combat power. This made Li Xia a little conflicted. After thinking for a while, Li Xia decided to store them in the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack first. After sorting out all the gains this time, he would decide whether to keep or discard these two magic weapons. Li Xia then took out another magic weapon, the air horn, from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian. The appearance of the air horn is like an exquisite horn, made of pure silver, inlaid with purple magic gems, and flashing a mysterious light. It is about 1 meter long and 1 meter in diameter at its widest point. It looks gorgeous but practical. Inside the horn, there is a delicate magic circle, engraved with unknown symbols, which seems to seal some powerful power. The material of the air horn is both light and strong, which seems contradictory, but is its uniqueness. Its shell is made of the hardest silver dragon scales, each of which is like an exquisite work of art. Smooth and hard, the internal structure is composed of a variety of rare metals and magic crystals, which not only ensures the hardness of the weapon, but also enhances its magic effect. The attack method of the air horn is even more unique. When using it, the shooter embeds the musket bullet into the magic circle and then fires it. Under the power of magic, this ordinary musket bullet will be transformed into various random items, such as diamonds, grass, ingots, etc., which will attack the enemy as quickly as missiles. The damage depends on the weight of the random item. In the lowest case, the weight of these items may be only 1/10 of the bullet, and the air horn can only exert 0.1 times the attack power. However, in the best case, the weight of these items may reach twice that of the bullet, and the attack power of the air horn will be increased to 2 times. This unpredictable effect makes the enemy always feel stressed when facing the attack of the air horn. In general, the air horn is a very distinctive magic weapon. Its unique appearance, powerful attack power and unpredictable effects make it a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Li Xia frowned upon seeing this. This magic weapon, the air horn, is quite interesting. It has a very rare attribute item, Luck +1. But its attack method is to convert musket bullets into various items, and the damage is also calculated by weight. Then the lower and upper limits of the attack of this magic weapon, the air horn, are very high. The lowest is 0.1 times. The highest is 2 times. The attack stability is too poor. It is not suitable for me. And the skills are also of the conventional type. There is no suitable for me, and they cannot form a complementary relationship. The only lucky item is not enough to make up for the weakness of this magic weapon, the air horn. Li Xia shook his head slightly when he saw this, and immediately put it on the trading platform for sale at a high price. What is poison to others is honey to me. Although this magic weapon, the air horn, is of no use to Li Xia, it may be of great use to other players. So instead of keeping it, it is better to trade it out and exchange it for a batch of resources. Then, Li Xia took out the last magic resource, Lucy Axe, dropped by the Cyclops deer from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Guardian. It is made of fine steel and dragon bones, flashing with a cold light, as if telling unspeakable power and ancient stories. The handle of Lucy's axe is made of a rare, or called night shadow stone, which emits a faint blue light under the moonlight. It is as smooth as silk, and the cold texture and the coldness of the metal complement each other, making the whole axe both mysterious and noble, and exuding a dangerous atmosphere. The main part of the axe is made of branches of the world tree, and its texture seems to still retain the natural breath of the world tree. The hardness and toughness of the world tree perfectly balance the coldness and sharpness of the night shadow stone. The axe blade is full of magic. Every time it is swung, you can feel the chill it emits, like a blade cutting the air. The most amazing thing is the core of the axe. The girl named Lucy. She was transformed from Lucy, a girl from the Tree Demon clan who was completely fallen and could not be reincarnated. Whenever Lucy's axe needs power, she will emerge from the axe and perform fully automatic felling work. The moonlight tears endowed Lucy with amazing beauty and elegance. Her appearance was always accompanied by moonlight and cold wind, giving people a sense of elegance and coldness. Her eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, cold and deep. Her long hair was like silk, hanging down to her waist, and flickered with a faint glow as it fluttered in the wind. Her figure was agile and elegant, like a nightcap running through the forest. Mysterious and beautiful, Lucy held the axe handle with both hands, and the axe blade flashed with cold light as she swung it. No matter how tough the tree was, it could not resist the sharpness of Lucy's axe. Her existence makes Lucy's axe no longer a cold tool, but a guardian with powerful magic power. When night falls, Lucy's axe will emit a faint light, which is the power of moonlight tears calling Lucy. This elegant girl will walk out of the axe and bring light and hope to the forest with her elegance and power. Her existence makes the dark forces that plague the forest have nowhere to hide, bringing peace and tranquility to this land. Lucy's axe and Lucy complement each other and are indispensable. It is a magical tool that combines power and wisdom, and Lucy is its soul and guardian. Together, they constitute the most mysterious and beautiful existence in this forest, which makes people feel both awe and curiosity and expectation. Lucy's axe? Li Xia raised his mouth and smiled. It's interesting that I can summon a tree demon girl named Lucy to perform automatic felling. This is much better than the axe I have at hand. And Lucy is a tree demon girl. She must have a lot in common with Celia. If Celia has Lucy's company, she will definitely not feel so lonely. Right? Li Xia thought of this, and immediately waved Lucy's axe to summon Lucy. But after a closer look, he found that it was not that simple. Lucy had no attack ability, and her only function was to cut down trees. Rather than saying that she was a tree demon girl, it would be better to say that she was now the spirit of Lucy's axe. And she was a spirit that only acted on instinct, basically without wisdom, and unable to communicate. After learning this, Li Xia was very disappointed and put it into the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian backpack. That's right. Not everyone has such good luck as Celia. Chapter 401. Although Lucy was acting on instinct, and was only a spirit of Lucy's axe, Lucy's axe was a magical tool produced by the Tree Demon clan. After finding Celia later, Li Xia still planned to give it to Celia for use. Afterwards, Li Xia took out the treasure bag that was dropped after killing the Cyclops from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, and said with emotion, "This time, I killed a Cyclops with the highest level of the ice and snow path. I don't know if the resources dropped will be better?" Thinking of this, Li Xia smiled, and immediately raised the treasure bag in front of him, and looked at it carefully. The treasure bag, a seemingly ordinary magic blind box, contains endless mysterious power. It is made of a rare magic metal, phantom gold, which flashes colorful light in the sun, as if it is a star fragment falling from heaven. The surface of the treasure bag is inlaid with various mysterious runes, which shine brightly under the light and emit a strong magical fluctuation. The appearance of the treasure bag presents a simple and mysterious style. It is a small pocket with complex embroidery patterns on the surface, which depict various fantasy creatures and mysterious magic symbols. The edge of the pocket is sewn with gold and silk thread, making the whole treasure bag look more gorgeous and noble. When the treasure bag is opened, a strong magic power surges out of it, dyeing the surrounding air with a light purple. As the magic power dissipates, various treasures will appear in the treasure bag. These treasures may be a magic necklace shining with light, a magic book with rare skills, a precious potion with tempting aroma, or a mineral ingot with powerful energy. These treasures appear randomly, and each one has unique magic and value. Whether you want to improve your strength or find some rare resources, the treasure bag can help you. Name: treasure bag. Type: lottery bag. Special authority: soul binding. Quality: expertise requirement: General In. Effect, after opening, various resources are obtained randomly. Note: Treasure Bag is a fixed drop for all players when they kill the same type of boss-level monster for the first time. It is soulbound and cannot be traded. Compared with treasure chests and treasure boxes, the resources obtained by opening treasure bags are more rare and have a higher chance of obtaining excellent resources. Seeing this, Li Xia nodded slightly and thought, it's a pity that it's not an origin treasure bag and can't drop god fragments. Otherwise, my high-level authority, the 9th divinity of the shelter, would be settled. However, Li Xia did not dwell on this, but chose to open the treasure bag immediately. Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully opening the treasure bag and obtaining Skeleton Helmet X1, Weapon Stripper X1, Eye Bone X1, Radio X1, Meteorite Ingot X3000, Dungeon Bones X5000, Strong Luck Potion X1, Strong Healing Potion X10, Strong Magic Potion X10, Healing Potion X50, Magic Potion X50, Iron Potion X10, Archery Potion X10, Life Regeneration Potion X5, Endurance Potion X5, Diamond X1000, Blue Jade Gem X1000, Emerald Gem X1000, Amethyst Gem X1000, Topaz Gem X1000, Grown Skill Sword /X1. As the boss-level monsters killed by Li Xia became higher and higher in level, even the treasure bag was getting more and more abundant. Li Xia took a quick look at the light balls of different colors floating in the air, and found that there were quite a few good things. Especially the high-level magic accessories exclusively for boss-level enemies, and a skill that could grow and slash that he had never seen before. As soon as the 3 words grow came out, Li Xia couldn't move his eyes away, because Li Xia had the Crimson Fury Slime Staff, a magic weapon that could grow. And he naturally knew how important the 3 words grow were. The skills that can grow are like the Crimson Fury Slime Staff that can grow. They are not strong in the early stage, but as long as you are willing to invest resources and spend time to cultivate them, they will be the best in the later stage. Now, Li Xia finally got a skill book that can grow. How can he not be happy? Today is a great day. Li Xia was very happy, and quickly put away all the resources, and returned to the shelter workshop. After sitting down, Li Xia directly put all the low-level ingot materials and conventional potion resources on the trading platform for sale. Li Xia no longer needs low-level ingot materials, and potion resources are just inferior goods in front of the Moon Goddess series potions. Li Xia will not use these potions during the battle, so there is no need to keep these 2 types of resources. It is better to put them on the trading platform to exchange for some resources that are also low-level, but can be used by oneself, such as gel and pink gel. After all, the demand for the growth quality of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff is very large. After finishing all this, Li Xia took out a helmet from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack and looked at it carefully. The skeleton helmet, as the name suggests, is made of the skeleton of a cyclops deer, which is carefully polished and presents a cold and elegant white color. The surface of the helmet is engraved with complex and mysterious runes, which flicker with a faint light, as if telling unknown secrets. The eye mask of the skeleton helmet is inlaid with a deep purple gem, like a pupil in the dark, deep and mysterious. The core function of this magic accessory is that it can give the wearer a temporary active skill, Ice Soul Claw. When the wearer activates this skill, it is like an icy ghost claw reaching out from hell. This skill can be used to attack enemies, and its power depends on the wearer's magic value. The magic value consumed gradually increases as the skill is used until it reaches a fixed upper limit. The skeleton helmet is made of a rare magic element called frost, which has a powerful freezing power. Every detail of the helmet fully demonstrates its unique material and craftsmanship. The runes carved on the surface of the helmet are actually symbols of an ancient freezing magic spell, which give the skeleton helmet powerful magic. In the last era of the survival game, many players who embarked on the road to becoming strong have given high praise to the skeleton helmet. They believe that although the skeleton helmet consumes a high magic value, its attack power is extremely strong, enough to make up for this deficiency. At the same time, the appearance of the skeleton helmet is also deeply loved by players. The cold and elegant design style undoubtedly makes it an extremely attractive magic accessory. In general, the skeleton helmet is a magical accessory that combines beauty and practicality. Its unique material and craftsmanship, as well as its powerful magical effects, have given it a high reputation among players. However, its high mana consumption also reminds us that this is a powerful weapon that needs to be used with caution. Oh! Li Xiao was pleasantly surprised. I never expected that the skeleton helmet actually contained the most powerful skill of the Cyclops deer, the Ice Soul Claw, which is a rare and powerful magic skill. Moreover, the active skill of the skeleton helmet, instant summoning of the Ice and Snow Elf Mage Captain, with the blessing of the passive skill Skeleton Throne. The total number of summons has reached 20, which is a considerable number, and is also very helpful for Li Xiao's combat effectiveness. Li Xiao hurriedly called out the accessories column to check. Accessories 66, Bone Gloves, Apprentice Scarf, Swift Terra Shining Boots, Scarlet Hard Magnetic Flower, Scarlet Secret Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Scarlet Wind Blade Winglet. After thinking for a while, Li Xiao finally chose to replace the Apprentice Scarf. After all, the Apprentice Scarf's function was too single, and not as comprehensive, as the Skeleton Helmet. Accessories 66, Bone Gloves, Skeleton Helmet, Swift Terra Shining Boots, Scarlet Hard Magnetic Flower, Scarlet Secret Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Scarlet Wind Blade Winglet. After replacing the magic accessories, Li Xiao took out the weapon stripper and looked at it intently. The weapon stripper, this magical device, has endless power. It can strip the skills attached to a magic weapon and then merge them into another weapon. This power makes the weapon stripper a treasure that countless players in the survival game of the series dream of. The material of the weapon stripper is made of a rare metal called Star Meteorite. This metal comes from the distant starry sky and contains powerful magic. The surface of the star meteorite presents a deep blue, as if it is the brightest star in the night sky. In the sun, it will emit a charming light, intoxicating. The appearance of the weapon stripper presents a simple and mysterious style. Its main part is a round metal plate with a diameter of about 1 foot. The edge of the metal plate is engraved with complex runes, which represent various mysterious magical powers. There is a small handle in the center of the metal plate for the user to operate. The entire weapon stripper exudes a strong magical fluctuation, which makes people dare not underestimate it. When using the weapon stripper, first place the 2 magic weapons in the 2 grooves of the metal plate. Then, the user needs to concentrate and inject his magic power into the metal plate. During this process, the runes on the metal disc will flash with dazzling light, as if responding to the user's call. As the magic power is continuously injected, the metal disc begins to rotate slowly. During this process, the skills on the 2 magic weapons will be gradually stripped away, forming a shining energy ball. This energy ball contains rich magic power, waiting to be fused into another weapon. Finally, the user needs to touch the target weapon to the energy ball to complete the fusion of skills. During this process, the energy ball will disappear quickly, and the skill will be completely integrated into the target weapon. At this point, a successful weapon skill stripping and fusion is completed. After checking the panel data of the weapon stripper, Li Xiao was delighted and said, "Great! Great! This weapon stripper comes just in time. It's just a timely rain." Li Xiao was worrying about how to deal with the weather stick and the eye laser tower staff, but he didn't expect to get a weapon stripper by opening a treasure bag. Now, at the current stage, at least one of the wind and cloud elf and the sentinel type summon eye laser tower can be completely digested into the current combat power. Thinking of this, Li Xiao couldn't wait to take out the weather rod and eye laser tower staff, and thought carefully. At present, there is only one weapon stripper, so which magic weapon should be stripped first? And which main magic weapon should the stripped skills be integrated into? Chapter 402. The Wind and Cloud Spirit of the Weather Staff is a special type of leaning type, which significantly improves the player's combat power. The Eye Laser Tower Staff is a special type of sentinel summoning magic weapon. The summoned Eye Laser Tower is a sentinel that does not occupy the upper limit of the summon quantity. However, the Eye Laser Tower's improvement on the player's combat power is relatively small, and the Eye Laser Tower is a building type sentinel summon, which cannot be moved and has relatively large restrictions. But the Wind and Cloud Spirit of the Weather Stick has a much wider range of application than the Eye Laser Tower Staff. After analyzing this, Li Xiao already knew exactly what he wanted. Before the second weapon stripper appeared, Li Xiao's first choice must be to strip the Wind and Cloud Spirit skills of the Weather Stick. But, thinking of this, Li Xiao frowned and took out the 2 main magic weapons, the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade, from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack. At present, these two magic weapons are Li Xiao's biggest reliance. If he wants to merge the separated Wind and Cloud Elf skills, he has to choose between the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade. Which magic weapon should it be merged into? Even if the Wind and Cloud Elf is a special type of possessed summon, the skill itself is also a summoning skill. If so, is the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff more suitable? The more Li Xiao analyzes, the quicker his thinking becomes, and the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff is a magic weapon that can grow. Its current strength is comparable to that of the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade. However, the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade can also continue to advance. But after all, there is no growth entry. Thinking of this, Li Xiao had made up his mind and immediately chose to use the weapon stripper to strip the Wind and Cloud Spirit skills of the Weather Stick and merge them into the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Ding! The Scarlet Fury Slime Staff has been enhanced by the weapon stripper. The weapon stripper cannot be used on the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff again. A system announcement popped up, and Li Xiao immediately understood that using the weapon stripper was a one-time transaction. And there was such a restriction. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Li Xiao immediately placed the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade into the weapon stripper and gave it the skills of the Wind and Cloud Elf. Li Xiao cast his eyes on the magic weapon Weather Stick. This weapon, full of powerful magic, reflects an attractive brilliance in the sun, like a god in a fable. And in its magic core, the summoning skill, called the Wind and Cloud Elf, is sealed. This is an unconventional type of summoning skill. It is like a sealed powerful soul, waiting to be awakened. Li Xiao held the stripper tightly and took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt the power from the deep magical torrent. A magic as vast as the sea and as mighty as a torrent. He swung it hard, and the stripper rushed towards the Weather Stick like a hungry predator. At that moment, an invisible huge vortex seemed to appear in the air. The summoning skill of the Wind and Cloud Elf flew out of the Weather Stick like an awakened nightmare and rushed towards the stripper. This process seemed to be the solidification of time, the solidification of air, and the heartbeat of the player seemed to stop at this moment. Then, a powerful force burst out from the stripper, and the summoning skill of the Wind and Cloud Elf was pulled by this force and slowly merged into another magic weapon, the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade. The Scarlet Eternal Night Blade seemed to feel the new power injection and made a cheerful humming sound. Li Xiao loosened his hand holding the stripper and watched all this happen. His heart was filled with satisfaction and pride. He knew that he had successfully separated the summoning skills of the Wind and Cloud Spirit from the Weather Staff and integrated them into the Scarlet Eternal Night Blade. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiao for obtaining the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade? This name is as majestic as the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Interesting. Li Xiao couldn't wait to pick up the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade and carefully examine its changing appearance. Puff! A scarlet light illuminated everything around. This was the magic weapon from Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade, emitting a mysterious and dangerous light. This scarlet light seemed to be telling its story. Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade, a weapon made of the purest scarlet gem and mysterious magic metal. The scarlet gem shone brightly, as if flowing with liquid light, while the metal flashed a deep dark light. This mysterious material makes it more dazzling in the dark, as if it is a star from hell. This weapon has a unique appearance. The blade is slender and elegant, and the hilt is inlaid with a deep red gem, like a bloodshot eye, flashing a sharp light in the dark. The blade is thin and sharp, like a razor, which can easily cut everything. The streamlined design of the entire sword makes people feel both elegant and powerful. The core function of Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade is that it can summon Wind and Cloud Elves that can possess the player, and summon pseudo-boss level summons, Night Hunters, to assist in combat. Both the Wind and Cloud Elf and the Night Hunter are important sources of power for Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. Scarlet Eternal Night Projectile and Scarlet Eternal Night Barrier are the two main attack and defense skills of Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. Scarlet Eternal Night Projectile can release powerful energy in an instant, causing a fatal blow to the enemy. Scarlet Eternal Night Barrier can protect players at critical moments and resist enemy attacks. In the dark, the power of Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade will be further enhanced. Its scarlet light can illuminate everything around, allowing players to clearly see the enemy's movements even in the dark. When players use Scarlet Knight's Edge to attack, its power will be greatly enhanced. as if a blazing fire was ignited in the dark. In addition, Scarlet Knight's Edge has a special attack method, Scarlet Dark Knight Spin. When the player performs a normal attack, Scarlet Knight's Edge will automatically transform into Scarlet Dark Knight Spin, which is a range attack skill that can cause a lot of damage to the enemy in an instant. Let the players be more comfortable in the battle. In general, Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade is a powerful magic weapon. Whether it is its material, appearance or core function, it is full of mystery and danger. For those warriors who dare to challenge powerful boss-level monsters, this is undoubtedly a rare magic weapon. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The fusion of the wind and cloud spirit was successful, and finally fulfilled a small wish of Li Xiao. Although Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade is not a magic weapon that can grow, there are still entries for the materials in the current type column. Li Xiao believes that the upper limit of this magic weapon will definitely not be low. After storing Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian, Li Xiao then took out an eye bone and looked at it carefully. This is a magic accessory carved from the eye bone of a one-eyed giant deer, full of mysterious and wonderful power. The material of the eye bone is hard and mysterious, showing a dark brown tone, emitting an ancient and deep light. Its shape is similar to a huge deer antler, but in the center, there is a huge, unique eyeball. This eyeball is the source of the power of the Cyclops deer, and the core part of the eye bone. In appearance, the eye bone is carved into a lifelike Cyclops deer. From the antlers to the eyeball, every inch is carved in detail, as if as long as you call its name, it will jump out and communicate with you. This eye bone is not only a magic accessory, but also a work of art, full of unique charm. The core function of the eye bone is even more amazing. It can summon a piggy bank with storage function at any time. This piggy bank is a very interesting creature, with a round body and short limbs, cute pink hair and big round eyes. Whenever it is summoned, it will make a humming sound, as if it is acting coquettishly to its owner. The piggy bank has a very powerful storage function. No matter what the item is, as long as it is placed on it, it will be automatically stored in the bank. This tank contains an independent space that can store various items, including food, clothing, books, etc. As long as you have the eye bone, you have a mobile warehouse that can be used at any time. Oh! The eye bone is actually a void storage item, and it is a more advanced storage item than the coin slot and void storage bag, and it can summon a piggy bank pet? If it's a pet, that's really interesting. Li Xiao was interested and weighed the eye bone to summon it. Chapter 403. The piggy bank is a pig covered in gold and red light. It is small in stature, but has the wisdom of 1,000 years. Its eyes sparkle with starlight, as if it can see through the secrets of everything in the world. The piggy bank is surrounded by a circle of glittering gems, each of which contains endless wealth and wisdom. 2 strings of golden bells are hung on its pig ears. Whenever it is gently shaken, it can emit a melodious melody, as if telling of its magical power. There is an exquisite key on the back of the piggy bank, which is the key to unlock its treasures. When the player needs to use the storage space, just press it lightly, and an illusory halo will appear, surrounding the player, and at the same time opening a wide space. This space is like another dimension, and the player can put any item in it, and the size of the space is at will. The most magical effect of the piggy bank is that it provides the player with a storage space of 100 grids at any time, whether in battle or in daily life. This space can provide great convenience for players, whether it is storing weapons, equipment, precious magic materials, or even the most exquisite jewelry. They can all be perfectly preserved in this space. Whenever the moon falls, the piggy bank will hum under the starlight, as if proud of its magical power. Its petite body seems to contain endless power and wisdom, and has become the most trusted partner of players. Wow! After checking the panel data of the piggy bank pet, Li Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips and said, "The 4-dimensional attributes and quality column of the piggy bank pet are all question marks?" It was not until Li Xiao saw that the passive skill of the piggy bank pet could not be selected that he understood why the piggy bank pet was so special. As long as Li Xiao was alive, the piggy bank could not be attacked or hurt. Of course, the piggy bank pet had no attack power. But in this way, at least even if the piggy bank pet was in pet form and could follow him all the time, Li Xiao did not need to worry about the piggy bank pet being killed by enemy monsters or enemies. If there is no such passive skill, The value of the piggy bank pet is probably not comparable to that of the piggy bank. After all, safety is the greatest feature of void storage equipment. However, after having this passive skill and being unable to be selected, the piggy bank pet directly crushes the piggy bank by several streets. After Li Xia stored the eye bone in the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, he walked around and found that the piggy bank pet was following him closely. And Li Xia can also cancel the follow mode of the piggy bank pet at any time through the eye bone, which is very convenient to use. Well, that's good, but you don't have to choose between the piggy bank pet and the piggy bank. Both can be used together. It just takes up 2 spaces in the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, but it can provide an additional 200 storage spaces. This account is still very cost-effective. Thinking of this, Li Xia laughed and walked into the High Authority Shelter Workshop. After sitting down, he carefully took out the growth skill, Sword Slash, from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack. The book Growth and Sword Slash is like a brilliant gem, inlaid on an exquisite metal cover, shining with deep light. The cover of Growth and Sword Slash uses a rare material called star metal. This metal is like flowing starlight, constantly flashing mysterious light. Every flash seems to be telling a legendary story. The texture of star metal is as gentle as jade, but as tough as steel. It gives people a strong sense of shock both visually and tactily. Open this book, and you will find that its inner pages are made of Dark Night stone from the abyss. This stone contains a wonderful magical power that can record all knowledge and skills. When the player learns the skills in this book, the Dark Night stone will record them, filling the player's mind with powerful power. The core function of the Growthable Sword Slash is to give the player a growthable magic skill Sword Slash. This skill not only has powerful attack power, but also has unique growth attributes. As the player's level increases and combat experience accumulates, the power of the Sword Slash will continue to increase. In the process of learning the growth-oriented Sword Slash, the player needs to concentrate and recite the spell silently. When the power in the skill book is connected with the player's spirit, a powerful force will surge in the player's body, as if to cut off all obstacles. Once this skill is successfully learned, the player can freely use the Sword Slash in battle and become an invincible warrior. Skill name, Sword Slash. Skill attributes, active permanent mastery growable. Quality, rough 0%. Magic value consumption, 1 point. Cooling time, none. Effect, restricts melee sword magic weapons. Players swing the sword in their hands to release a Sword Slash, causing 105% basic attack damage to the enemy. Learning requirements, General D. Note, when players open magic blind box resources such as treasure bags, treasure chests, and treasure boxes, there is a very small probability of obtaining growable type skills. And Sword Slash is one of them. Although Sword Slash is the most basic skill, it has the advantages of low magic value consumption and no skill cooling. In addition, the upgrade of Sword Slash does not require the participation of gold sources. Players only need to practice waving to increase proficiency. When it reaches a certain level, it will automatically advance. Growable type skills are far more precious than special moves. Proper use will greatly improve the player's combat effectiveness. Fuck. Li Xia stared at the scalable Sword Slash in his hand in amazement. He never expected that his second scalable resource was not a magic weapon, but a magic skill book. But to be honest, although the current scalable Sword Slash is of the lowest rough quality, the damage increase to the player's own attack is only 105%. The problem is that the scalable Sword Slash has no cooldown time, which is equivalent to an instant type skill, and the mana consumption is as low as only a little. This also means that it is not difficult for Li Xia to improve the quality of growth drawing Sword Slash by continuously increasing proficiency. What's more, the note information of growth drawing Sword Slash clearly states that growth drawing Sword Slash is a growth type skill that is better than the ultimate move type skill. Growing drawing Sword Slash has a promising future after the quality of growth drawing Sword Slash is improved. This skill may give me a big surprise. Li Xia took a deep breath and started learning immediately. Passive skill column 4/4, fixed data vision. 4th level Crimson Fission. 4th level Crimson Source Pump. 4th level Crimson Protection. Active skill column May 5th. 4th level Crimson Heavy Attack. 4th level Crimson Crystal Attack. 4th level Crimson 3-pointed Array. 4th level Death Tornado Ultimate Move. Scalable Drawing Sword. This is not enough. Li Xia directly summoned the Assimilation Enhancement panel. Scarlet points required to assimilate scalable drawing sword into Scarlet exclusive. 5 million points. 5 million Scarlet points? Li Xiao was shocked. This was the largest single consumption of Scarlet points he had ever encountered. Even if the total price of building the Scarlet Power Kingdom was as high as 10 million points, at least 1 million could be paid in installments. However, if growth drawing swords wanted to perform assimilation enhancement, 5 million Scarlet points had to be invested in one go. Li Xiao looked at his current Scarlet point inventory and found that he only had 2 million. And he was still short of 3 million. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Li Xiao came to the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter. In the rich golden sunlight, Li Xiao stood still, his figure swaying gently in the breeze. Like an elegant dancer, he held the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. Suddenly, he opened his deep eyes, flashing with determination and perseverance. He shouted and pulled the knife out of the scabbard, instantly emitting a sharp golden light. The light was like a huge sword, cutting through the air, making a sharp sound. Li Xiao's sword skills were like flowing clouds in water. He waved the sword like an artist splashing paint on a canvas. The golden sword light danced in his hands, sometimes rushing like a gust of wind, sometimes pouring like a rainstorm. Every time he swung the sword, it was accompanied by a strong energy, as if even the air was cut apart. His enemies retreated one after another under the golden sword light, and their weapons were broken like paper scraps under Li Xiao's sword. Those powerful enemies, under this shocking sword technique, became vulnerable. Li Xiao's sword drawing and slashing is not only a weapon skill, but also a unique dance. He dances with the sword and sings with the wind. Every swing of the sword shows his strength and determination. Every kill is like him declaring to the world, "I am Li Xiao, and no one can stop me." As Li Xiao continued to practice sword drawing and slashing, the system prompt sound also sounded. Ding! Growable sword / proficiency +1. Growable sword / proficiency +3. Growable sword / proficiency +2. Half an hour later, Li Xiao put away the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade and stood there with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Ding! Growable sword / promoted to ordinary quality. Li Xiao was happy when he heard it. Sure enough, growable sword / is a skill that improves very quickly in the early stage. The most important thing is that you don't need to consume gold to upgrade this skill. It's really great. Li Xiao returned to the Advanced Authority Shelter Workshop and quickly called out the skill panel to check it carefully. Skill name, sword /. Skill attribute, active permanent mastery growable. Quality, normal 0%. Magic point consumption, 1 point. Cooling time, none. Effect, restrict melee sword magic weapons. Players swing their swords and release a sword /, causing 120% basic attack damage to the enemy. Learning requirements, General D. Note, when players open magic blind box resources such as treasure bags, treasure chests, and treasure boxes, there is a very small probability that they will obtain growth type skills. And the sword drawing / is one of them. Although the sword drawing / is the most basic skill, it has the advantages of low magic value consumption and no skill cooldown. In addition, the upgrade of the sword drawing / does not require the participation of gold sources. Players only need to practice swinging to increase proficiency. When it reaches a certain level, it will automatically advance. The growth type skills are far more valuable than the ultimate skills. Proper use will greatly improve the player's combat effectiveness. Oh! The basic damage of a single attack of the growth sword / has been increased from 105% to 120%. Can it be increased so much by one level? Li Xiao touched his chin and analyzed. It seems that in the past few days, before going to the Hell Biome, I must practice the growth sword / skill more. Gurgle. Li Xiao's stomach rumbled unconsciously. It was obviously because of the half-hour growth sword / practice and the mealtime. He was hungry. But Li Xiao did not eat immediately. Instead, he chose to at least sort out all the harvests in the treasure bag first. Li Xiao took a sip of hot tea, and then took out a radio similar to the style of the 1970s and 1980s from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Guardian. Is this also an accessory? With a hint of curiosity, Li Xiao looked at it intently. Chapter 404. This magic accessory radio has an ancient charm. Its design inspiration seems to be drawn from the retro style of the 1970s and 1980s in the real world. But from the style point of view, It does not look like a product of the survival game. Its appearance is as gorgeous as ever, and it seems to perfectly blend the elegance of antique radios with mysterious magic elements. It is a deep black color, full of historical sedimentation, and with exquisite gold-rimmed decoration. It looks more noble and mysterious. The material of the radio can be called a rare treasure. It is made of the finest arcane alloy, and every inch exudes a unique magical atmosphere. This alloy is extremely rare in the magic world. It has extraordinary toughness and conductivity, making the magic of the radio more powerful and lasting. And the core function of the radio is even more amazing. It can break through the time gap and let the wearer hear the sound of another world. That world, perhaps the past, perhaps the future, is full of endless mysteries and unknowns. This magical effect makes the radio a treasure that countless magicians dream of. What is even more unique is that this radio also has a message function. When the wearer receives a voice from another radio, he can leave a message on his own radio, which will then be played by the other radio. This unique interactive method makes the connection between the two worlds closer. In general, this radio is like a window open between different worlds, allowing the wearer to transcend the limitations of time and space and hear the voice of another world. Its existence undoubtedly adds a touch of mystery to this survival game. Ah! After checking the panel data of the radio, Li Xia frowned and remained silent, especially after seeing the effect of the radio. He knew that the magic resources dropped by the Cyclops deer with the supreme true level of ice and snow path killed this time were very strange. After all, there were the weather rod and laser tower staff. But Li Xia never expected it to be so strange. Can you ignore the time gap and listen to the voices of other players in the time gap? If this is the only function, then it might be more suitable for Li Bianqing, who has an intelligence network. Li Xia didn't believe it and tried it himself. He just tuned the frequency and didn't confirm it, but he heard the sound of the radio automatically starting to play. That's right. Another function of the radio is that players can hear messages from the future or the past through the radio. This sentence is even more mysterious. But now the radio is buzzing. Li Xia simply stopped and listened to who left a message for me and what they said. This is easy. Godfather. It's me. I'm Celia. The first sentence from the radio made Li Xia stand up. It was Celia who left me a message through the radio? Celia? But that's not right. Celia's voice is not like this. Why does Celia sound tired and queen-like in the radio? How long has it been? Why is there such a big change? Just when Li Xia was puzzled, the radio paused slightly and continued to play. I am now beside another you. I already know my mission. We have been working hard for the final victory. Godfather. In order to ensure that the radio is not detected by the gods and rules. I can't tell you anything else. But you must remember that the real magic comp damaged version is very important. And the Glimmer Lake is also very important to you. The voice stopped here. Li Xia looked serious, chewing these words like an old cow chewing the cud. Beside another me? Li Xia can basically guess that the other self should be the substitute doll that mysteriously disappeared before. But Celia knows her mission? What is her mission? In order to prevent the gods and rules from noticing, Celia went to great lengths to send this message, which must be of great value. And the real magic comp damaged version and the Glimmer Lake mentioned in this sentence. Could they be the password for the final victory? In order to ensure that the gods and rules will not notice, she can only vaguely remind herself through two messages. However, Li Xia was not stupid. The tacit understanding with Celia made him quickly understand that the true magic comp damaged version and the Glimmering Lake were the core of this passage and the most important thing for this radio recording. True magic comp damaged version? Li Xia thought to himself. The true magic comp damaged version is a divine weapon. And it is the first divine weapon I have obtained. Although it is very powerful, and now even has the top skill of Tidal Dharma, it is probably not related to the final victory. Right? As for the Glimmer Lake, Li Xia searched for information about the Glimmer Lake from the depths of his memory. Finally, he really found it. Li Xia once obtained a Moonwell recipe. In the recipe's notes, it said that the ordinary resource recipe was given a transformation effect of the Glimmer Lake water, and a wonderful change occurred. The Moonwell was once a landmark building that spread with the prosperity of the Alliance. Wherever there is an alliance, there must be a Moonwell. Li Xia dare not say that he is the player who knows the history of the last era's Clash survival game the best. But in terms of the degree of understanding of the history of the last era's Clash survival game, He can definitely rank among the top 3 players in this era's Clash survival game. But even so, he only learned the 4 words Glimmer Lake Water from the formula of the Moon Well. There was no news about Glimmer Lake in other formulas or history, or even other channels. If it was just like this, it would be fine. After all, the history of the survival game of the last era was so long. It was normal for him to only know part of it. But now it was different. This was the key information about the final victory that Celia had sent back with great difficulty. He must know the role, history, origin, and even what kind of help Glimmer Lake could provide to him. He must know everything. He immediately contacted Li Bianqing in the team channel. Li Xia, Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing, do you know the Waiguan Lake? Li Bianqing, yes. There is information on the Moon Well recipe. I pour the spring water from the Moon Well every day, so I am definitely familiar with this aspect. Li Xia, in addition to the notes on the Moon Well, have you learned about the Waiguan Lake from other sources? Li Bianqing, I really don't know. After all, it was a matter of the last era. Maybe the Waiguan Lake is dried up. Li Bianqing, what? Are you interested in this information? Li Xia, yes. I am very interested and very urgent. Brother Bianqing, please help me check it. Li Bianqing, okay. No problem. I will try my best to help you check it. After the chat, Li Xia felt a little frustrated. Even Li Bianqing didn't know more information about the Twilight Lake. And I'm afraid other players in the regional channel didn't know it even more. Asking Li Bianqing to check it was just a last-ditch effort. Not wanting to miss that one, Li Xia fell asleep unwillingly, and did not get up until the next morning when it was just dawn. After breakfast, Li Xia went to the High Authority Shelter workshop as usual. After some hard work yesterday, the harvest of the Cyclops Deer's treasure bag has been sorted out. However, as the first player to kill the Cyclops Deer with the highest level of ice and snow, the system also rewarded him with a King's Treasure Box. Today's main task is to digest all the harvests of the King's Treasure Box first. Li Xia immediately took out a King's Treasure Box from the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian's backpack and looked at it intently. The appearance of this treasure box is like an exquisite classical treasure box, with black gold as the base and inlaid with blue magic runes. These runes flow with deep brilliance under the reflection of light, shining like stars. The material of the King's Treasure Box is taken from a rare, or called nightlight jade, which will emit a faint light in the dark, shining like a sleeping star. The green light of the luminous jade and the blue magic runes are intertwined to form a mysterious and harmonious visual effect that is unforgettable at first sight. Opening the King's Treasure Box is the key to obtaining random magic accessories, rare skills, precious potions, ingot materials, and other resources. Every time you open it, it is like starting an unknown fantasy journey. It may be a magic ornament shining with mysterious luster. It may be an ancient magic scroll. It may be a bottle of precious potion that can give you power. Or it may be some rare ingot materials. Every time you open it, it is full of surprises and expectations. Of course, there may be some small setbacks, such as the skills you get are not quite in line with your own skills, or the potions you get do not fully meet your needs. However, this is the charm of the King's Treasure Box. It is full of unknowns and variables, making people unable to stop. Name: King's Treasure Box. Type: Lucky Bag. Quality: Ultimate. Specialization requirement: General in. Effect: after opening, you will get the hidden gift of the players of the previous era's survival game. Note: no one can guess what is inside the treasure chest before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure chest. Ryan Schrodinger, Dean of the Space Department of the Magician Association. Li Xia chose to open it without hesitation. Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully opening the King's Treasure Chest and obtaining Ice Witch God Origin Fragment X1, Weapon Fusion Device X1, Shell Phone Formula X1. 3 resources were lined up in the air, and the beautiful scene made Li Xia unable to stop. Although there are only 3 resources obtained after opening the King's Treasure Box, all of them are very high-quality resources. Li Xia hurriedly picked up the fragment of the origin of the Ice and Snow Witch God, and said excitedly, "The 9th divinity of the High Authority Shelter has finally been found." Li Xia couldn't wait to look at it. The fragment of the origin of the Ice and Snow Witch God is an ancient relic with magical power, which is accompanied by icy cold and terrifying magic. The appearance of the fragment of the origin of the Ice and Snow Witch God is like an irregular ice crystal, flashing with a faint blue light, as if it hides endless magic. It has a crystal-like texture, and each side is engraved with complex magic runes, which glow coldly under the light. When this fragment is integrated into the shelter, it begins to exert its magical power. The shelter is blessed by the Ice Witch God, and its overall attack power has been greatly improved. More importantly, the attacks of the shelter are accompanied by debuffs such as frost, freezing and freezing, making it impossible for the enemy to exert its full strength in front of the magic of this fragment. In battle, the fragment of the origin of the Ice Witch God has become the most valuable asset of the sanctuary. When the enemy is struggling in pain under the cold frost attack, the players of the sanctuary can seize the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow, and those fleeing enemies will be terrified because they cannot withstand the cold magic of the fragment of the origin of the Ice Witch God. The fragment of the origin of the Ice Witch God is a magical treasure with a very mysterious color. Its appearance is as clear as ice crystal, and it contains powerful magic inside. When it is integrated into the sanctuary has the blessing of ice and snow authority. The attack power has been greatly improved, and it brings frost, freezing and freezing to the enemy. The existence of this magic treasure undoubtedly brings unparalleled combat power bonus to the sanctuary. Chapter 405. Compared with the fragments of the origin of the Ice Witch God, the fragments of the origin of the Bass God, and the fragments of the origin of the Rich God, the blessing on the shelter is different. But the only similarity is that the effect of the fragments of the origin of the Ice Witch God on the shelter is also extremely strong. If the focus of the fragments of the origin of the Bass God on the shelter is to improve the defense of the shelter's defense system, the focus of the fragments of the origin of the Rich God on the shelter is to improve the solidity value of the shelter's defense system and restore the solidity value. Then the focus of the Snow Witch God origin fragment on the shelter is more inclined to attack. From the triple debuffs of freezing, frost, and freezing attached to the Snow Witch God origin fragment to the attached increase in the attack power of the shelter, all of which highlight this point. The Snow Witch God origin fragment is undoubtedly a very useful God origin fragment similar to the Bass God origin fragment and the Abundance God origin fragment. In addition, the Snow Witch God origin fragment can also bring a permanent benefit to Li Xia himself. The Bravery of the Ice Witch. Players will gain a constant bonus to the Bravery of the Ice Witch, skill damage plus 10%. This is much stronger than the fixed health recovery plus 1 that comes with the origin fragments of the Abundant God. In this way, Li Xia's overall combat effectiveness will be further improved. 10% is a big improvement. However, the origin fragments of the Ice Witch God and the origin fragments of the Buster God are both named after the god's honorific title, representing the path sequence and ability behind them. According to the information analyzed by the origin fragments of the Buster God, the god represented by the origin fragments of the Ice Witch God, the Ice Witch, not only left a name, but also has not completely fallen. If I really use the Ice Witch God origin fragment, it means that I may have to face not only one Bass God, but also an Ice Witch God in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xia chuckled. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. It has come to this point. If you are afraid of offending the gods, then what's the point of playing? One god is a confrontation. Two gods are also a confrontation. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. Loading the Ice Witch God origin fragment. Divinity September 9th. Fragment of the origin of the Ice Witch God. Click here for details. Ding! Player Li Xia has achieved permanent gain. 2 system messages came one after another, and Li Xia's personal panel data also popped up automatically. Constant gain, fixed damage reduction of 15%, fixed damage counterattack of 5%, ignore knockback, defense plus 5, fixed health recovery speed plus 1, skill damage plus 10%, title spirit constant version, all effects of any potion are plus 10%, and the player's combat power in any liquid is plus 10%. Winter Swimming Pigeon, the player's resistance to freezing, frost, and freezing is increased by 1, and the player can control swimming and winter swimming. When the player swims, the health value is fixed by plus 1 per second, and the magic value is fixed by plus 1 per second. Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. Then he took out the weapon fusion device from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian and looked at it intently. The material of this weapon fusion device is unusual. It is forged from a mysterious metal called Tears of the Stars. This metal comes from the distant starry sky and has endless energy. The surface of the star tears metal glows with a faint blue light. as if it contains the power of the stars. Under the sunlight, it will emit a charming luster, making people want to explore it. The appearance of the weapon fusion device is very unique. It presents a streamlined design style, like a sci-fi weapon from the future. Its main part is a cylindrical container, with a huge blue gem inlaid inside. This gem is the core of the star tier's metal, and the energy source of the entire fusion device. The gem is surrounded by complex magic runes, which flash mysteriously, as if telling ancient secrets. The core function of the weapon fusion device is to fuse the various attributes of a magic weapon, including the accompanying skills, into another weapon. This process requires precise operation and powerful magic power. First, the user needs to put the two magic weapons into the two side slots of the fusion device respectively. Then, the user needs to inject his own magic power into the fusion device to activate the magic array inside. During this process, the star tier's metal will release powerful energy to fuse the properties and skills of the two weapons. After a period of fusion, the two originally independent magic weapons will merge into one and become a brand new weapon. This new weapon not only inherits the properties and skills of the original two weapons, but also optimizes and improves to a certain extent according to the needs of the user. This makes the weapon fusion device a must-have artifact for countless magicians and adventurers. However, the weapon fusion device is not perfect. Each fusion consumes a lot of magic power and the energy of the star tier's metal. Therefore, users need to be cautious when using this magical item to avoid unnecessary losses. After checking the panel data of the weapon fusion device, Li Xian nodded slightly. This weapon fusion device looks better than the weapon stripper. On the basis of fusion skills, it can also fuse four-dimensional attributes. When Li Xian saw the weapon fusion device for the first time, he thought of the Eye Laser Tower staff he had obtained before. He was determined to obtain the Eye Laser Tower, a sentinel magic summoning building. However, it was very important to choose which magic weapon to fuse it into. Li Xian took out the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and thought, the previous weapon stripper was not reusable, so there should be no problem with this weapon fusion device. Right? Li Xian tried it, and no system prompt popped up, indicating that it was feasible to use the weapon fusion device on the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Li Xian was immediately interested and took out the Eye Laser Tower Staff. He carefully placed the Eye Laser Tower Staff on the port of the weapon fusion device. The runes on the port flashed with mysterious light. He took a deep breath and started the weapon fusion device. As Li Xian chanted, a powerful magic power rose from the port and surrounded the Eye Laser Tower Staff. The runes on the staff began to flash, as if responding to this magic power. Soon, a ray of light shot out from the staff and went straight to the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. The Scarlet Fury Slime Staff felt the arrival of this force, and a faint red light began to appear on its surface. This layer of red light gradually became hotter, as if it was going to melt the entire weapon fusion device. Li Xian watched all this nervously. He knew that this was a key step in the fusion process. At this moment, the light emitted from the Eye Laser Tower Staff finally intersected with the red light of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. The two forces collided in the air, triggering a violent energy storm. In the storm, the four-dimensional attributes and skills began to blend with each other, forming a new power. Li Xian watched the process nervously. He knew that this fusion process was not easy. He needed to constantly adjust his magic power to ensure the success of the fusion. With Li Xian's efforts, the new power gradually stabilized and finally fully integrated into the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. When everything returned to calm, the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff has undergone earth-shaking changes. It not only has an enhanced version of the four-dimensional attributes, but also has the Eye Laser Tower summoning skill of the Eye Laser Tower Staff. This means that players can now summon multiple powerful Eye Laser Towers to assist them in battle. Li Xian suppressed his joy, picked up the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, and held it in front of him. Looking at it carefully, the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. This magic weapon exudes a suffocating evil breath. Its material is made of countless scarlet gems and rare magic metals, and each gem flashes an attractive red light, as if it is a flame from hell. These gems are tightly inlaid on the black magic metal, forming a strange and beautiful pattern. The staff has a unique and ferocious appearance. It has a huge eyeball on its top. This eyeball is not an ordinary biological eyeball, but is made of a precious material called laser crystal. This crystal can absorb the surrounding magic power and convert it into powerful laser energy. When the player swings the staff, the eyeball will emit a blazing laser, instantly turning the enemy into ashes. The core function of the Crimson Fury Slime Staff is to summon a special sentinel summon, the Eye Laser Tower. This summon does not occupy the position of the summon bar, but appears directly on the battlefield to provide players with powerful firepower support. The appearance of the Eye Laser Tower resembles a huge steel tower, with a deadly laser crystal on the top of the tower, and densely packed gun muzzles and energy devices on the tower body. When the player gives an order, the Eye Laser Tower will immediately start and fire a devastating laser beam at the designated target. In addition to the Eye Laser Tower, the Crimson Fury Slime Staff can also summon a pseudo-boss level summon, the Armed Crimson Spike Slime Marquis. The Armed Crimson Spike Slime Marquis is tall and covered with a layer of red armor, which is covered with sharp barbs. The body is engraved with mysterious runes, emitting strong magic fluctuations. The appearance of the Armed Crimson Spike Slime Marquis will undoubtedly bring great pressure and fear to the enemy. The Crimson Fury Slime Staff. This magic weapon full of evil power will be Li Xiao's most powerful assistant. In battle, Li Xiao will hold the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and conquer all enemies, writing his own undefeated legend. After using the weapon fusion device, you didn't change the name again? Is it still called the Crimson Fury Slime Staff? Well, not bad. I like this name. It's okay not to change it. After checking the panel data of the Crimson Fury Slime Staff after the weapon fusion device, Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and then checked the last harvest of this King's Treasure Box Shell Phone Formula. Chapter 406. Shell Phone Recipe. This is a secret recipe for making a magical accessory full of mysterious magic. Its materials come from the gift of nature. The crystal clear shells washed by the waves are the most precious part of this recipe. These shells exude a faint ocean scent, as if they contain endless wisdom and power. This recipe also contains some rare magic herbs and mineral powders, all of which have unique magic properties and can give the shell phone powerful functions. These herbs and mineral powders are carefully ground into powder and mixed with shells to form a dark blue viscous liquid. This liquid exudes a mysterious atmosphere, making people want to explore it. The appearance of the shell phone formula is unique and beautiful. It is shaped like a small shell, and its surface is inlaid with countless glittering gems. These gems are not ordinary decorations, but magic stones with powerful magic. When players use the shell phone formula, these magic stones will resonate with the player's body, stimulate their potential magic, and make the player how to make advanced type information magic accessories shell phone. The magic accessory shell phone has a powerful communication function, allowing players to communicate in real time over long distances, whether in exploration, battle, or daily life. Shell phone can provide great convenience for players. However, it is not easy to make such a magical accessory. Players need to master superb magic skills to combine the materials needed for the shell phone recipe to form a complete magic structure. In this process, players need to keep trying and exploring to gradually understand the secret of making shell phone. Finally, when players successfully make their own shell phone, they will have a unique magic accessory. This accessory not only has powerful practical functions, but also symbolizes their wisdom and courage. In the days to come, shell phone will become the most loyal partner of players in their adventure journey. After checking the panel data of shell phone, Li Xiao nodded slightly. Sure enough, the mobile phone is not the end of information magic accessories. The mobile phone and the Hell Devil Conch can be combined to synthesize the Hell Devil Conch? Hell Devil Conch? Li Xiao's mouth corners slightly raised. This name sounds like a product of the Hell biological community. It just so happens that I will leave for the Hell biological community in the next few days. I will put the Hell Devil Conch on the list of resources that I must obtain on this trip. Thinking of this, Li Xiao directly entered the shell phone formula into the Advanced Authority workbench. Then he sat down and summoned his Scarlet Overlord inheritance. He was promoted to the 5th level. Logically, the Scarlet Overlord inheritance should unlock a new Scarlet Authority. He wanted to see what surprises this new authority could bring him. Oh, is that so? Li Xiao seemed to remember something and said, Subordinate God? Scarlet Subordinate God? Didn't Celia obtain the Subordinate God status of the Scarlet Overlord in advance because she was a companion species? And after Celia's Tree Demon path switched to the Scarlet path, her entire strength was strengthened a lot, and she could even use the magic weapons, magic armor sets, and magic accessories enhanced by Scarlet assimilation. I originally thought that Celia was an exception, But I didn't expect that it was an authority that would be unlocked after the Scarlet Overlord was promoted to the 5th level. And not only companion species, servants, but even voluntary players can transform it into a Scarlet God? Li Xiao's eyes lit up when he analyzed this. It seems that although this Scarlet Authority is relatively weak in strengthening its own overall combat power, it has the effect of quantitative change to qualitative change in strengthening the team's combat power. But, Li Xiao frowned slightly. The subordinate gods of the Scarlet Lord are also closely related to the strength of the Scarlet Lord and even the Scarlet Path. Please be cautious when choosing the Scarlet Gods. This sentence seems to indicate that there is an invisible threshold for choosing Scarlet Gods. You can't choose my subordinate gods randomly. Thinking of this, Li Xiao sat on the chair, holding his forehead with his hand, and quietly pondered the gains and losses. After a while, "Commander, please have some tea." The sky-breaking gargoyle walked up to him with a pot of tea and bowed. Usually, this kind of work is done by Celia. But Celia is out of touch now. So this kind of work can only be done by sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xiao sighed inexplicably when he saw this, and ordered, "I will go to the Hell Biome for a second exploration tomorrow. You come with me." "Okay, Commander." "Well, by the way, there is one more thing. You have entered the 5th level for a while. Can you improve your strength again now?" Sky-breaking gargoyle heard this and immediately explained, "Commander, I have always been restricted by the supply of resources and the constraints of the world's rules. Although I have never lacked resources since I followed you, the current rule binding force is still limited to the 5th level. I can't rely on resource accumulation to advance to the 6th level." "Oh!" Li Xiao was not depressed at all when he heard this. Instead, he looked at the sky-breaking gargoyle carefully and thought to himself, the 5th Scarlet Authority can not only make the companion species become gods, but also make the servants become gods? Then sky-breaking gargoyle is not the best candidate, although it is not my combat power that is improved. But the improvement of sky-breaking gargoyle's combat power is a disguised improvement of my strength? Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately ordered, "It doesn't matter. Since you can't be promoted to the 6th level for the time being, then become my Scarlet God." As he said this, Li Xiao immediately activated the Scarlet power contained in his body. And the authority of the Scarlet God also immediately operated at full power. A huge Scarlet power instantly surrounded the sky-breaking gargoyle. However, in an instant, only a system prompt sound was heard. Ding! Sky-breaking gargoyle obtained the recognition of the Scarlet Lord and became a Scarlet God Scarlet Gargoyle. Chapter 407. In the ancient summoning ritual of the Scarlet Lord, the sky-breaking gargoyle accepted the call of the Scarlet power. It has a body like a hard stone sculpture, and a pair of eyes that flash with dark light, which seem to be able to see through all the secrets of the world. Under the infiltration of the Scarlet power, the sky-breaking gargoyle began to transform. A powerful force emerged from the Scarlet power, like steam on a hot pot, surging and churning, wrapping the sky-breaking gargoyle in it. It was a terrifying beauty. The sky-breaking gargoyle's skin began to crack, and each crack was like a call for life, calling for the surging Scarlet power. Under the cracked skin, a bright red color began to flash. That red color was like a fresh flame, hot and passionate. A mysterious power was gathering in the body of the sky-breaking gargoyle. It was a power derived from the Scarlet power. It was like a raging fire, burning wildly. The sky-breaking gargoyle began to grow in size. Its body became taller, and every muscle seemed to be carved from scarlet rock, full of power and majesty. Its wings became wider, as if they could cover the sky and the sun, and those eyes became brighter and deeper, as if they could see through everything. The final transformation was completed under the complete infiltration of the Scarlet power. The sky-breaking gargoyle was no longer the silent gargoyle. It had transformed into a Scarlet God, the Scarlet Gargoyle. Its whole body was covered with scarlet armor, which was a natural armor that could resist all attacks in the world. And the wings were inlaid with scarlet gems, each of which exuded mysterious power. After the transformation, the Scarlet Gargoyle is no longer the existence that was summoned. It has become a part of this world. It wields its scarlet claws, and every swing is like the incarnation of scarlet power, repelling all enemies that stand in its way. And those eyes reveal the understanding and control of the world, as if all the secrets are within its vision. This is the Scarlet Gargoyle, a Scarlet God transformed from the sky-breaking gargoyle. It is a powerful existence that takes the power of Scarlet as its source of power and takes the responsibility of protecting the Scarlet Master. After checking the panel data of the Scarlet Gargoyle, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. The four-dimensional attributes, passive skills, and active skills of the Scarlet Gargoyle are enhanced by the Scarlet Power, and further transformation has taken place. When the Scarlet Gargoyle becomes the Scarlet God of the Scarlet Master, naturally, the strength of the Scarlet Gargoyle is further enhanced. What surprised Li Xian is that after the Scarlet Gargoyle was inspired by the Scarlet Power, it itself became a very strange existence. Although it is still a servant, to some extent, it is already an independent individual existence, and does not need to consume one of Li Xiao's permanent summoning positions. Li Xiao can use this vacant summoning position to summon an armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis to enhance his combat power during the battle. This is a surprise, Commander. Your sword is the will. After the Scarlet Gargoyle was upgraded, it immediately knelt on one knee respectfully towards Li Xiao, with its hands clasped in front of its chest. Li Xiao smiled slightly. Get up. You have followed me for so long. You have always been hardworking and uncomplaining, and you deserve all this. Thank you, Commander. By the way, Li Xiao asked curiously, you are no longer my servant, and you are not occupying my summoning position, so you will not really perish after your death, right? No. The Scarlet Gargoyle shook his head immediately. Although I no longer occupy your summoning position, I am still your servant, Commander. As a Scarlet God, as long as Commander is fine. Even if I die, Commander can still revive me by consuming Scarlet points. Interesting. Li Xiao's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, and then asked, by the way, after you became the Scarlet Gargoyle, your racial talent is no longer the flying racial talent of the Sky Breaker? This problem also happened to Celia. After Celia accidentally became the Scarlet God, her original auxiliary racial talent became the combat racial talent of the Witch Grace. So now that the Scarlet Gargoyle has become her Scarlet God, Li Xiao has this question lingering in her mind. The Scarlet Gargoyle said, yes, my current talent is no longer the flying talent of the Sky Breaker, but Sky Breaker's wings. However, the effect of Sky Breaker's wings is much stronger than flying. Oh! After the Scarlet Gargoyle said this, Li Xiao became interested and immediately called up the Scarlet Gargoyle's talent panel data to check. Talent name, Sky Breaker's wings. Talent attribute, passive permanent mastery. Effect 1, flight time plus unlimited. Effect 2, fighting power of flying enemies minus 30%. Effect 3, dodge chance plus 100%. Effect 4, all attacks have air braking effect. Effect 5, after entering combat state, gain combo gain. Killing an enemy will increase combat power by 1%. The cumulative number of combo gains is 100. Note, the Scarlet Gargoyle is favored by the Scarlet Overlord and is the darling of the sky. It contains a variety of authority effect bonuses, and is a typical representative talent that becomes more courageous as the battle progresses. Interesting. Li Xiao was a little surprised after checking the Scarlet Gargoyle's racial talent Sky Breaking Wings, because Celia's racial talent Witch Grace is just one effect, but Sky Breaking Wings has 5 effects. Of course, if you take one of the 5 effects of Sky Breaking Wings and compare it with Witch Grace, it is incomparable. But if you add all 5 together, it is hard to say. First of all, the first effect of Sky Breaking Wings is unlimited flight time, which is almost the original version of the racial talent flight. So there is nothing to say. But the second effect, minus 30% combat power of flying enemies, is an effect exclusive to Sky Breaker Wings. After having this effect, the Scarlet Gargoyle will have a greater advantage when facing flying enemies. The enemy's combat power can only be exerted at 70%. It is conceivable that those flying enemies are like mice seeing cats when facing the Scarlet Gargoyle. And the dodge rate plus 100% can make the Scarlet Gargoyle have stronger combat power and avoid a lot of damage. Another effect that all attacks have is to assist the Scarlet Gargoyle, which can attack better. Of course, the above are icing on the cake. The most fundamental effect of the Sky Breaking Wing is the last one. After the Scarlet Gargoyle enters the combat state, it gains a combo gain. Killing an enemy monster will increase the combat power by 1%, and the cumulative combo gain is 100. This also means that as long as the Scarlet Gargoyle does not enter the out-of-combat state, then after continuous killing, the overall combat power of the Scarlet Gargoyle will be increased to a certain extent according to the number of kills of the Scarlet Gargoyle, and the maximum combat power increase can be 100%. This is a big improvement. But from this point of view, Sky-breaking wings is also an excellent racial talent. Compared with the previous pure flying talent, sky-breaking wings is simply a complete victory. Li Xiao nodded with great satisfaction. Okay. You should get familiar with the power you control as soon as possible. We will enter the Hell biome for exploration and adventure tomorrow morning. Yes, Commander. After the Scarlet Gargoyle left, Li Xiao directly made a batch of various potions on the alchemy table to prepare for tomorrow's exploration of the Hell biome. After working for a while, Li Xiao came to the courtyard of the High Authority shelter, took out the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Evernight blade from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, and began to practice the proficiency of the growing sword drawing slash. Li Xiao stood in the center of the courtyard with a confident smile on his face. His eyes flashed with a firm light, as if he had seen his brilliant future achievements. Li Xiao took a deep breath and began his sword drawing slashing practice. His movements were vigorous and powerful, and every detail was full of power. First, he stood firmly on the ground with his feet apart, shoulder width apart. Then, he held the hilt tightly with both hands, and slowly pulled the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night blade out of the scabbard. The sword shone brightly in the sun, like a divine weapon from the divine world. As the sound of the sword being unsheathed rang out, Li Xiao's body instantly burst out with amazing power. He jumped up suddenly, and his body drew a graceful arc in the air. At the same time, he swung the long sword and used a powerful sword-drawing slash. The power of this move was so strong that it seemed to cut the whole world apart. The skill of drawing the sword and slashing was fully demonstrated. The sword light was like a dragon, breaking through the air and bringing up gusts of wind. The whole courtyard was trembling under the power of this move, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Xiao's figure rolled in the air, like a meteor across the night sky. His eyes flashed with a firm light, as if he had seen through everything. When Li Xiao landed, his sword had been retracted into the scabbard. He still had a confident smile on his face, as if the move just now was just a small test. However, everything in the courtyard was shocked by his sword-drawing slash. The flowers that were originally in full bloom withered under this powerful force, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Li Xiao looked at his results with satisfaction, knowing that his efforts were not in vain. In this world, only by constantly challenging yourself can you become the most powerful warrior. And he, Li Xiao, is such a courageous person. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night blade using the skill of growth drawing sword slash was heard continuously in the courtyard, and the sword marks on the ground of the courtyard increased accordingly. As Li Xiao continued to practice the draw sword slash, the system prompt sound also sounded. Ding! Growing drawing sword slash proficiency +1. Growing drawing sword slash proficiency +3. Growing drawing sword slash proficiency +2. A few hours passed, until the moon hung in the sky, and it was time for dinner. Li Xiao put away the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night blade and stood there, with some tiny beads of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was slightly heavy. Ding! Growable sword slash is promoted to excellent quality. Li Xiao heard the system prompt and felt relieved. Not bad. My efforts today for several hours were not in vain. Li Xiao returned to the living room of the High Authority shelter. While preparing to eat, he hurriedly called out the skill panel and checked it carefully. Skill name, sword slash. Skill attributes, active permanent mastery growable. Quality, excellent 0%. Magic value consumption, 1 point. Cooling time, none. Effect, restricts melee sword magic weapons. Players swing their swords to release a sword slash, causing 150% basic attack damage to the enemy. Learning requirements, General C. Note, when players open magic blind box resources such as treasure bags, treasure chests, and treasure boxes, there is a very small probability that they will obtain growth type skills, and sword slash is one of them. Although sword slash is the most basic skill, it has the advantages of low magic value consumption and no skill cooling. In addition, the upgrade of sword slash does not require the participation of gold sources. Players only need to practice swinging to increase proficiency. When it reaches a certain level, it will automatically advance. Growth type skills are far more valuable than special moves. Proper use will greatly improve the player's combat effectiveness. After practicing for an afternoon, the quality of the growable sword slash has increased rapidly, and now it has been promoted to excellent quality, as one of the more basic qualities in the survival game. The growable sword slash naturally did not undergo any additional changes after the promotion. After all, the current growable sword slash is still in the process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. However, the damage of the growable sword slash has increased from the original 120% to the current 150%, which is also a small achievement. After all, the cooldown time of grow sword slash is 0, and the mana consumption is low. At this stage, Li Xia can completely use it as his second attack skill. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Li Xia brought the Scarlet Gargoyle to the Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower, summoned the teleportation panel, and selected the Hell Biome. When the teleportation light curtain was unfolded, Li Xia took the lead and walked into it with the Scarlet Gargoyle. At this moment, most of the players in the regional channel had just digested the harvest of killing the Cyclops deer. Of course, Su Hongdo, Li Bianqing, Wang Fugui, Wang Cai and others, although facing the Cyclops with the highest level of the ice and snow path, still had 0 casualties and no damage. After all, before the members of the Sword of Dawn started the boss battle with the Cyclops with the highest level of the ice and snow path, Li Xia had already provided a certain degree of magic material resources. If they still failed, it would be a ghost. What? Do you have news about the Glimmer Lake? Are you sure? After receiving this news in the living room of the newly upgraded High Authority shelter, Li Bianqing hurriedly asked. After all, this news was what Li Xia was anxious to get. So after getting the exact news, Li Bianqing did not dare to delay and contacted Li Xia as soon as possible. Chapter 408. The Hell Biome. A harsh natural environment covered by magma and obsidian peaks. The sky here is always covered by thick smoke, as if the sun will never shine. The air is filled with the smell of sulfur, which makes people suffocate and unbearable. In this desolate land, huge obsidian peaks rise from the ground, like the fangs of a devil, roaring at the sky. The surface of these peaks is eroded by traces of lava flow, forming hideous cracks. The crater spews hot magma from time to time, burning the surrounding land into a scorched earth. Lava rivers meander through this land, and their temperature is extremely high, enough to melt the hardest obsidian. Countless rock fragments float in the river, which become extremely sharp under the scouring of magma, ready to tear apart any life that dares to approach. Various dangerous enemies live in the Hell Biome. Their bodies are made of lava and obsidian, and they have strong strength and defense. Their eyes flash with evil red light, and they spit fire from their mouths, as if they are messengers from hell. In addition to these powerful enemies, there are many other dangerous creatures living in the Hell Biome. Poisonous scorpions, fire snakes, fire lizards and other creatures lurk in the cracks of rocks, waiting for their prey to arrive. Their venom and fire can easily take away lives, making anyone who breaks into this land feel terrified. In this harsh natural environment, survival is the only goal of every creature, whether it is plants or animals. They must have strong adaptability and unique survival skills. Here, the law of the jungle is the eternal law, and only the strongest creatures can gain a foothold on this land. On a low obsidian mountain, a teleportation light curtain emitting colorful colors unfolded. Li Xia took the lead and walked out, followed by the Scarlet Gargoyle. Li Xia took a deep breath, felt the sulfur smell at the tip of his nose, and couldn't help sneezing. As expected, the Hell Biome is still powerful. Even the air in the Hell Biome has a burning and fighting atmosphere. Li Xia immediately took out the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night blade from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, looked around and found that he was still on an obsidian mountain this time. But compared to the obsidian mountain he was on when he first came to the Hell Biome, this mountain was only about 1/5 of the height, and was only 1 or 2 meters away from the magma sea. The magma heat waves of the magma sea almost swallowed him up. We can't stay here. Change our location. It happened that there was an obsidian continent that stretched to the end of the horizon not far ahead. Li Xia immediately made a decision and headed towards that location. Li Xia immediately summoned the Scarlet Wind blade wings behind him and crossed the magma sea. The Scarlet Gargoyle followed closely behind, who knew that just after flying halfway, the magma sea below surged like a tsunami. The monster radar function of the mobile phone also issued an alarm in real time. Ding! 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 Level 5 Rare Flame Imp Captain. As the system prompt sounded, several flame imps holding tridents flew out of the magma sea. As the tsunami effect of the magma sea became more and more effective, more and more flame imps flew out of the magma sea. The flame imp is a fire-attributed enemy that lives in the magma sea of the hell biome. It is short and cunning, about half the height of a human, but has a terrifying strength and a ferocious appearance. This enemy's body is surrounded by a layer of blazing flames, and its eyes flash an evil red light, as if it is a demon from hell. Its skin is orange-red, and the surface is covered with lava-like lines, giving it a fiery feeling. The limbs of the fire imp are short and strong, and every step is accompanied by a violent force. The most striking feature of the fire imp is its unique wings. These wings are made of pure flames, and they exude a scorching breath, which can easily burn everything they touch. When the flame imp spreads its wings, its entire body will be surrounded by flames, forming a huge whirlwind of flames. This allows the flame imp to fly freely in the air, and also increases its attack range and speed. The flame imp's attack method is extremely fierce. It is good at using various powerful fire magic. Whenever it attacks, the surrounding air will instantly become hot, as if the whole world is engulfed by flames. The flame imp's attack power is extremely strong, and one strike can melt rocks into lava, making any enemy unable to resist. I have to say, the overall combat power of the flame imps is much stronger than that of the hell lava bats. But Li Xia doesn't take it seriously. Li Xia, like a soaring eagle, towers over the hell creatures. Under his feet is a rolling sea of magma, like a pool of flaming lava, emitting thick smoke and violent heat. He is in it, as if walking on flat ground, without fear. And the large group of flame imps in front of Li Xia, they are like burning ghosts, emitting a hot breath all over their bodies, and threatening light flashing in their eyes. However, to Li Xia, these little ghosts were just weak beings. Li Xia stopped in midair and took out the Scarlet Star Cannon directly from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack. This weapon comes with a powerful ranged skill Star Wrath Scourge, which seems to have gathered the power of the stars, and is extremely powerful. Li Xia's eyes flashed with a firm light. He took a deep breath, then sneered at the flame ghost, "Die for me!" As his voice fell, the Star Wrath Scourge instantly released a sky full of meteors and meteorites. When these meteorites streaked through the air, they rushed towards the flame imps with amazing destructive power. Under the attack of the meteorites, the flame imps were smashed away like gravel, and some were even directly destroyed. That scene was thrilling. And the moment those meteorites smashed into the magma sea, they were like blazing fireballs, exploding layers of fire waves. The originally calm magma sea instantly boiled, and the rolling magma surged upward like angry waves. Such a scene makes people feel like they are seeing the scene of hell. And Li Xia is the devil who controls everything. He proudly stands above everything, showing his strength and majesty. Successfully kill the 5th level rare flame imp captain. Obtain Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Obsidian Skin Potion X1. Obsidian Rose X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully kill the 5th level rare flame imp elite. Obtain Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Magic Potion X5. Magma Stone X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 5th level rare flame imp captain, and obtained Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Powerful Healing Potion X5. Blazing Fire Whip X1. Scarlet Points X300. A large group of flame imps were destroyed in an instant, and Li Xia only used the Meteorite Disaster skill attached to the Scarlet Star Cannon. And the Meteorite Disaster is not even ranked among Li Xia's killer moves. After all, Li Xia's true magic comp damaged version, Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, and even Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade have not been used yet. This was also done deliberately by Li Xia. Who knows what powerful enemies he will encounter on this adventure of exploring the hell biome. And the real killer happens to have a relatively long cooling time. So Li Xia naturally wants to keep it, and wait for the right time to use it. If you encounter a group of hell lava bats or a group of fire ghosts, and use your killer, wouldn't it be a waste? It's not advisable to use anti-aircraft guns to shoot mosquitoes. The destruction of a wave of fire ghosts, plus a large number of meteors and meteorites smashing into the magma sea. Logically speaking, the magma sea should be more boiling. But the reality is that after the destruction of the fire ghosts, the magma sea instantly became calm. Li Xia and the Scarlet Gargoyle arrived at the Obsidian Continent smoothly. That's right. This place can be called a continent because it is so big. It covers a vast area. Although there are many magma lakes, the living environment is much better than the magma sea. Li Xiao walked slightly inward with the scarlet gargle, observing the environment of the Obsidian continent as he walked. Magma lakes are widely distributed in the Obsidian continent, and the lake water is rolling and emitting dazzling light. Surrounding the magma lakes are towering obsidian peaks, which are like the sharp swords of the god of hell, piercing the sky. The color of these peaks is deep black, as if they have swallowed up all the light. Under the sunlight, the obsidian peaks flash with mysterious light, which makes people marvel at the uncanny workmanship of nature. On this obsidian continent, there used to be an ancient civilization. They are the lava dwarves in the survival game of the last era. Their wisdom and strength allowed them to build a huge empire in this dangerous environment. However, as time passed, this empire gradually declined and eventually disappeared in the long river of history. Today, only ruins remain here, telling of the former glory. Among these ruins, there is a large obsidian village. The architectural style of these villages is unique and full of ancient charm. The walls and roofs of the houses are made of obsidian, which is hard and durable. Under the sunlight, the obsidian emits a faint light, giving people a mysterious and solemn feeling. These are the traces of the former existence of the lava dwarves. Li Xiao stopped outside the obsidian village and did not move forward rashly, but planned to rest for a while. He also took this opportunity to sort out his previous gains. Ding! Ding! Just at this time, Li Bianqing sent several messages in a row. Chapter 409. Li Bianqing, Brother Xia. I just got the news about the Glimmer Lake. Li Xiao was very excited when he saw it, and quickly replied. Li Xia, oh? What is the specific news? Tell me in detail. Li Bianqing, Glimmer Lake is said to be a player who embarked on the road to becoming a strong man in the survival game of the last era. He used a bottle of random teleportation potion and accidentally teleported to the Glimmer Lake biome and collected a large amount of Glimmer Lake water. It is precisely because of this that the Golden Rose Kingdom has so many moon well formulas that have been affected by the Glimmer Lake water mutation. Li Bianqing, it is said that the place where the Glimmer Lake is located is surrounded by the void, and there is no way to leave. The player can only leave through the memory mirror. And then countless players in the Golden Rose Kingdom cannot enter this Glimmer Lake biome that can only be entered by chance even if they use random teleportation potions many times. Li Bianqing, this news was learned by Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand in our regional channel, who accidentally saw a broken book in a library in the dungeon biome. Didn't I post your needs on my intelligence network? When he learned that you needed this information, he told me the news immediately. Li Xia, where is the book? Are there any other clues? Li Bianqing, no. And the book evaporated immediately after Zhou Yu finished reading it. Even if there is other information, I am afraid it is impossible to know now. Li Xia, okay. Thank you, Brother Bianqing. Please tell Zhou Yu that I am currently exploring and adventuring in the Hell biological community. When I return to the shelter, I will definitely reward you. Li Bianqing, ah? Aren't you in the shelter? Then how did you reply to my message? Li Xia, ha ha ha. This is easy. When I get back, I'll give you a mobile phone and you'll understand. Advanced information magic accessories always have some special features. Li Bianqing, okay. Then I'll pass on the message. I won't bother you. After all, you are in the Hell biological community now, so be careful. Li Xia, okay. After the chat, Li Xia frowned. Good news. I have learned new information about the Twilight Lake biome. Bad news. In the past era, only one player accidentally entered the Twilight Lake biome. Just a batch of Twilight Lake water resources can make the Golden Rose Kingdom a place where there is a moon well wherever there is an alliance. You can imagine how mysterious and powerful the Twilight Lake biome is. But if that's all, then in front of his own Scarlet Moon well, it seems unnecessary to enter the Twilight Lake. But the problem is that after leaving a message with great difficulty, the radio only prompted 2 pieces of information. True Magic Comp damaged version. Glimmer Lake. It is conceivable how important Glimmer Lake is to Li Xia. This place, I must find out. But now the problem in front of me is how to enter. After thinking for a while, Li Xia still couldn't come up with an answer, so he could only give up for the time being. After coming to his senses, he smiled helplessly. It would be great if this problem could be solved so easily. But now that we know this clue, there will always be additional clues. So stay calm. Li Xia let out a long breath, and then took out the only new magic weapon, the Flame Whip, from the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian. The Flame Whip is made of a mysterious or called Hell Rock ingot. which is dark red and emits a faint dark light. This ore is the essence of the fire element, containing powerful heat and energy. During the forging process, the lava dwarf will also use demon skin to wrap it, so that the flame whip not only has powerful attack power, but also has powerful defense power. The appearance of the flame whip is extremely unique. It is like a winding fire dragon, with a slender tail and a spherical object surrounded by flames at the front. When the flame whip is swung, it seems to draw a series of fiery red tracks in the air, which makes people shudder. The flame whip has an active skill, Instant Lava Slime Captain Summon, which can summon 3 lava slimes to participate in the battle. These lava slimes are the embodiment of fire elements. Their bodies are made of boiling lava and can withstand powerful attacks. At the same time, they also have strong defense and can withstand most attacks. In battle, the swing of the flame whip will bring with it the effects of fire debuff, burning debuff, lava debuff, etc., making the enemy suffer multiple negative effects while facing the powerful attacks of 3 lava slimes. In addition to summoning lava slimes, the flame whip also has the ability to release hellfire burst fireballs. When the summoner swings the flame whip, a large amount of flame energy will be gathered and then converted into blazing fireballs. These fireballs will fly towards the enemy at an alarming speed and explode after hitting the target, causing huge range damage. This attack method can not only cause heavy damage to the enemy, but also cause great damage to the surrounding environment. In short, as one of the summoner's offensive magic weapons, the flame whip has powerful attack and defense power. It not only has a unique appearance and mysterious material, but also has a variety of powerful skills and abilities. In the survival game of the series, the flame whip has become the dream advanced type magic weapon of countless summoners, providing them with strong support and protection in battle. 1, 2, 3. Damn! Li Xia was surprised. The flame whip actually has 4 active skills and 4 passive skills. You know, among magic weapons, the types of magic weapons exclusive to the summoner profession are rare, and even the magic weapons exclusive to the summoner profession have more active skills and passive skills than other magic weapons of the same level. The flame whip is the first magic weapon exclusive to the summoner profession with 4 active skills and 4 passive skills that Li Xia has seen since he came to the survival game. Although the basic attack power of the flame whip is only 50 points with the bonus of the auxiliary attack attribute, which is not as good as the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade. But the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade is a special case. So according to the general situation, the panel data of the flame whip is already at a very excellent level. Even if the first-tier summoner professional players are allowed to use the flame whip at this stage, they will definitely be willing to do so. Thinking of this, Li Xia put away the flame whip, stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Little stone, let's go. Enter the Obsidian Village and see if there are any resources inside. Yes, Commander. The Scarlet Gargoyle nodded immediately. The two walked into the Obsidian Village. This village seemed like a castle forgotten by time, witnessing the vicissitudes of history and the changes of time. The walls of the Obsidian Village were built of thick obsidian blocks, and the sharp battlements were like a group of invisible ghosts, silently watching under the gloomy sky. The cracks on the walls were like scars left by time, telling the traces of past wars and time. The streets of the village are narrow and winding, like an ancient intestine, leading visitors deep into its innards. The buildings on both sides of the street are made of obsidian. Although they look dilapidated, they are still solid and solemn. These buildings have become modeled under the baptism of the harsh environment of the hellish biological community, like ancient and mysterious paintings, depicting the stories and history of the past. In the center of the village, there is a tall obsidian church. Its bell tower has tilted, as if telling people about the ruthlessness of time. The doors and windows of the church have been broken, and the carvings on the walls have become blurred due to erosion by wind and rain. However, it still exudes a solemn and sacred atmosphere, as if it is still the spiritual pillar in the hearts of the lava dwarves. The village is surrounded by a barren obsidian land with little vegetation. There are only some tenacious magic plants and withered obsidian bushes on this land, as if showing people the barrenness and desolation of this land. Li Xia immediately summoned all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis Pseudoboss, and then the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis Pseudoboss, and each summoned their own armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captain. Go. Don't miss any house. Dig deep. Don't miss any resources. Li Xia waved his hand. The Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquee Pseudoboss led their respective Armed Scarlet Spike Slime captains to spread out to help Li Xia find resources. Li Xia calmly led the Scarlet Gargoyle into the Obsidian Church to search. If there are resources in this Obsidian village, the greatest probability is that they are in this Obsidian Church. As expected, Li Xia and the Scarlet Gargoyle found a shadow treasure chest next to the broken statue of the god in the church as soon as they entered the Obsidian Church. Li Xia took 2 steps at a time and walked up to it and looked at it carefully. The appearance of the shadow treasure chest showed an elegant and mysterious curve, which seemed to contain endless power of the Dark Knight. It was of moderate size, about 1 meter, and the delicate carvings showed a retro and gorgeous style. The whole box was surrounded by circles of complex and mysterious magic runes, which flashed with dark light, as if telling ancient stories that had been forgotten. The material of the shadow chest is a rare gem called Night Shadow Stone. This stone is known as the Eye of the Night because it can absorb and store the surrounding dark energy. This energy can produce powerful magical effects under certain excitation conditions. Therefore, before the shadow chest is opened, it is like a sleeping giant beast, ready to release amazing power at the moment of opening. The core function of the shadow chest is to obtain random magic accessories, rare skills, precious potions, ingot materials, and other resources after opening. Every time it is opened, it is like a mysterious adventure, and you never know what you will get. This unknown and mysterious makes the shadow chest a precious item that adventurers and magicians flock to. Chapter 410. Name: Shadow Treasure Chest. Type: Lucky Bag. Quality: Ultimate. Expertise requirement: General N. Effect: after using the shadow key to open the shadow treasure chest, the player will receive a hidden gift from the Lava Dwarfs, a player race of the previous era's survival game. Note: no one can guess what is in the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Dean of the Space Department of the Magician Association, Ryan Schrodinger. Li Xia was a little stunned after checking the panel data of the shadow treasure box, because the panel information of treasure chests, treasure boxes, and even treasure bags are basically the same. At most the notes will be slightly different, but the shadow treasure box in front of him is different from other treasure chests in the information of the effect column. The information displayed is that the player needs to use the shadow key to open the shadow treasure box, and the player will get the hidden gift of the Lava Dwarf, the player race of the previous era's survival game. Li Xia knew the shadow key very well. After all, he had obtained it in the Hell biome before. The note of the shadow key also clearly stated that the function of the shadow key was to open the shadow treasure chest. However, Li Xia did not expect that the subsequent players would receive the hidden gift of the Lava Dwarf, the player race of the previous era's Crimson survival game. This was the first time it appeared. It was not a broad resource, but a hidden gift of the Lava Dwarf, the designated race in the previous era's Crimson survival game. Li Xia became interested. So, the rewards from the shadow chest should be different, right? Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully opening the shadow chest and obtaining Power Plunder Ice and Snow X1, Recovery Potion X50, Magic Potion X100, Strong Magic Potion X50, Healing Potion X100, Strong Healing Potion X50, Iron Skin Potion X30, Regeneration Potion X30, Archery Potion X30, Recall Potion X100, Hellfire Arrow X999, Hellstone Ingot X10,000, Obsidian X30,000, Diamond X9000, Sapphire Gem X9000, Emerald Gem X9000, Amethyst Gem X9000, Topaz Gem X9000, Sunfire Fury X1, Flower of Fire X1, Treasure Magnet X1, Architect Invention Backpack Recipe X1, Extended Grip X1, Hellwing Bow X1. As the shadow treasure box emitted a dark brown light, a large number of light balls of various colors floated in the air. Damn! When Li Xia saw the number of light balls after the shadow treasure box was opened, he couldn't help but said in shock, "So many? I'm rich." This is the first time Li Xia has seen such a large number of high-quality harvests since he came to the survival game. Li Xia hurriedly used the eye bone to summon the piggy bank pet, and then put all the potion resources, or ingot materials, and gem materials into the piggy bank pet. Then he put all the other new magic resources into the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack, and then sat down on the steps of the Obsidian Church, intending to sort out the gains from opening the shadow treasure box while the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis Pseudoboss and the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captain were scavenging resources in the Obsidian Village. Li Xia took the lead in taking out the Power Plunder Ice and Snow from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack, held it in front of him, and looked at it carefully. Power Plunder Ice and Snow sparkles in the dim light of the Obsidian Church. It is a mysterious Power Plunder magic item. Power Plunder Ice and Snow has an exquisite appearance that makes people fall in love at first sight, as if it is a treasure left by the winter elves in the world. The material of Power Plunder Ice and Snow comes from the purest ice crystals, which are bred in the extremely cold blizzard and have experienced the baptism of countless cold winters. These ice crystals are crystal clear and flawless, like finely crafted gems, with a cold touch and a charming brilliance. Strange lines flow on the ice crystals, as if they are runes of the Ice Kingdom, telling their secrets. The appearance of Power Plunder Ice and Snow presents an elegant and cold style. The ice crystals are inlaid with silver metal decorations, which are noble and extraordinary, and add a bit of mystery. On the top of Power Plunder Ice and Snow, there is a gem shining with cold light, like the brightest star in the cold winter, attracting everyone's attention. The whole scepter is shrouded in the light of ice and snow, as if it is a symbol of an ice and snow king. The core effect of Power Plunder Ice and Snow is remarkable. When players use Power Plunder Ice and Snow, they can feel the power of ice and snow surging in their bodies. When killing enemies with ice and snow attributes, they can obtain a trace of ice and snow power, and transform its power into their own power of power, condensing the player's own ice and snow power kingdom. In this kingdom, the player will become the supreme ruler, mastering the power of ice and snow. Power Plunder Ice and Snow is a rare treasure. Whether it is its pure ice crystal material or its unique appearance design, it shows its extraordinariness. And the powerful power it possesses is even more exciting. After checking the panel data of Power Plunder Ice and Snow, Li Xia frowned slightly. The previous Power Plunder items, whether it was Power Plunder Blood and Tears, Power Plunder Crown, Power Plunder Goblin, Power Plunder Zombie, all required killing a single race to obtain the blood power to condense the power kingdom that belongs to that race. However, this Power Plunder Ice and Snow is a bit fresher. The enemy races killed are not limited, as long as they are of ice and snow attributes. In this way, the status of Power Plunder Ice and Snow is obviously much higher than the various Power Plunder items that Li Xia has obtained before. It can even be said that power plundering items such as Power Plundering Ice and Snow are the ceiling for ordinary players. But for Li Xia, a player who has the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord and has initially condensed the Scarlet Power Kingdom, he doesn't like it. In Li Xia's hands, it can only be used as a prop to provide experience for the true magic comp damage version. Li Xia nodded slightly, used the coin slot to summon the piggy bank and stored it in the shelter for preservation. Then, Li Xia took out another magic weapon from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian. The Flower of Fire. The appearance of the fire flower is like the red spider lily blooming in the crater of a volcano in hell. Beautiful and dangerous. The staff of the staff is made of hell rock ingot, which is a lava ore from the deepest part of hell, flashing scarlet light and full of violent power. The bottom of the staff is wrapped with a demon skin, which is a specially treated leather material with powerful magical energy. The magical power of flame flows out of this fire flower staff, just like the lava in hell burning in the dark. When the player's magic is injected into the fire flower, the fire flower staff will emit a red light, like the flame of lava burning in the dark. The core function of the fire flower is to summon 3 lava slimes to participate in the battle. These slimes are like messengers from hell, with strong defense and attack power. The attack of the fire flower comes with fire debuff, burning debuff and lava debuff, making the enemy suffer from the pain of hell. Another powerful ability of the fire flower is to release Hellfire Burst fireballs to attack the enemy. This fireball is like the Wrath of Hell, with a rebound feature, up to 5 times. Each rebound will increase the power of the fireball, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. TSK 48 points of basic attack plus 24 points of attack attribute entries. Li Xia shook his head and sighed. It is worthy of being a mage profession that focuses on damage. Even if the fire flower is a balanced magic weapon, its 4-dimensional attributes are much stronger than the offensive summoner profession magic weapon Flame Whip. Moreover, Li Xia discovered a problem. Whether it was the flower of fire or the blazing whip, since they were both regular standard magic weapons made by the forging masters of the lava dwarfs. The materials used were basically the same. This also led to the fact that there was basically no big difference between the Flower of Fire and the Blazing Whip in terms of skills. Except for the slight difference due to the different professions of the target players. There was really no big difference. However, to be honest, even though the Flower of Fire was a balanced magic weapon, its strength was still strong, and it was a better magic weapon than the Blazing Whip. This Fire Flower is actually the most suitable for Li Bianqing, who has the inheritance of a fire magician. But Li Xia shook his head and smiled. Fire flowers are also the magic weapon materials necessary for upgrading the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower. There are more than 200 high-level Authority Scarlet Mage Towers that need to be upgraded. And the number of fire flowers I need is too short. Wait until there are extra vacancies in the future. Or when you master the recipe for making fire flowers. Then make a fire flower for Li Bianqing. Thinking of this, Li Xia raised the fire flower in his hand and said curiously, "The flame whip has the skill of summoning lava slimes. And even the fire flower has it? I want to see how this special slime species is different from other slimes." Chapter 411. On the top of the fiery volcano, there lives a lava-like creature called lava slime. It is an enemy with a strong fire attribute, with strong aggressiveness and ferocious appearance, which makes people afraid. The lava slime is huge and bloated, as if it was carved by flowing flames. Its body presents a unique orange-red color of lava, and it constantly flashes with hot sparks. Under the sunlight, its body is like a lava bomb, which may burst into flames at any time. Its appearance is extremely strange, as if it is a demon from hell. Its face is twisted crazily, and its eyes are flashing red light, as if it can spray flames. Its mouth is split in half, revealing the lava-like tongue inside, which emits terrifying heat every time it stretches and retracts. The most feared weapon of the lava slime is its powerful flame-spraying ability. Its body contains a large amount of hot flames, and it can spray lava projectiles through its mouth, causing great damage to the enemy. This flaming projectile is extremely powerful, and can melt hard rocks in an instant, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. In battle, the lava slime will scare the enemy with its powerful fire attribute attack and ferocious appearance. Its flaming projectiles can cover a wide range and cause large-scale damage. At the same time, it will also hit the enemy with its lava-like body, causing fatal damage. The lava slime is an extremely ferocious enemy monster with a huge body, a strange appearance, and a powerful fire attribute attack. After checking the panel data of the lava slime, Li Xia shook his head slightly. Although this panel data is comparable to most slime species in the forest biome, it is not comparable to his own armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis Pseudoboss, and even the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captain summoned by the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis Pseudoboss. No wonder these enemies in the Hell biome have regular summoning skills, and they summon either Hell Lava Bats or Lava Slimes. Seeing this, Li Xia had no interest in the Lava Slime, and immediately waved the Flower of Fire in his hand to cancel the summoning of the Lava Slime. Then, Li Xia took out another magic weapon, Yang in Fury, from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian with great interest, held it in front of him, and looked at it carefully. In the rich magic atmosphere, a unique magic weapon flashed with the light of the sun. This is Yang in Fury, a chain hammer type magic weapon. Its fiery appearance, as if it was a brand taken out from the heart of the blazing sun, showed its violent and powerful power. The material of the sun's fury comes from a rare gem called Flame Stone, which contains a strong fire element energy, just like a stone burned red by flames. In the hands of the lava dwarf craftsman, the flame stone is cleverly embedded in the extremely tough red iron to form the main axis of the chain hammer. Whenever a powerful force flows into the sun's fury, it will release a scorching flame, as if it is a waking fire dragon. The appearance of the sun's fury is unique and domineering. Its chain hammer part is composed of 3 iron chains, each of which is inlaid with several flame stones. These flame stones flash with a fiery light in the sun, as if stars have fallen into the world. At the top of the chain hammer is a fiery fireball, which seems to explode at any time under the sunlight, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The entire weapon shines in the sun, as if it is life, and people cannot ignore its existence. The attack power of Yang in Fury is astonishingly strong. Its attack power is higher than that of Fire Flower and Flame Whip. Every swing can trigger a fiery flame, Whether it is the enemy or the earth, they will succumb to its flames. The flames of the wrath of the sun have powerful destructive power, and even the strongest armor cannot withstand its attack. After checking the panel data of the wrath of the sun, Li Xia couldn't help but take a breath. Wow! I was just shocked. Li Xia never expected that the wrath of the sun was actually a legendary magic weapon, and the basic attack power was as high as 64 points, and the additional attack attribute entries were as high as 32 points. The overall attack power of this wrath of the sun reached a terrifying 96 points. It's almost over 100. The most important thing is that all the skills of Yang Yan's fury are biased towards combat, without any conventional summoning skills to embellish it. It emphasizes a simple and unsophisticated approach and a relentless killing. It is indeed the most powerful chain hammer magic weapon among magic weapons of the same level. The chain hammer magic weapon Blue Moon that Li Xia obtained in the dungeon biome is like a firefly and a bright moon in front of Yang Yan's fury. This Yang Yan fury is really good, even though it can't compare with my Crimson Fury Slime Staff and Crimson Storm Evernight Blade. Replacing it with the armed Crimson Spike Slime Marquee Warrior equipment will definitely greatly enhance the combat power of the armed Crimson Spike Slime Marquee. Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. Then he temporarily stored it in the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack, and then took out the next magic accessory, the treasure magnet, and looked at it intently. The appearance of the treasure magnet is like a dazzling gem, crystal clear, and contains endless mysteries. Under the sunlight, it flashes with a faint golden light, as if countless treasures are calling Li Xia inside. The surface of the treasure magnet is engraved with complex magic runes, each of which exudes a charming magic atmosphere, making the treasure magnet more mysterious in elegance. The material of the treasure magnet comes from an extremely rare magic ore, magnetic magic ore. This ore has a strong magnetism and can attract all kinds of metal objects. After carving it into a gem, it forms a unique treasure magnet. Its powerful magnetic energy enables the wearer to expand the automatic pickup range and obtain more treasures when exploring various mazes and caves. The core function of the treasure magnet is to expand the automatic pickup range of items. In battle, when the wearer kills an enemy or destroys certain items, as long as it is within the magnetic field range of the treasure magnet, it can automatically attract various metal items, gems, and other dropped items to the wearer. This undoubtedly brings great convenience to the wearer, not only saving the trouble of picking up items one by one, but also greatly improving the survival rate in dangerous environments. These functions make the treasure magnet an ideal accessory for players who love exploration and adventure in the survival game of the series. Chapter 412. After checking the panel data of the treasure magnet, Li Xia also had a certain understanding of this magic accessory. The treasure magnet is somewhat similar to the unique magic accessory of the Sky Island biome, the Celestial Magnet. However, the Celestial Magnet has a certain probability of dropping magic stars after killing enemies, and increases the range of players automatically picking up magic stars. And the treasure magnet allows players to automatically pick up the dropped items after killing enemies, and the pickup range can be expanded to 30 meters. This distance is not small. After having the treasure magnet, you don't need to send summons to collect the dropped items after killing a large number of enemies. Li Xia can just walk around the battlefield and all the dropped items will be automatically collected. It should be said that the effect of the treasure magnet is the same as the Scarlet automatic collection device of the shelter defense facility, which makes Li Xia's battle with the enemy monsters form a perfect closed loop. In addition, there is an entry for the production material in the type column of the treasure magnet, which also means that the treasure magnet is not the final form of this type of magic accessories. Perhaps the treasure magnet is also a production and synthesis material for the ultimate magic accessories. Li Xia thought of this and happily put it into the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack. Then took out a magic accessory formula called the Architect's Invention Backpack and looked at it carefully. The body of the Architect's Invention Backpack formula is an ancient and mysterious formula book, written on ancient and historical parchment, with the words Architect's Invention Backpack formula written in gold-plated font on the cover. It is carefully wrapped in smooth leather, full of traces of time and historical precipitation. The appearance of the Architect's Invention Backpack recipe has a unique charm. Its cover is dark brown leather, covered with delicate embroidery patterns, depicting various mysterious symbols and ancient buildings. The corners of the book are inlaid with silver metal decorations, adding a noble and mysterious atmosphere. The edges of the pages are burned into a unique orange color by the flame, making the entire recipe book look more unique and eye-catching. The materials of the architect's invention backpack recipe are very exquisite, mainly using high-quality magic leather and rare metals. This magical leather is extremely tough and durable, protecting the backpack from damage in various extreme environments. The metal decoration is made of a rare silver and gold alloy, which has powerful magical properties and can enhance the magical effects of the backpack. The core function of the architect's invention backpack recipe is to let players learn how to make magical accessories. When players follow the steps in the recipe book to make an architect's invention backpack, they will immediately learn how to make this accessory and can make more architect's invention backpacks at will. Architect's invention backpack formula? The magic accessories required for synthesis require bricklaying knife, extended grip, paint sprayer, portable cement mixer. After checking the panel information of the architect's invention backpack formula, Li Xia frowned slightly. Because the architect's invention backpack formula is no longer an unconventional formula series of a certain biological community, but an unconventional formula series unique to the Golden Rose Kingdom Architect Union. This is the first time since Li Xia came to the survival game of the series. Is it of the construction type? Li Xia checked the magic accessories required for the synthesis of the architect's invention backpack and found that he had a magic bricklaying knife. Combining the effect of the bricklaying knife and the panel information of the architect's invention backpack formula, Li Xia easily concluded that the architect's invention backpack was not a combat magic accessory, nor an information magic accessory, but a rare advanced construction magic accessory. Li Xia didn't have many of these construction magic accessories on hand. Apart from a bricklaying knife, there was nothing else. Now that he has obtained the recipe for the architect's invention backpack, it has made up for one of Li Xia's shortcomings. However, the architect's invention backpack's recipe shows 4 basic magic accessories, but Li Xia only has 1 bricklaying knife. As for the other 3 magic accessories, Li Xia is now confused and has no clues. Wait! Li Xia slapped his forehead and remembered that among the resources obtained after opening the shadow treasure box, it seems that there is an extended gripper, one of the 4 magic accessories for synthesizing the architect's invention backpack. Li Xia hurriedly took out the extended claw from the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian backpack and looked at it carefully. The extended claw? This magic accessory exudes a mysterious atmosphere, as if it contains endless power. Its appearance is unique and unforgettable. The material of the extended claw is made of a rare metal called Shadow Heart. This metal can only be found in the deepest part of the magma sea. It absorbs the souls of countless demons, and therefore has powerful magic. The Heart of Shadow is dark purple, with strange patterns on its surface, like an ancient rune totem. In the sun, the Heart of Shadow flashes an alluring dark golden light, making people want to explore it. The extended grip looks like a huge claw, with 5 fingers spread out, as if ready to grab prey at any time. The tip of the claw is so sharp that it can tear steel. The joints of the claw are inlaid with dazzling gems, which emit a soft light, adding a touch of mysterious charm to this dark magic accessory. The core function of the extended grip is to provide players with 3 additional shelter building upgrade slots. In the survival game of the K-series, the shelter is an important base for players, which can provide resources, defense, and upgrade functions. However, the building upgrade slots of the shelter are limited, and players need to constantly find ways to improve their strength. The appearance of the extended grip undoubtedly brings unprecedented convenience to players. When players wear the extended grip, their shelter building upgrade slots will increase by 3. This means that players can upgrade their shelters faster, improve resource output, defense capabilities, and combat effectiveness. In this competitive and challenging survival game world, players with extended grips will be more likely to succeed. However, extended grips are not easy to obtain. Its forging method has long been lost. Even if you kill any enemy monster in the Hell biome, you will not drop the extended grip. Players can only have a certain chance to obtain the extended grip, a mysterious building magic accessory, by opening the shadow treasure chest. Li Xia laughed after checking the panel data of the extended grip. After this trip back, his own high-level authority shelter will face a feast of upgrading the shelter's defense facilities. Having an extended grip is like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, the extended grip is indeed one of the 4 basic magic accessories required for the architect to invent a backpack. Together with the bricklaying knife, Li Xia has collected 2 of the 4 magic accessories for making the architect's invention backpack. However, because the extended grip, A basic magic accessory. Has no formula. The architect's invention backpack cannot be mass-produced. But even so, it is enough to meet the needs of Li Xia alone. Li Xia put the extended grip and the architect's invention backpack formula into the piggy bank, and then took out the last novelty he got from opening the shadow treasure chest. The Hell Wing Bow. The Hell Wing Bow, as its name suggests, is an advanced type of magic weapon for the archer profession. The bow is made of a rare ore called starlight graphite, which flashes a faint blue light in the dark, as if the stars have landed on the earth. The surface of the bow is engraved with ancient runes, which appear particularly mysterious and ancient under the shining of the stars, as if telling a long-forgotten legend. The bowstring is made of a hard material called dragon scale silk, which has the hardness of dragon scales and the toughness of silk. When the arrow is shot, this dragon scale silk can transfer all the power to the arrow without omission, allowing it to draw an almost perfect trajectory in the air. The core function of the Hell Wing Bow lies in its magic arrows. The arrows are transformed from ordinary wooden arrows into hell lava bats with automatic tracking and penetration properties. These bats have wings of fire. Their eyes flash with evil light, and can lock onto targets in the dark and strike accurately. Moreover, these bats can penetrate the target's defense, allowing them to cause great pain while causing damage. In addition, the Hell Wing Bow has the ability to summon lava slimes. When the owner of the Hell Wing Bow needs it, they can summon 5 lava slimes through spells to assist in combat. These slimes have strong defense and attack power. They can spray lava flames and devour all enemies in front of them. At the same time, they can also wrap themselves in lava to form an indestructible barrier to protect the owner of the bow from harm. Chapter 413. After checking the panel data of the Hell Wing Bow, Li Xia directly stored it in the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian without even taking a second look. Although to some extent, the Hell Wing Bow is a good magic weapon among the advanced magic weapons of the archer profession. But the problem is that the basic attack power of the Hell Wing Bow is only 23 points. Even if the additional attack attribute entries are included, the total attack power of the Hell Wing Bow is only 46 points. It's only 46 points of basic attack power, not to mention compared with the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and Crimson Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. It pales in comparison with the Sun's Fury and Fire Flower. The only advantage of the Hell Wing Bow may be that it can transform wooden arrows into lava bat projectiles, making the Hell Wing Bow have the effect of a general attack skill in disguise. But that's all. It's not enough to make the flaws outweigh the merits. It's precisely because of this that Li Xia didn't care too much about this magic weapon, but just put it on the trading platform to exchange for some resources. At this point, the harvest after opening the Shadow Treasure Box this time has been officially sorted out and concluded. The harvest of various magic weapons really has the characteristics of the lava dwarfs. But what surprised Li Xia the most is the rare production formula of architectural magic accessories. The architect invented the backpack formula. That's right. The architect invented the backpack formula, which is the biggest hidden harvest of Li Xia in the long run. Li Xia patted his buttocks and stood up from the steps of the Obsidian Church, just when he wanted the Scarlet Gargoyle to summon all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquises. He found that the Scarlet Gargoyle had just left the church for some reason and happened to enter now. Little Stone, what's wrong? Faced with Li Xia's question, the Scarlet Gargoyle immediately handed over a magic accessory with both hands and said, "Report. Commander." The entire Obsidian village was searched, and a total of more than 30,000 obsidian and more than 20,000 hellstone ingots were harvested. As for magma stone, fire flower, obsidian skull, and other magic accessories, a lot of them were also found, and the total number exceeded 100. Hearing this, Li Xia laughed. It seems that this obsidian village is the right place, and the harvest this time is very rich. Li Xia was not very interested in those magic accessories. After all, Su Hongda was his girlfriend. As long as Li Xia had a specific magic accessory, it meant that he had countless specific magic accessories. Therefore, the number of the same magic accessories was not enough to make Li Xia happy. Instead, more than 30,000 obsidians and more than 20,000 prison stone ingots were the biggest gains of this trip. Currently, the shelter has been upgraded to the Advanced Authority Shelter, but most of the shelter's defense facilities are still at the Intermediate Authority level. If Li Xia wants to upgrade the shelter's defense facilities to the current highest level at the same time, the number of prison stone ingots he needs is a considerable amount. At present, More than 20,000 hellstone ingots are like timely rain, which well fills Li Xiao's current demand for hellstone ingots. Even if more than 20,000 hellstone ingots still cannot satisfy Li Xiao's appetite, at least the appearance of this batch of hellstone ingots has relieved Li Xiao's considerable pressure. That's not all. The Scarlet Gargoyle said, report to the commander. I know that you have always been very interested in new magic accessories and magic weapons. Just now, when I was collecting the resources brought by the Marquis of the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime, I found this magic accessory. I think the commander should be interested. What do you think? Oh! Li Xiao was interested when he heard this, and immediately walked to the front of the Scarlet Gargoyle, took the magic accessory in its hand, and looked at it carefully. Paint sprayer? This name is quite interesting. Li Xiao called out the panel data of the paint sprayer and looked at it intently. This paint sprayer is made of a rare magic material, and its appearance is full of mystery and magic. The appearance of the paint sprayer presents a unique curvaceous beauty, as if it were an elegant snake curled up. Its surface is covered with a layer of magic metal that glitters with colorful light. This metal emits strong magic fluctuations, which makes people want to explore it. Under the sunlight, the surface of the paint sprayer glitters with dreamy colors, which is intoxicating. The core function of the paint sprayer is to spray various strange colors on the building according to the user's preferences. This color is not an ordinary pigment, but a magical pigment with powerful magic. When this pigment comes into contact with the building, it will quickly penetrate into every corner of the building, dyeing the entire building with a layer of mysterious color. The colors of this magic paint are ever-changing, from emerald green like forest green to deep blue like the night sky. It can even present a red as hot as a flame, a purple as deep as the ocean, and so on. Oh! It turns out to be just a filler. After checking the panel data of the paint sprayer, Li Xiao laughed. Fortunately, this paint sprayer happens to be one of the 4 basic magic accessories required for the architect to invent the backpack synthesis. Speechless, the effect of this paint sprayer is very simple, even useless, and can only change the color of the building's exterior. Among the 4 magic accessories required for the architect to invent the backpack synthesis, there is a feeling of making up the number. It is no wonder that Li Xiao sighed when he saw this. As the owner of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance, Li Xiao's shelter defense facilities and buildings have all been enhanced by scarlet assimilation. The exterior of each building is covered with exquisite scarlet patterns, and the color just fits Li Xiao's aesthetic taste. So this paint sprayer is really a useless magic accessory in Li Xiao's hands. But at least the paint sprayer is one of the 4 basic magic accessories of the synthetic architect's invention backpack. So it can be said that it is easy to get. Li Xiao put it in the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack and waved his hand. Let's go and continue exploring. Yes. The Scarlet Gargoyle nodded immediately and followed Li Xiao with a group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquises. The group left the Obsidian Village and explored for 2 hours. They also encountered several waves of lava slime enemies and hell lava bat enemies on the way. But they were all easily solved by Li Xiao and the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquises. Unfortunately, there are no new and unique magic accessories in the drops. But the number of magic weapons such as Fire Flower has increased. But this is also a good thing. After all, Fire Flower is a magic weapon required to upgrade the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower. And the more you can get, the better. Commander, there is a magma lake ahead. And there are many machines around the magma lake that I don't understand, running on their own. The Scarlet Gargoyle, who was acting as a scout to explore the way, flew back to the main force and immediately reported. Li Xiao said, Lava Lake? A machine that I don't understand is running on its own? Interesting. Li Xiao immediately ordered, let's go. You lead the way. Let's go and take a look. In the center of the Obsidian continent, there is a hidden magma lake. It is like a blazing giant beast, breathing hot flames in the darkness, illuminating this chaotic world. Its edge is a wild coast made of lava, and the rolling fire like waves seems to be telling the story of the ancient lava dwarves. At the edge of the lake, there are self-operating machines built by the lava dwarves. These machines are made of hot lava and have a fiery red metallic luster. They are like works of art given life. With the unique rough style of the lava dwarves and exquisite craftsmanship, they convert the rolling heat waves from the magma lake into power to drive the entire machine. At this moment, the self-operating machines are busy extracting magma. They draw hot liquid from the lake and convert it into pure hellstone ingots. This kind of hellstone ingot is both hard and powerful, and is the most precious ore of the lava dwarves. The whole process is full of unique technological beauty. And at the same time, it has a primitive and wild charm. The center of the magma lake is an endless sea of fire. The rolling magma is like an angry dragon. And sometimes it bursts into hot flames. In this sea of fire, there is also a mysterious power hidden, which is a power from the depths of the earth, full of violence and heat. This power is constantly churning in the lake, making it impossible to see through its depth. The sky was dyed red by the hot smoke, as if a huge purgatory was boiling. This scene made people feel both fear and surprise. This is a place full of strange natural landscapes and ancient civilizations. The center of the Obsidian continent, an existence that cannot be ignored. Here, technology and nature are integrated to form a unique picture. Whether it is the wild magma lake or the powerful self-operating machine, they are telling the story of the lava dwarves in the survival game of the last era of the Obsidian continent. Li Xia took a deep breath when he saw this, because he found that the pile of obsidian next to the self-operating machine built by the lava dwarves was not ordinary obsidian, but the hellstone ingots that Li Xia had been thinking about. That's right. It's not hellstone ore, but the hellstone ingots that have been smelted. How many hellstone ingots are there for such a high mountain? Mine. All mine. Li Xia frowned when he saw this, and immediately took the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis and Scarlet Gargoyle and rushed to the lava lake. Under Li Xia's command, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis pseudoboss each summoned the maximum number of armed Scarlet Spike Slime captains to carry the hellstone ingots. This was not enough. Lucy, who could be summoned by Lucy Axe, and the Naga Tribe Chief pseudoboss summoned by the True Magic Comp Damage version, as well as the Naga Tribe Chief pseudoboss summoned by the Naga Tribe Chief pseudoboss, all went into battle. There was only one goal: to empty the Hellstone Ingot Mountain. Of course, because the Hellstone Ingot Mountain was so high and there were so many Hellstone Ingots. Even if there were many summons to carry them together, it would not be a short-term thing, because many Hellstone Ingots had been connected to each other after being shelved for a long time. In many cases, the summons needed to use a pickaxe to simply dig in order to successfully obtain the Hellstone Ingots. Although it seems a bit troublesome, this speed is already very fast. In order to ensure that no enemy monsters will come to disturb the summons while they are transporting the Hellstone Ingots, Li Xia also considerately summoned all the sentinel summons around the Hellstone Ingot Mountain using the Crimson Fury Slime Staff. The Eye Laser Tower is in charge. In this way, it is foolproof. But even so, Li Xia still underestimated the number of Hellstone Ingots that can be obtained from the Hellstone Ingot Mountain, because only 1/3 of it has been mined. Not only is Li Xia's Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack full, but even the Piggy Bank pet summoned by the Eye Bone, the Piggy Bank summoned by the Coin Slot, and the Void Vault summoned by the Void Bag are all fully loaded without exception. There was no other way. Li Xia could only use a bottle of return potion in the middle of the journey, temporarily opening a teleportation-like curtain between the Hell Biological Community and the High-Level Authority Shelter Workshop, transporting all the resources obtained back to the shelter, and at the same time clearing the inventory of the Piggy Bank pet, Piggy Bank, Void Vault and Ice Rock Thorn Turtle Guardian backpack, so as to make room for this mountain of Hellstone Ingots. He worked for a full 6 hours. Li Xia roughly estimated that he had obtained at least 150,000 Hellstone Ingots. This is a terrifying amount. But when I think of the self-operating machine built by the lava dwarves next to the magma lake, even if it can be seen with the naked eye that it is running at the lowest speed without the operator's control, it is reasonable that there are so many Hellstone Ingots accumulated after so many years. If there is no one to operate it, the self-operating machine can collect so many Hellstone Ingots even when it is running at the lowest speed? What if there is someone to operate it? Thinking of this, Li Xia's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to the self-operating machine in 2 steps. After checking it out, he found that this machine was completely a foolproof operation mode. But the power source was the magma absorbed by the machine. It was precisely because of this that it could keep running for so many years. But because this set of machines is a permanent machine, Li Xia cannot move it. And after entering the Hell Biological Community next time, even Li Xia cannot guarantee that he will be teleported to the vicinity of this Obsidian continent. So the decision to maximize the benefits at the moment is that Li Xia controls this set of self-operating machines built by the lava dwarves, turns on the maximum power, and tries to obtain enough Hellstone Ingots within the 24-hour exploration time of this Hell Biological Community. Li Xia exhaled and said, "Let's do it." Chapter 414. Li Xia stood in front of a huge self-running machine built by the lava dwarves. his eyes full of expectation. This machine carefully built by the lava dwarves is the result of hundreds of years of hard work by the lava dwarves. Its existence represents the wisdom and power of the lava dwarves. The appearance of the machine is like a huge metal spider, and its huge body occupies the entire work site. Its 8 long legs are deeply inserted into the ground, as if rooted in the depths of hell. At the center of the machine is a huge furnace, which opens its bloody mouth, waiting to swallow the lava from the magma lake. Li Xiao walked to the control console of the machine. His eyes were firm, and his fingers moved quickly on various complicated buttons and knobs. As he operated, the machine began to emit a low roar, like the roar of hell. The 8 long legs of the machine began to move slowly, like huge metal arms, moving its body closer to the magma lake. When the mouth of the machine touched the lake, a strong suction force was generated from it, and the lava in the magma lake was sucked into the machine. As the lava was extracted, the magma lake began to boil. The originally calm lake surface became violent, and the lava rolled like an angry beast. The hot air on the lake surface rose up, forming a smoky scene. The furnace inside the machine began to run at full capacity, and the lava rolled in it, emitting a dazzling light. Li Xiao stood in front of the control console, his eyes flashing with excitement and tension. He knew that this was a sign that the machine was running at full capacity, and it was also a critical moment in the process of making hellstone ingots. The roar of the machine became louder and louder, and the entire workplace was shaking. The lava rolled in the furnace, emitting a blazing light. Li Xiao stared at the control console closely, his hands moving quickly on the buttons and knobs, adjusting the working state of the machine. At this moment, a strong light shot out from the furnace, illuminating the surroundings. Li Xiao showed a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that he succeeded. He successfully made the machine run at full capacity, successfully extracted the lava from the magma lake, and successfully started the process of making hellstone ingots. Hellstone ingot plus 3. Hellstone ingot plus 3. Hellstone ingot plus 3. The self-running machine was producing at a rate of almost 3 hellstone ingots per second at maximum power. Li Xiao looked at this scene happily. 3 hellstone ingots per second. 10,800 per hour. And Li Xiao still had 5 hours left to explore the hell biome, which meant that Li Xiao could harvest more than 50,000 additional hellstone ingots. This is really a huge amount of money. Just when Li Xiao was thinking about which shelter defense facility building to upgrade first after returning to the high authority shelter with this large number of hellstone ingots, he heard the magma lake boiling instantly. In the hot magma lake, one enemy monster after another quietly appeared. Its name is the Hellbone Snake, a ferocious creature living in the lava lake. Its body is huge, dozens of meters long, and its body is covered with scales as hard as iron, each of which flashes with high temperature and dangerous light. It has a curved bone crown on its head, like a sharp sword, showing its power and majesty. The eyes of the Hellbone Snake are like 2 burning coals, full of endless darkness and fire. Its tongue is slender and sensitive, and can quickly detect all movements around it. The most terrifying thing is that hot magma flows in its body, as if it is the source of its power. When it emerges from the magma lake, the surrounding air is filled with a burnt smell. The Hellbone Snake swam in the lake. Its posture was agile and ferocious. It seemed to be fearless of the surrounding scene, slowly opening its huge snake mouth to the surrounding environment, revealing its sharp fangs and scarlet tongue. Its roar echoed in the air. It was a threatening roar, and also a bloodthirsty call. Suddenly, the Hellbone Snake rushed out of the magma lake and pounced on the armed scarlet spike slime captain, who was guarding not far away. Its figure was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to see clearly. With a gurgling sound, the armed scarlet spike slime captain was bitten by it, and the strong venom was instantly injected into the body of the armed scarlet spike slime captain. The armed scarlet spike slime captain's body quickly swelled up under the effect of the venom, and finally burst open in severe pain, turning into a pile of broken flesh and blood. But the Hellbone Snake didn't care at all. It just scanned the surrounding environment with its blazing eyes, looking for the next prey. Its existence is like a horrible nightmare, making all creatures tremble in fear. Looking at the army of Hellbone Snakes bearing their fangs and claws above the magma lake, Li Xiao sneered with a gloomy face. "Kill my armed scarlet spike slime captain? You even dare to kill my people? I think you really don't know how to write the word death." Although Li Xiao knew that this magma lake was the habitat of this group of Hellbone Snakes, It was because he fully activated the self-running machine built by the lava dwarves to mine and smelt hellstone ingots, which alarmed the sleeping hellbone snakes. But, so what? Is this the reason why the hellbone snakes killed my people? Ha ha. Li Xia stood in front of a huge eyeball laser tower. His eyes were firm, facing a group of enemies living in the magma lake. The hellbone snakes. The hellbone snakes are a kind of demonic creatures living in the magma lake. Their bodies are made of burning flames and hard bones. And they are extremely ferocious. And at this moment, they are opening their bloody mouths and launching a fierce attack on Li Xia. Li Xia was not panicked. He waved his hand, and the eye laser tower began to emit a low humming sound, as if it was a giant beast about to awaken. Eye laser tower fully activated. Target the hellbone snake above the magma lake. Focus mode. Start. Suddenly, the eyes of the eye laser tower lit up with a fiery light, and a strong laser shot out from it, directly aiming at the hellbone snake army. The laser was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing into the ranks of the hellbone snake. The hellbone snakes were hit by the laser and immediately let out a painful roar. Their bones became charred under the laser, and the flames were instantly extinguished. Their bodies rolled in the air, trying to escape the laser attack. But the laser followed them closely like a shadow. The screams of the hellbone snakes echoed around, and their bones gradually broke under the laser, turning into pieces of black ashes. And those hellbone snakes that successfully escaped the laser attack were too seriously injured to attack effectively. Successfully killed the 5th level rare hellbone snake captain. Obtained Obsidian X60. Hellstone Ingot X10. Obsidian Skin Potion X1. Dark Spear X1. Fire Flower X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 5th level rare hellbone snake elite. Obtained Obsidian X50. Hellstone Ingot X6. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Magma Stone X1. Fire Flower X1. Hot Dog X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed the 5th level rare hellbone snake captain. Obtained Obsidian X60. Hellstone Ingot X10. Powerful Healing Potion X5. Hell Demon Conch X1. Fire Flower X1. Scarlet Points X300. In this chaotic battle, Li Xia didn't need to take action himself. He just summoned the special sentinel summoned by Li Xia, the Eyeball Laser Tower, to eliminate the hellbone snakes that disturbed Li Xia's concentration on mining hellstone ingots. As the lasers of the Eyeball Laser Tower were fired frequently, the hellbone snakes entrenched in this magma lake were also quickly eliminated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this battle, Li Xia won with an overwhelming advantage, which took only a quarter of an hour. After Li Xia summoned the accessories bar and put on the magic accessory treasure magnet, he summoned the wind blade wings and flew around the magma lake. All the resources dropped by killing the hellbone snake were collected into Li Xia's Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack. Then Li Xia let the Scarlet Gargoyle operate the self-operating machine to continue to produce hellstone ingots at full capacity. Li Xia leaned against a protruding obsidian and began to sort out the harvest this time. Because Li Xia was a little hungry, he took out a magic food hot dog dropped by killing the hellbone snake. Hot dog. Although the name is ordinary, its material, appearance and taste are extremely unique, and it also contains powerful magic. Hot dog is made of the finest magical ingredients. Its core is a sausage made of pure flame demon meat. This dragon meat is carefully selected to ensure its delicate texture and rich flavor. On this sausage, the magicians have performed countless mysterious techniques, making it have magical power while maintaining its original taste. The appearance of the hot dog is equally fascinating. It is covered with a layer of bright red chili sauce, which is blended with various rare magic herbs, making the hot dog colorful and rich in layers. A layer of bright yellow mustard sauce is covered on the chili sauce, adding a dazzling glow to the hot dog. Finally, a piece of green lettuce is placed on the top of the hot dog, making the whole hot dog look like a beautiful work of art. The taste of the hot dog is even more amazing. When you take a bite, you first feel the strong stimulation brought by the chili sauce, followed by the delicate meat of the sausage and the spicy mustard sauce. These tastes intertwine to form an intoxicating flavor, and the lettuce brings a refreshing taste, making the whole hot dog more perfect. However, the most magical effect of hot dogs is not the taste, but the magic it contains. When players eat hot dogs, they will immediately feel a strong force surging from their bodies. This force can last for 15 minutes and comprehensively improve the player's various abilities. whether it is strength, speed or magic power. This all-round gain improvement makes players more powerful in the game and easily cope with various challenges. Chapter 4:15. After checking the hot dogs panel data, Li Xia smiled and started eating. Although hot dogs are magic food with a buff time of 15 minutes, the buff effects of this type of magic food are basically the same. Li Xia has already stockpiled a lot of them. Instead of using them as buff potions, it is better to use them as food to supplement nutrition. After eating them all, Li Xia took out a magic weapon, the Dark Spear, from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, raised it in front of him, and looked at it carefully. The appearance and material of this spear show the unique charm of the hellish biological community. The mysterious black magic runes are winding on the spear, like dark snakes wandering. The main body of the dark spear is made of a black alloy, gleaming with light, as if absorbing endless dark power. The spear is slender and elegant, showing the warrior's fortitude and tenacity. At the tip of the spear, a deep dark gem is inlaid, like the brightest star in the night sky, emitting a chilling light. This gem contains powerful power, constantly emitting deep dark energy to the outside world. The biggest feature of the Dark Lance is its powerful attack power and unique instant dark hellfire projectile attack. In battle, when the warrior swings the spear, the instant dark hellfire projectile will fly out of the gem like a dark stream of light, accurately hitting the enemy. This attack has a shocking characteristic, which can make the enemy tremble in pain or even be unable to move, and radiate surrounding enemies to cause a certain degree of radiation damage to them. In addition, the Dark Spear also has the ability to summon fire ghosts. In battle, when the warrior activates the magic power of the spear, multiple fire ghosts will fly out of the spear and fight around the warrior. These fire ghosts have flexible bodies and blazing flames, which can cause additional damage and trouble to the enemy. The Dark Spear is a perfect combination of darkness and fire, and is the magic weapon that warriors dream of. With the help of this spear, the warriors will be able to better exert their combat effectiveness and achieve greater victory on the battlefield. After checking the panel data of the Dark Spear, Li Xia nodded slightly. What can I say? Although the basic attack power of the Dark Spear is not as good as that of magic weapons such as the Flower of Fire, the Dark Spear has an advantage, which is the instant type skill Instant Dark Prison Fire Projectile, which has two rare characteristics: penetration, shock. What's more, the Dark Prison Fire Projectile is an instant type skill. In this way, the Dark Spear's overall weak attack power is compensated. Moreover, the Dark Spear is not a chain hammer type attack magic weapon like the Sun's Fury. The Dark Spear is a balanced magic weapon, so the slightly weak attack power is completely a flaw that does not outweigh the merits. In addition, from the Dark Spear's instant summoning skills, it can be seen that the Dark Spear is, to some extent, a more advanced magic weapon than the Flame Whip and Fire Flower, because the summoning skill of the Dark Lance does not summon Lava Slime, Hell Lava Bat and other enemies at the bottom of the Hell biome, but summons the Overlord of the Magma Sea, the Flame Imp. From this point of view, with the blessing of the passive skill, the Dark Lance can summon a full 10 Flame Imps, which further makes up for the defect of the Dark Lance's slightly weak attack power. The Dark Lance is a pretty good magic weapon for the warrior profession. Of course, the Dark Lance cannot be compared with the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade, but it is definitely a magic weapon that the first-tier players in the regional channel will rush to buy at this stage. Keep it. When you go back, ask the Dawnbreaker and Dawnfront players if they need it, Li Xia said as he put it into the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian backpack, and then took out the last rare item dropped by the Hellbone Serpent Army, the Hell Demon Conch. In the Abyss of Hell, there is a rare and mysterious magic accessory, the Hell Demon Conch. It is made of the purest hell ore, and its appearance presents a unique black color, deep and mysterious. This ore is smelted and refined countless times before it finally forms the Devil Conch. The shape of the Hell Devil Conch is similar to the familiar conch, but it is larger and thicker. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, as if it can reflect the flames and smoke of hell. On the top of the conch, there is a gem that flashes dark red light. It is like the pupil of hell, full of mystery and weirdness. As a teleportation magic accessory, the core function of the Hell Devil Conch is to mark the coordinates of the Hell biome and allow players to teleport to a designated location. This is achieved through the Hell magic runes carved into the conch, which, when activated, glow red and mark the user's location as a teleportation target. In addition, the Hell Demon Conch has a unique ability to open a teleportation curtain to the Hell biome at any time. This is achieved by turning a small knob at the bottom of the conch. Once activated, the teleportation curtain rises from the bottom of the conch, forming a passage to the Hell biome. What's more exciting is that the Hell Devil Conch is considered one of the synthetic accessories of the ultimate information magic accessory, the Shell Phone. The Shell Phone is a magical device that can transmit sound, images, and information over long distances. The Hell Devil Conch is an indispensable part of the Shell Phone synthesis process. In general, the Hell Devil Conch is a very valuable and functional magic accessory. It not only has powerful transmission capabilities, but also can open a channel to the Hell biome. It is also an important synthetic material for the Shell Phone. Its existence undoubtedly provides a new possibility for adventurers who pursue power and explore the unknown world. Li Xiao's eyes widened when he saw the Hell Demon Conch. Wow! So the Hell Demon Conch is such a magical accessory? Teleportation? Not rare. Fixed-point teleportation? That's the only one I've ever seen. After owning the Hell Demon Conch, Li Xiao no longer has to worry about losing the Hell Stone Ingot self-forging machine forged by the lava dwarfs next to the magma lake in front of him. 2 positioning coordinates. Which also means that Li Xiao can permanently keep the coordinates of the location, so that when he is short of Hellstone Ingots, he can teleport here at any time to collect the Hellstone Ingots forged by the lava dwarves, and forge the Hellstone Ingot inventory of his own forging machine. This life. Just thinking about it makes me happy. More importantly, although Li Xiao is now at the 5th level, and he also killed the boss level enemy monster, the Cyclops deer with the supreme true level of the ice and snow path. But to be honest, he is far from qualified to upgrade to the high authority shelter, because the conditions for upgrading the high authority shelter are very harsh. Not to mention other conditions. Just the boss relics of the boss level monsters require 2. Even if Li Xiao kills the Cyclops deer with the supreme true level of the ice and snow path, he still needs 1. Li Xiao's biggest purpose in coming to the Hell biome is to find the traces of the boss level monsters. But after spending less than a day, he still found nothing. But the Hell Demon Conch can directly allow Li Xiao to teleport to the vicinity of the boss level monster's habitat, which is too important for Li Xiao. However, this one-time teleportation effect can only be used once. Li Xiao doesn't want to be pecked in the eye by geese while hunting geese all day, so this one-time teleportation effect must be used. But it needs to be considered in the long run. Wait until Li Xiao digests this harvest first. Moreover, the Hell Demon Conch is also an advanced magic accessory of the mobile phone, and the synthetic material of the Shell Phone. With the Hell Demon Conch, it is easy to make a Shell Phone. Moreover, with the Hell Demon Conch, Li Xiao no longer needs to stay by the self-forging machine of the Hell Stone Ingot forged by the lava dwarfs. Waiting for the end of this Hell biome exploration adventure time, Li Xiao directly used the Hell Demon Conch to record the current positioning coordinates, and then directly took the Scarlet Gargoyle and used the mobile phone to teleport back to the High Authority Shelter. Chapter 416. After the invasion of the Ice and Snow Temple Fate Plane Army, the temperature in the forest community gradually rose. It had passed the chilly spring season and entered the stage where spring rain was as precious as oil. At this moment in the night of the forest community, the night was like a delicate painting, gradually unfolding. The stars flickered faintly under the sky, as if the eyes of those ancient elves were watching this forest. The breeze gently brushed the treetops, lifting the new green leaves, making a rustling sound, like the shouts of thousands of troops in battle. The moonlight sprinkled on the winding path, forming a soft halo. Each leaf was depicted in great detail, as if breathing life. The new branches and flowers swayed in the night, blooming with the colors of spring. The flowers shimmered with a faint luster under the moonlight, like gems inlaid in the forest. The creatures in the forest began to wake up, breaking the tranquility of the night. The chirping of insects, the singing of birds, and the jumping of deer intertwined into a cheerful symphony. The forest at night is full of vitality and vigor, as if it is a kingdom awakened by a mysterious force. On this spring night, the forest seems to have turned into a mysterious and beautiful painting. Whether walking in it or listening to its sounds, you can feel a deep tranquility and peace. On a spring night, people can feel the pulse of life and the rhythm of nature. It was at this time, in the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, a transmission-like curtain emitting colorful colors slowly unfolded, and Li Xiao took the lead and stepped out. followed by the Scarlet Gargoyle. Okay, little stone. Go and do your thing. Li Xia waved his hand and ordered. Then walked straight into the high-level authority shelter workshop. He immediately took out the Hell Demon Conch from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack. Then took out the high-level magic information accessory mobile phone from his special accessories column, and walked to the high-level authority workbench. Li Xia called out the recipe page, swiped his finger up and down, and found the corresponding recipe page. Materials required for Shell Phone, Mobile Phone X1. Hell Demon Conch X1 synthesis time 30 minutes. Whether to synthesize, yes/no. Li Xia sighed. It is indeed the ultimate magic information accessory. My workbench is all advanced authority workbench level. It takes a full 30 minutes to synthesize a Shell Phone? Of course. Sighing aside, Li Xia did not hesitate and directly put the Hell Devil Conch and the mobile phone into synthesis. In the interval of synthesis, Li Xia casually made a tomato and egg noodles for dinner. Without Celia's company, the advanced authority shelter can't be called home even if it is safe, because there is no warmth of home. So Li Xia's 3 meals a day became more casual. However, this is also the reason why Li Xia has been working so hard to explore the Hell biological community and improve his strength during this period. He must have the power to break through the time gap in order to find Celia as soon as possible. Time is running out. After eating and drinking, Li Xia muttered and came to the high-level authority workroom. The Shell Phone had already been made and was floating above the workbench. Li Xia was overjoyed and walked to the high-level authority workbench in 2 steps, picked up the Shell Phone and looked at it carefully. In the mysterious survival game, the ultimate information magic accessories, such as the Shell Phone, always attract attention. The Shell Phone is carved from rare marine treasures, crystal clear and poetic. Its appearance is like a miniature shell, smooth as silk, and full of light. Through the carefully carved texture, you can see the deep secrets of the ocean, as if the gods of the ocean are whispering to you. The core function of the Shell Phone is to mark the coordinates of the current biome, allowing players to teleport to the designated location freely. Its power comes from the mysterious magic of the deep sea, which is perfectly sealed in this small accessory. Just touch it lightly to activate the teleportation function, taking you to the place you desire instantly. In addition, the Shell Phone also has the function of opening the teleportation-like curtain to the teleportation biome at any time. No matter where you are, as long as you have a thought in your mind, you can immediately travel to that place. Its existence makes distance no longer a problem, and makes exploration more free. The Shell Phone not only has a powerful teleportation function, but it is also a top-level information magic accessory. It can collect information about the surroundings, whether it is the topography or the distribution of organisms, and it can be mastered in detail. This information will be automatically organized into a map format, so that you can view it at any time. In addition, it also has a communication function. As long as it is within a certain range, it can communicate with others in real time. The Shell Phone also has an additional secret reconnaissance function. It can collect information about the surrounding environment without knowing it, whether it is the activities of organisms or changes in the terrain. It is difficult to escape its observation. This information will be fed back to you in the form of images and sounds, so that you can always keep track of the situation around you. In general, the Shell Phone is a top-level information magic accessory that combines beauty and practicality. No matter which profession the player is, he cannot resist its charm. With it, the player's exploration and adventure journey in other biomes will be smoother and unimpeded. After checking the panel data of the Shell Phone, Li Xia found that the Shell Phone perfectly integrated all the effects of the mobile phone and the Hell Demon Conch. The only pity is that even if the Hell Demon Conch is synthesized and promoted to the Shell Phone, the one-time transmission effect is still one-time. However, this was also expected by Li Xia. It was just that he was a little disappointed when he found that there was no unexpected surprise. Li Xia caressed the Shell Phone lovingly. With the Shell Phone, even if the Hell biome is vast, it is no longer difficult to find the boss-level enemy monsters in the Hell biome. However, my current strength is still in the stage of rapid improvement. I will digest the harvest this time first, and then go to the Hell biome after my strength is improved. Li Xia had already made a plan in his mind. It was not that he was indecisive, but the one-time transmission effect of the Shell Phone could only be used once. So Li Xia had to be 100% sure. Otherwise, information tools, like the Hell Devil Conch, were not so easy to obtain. If he failed, it would be as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack to find another Hell Devil conch. This was also Li Xiao's usual style, making plans before taking action. Thinking of this, Li Xiao put the shell phone back in the special accessories column. Weapons: Scarlet Storm Night Blade X1, Scarlet Star Cannon X1, Scarlet Rage Slime Staff, True Magic Conch Damaged Version, False Artifact Horn of Plenty, Armor: Scarlet Ancient Undead Armor Set, Accessories 6/6, Bow and Gloves, Skeleton Helmet, Swift Terra Shining Boots, Scarlet Hard Magnetic Flower, Scarlet Secret Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Scarlet Wind Blade Winglet. Special Accessories January 1st, Shell Phone, Bound Artifact, Level 5 True Magic Conch Damaged Version. Without time to rest, Li Xiao directly took out the magic weapon Scarlet Fury Slime Staff from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack. That's right. There is no big difficulty in upgrading the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff this time. It only requires enough Hellstone ingots and obsidian. And it happened that during this exploration adventure of the Hell biological community, Li Xiao accidentally discovered the Hellstone ingot forging self-running machine built by the lava dwarves. Li Xiao doesn't have much in his pocket now, but a lot of Hellstone ingots and obsidian. As a result, it is naturally not a problem to improve the quality of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Growth requirements for the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff: Gel X10000000, Pink Gel X10000000, Blue Jade X10000000, Jade X10000000, Ruby X10000000, Diamond X10000000, Molotov Cocktail X1000, Hellstone Ingot X3000, Meteorite Ingot X10000, Obsidian X30000, Scarlet Points X10000000. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xiao was silent when he saw this scene. It was not that he was reluctant to give up the Hellstone Ingot or this large amount of materials, but the quality upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff required 10 million Scarlet Points. That's 10 million. Li Xiao's heart was bleeding. Since the initial formation of the Scarlet Power Kingdom, Li Xiao has not invested a single Scarlet Point in expanding the Scarlet Power Kingdom. Why? It's all for today. To prepare for the quality upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff? Thanks to my saving during this period, and the killing of a large number of enemies during this adventure of exploring the Hell biome, I was able to save up 10 million Scarlet Points. Otherwise, even if Li Xiao had obtained a sufficient number of Hellstone ingots, facing such a huge demand for Scarlet Points, he could only stare blankly and sigh in despair. Thinking of this, Li Xiao was more and more looking forward to the level of combat effectiveness of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff after the quality upgrade, and whether the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Marquis summoned by the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff would change. Li Xiao smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Promotion?" The resources needed for the upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, which were piled up like mountains and valleys in the shelter, turned into energy beams of various colors and merged into the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Chapter 417. The Scarlet Fury Slime Staff is an advanced type of magic weapon for the summoner profession. Its appearance and material are full of mystery and magic. The material of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff comes from a rare, or called Scarlet Heart, which contains powerful magic. After careful forging, the ore is made into a scarlet long staff, which is covered with winding lines like blood vessels, as if they are scarlet blood vessels. These lines sparkle with an alluring luster under the sunlight, making people want to explore. At the top of the staff is a huge scarlet gem, which exudes strong magical fluctuations. This gem is like a scarlet eye, always watching everything around it. And inside this gem, there is a powerful summoned creature hidden, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. The armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke is a boss-level summoned creature. Its body is composed of countless scarlet slimes, each of which is shining with a sharp metallic luster. They tightly surrounded the Duke, forming a huge sphere. This sphere can be deformed freely in battle, and can be transformed into a huge shield to protect the Duke, or a sharp sword to attack. In addition to the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke, the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff also has a special summoning ability, the Architectural Summon Eye Laser Tower. This summon is condensed by magic power, and its shape is like a huge eyeball, with a powerful laser tower hidden inside. When the Eye Laser Tower is summoned, it will quickly unfold to form a huge defense circle, providing powerful firepower support for the summoner. The core function of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff lies in its powerful summoning ability. Whether it is the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke or the architectural summon Eye Laser Tower, it can provide powerful assistance to the summoner in battle. And all of this comes from the mysterious Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Li Xiao looked at the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff in his hand with a sharp look, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Finally, after feeding a huge amount of resources, the quality of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff has been upgraded again and again, and finally promoted to the legendary quality. The level of Scarlet Slimes that can be summoned by the legendary quality Scarlet Fury Slime Staff has also reached the level of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke has broken through the threshold of the pseudo-boss level and reached the boss level. A slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. This breakthrough is self-evident for the overall strength of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. It is also extremely powerful for the overall combat power of Li Xiao. In addition, the Scarlet Authority entry is also added to the type entry of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Needless to say, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke must be a supreme true level of the Scarlet Path. The two active skills of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff: instant summoning of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke and instant summoning of the Eye Laser Tower Sentinel Captain. There is no change. But with the blessing of the two new passive skills, Crimson Reproduction and Demon Eye, it has a hidden enhancement. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke can summon 10 more. Eye Laser Tower can summon 6 more. This further enhances Li Xiao's combat power. Not to mention that the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle was promoted to Scarlet Gargoyle after becoming a Scarlet God, becoming an independent individual and no longer occupying the summoning column position, which is vacated as summoning column. Who would have thought that after the promotion of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, the number of summoning slots increased to 12. In the future, don't think that Li Xiao will act alone. In fact, as long as he has the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff in his hand, Li Xiao can summon a huge army of boss-level monsters at any time. Boss battle? Haha. There is only one boss. But as long as Li Xiao wants, he can easily summon a double-digit armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke boss. The pleasure of having more people bullying fewer people. Even though there is no actual combat yet, Li Xiao feels extremely happy just thinking about it. Not to mention that the additional attribute entries of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff have also been doubled: Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 50, Defense plus 50, Attack plus 50, Casting Speed plus 50%, Magic Consumption minus 50%. With the addition of the 6 major attribute entries, Li Xiao's individual strength alone has increased by a little over 30%. To reach Li Xiao's level, and to be able to improve so much strength at once, is simply a fantasy for other players. For Li Xiao, only the 4-legged gold-eating beast Scarlet Fury Slime Staff can do it. That's why, even though the quality upgrade of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff requires a huge amount of resources, Li Xiao is willing to tighten his belt and accumulate resources. It's really worth it. This is a sure-win deal. However, the current stage of the Crimson Fury Slime Staff has also caused Li Xiao a headache. That is the cost of continuing to upgrade the Crimson Fury Slime Staff. Gel and Pink Gel, Molotov cocktails, various gem resources, and ingot resources can be accumulated to a sufficient amount. It is only a matter of time. Therefore, even if the Crimson Fury Slime Staff has a huge demand in this regard, Li Xiao will not feel a headache. But 30 million Scarlet Points made Li Xiao smack his lips. This is not a few million, let alone 10 million. It is a full 30 million Scarlet Points. You should know that Li Xiao only spent 10 million Scarlet Points to initially build the Scarlet Power Kingdom. But if the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff wants to upgrade its quality again, it will require up to 30 million Scarlet Points. This is really not a small amount. However, after all, as long as Li Xiao kills enemies, he can get a certain number of Scarlet Points. So with 30 million Scarlet Points, Li Xiao can still collect 30 million Scarlet Points by killing more enemies, sweeping more, and digging 3 feet deep in the future. It's just that it might take more time. If the above problems can be overcome, then the adamantium ingots and slime queen cores needed to upgrade the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff again will make Li Xiao feel troubled. In the current regional channel, Li Xiao's progress is the fastest. No one else. But even so, Li Xiao has only explored the most dangerous hell biome at present. But the hell biome produces obsidian and hell stone ingots. There is no whereabouts of the so-called fine gold ingots. In other words, although the demand for fine gold ingots for the Scarlet Fury Slime staff to upgrade again is only 1,000, Li Xia currently has no idea about the whereabouts of the fine gold ingots. This is the most fundamental problem that bothers Li Xia. Not to mention the Slime Queen core. As the name suggests, the Slime Queen core should be the existence of the slime family, with a status below 1 person and above 10,000 people. Li Xia not only needs to find the Slime Queen core, but also ensure that after successfully killing it, the Slime Queen core material can be dropped. The difficulty can be imagined. Other material requirements, at most, will take some time and more time. But the fine gold ingot and the Slime Queen core are not that simple. Thinking of this, Li Xia was overwhelmed. Oh, portable cement mixer? Is this also considered a magic accessory? Oh, or a rare building type magic accessory? It's a pity that it's not very useful. Just when Li Xia was struggling, a voice came from somewhere, causing Li Xia to look up suddenly, because Li Xia heard the key words in this passage. Portable cement mixer. This is one of the basic magic accessories invented by the synthetic architect backpack. It is also the only magic accessory that Li Xia lacks at this stage. Radio? Li Xia looked around and locked his eyes on the magic accessory radio on the wooden table. The sound came from inside? Li Xia quickly picked up the radio, and he remembered that in addition to the recording and listening function, the radio also has the function of real-time searching for the voices of players who survived in the surrounding time gap. Isn't this a coincidence? Muah! Li Xia hugged the radio and kissed it. It was an unintentional success. The radio did a great job. Li Xia quickly checked the current listening channel. Current channel, time gap 7384. Player Li Bianqing. When Li Xia saw the 3 words Li Bianqing, the only trace of worry in his heart was gone with the wind. Li Xia hurriedly called out the friend chat channel. Li Xia, add Li Bianqing. Brother Bianqing, are you there? Li Xia's "Are you there?" was so out of nowhere that Li Bianqing was stunned for a moment. But Li Bianqing quickly reacted and replied, Li Bianqing, yes. Brother Xia, what can I do for you? Li Xia, it's like this. I'm in urgent need of a rare magic accessory called a portable cement mixer. I want you to help me ask on the intelligence website if there are any players who have a portable cement mixer. I can buy it for a higher price. That's right. Li Xia used an excuse and did not directly tell Li Bianqing that he knew he had a portable cement mixer. After all, the function of the magic radio accessory is a bit against the sky. If you can keep it secret from others, it is better not to let others know. Li Bianqing heard this and did not do what he thought. Li Bianqing, huh? Ha ha ha. Isn't this a coincidence? I just happen to have a portable cement mixer in my hand. Since you need it, Brother Xia, I will give it to you. Li Xia, that won't work. Brothers should settle accounts. How can I take your things for free? Li Bianqing, what you said? I have taken your things for free. How many times have I done that? Don't be so polite to me. Li Xia, okay. I won't buy it. I'll just say I'll give you one in return. Don't rush to refuse. Flower of Fire, click to view details. This is an advanced magic weapon for fire magicians. You should like it. After Li Bianqing checked the panel data of Flower of Fire, he really couldn't say no. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. This magic weapon is really to my taste, so I won't refuse it. Chapter 418. After finishing the chat, Li Xia hurriedly summoned the core of the shelter, took out the portable cement mixer from it, and looked at it carefully. The portable cement mixer is made of a rare ore called Draco's Stone. As the main material, this ore will emit a faint golden light under the light, giving people a mysterious and noble feeling. In appearance, the portable cement mixer is exquisitely designed, like a miniature real cement mixer, except that it is carved from a magical material that looks like metal. This material is called Star Silver, has a flowing texture like flowing water, and it shines silver in the sun. The edge of the mixer is engraved with complex magic runes, which shine golden in the sun, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. In terms of function, the most prominent feature of the portable cement mixer is that it can reduce the time for building upgrades in the shelter. When using this accessory for building upgrades, you can save 25% of the time. This powerful effect makes it popular among architects and magicians. After checking the panel data of the portable cement mixer, Li Xia raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. This time, Li Xia encountered a self-operating machine for forging hellstone ingots made by the lava dwarves in the Hell biome, and obtained a large number of hellstone ingots. This time, Li Xia came back for a very important purpose, which was to upgrade the shelter defense facilities in the High Authority Shelter. Therefore, the upgrade of the shelter building will be a very frequent thing in the next few days. And this magic accessory, the portable cement mixer, just happened to be in hand. Its core function is to reduce the shelter upgrade time by 25%, which is undoubtedly the icing on the cake for Li Xia. What's more, the portable cement mixer is not the point. The point is that the portable cement mixer is one of the 4 basic magic accessories invented by the Synthetic Architect Backpack. And it is also the only magic accessory that Li Xia currently lacks. With a portable cement mixer, Li Xia can start making an architect invention backpack. Li Xia did not hesitate and immediately walked to the Advanced Authority workbench, called out the recipe page, slid his finger up and down, and found the corresponding recipe materials required for Architect Invention Backpack: Bricklaying Knife X1, Extended Grip X1, Paint Sprayer X1, Portable Cement Mixer X1. Synthesis time 15 minutes. Synthesis, yes/no. Li Xia did not hesitate, and put all the required magic accessories into it, and chose to synthesize immediately. Taking advantage of the 15-minute interval of the Architect's Invention Backpack synthesis, Li Xia did not forget to continue analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. Needless to say, the advantages of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff are endless. As for the disadvantages, there is only one. And the channels for obtaining the Slime Queen core and the fine gold ingot are still unknown. But there is still time. Li Xia has made up his mind to pay more attention to news in this regard in the future. After coming to his senses, Li Xia walked to the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, waved the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff in his hand, and immediately summoned an armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke boss. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. This summon is a summon of the Scarlet Path. It is huge, and its ferocious appearance is terrifying. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke's body is composed of countless scarlet slimes, which tightly surround the Duke to form a huge sphere. The diameter of this sphere is tens of meters, like a moving mountain. Under the sunlight, the slime flashes with a sharp metallic luster, which makes people feel awe. The Duke's appearance is also terrifying. Its body is wrapped in a layer of hard shell, which is as strong as steel and can withstand various attacks. On the surface of the shell, there are sharp spikes like sharp blades, which flash scarlet light, like the sickle of the god of death. The Duke's eyes are like 2 hot rubies like lava, and they exude a strong killing intent that makes people shudder. The Duke of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime has a strong desire to attack. It always rushes towards the enemy without hesitation, biting the enemy's flesh with its sharp spikes and fangs. When it is angry, its body will release a powerful red energy wave, which can turn everything around into powder. The strength of the Duke of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime should not be underestimated. Its power is strong enough to shake the earth, and its speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch. And the most terrifying thing is that it has endless vitality, and even if it is seriously injured, it can recover in a short time. This makes the enemies fighting it fall into endless despair. Li Xia looked at the huge armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke in front of him, which was as big as a hill, and was amazed. As expected, after becoming a boss-level enemy monster, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke possessed the supreme true position of the Scarlet Path. But it was obvious that, like Li Xia, it only possessed the preliminary supreme true position of the Scarlet Path, so it only had a plus 100% bonus to all attributes. But just this one bonus also makes the health of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke reach a terrifying 24,000 points. Moreover, the 5th level armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke also has an active skill Scarlet Energy Wave. The armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke consumes 30 magic points and releases a diffuse Scarlet Energy Wave around itself. After hitting the enemy, it causes 300% of its basic attack damage to all enemies. After hitting friendly forces, it causes a healing effect of 300% of its basic attack damage to all friendly forces. The 30 mana cost of the Crimson Energy Wave is not worth mentioning for the armed Crimson Spike Slime Duke, who is already a boss-level enemy. But the effect of this skill is surprisingly good. Not only is it area damage, but the damage is as high as 300%. If it were just that, it would be nothing. At most it would be an additional area attack skill. The key point is that the Crimson Energy Wave has a healing effect. which is equivalent to a range healing skill to some extent. Moreover, the amount of healing will definitely not be low under the basic attack power of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. This is a real big milk. The key is that Li Xia can not only summon one armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke boss, but can summon 2-digit armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes at the same time under the passive skill Scarlet Proliferation of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. In the case of mutual healing, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke or all of Li Xia's summons will find it difficult to die during the battle. The passive skill of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke has an additional Bloody Slaughter, which is similar to the basic effect of the Scarlet Authority of the Scarlet Overlord Inheritance. It is the icing on the cake, and there is nothing much to say. Compared with the effect of this passive skill, Li Xia pays more attention to the 5th level bond bonus of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke. When the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke is present, all summons have plus 50% health, plus 50% mana, plus 50% attack, plus 50% spirit, plus 50% agility, minus 50% mana consumption, and minus 50% skill cooldown. Just this one bond can increase the combat power of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke and other summons by nearly 50%. This is simply unimaginable. Hell biome? Boss level enemy? Hee hee. Li Xia began to look forward to the subsequent exploration of the Hell biome. Li Xia waved the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff in his hand again, canceled the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke, and returned to the shelter. After a quarter of an hour of production, the Architect's Invention backpack had already been made and was now quietly floating above the high-level authority workbench. Li Xia saw this and could not wait to take 2 steps at a time and came to the high-level authority workbench. He picked up the architectural magic accessory, the Architect's Invention backpack, looked at it carefully, and said with a smile, "Interesting." Chapter 419. The Architect's Invention backpack incorporates mysterious magical power in a unique and noble style, giving architects more power and enabling them to operate and upgrade their shelters more efficiently. The Architect's Invention backpack has a unique design that exudes an ancient and noble charm. It is carefully carved from a rare gem called Galaxy Stone, which glitters with a faint glow in the moonlight, like stars. The shape of the backpack is similar to a traditional leather backpack, but the surface is covered with gorgeous decorations made of gold thread and pearls, showing its nobility and luxury. The material of the backpack invented by the architect is also extraordinary. It is made of a hard shell called dragon scale armor, which is hard enough to rival the strongest dragon scales, and is light and durable. The buckles and zippers of the backpack are made of light and shadow metal, which glitters colorfully in the sun, as if wrapped in a layer of mysterious light and shadow. The core function of the Architect's Invention backpack is to reduce the time to upgrade buildings in the shelter by 25%. This means that architects can upgrade their shelters faster, thus gaining an advantage in the fierce competition. In addition, the backpack also adds 3 additional building upgrade slots, giving architects more space to upgrade the number of their buildings. The Architect's Invention backpack also has a unique function, which is to change the exterior color of the building at will. This feature allows architects to adjust the color of the building according to their preferences and the overall style of the shelter, making each building unique. In addition, it can reduce the upgrade time of a single building by 50%, allowing the buildings that players value more to grow and upgrade faster. In this mysterious survival game, the Architect's Invention backpack has become an indispensable assistant for architects with its unique material and appearance, as well as powerful effects. It is like a bright star, illuminating the way forward for architects, allowing them to shine in the mysterious survival game. Unfortunately, although the architect profession itself has insignificant combat power, it was deprived of its power by the gods after the defeat of the Alliance army in the War of the Gods, because it was able to build walls, reinforce cities, and create bunkers. Since then, there has been no inheritance of the architect profession. Only a few magic accessories of the Architect series still remain in the world through magic formulas. The Architect Invention backpack is one of the few advanced building type magic accessories in the Architect series of magic accessories. After checking the panel data, Li Xia nodded happily. Now that he has the Architect's Invention backpack, the upgrade progress of the shelter defense facilities of the high-level authority shelter will surely be much faster, which also indirectly reduces the time Li Xia spends on this. And now, time is life for Li Xia. The upgrade time of all shelter defense facilities buildings is reduced by 25%. And I can also specify the buildings I value, And reduce the upgrade time by another 50% based on the first effect? Great. Time is running out. And it is better to arrive early than late. Since the architect's invention backpack has been made. Even though it is past 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Xia has no sleepiness at all. So after thinking for a while, Li Xia took out a bottle of energy potion from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack and drank it. Let's upgrade all the buildings of the shelter defense system from tonight. Li Xia took advantage of the night to walk to the High Authority Shelter Courtyard. Looked around. Walked to the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower. And called out the upgrade panel of the building. Intermediate Authority Crimson Arrow Tower upgrade requirements. Hellstone Ingot X 1200. Dungeon Bones X 400. Meteorite Ingot X 3600. Crimson Points X 1800. Shelter Level 9 upgrade time 18 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia looked carefully. Upgrading an Intermediate Authority Crimson Arrow Tower requires Dungeon Bones, Meteorite Ingots, and Crimson Points, which are all small amounts. The biggest problem is the Hellstone Ingots. An Intermediate Authority Crimson Arrow Tower requires a full 1,200 Hellstone Ingots. Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower is not the only type of building in the shelter. It is conceivable that if you want to upgrade all Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Towers to Advanced Authority Scarlet Arrow Towers, the amount of Hellstone Ingots required is a huge price. If Li Xia had not accidentally discovered the self-operating Hellstone Ingot forging machine built by the Lava Dwarves during this adventure of exploring the Hell Biome, there would probably not be enough Hellstone Ingots to upgrade the current shelter defense facilities. Fortunately, there is no if. Li Xia did harvest a large number of Prison Stone Ingots. So the 1,200 Prison Stone Ingots needed to upgrade the current Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower are just a drop in the ocean for Li Xia, and are not worth mentioning at all. Li Xia directly took out the Prison Stone Ingots needed to upgrade the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack and said immediately, "Upgrade." With Li Xia's order, the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower standing in the courtyard of the High-Level Authority Shelter was like a towering red sculpture, exuding a sharp aura. However, this arrow tower is about to undergo a gorgeous transformation and upgrade to a high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower. The upgrade process has begun. Mysterious rays of light descended from the sky, covering the entire arrow tower. These rays of light seem to have life, slowly penetrating into every stone and every inch of the arrow tower. As the light penetrated, the surface of the arrow tower began to become hot, as if a powerful force was brewing in it. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out from deep underground and rushed into the sky. This energy is as hot as a flame and as hard as steel. It is the power of the Dungeon Bones, the essence of the Meteorite Ingot, and the soul of the Hellstone Ingot. This energy quickly merged into the Scarlet Arrow Tower, making the arrow tower emit a brighter light. Under the impact of energy, the appearance of the Scarlet Arrow Tower has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original pattern has become more complex, like a series of vivid paintings, depicting the heat and power of the Scarlet Flame. The entire arrow tower is covered with a layer of hot red flames, as if the blazing flames are dancing on the tower, exuding a terrifying and charming temperament. At the same time, the attack and defense power of the Scarlet Arrow Tower have also been comprehensively improved. The upgraded arrow tower has a more accurate attack capability and can easily hit distant targets. And the defense power has become stronger, like an indestructible fortress that can withstand any fierce attack. Finally, when the energy dissipated, the Scarlet Arrow Tower completed a gorgeous upgrade. It stands in the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, like an eternal red monument, exuding a sharp breath. This high-level Authority Crimson Arrow Tower is no longer comparable to the mid-level Authority Crimson Arrow Tower. It has become one of the most powerful offensive buildings in the shelter. Because Li Xia was wearing the architect's invention backpack, two major effects were simultaneously applied to a high-level Authority Crimson Arrow Tower, plus the Architectural Enlightenment Potion and the assistance of the Golden Architecture Hammer. The high-level Authority Crimson Arrow Tower, which originally required 18 hours to upgrade, was upgraded in an instant. Li Xia raised his head and carefully looked at the high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower in front of him. The appearance of the high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower seemed to be a work of art made of scarlet flames, and every inch was full of fiery power. The entire arrow tower was covered with a layer of fiery red flames, as if the blazing flames were dancing on the tower, exuding a terrifying and charming temperament. The appearance of the arrow tower was full of details and exquisite carvings, and every part exuded the breath of high-level authority. The material of this arrow tower is also extremely rare and precious. It is mainly made of three materials: hellstone ingot, meteorite ingot, and dungeon bone. Hellstone ingot is a hard and spiritual ore that can absorb and reflect various magic attacks, providing a strong defense for the arrow tower. Meteorite ingot is a mysterious meteorite that fell from the sky. It has powerful power and special magic properties, providing the arrow tower with unparalleled attack power. Dungeon bone is a specially treated bone that is both hard and tough, providing a solid support for the arrow tower. Every stone and every inch of the pattern of the high authority Scarlet Arrow Tower is full of power and defense. The entire arrow tower exudes a fiery breath, as if endless heat is surging in it. This heat does not come from fire, but a heat from deep underground, which injects powerful vitality and power into the Scarlet Arrow Tower. In the reflection of the sun, the high authority Scarlet Arrow Tower shines with dazzling light, as if a burning flame is illuminating the entire shelter. It is majestic and mysterious, powerful and full of power. It is one of the most powerful offensive buildings in the shelter, and is also feared by all enemies. Only when it is most needed will this Scarlet Arrow Tower be activated to release its fiery and powerful power. Chapter 420. After the Scarlet Arrow Tower is upgraded to the Advanced Authority level, the basic four-dimensional attributes and the power of various skills are greatly enhanced. After checking the panel data, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. But if the Advanced Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower wants to be upgraded again, the materials required make Li Xian feel troubled. Palladium crossbow? Palladium ingot? Li Xian was overwhelmed by this. He touched his chin and pondered. The name of the palladium crossbow tells you that it is made of palladium ingots. The only difficulty lies in the formula of the palladium crossbow. So even though you have never heard of this magic weapon, it is actually not a big problem. The real question is, what is a palladium ingot? In which biome is it produced? If we don't figure this out, it will be really difficult to solve. Li Xian frowned slightly. At this time, his game progress in the survival game of the series of CZ far exceeded that of other players. But even so, he still only explored the Hell biome, and the highest level ingot material he collected was only the Hellstone ingot. But the upgrade of the Advanced Authority Crimson Arrow Tower requires Palladium Crossbow and Palladium Ingot, and the upgrade of the Crimson Fury Slime Staff requires Adamantium Ingot again. These two types of magic ingot materials are what Li Xian has never heard of before. After learning about the subsequent upgrade conditions of the high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower, Li Xian could only keep it in mind to see if there was a chance to open up a stable supply channel for palladium ingots. After Li Xian came to his senses, he did not waste too much time, but directly upgraded all the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Arrow Towers and Intermediate Authority Scarlet City walls along the perimeter defense line of the high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower. Fortunately, with the help of the backpack invented by the architect, the upgrades of the high-level Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower and the high-level Authority Scarlet City wall were all completed instantly, without consuming too much time. Otherwise, it would take Li Xian 2 or 3 days to upgrade all the defensive facilities in the shelter? Don't even think about it. Li Xian finished his work temporarily, drank a sip of tea, and walked to the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower. That's right. If the workbench, storage box, and furnace are the 3-piece set of functional furniture in the shelter, then the Arrow Tower, the Mage Tower, and the City Wall are the 3-piece set of basic buildings in the shelter defense facilities. Now the Advanced Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower and the Advanced Authority Scarlet City Wall have all been upgraded. How could Li Xian forget to upgrade the high-level Authority Crimson Mage Tower? Li Xian immediately called out the upgrade panel of the Intermediate Authority Crimson Mage Tower and looked at it intently. Intermediate Authority Crimson Mage Tower upgrade requirements: Star Bottle X 300, Fire Flower X 1, Hellstone Ingot X 900, Meteorite Ingot X 1800, Platinum Ingot X 3000, Crimson Points X 6000. Shelter Level 9 upgrade time 36 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. 300 Star Bottles, 1 Magic Weapon Fire Flower, Hellstone Ingot. Only 900 are needed. And the demand for Meteorite Ingots and Platinum Ingots is also lower than that of the High Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower. Li Xian nodded slightly. The only difficulty in upgrading the High Authority Scarlet Mage Tower is the advanced magic weapon of the magician profession, the Flower of Fire. Because the Flower of Fire can only be obtained by killing enemies in the Hell biome. although the drop probability is not low. The fact that players can enter the Hell biome to explore and adventure is itself a reflection of difficulty and strength. Moreover, there is no magic formula for mass production of this kind of non-standard magic weapon. It is also very difficult to upgrade all the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Magic Towers in the High-Level Authority Shelter to High-Level Authority Scarlet Magic Towers. Fortunately, this time, Li Xiao not only found the self-operating machine for forging Hellstone ingots made by the Lava Dwarves in the Hell biological community, but also killed a large number of enemy monsters, and the number of magic weapons fire flowers in his hands reached almost 200. The reason why there are so many of them is that thanks to the Hell Bone snakes living in the magma lake next to the Hellstone ingot forging self-operating machine. Each Hell Bone snake will almost always drop a magic weapon. Fire Flower. This is how Li Xiao has enough fire flowers to upgrade all the Scarlet Mage Towers. Seeing this, Li Xiao took out the resources needed to upgrade the High Authority Scarlet Mage Tower from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack and immediately said, "Upgrade." In the High Authority Shelter, a building stood alone. It was an aggressive building, the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower. It stands like a tenacious stone pillar in the wind and rain, fearless of any challenge. However, today, it is about to move towards a higher level of authority. The Advanced Authority. The Scarlet Mage Tower. This is a gorgeous transformation, an upgrade of strength, as the Intermediate Authority. The Scarlet Mage Tower is surrounded by a circle of scarlet magic aura. A strong power fluctuation begins to spread. This is a sign of upgrade, a call for strength. The Scarlet Mage Tower exudes a strong majesty at this time, as if it is ready to welcome stronger strength. Then, thick clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and scarlet lightning struck, splitting the sky in an instant. This lightning accurately hit the top of the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower, as if adding a sense of mystery and solemnity to the upgrade ceremony. The tower of the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower began to tremble under the attack of lightning, as if cheering for the arrival of new strength. Then, at this moment, the Intermediate Authority Scarlet Mage Tower underwent earth-shaking changes. It rose to become the High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower, like a phoenix reborn, and re-emerged with a brighter light. Its outer wall was covered with a more powerful scarlet magic aura, as if it was wearing a gorgeous new dress. The internal structure also changed, and the original Intermediate Magic Array was replaced by a more advanced Scarlet Magic Array. These magic arrays shone brightly under the scarlet light, exuding a powerful magical aura, even if the upgrade time of the High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower is 36 hours. The upgrade time of the High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower can still be instantaneous due to the reduction of the percentage upgrade time of the Architect's Invention Backpack and the shelter characteristics. Of course, the biggest credit goes to the Architect for inventing the backpack. In an instant, the High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower was upgraded. Li Xiao looked up at the High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower in front of him and took a close look. The exterior of this High-Level Authority Scarlet Mage Tower is made of a mysterious substance called Star Bottle. This substance glitters in the sun, like stars, giving people a dreamy feeling. The texture of the Star Bottle is hard and light, making the entire tower have sufficient defense power without being too heavy. The doors and windows of the tower are made of a mineral called meteorite ingot. This mineral can produce blazing flames, and is also the energy source of the Scarlet Mage Tower. The doors and windows are also decorated with the shape of flowers of fire, which are like blooming flowers, with bright colors, giving the Mage Tower a unique beauty. Another material used in the tower is Hellstone ingot. Hellstone ingot is a mineral with powerful magic power. Its color is as deep as the night sky and contains endless magic power. It provides the Scarlet Mage Tower with strong defense, allowing it to resist damage when attacked. At the top of the tower, there is a magic weapon, Flower of Fire. This magic weapon is made from the essence of the magma in the Hell biome, and it has mysterious power and powerful magical properties. It provides the Scarlet Mage Tower with strong attack capabilities, allowing it to release destructive power when needed. Finally, Platinum Ingot. It is used in various devices and decorations in the tower, adding a luxurious atmosphere to the entire Mage Tower with its noble texture and excellent magic properties. Every part of the High Authority Scarlet Mage Tower is full of mystery and power. Whether it is its unique material or its gorgeous appearance, it shows the spirit and majesty of the most powerful offensive building in this shelter. After the Scarlet Mage Tower is upgraded to the High Authority level, The four-dimensional attributes, active skills and passive skills have been greatly enhanced. After checking the panel data of the high-level authority Crimson Mage Tower, Li Xiao was quite surprised and said, The high-level authority Crimson Arrow Tower did not have any new active skills. But I didn't expect that the high-level authority Crimson Mage Tower would have a new active skill after upgrading. Crimson Shockwave? It's also a high-damage range skill? Although the skill cooldown time is as long as 5 minutes. There are as many as 200 high-level authority Crimson Mage Towers in the high-level authority shelter. They can be released in sequence and divided into several echelons to ensure that a part of the high-level authority Crimson Mage Towers can release the Crimson Shock Wave at all times. The most important thing is that the range of the Scarlet Shock Wave is as high as 1,500 meters. Combined with the basic attack power of the high-level authority Scarlet Mage Tower. This is simply a weapon with large-scale killing power. Li Xiao stroked the tower of the high-level authority Scarlet Mage Tower with great satisfaction. And then along the edge of the high-level authority shelter courtyard, he upgraded all the intermediate authority Scarlet Mage Towers in the high-level authority shelter to high-level authority Scarlet Mage Towers. Chapter 421. After Li Xiao upgraded all the intermediate authority Scarlet Wizard Towers to advanced authority Scarlet Wizard Towers, the 3 basic building sets of the shelter, Arrow Towers, City Walls, and Wizard Towers, have been upgraded. But the consumption is also huge. The huge number of Hellstone ingots brought back from the Hell biological community this time have been consumed. Fortunately, the current Advanced Authority shelter only has one unique building left in the shelter. The Intermediate Authority Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection Device, which needs to be upgraded. The remaining Hellstone ingot resources in hand are enough to upgrade the Intermediate Authority Crimson Drop Automatic Collection Device. Li Xiao walked quickly to the Intermediate Authority Crimson Drop Automatic Collection Device, facing the light of dawn, summoned the upgrade panel, and looked at it carefully. Intermediate Authority Crimson Drop Automatic Collection Device Upgrade Requirements. Advanced Authority Storage Box X1. Hellstone Ingot X300. Dungeon Bones X600. Meteorite Ingot X900. Crimson Ore Ingot X1200. Magic Ore Ingot X1200. Gold Ingot X9000. Platinum Ingot X9000. Silver Ingot X9000. Tungsten Ingot X9000. Shelter Level 9 Upgrade Time 24 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xiao smiled when he saw this. The resources needed to upgrade this Intermediate Authority Crimson Drop Automatic Collection Device. For Li Xiao, the most important thing is the Hellstone Ingots. And 300 Hellstone Ingots are still not a problem for Li Xiao now. As for other low-level or ingot materials, they are even less of a problem for Li Xiao. Li Xiao immediately took out all the magic materials and shouted, Synthesis. In the center of the courtyard of the high-level authority shelter, a huge building stands here. Its name is Intermediate Authority Crimson Drops Automatic Collection Device. This building is a symbol of greedy authority and the last link in the shelter's defense system. Its existence collects and provides a steady stream of resources for the shelter. However, as time goes by, the needs of the shelter are growing, and the Intermediate Authority Crimson Drops Automatic Collection Device can no longer meet Li Xiao's needs. At this moment, the right time, right place, and right people are right. It is a good time to upgrade it to a high-level Authority Crimson Drops Automatic Collection Device. With Li Xiao's command, all the magic materials in his hand turned into beams of different colors, and were thrown into the body of the Intermediate Authority Crimson Drop Automatic Collection Device. At the beginning of the upgrade, the entire shelter felt a strong energy surging. This energy seemed to be calling for the arrival of some kind of power, shocking everyone. And the building also began its transformation at this moment. As the controller of the high-level authority shelter, Li Xiao knew the importance of this upgrade. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the upgrade process, he decided to use some special props to help the building complete the upgrade faster. First, Li Xiao took out a bottle of mysterious building enlightenment potion. This potion allows the building to quickly absorb the surrounding energy in a short period of time, accelerating the upgrade process. Then, Li Xiao took out a golden building hammer. This hammer has magical power that can weaken the resistance encountered during the building upgrade process, thereby reducing the time required for the upgrade. He gently knocked the hammer on the surface of the building, and suddenly, a golden light emanated from the hammer, covering the entire building. With the help of the building enlightenment potion and the golden building hammer, The upgrade process of the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device became faster. The high-level Authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device, which originally took a whole day to upgrade, now only takes a few dozen seconds to complete. In this process, the high-level Authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device seemed to have its own consciousness. It began to actively absorb the surrounding energy and convert it into its own power. After a period of upgrading, the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device finally completed its transformation. It became the most powerful resource collector in the shelter, providing strong support for the development of the shelter. After the upgrade of the high-level Authority Crimson Drop automatic collection device was completed, Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite relieved. After all, from this moment on, the shelter defense facilities of the high-level Authority shelter were all upgraded to the current highest level. Li Xiao looked up at the towering High Authority Crimson Drop's automatic collection device and stared at it intently. This eye-catching building, High Authority Crimson Drop's collection device, uses a variety of rare and powerful materials, including High Authority storage box, hellstone ingots, dungeon bones, meteorite ingots, crimson ingots, magic ore ingots, gold ingots, platinum ingots, silver ingots, and tungsten ingots. The choice of these materials not only shows the wealth and power of High Authority shelter and Li Xiao, but also highlights the extraordinary quality and solid structure of this building. The High Authority storage box is a mysterious box used to store items. It has a powerful space expansion ability, so that the collected drops can be properly stored. Hellstone ingot is an ore from hell, which has strong defense and durability, making the building more solid and durable. Dungeon bones are bones with magical power, adding a touch of gloomy and mysterious atmosphere to the building. Meteorite ingot is a metal extracted from a meteorite that fell from the sky, with extraordinary energy and power. Scarlet ore ingots are extracted from ores buried deep underground and have powerful magical power and vitality. Magic ore ingots are ore generated by magical power and have powerful magical properties and defense. Gold ingots, platinum ingots, silver ingots, and tungsten ingots are metals with noble temperament and powerful properties, making the appearance of the building more gorgeous and solemn. The appearance of the entire building presents a scarlet color, which is caused by the gradual oxidation of scarlet ore ingots in the sun. The surface of the building is engraved with complex magic runes and totems, which makes the whole building full of mysterious and powerful atmosphere. These runes and totems sparkle in the sun, adding a mysterious and solemn temperament to the building. The Advanced Authority Crimson Drop collection device is not only a building, but also a guardian. It silently guards the resources of the shelter, properly preserves the collected drops, and makes a huge contribution to the prosperity and strength of the shelter. After checking the panel data of the Advanced Authority Crimson Drop automatic collection device, Li Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, another skill? No. It should be a brand new Authority of Greed." Li Xiao was interested and rolled up his sleeves to carefully examine the panel data of the Advanced Authority in front of him. The Scarlet Drop automatic collection device. The first effect of the Authority of Greed has been enhanced, and the name of the Authority of Greed has been clearly stated compared to before. Critical hit benefit. When collecting drops, there is a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit effect. The number of dropped resources x5/ the advanced resource obtained from the dropped items x1. The triggering probability of the critical hit benefit has been increased to 50%, which is half and half, which is already very high. Once triggered, the number of dropped resources will be 5 times, or a corresponding advanced dropped resource. What a pity! Although the number of dropped resources has increased from 4 times to 5 times, the corresponding number of dropped resources is still only 1, as if there is a natural barrier blocking the greedy authority, and it cannot move forward. But fortunately, after the upgrade of the Advanced Authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device, an additional greedy authority greedy tentacle has been added. After killing an enemy monster, there is an additional plus 50% probability of dropping the most precious drops of the enemy monster. As we all know, an enemy can drop many kinds of resources. Let's take the most common demon eye enemy as an example. In addition to the fixed drop of crystals, ordinary demon eye enemies have a certain probability of dropping skilled books and even black crystals. But the probability of dropping black crystals is even lower than the probability of dropping skilled books. But with this new greedy authority, greedy tentacles, as long as the enemy is killed by the shelter defense system building, the resources collected by the advanced authority Scarlet Drop Automatic Collection Device. Have a 50% chance of obtaining the most precious resource of the enemy. This is great news for Li Xia. After all, low-level resources are not valuable, and Li Xia's current demand for low-level resources is relatively small. But high-level resources are different. Even if the high-level resources dropped are those that he does not need, such as skill books and some materials, he can also put them on the trading platform to exchange for the required resources. Such high-level resources can be sold at a good price even if he does not need them. Not to mention how much profit it would be if a skill book dropped. Li Xia nodded happily, very satisfied with the new Greedy Authority effect after the upgrade of the high-level Authority Scarlet Drop Automatic Collection Device. At this moment, the sky was bright, but Li Xia was not sleepy at all. He immediately faced the rising sun and began to exercise to grow the skill Draw the Sword. First, Li Xia did a series of warm-up exercises to get his body into the best condition. Then, he began to simulate the action of drawing the sword, swinging the sword over and over again. With every swing, he could feel the power in the sword growing stronger. As time passed, Li Xia's body was soaked with sweat. He felt exhausted, but he did not give up. Instead, he continued to practice, constantly adjusting his breathing and movements. As Li Xia continued to practice the sword drawing and slashing, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Growable sword drawing and slashing proficiency +1. Growable sword drawing and slashing proficiency +3. Growable sword slash proficiency +2. Until he practiced for a whole day. Li Xia put away the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade and stood there, sweating all over. Ding! Growable sword slash is promoted to excellent quality. Seeing this, Li Xia's mouth curled up slightly. And then the arc became larger and larger until he laughed out loud without any scruples. As the quality of the skill of Growable Sword Slash continued to improve, the difficulty of upgrading was also increasing day by day. But Li Xia relied on arduous practice to upgrade the skill of Growable Sword Slash to a higher grade within a day. Li Xia couldn't wait to call out the skill panel data of Growable Sword Slash and looked at it intently. Chapter 422. Skill Name, Sword Slash. Skill Attributes, Active Permanent Mastery Growable. Quality, Excellent 0%. After checking the skill panel data of Growable Sword Slash, Li Xia was a little surprised. I didn't expect that after Growable Sword Slash was promoted to the excellent grade. In addition to the regular promotion of Growable Sword Slash's skill damage from 150% to 200%, it actually gained an additional Bloody Slaughter debuff. Causes 9 HP damage to the enemy per second. Lasts for 3 seconds. Bloody Slaughter Stacking Layer. 2 layers. Although the number of stacking layers is not much. Only 2 layers. The damage caused per second is not high. Only 9 points. And the duration is also very short. Only 3 seconds. But overall, this additional Bloody Slaughter. Each attack can cause at least 27 points of basic attack damage to the enemy. It is a small enhancement to the skill of Scalable Sword Slash. The most important thing is that Li Xia clearly learned one thing through the quality upgrade of the Scalable Sword Slash skill. That is, the Scalable Sword Slash skill. After the quality upgrade, in addition to the increase in the basic attack damage of the skill, there will be other changes. This time, the Bloody Slaughter debuff obtained after the excellent quality of the skill of the Growth Drawing Sword is upgraded is a good proof. Yawn! At this moment, from the time Li Xia upgraded the shelter defense facilities to now, a full 24 hours have passed, and the effect of the energy potion has long ended, and all the things that should be done are done. Li Xia took a hot bath and went to bed. In the dream, Li Xia seemed to dream of Celia's return, and Li Xia successfully defeated the final boss. This may be what we dream about at night. In this morning, a fresh spring rain fell among the sparse treetops. Like a poem or a painting, the green leaves were washed more vividly by the rain, with a green luster, and the tender buds on the branches stretched happily in the nectar, breaking out of the shell, bringing vitality to the forest. On the ground, the forest path was wetted by the rain, covered with colorful peach petals and cherry blossoms. Like a pink ribbon crossing the green sea, the petals swayed in the rain, like light dancers, dancing gracefully. The birds in the early morning awakened the sleeping world. They jumped on the branches and sang happily. Each bird was covered with a gorgeous feather coat, shining in the rain. Their singing mixed with the dripping sound of rain, forming a beautiful symphony. Deep in the forest, the deer jumped and played in the rain. Their fur was wet by the rain, but it looked smoother and brighter. The deer curiously explored everything around them, sometimes looking down for food, sometimes looking up, showing the innocent nature of creatures. The fresh spring rain is like a quiet and powerful hymn, which awakens the sleeping earth and brings new life and hope. In this spring forest, every creature enjoys the gift of rain in their own unique way, forming a picture of harmonious coexistence. Li Xiao looked at the endless spring rain outside the window, stretched his waist, washed up, and walked into the living room on the first floor of the high authority shelter. Coincidentally, the Scarlet Gargoyle was walking in at this time. "Good morning, Commander." "Well, good morning. Why are you running to the courtyard when it's raining?" Li Xiao greeted him and asked with some confusion. "Commander, the magic plants in the fertile field have matured. The fertile elves have harvested them all this morning. I just went to collect the magic plants," the Scarlet Gargoyle explained. "Among the sales of the special products of the shelter, there is a part of the potion supply, which is very large, especially our Luna series potions, which are in short supply. It just so happens that this batch of magic plants can meet the supply of raw materials." After listening to the explanation of the Scarlet Gargoyle, Li Xiao slapped his forehead. "Oh! Yesterday I was busy practicing the skill of Grow Sword Slash. I thought all the buildings in the shelter were upgraded. I didn't expect to miss the upgrade of Woi." Li Xiao waved his hand. "Okay. You go and do your thing. I'll go to Woi to take a look." "Yes, Commander." Li Xiao came to the resource-based building in the courtyard of the High Authority Shelter, next to Woi, and called out the upgrade panel. "Fertile Field upgrade required. Dungeon Bone Meal X 500 upgrade time 3 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Dungeon Bone Meal?" Li Xiao frowned slightly when he saw this. "I have plenty of dungeon bones. But Dungeon Bone Meal? Wait!" Li Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and walked quickly to the Advanced Authority workbench in the Advanced Authority Shelter workshop, called up the basic material recipe page, slid his finger up and down, and finally found the required recipe. Dungeon Bone Meal Recipe Research Progress 0%. Do you want to invest in material research and development? Yes/no. That's right. Although Li Xiao did not obtain the complete series of unconventional recipes for the dungeon biome, the Advanced Authority workbench has the function of investing materials for scientific research and unlocking the corresponding recipes. So even if Li Xiao does not have the recipe for making Dungeon Bone Meal at present, it is not a big problem. Ding! Invest in Dungeon Bones X10. Dungeon Bone Meal Recipe Research Progress plus 10%. Ding! Invest 10 Dungeon Bones. Dungeon Bone Meal Recipe R&D Progress plus 10%. Ding! Invest 80 Dungeon Bones. Dungeon Bone Meal Recipe R&D Progress completed. As a basic magic material formula, Dungeon Bone Meal itself is not difficult to develop. In addition, Li Xiao has the corresponding magic materials, so unlocking the Dungeon Bone Meal formula is a simple matter. Seeing that the Dungeon Bone Meal formula has been unlocked, Li Xiao hurriedly found the corresponding formula on the formula page. Materials required for Dungeon Bone Meal 3, Dungeon Bone X1 synthesis time, instant. Synthesis, yes/no. Oh! Li Xiao clapped his hands, and suddenly realized, 1 dungeon bone can synthesize 3 dungeon bone meals. The consumption of dungeon bones is not high. Li Xiao immediately invested 200 units of dungeon bones to mass-produce Dungeon Bone Meal. The instant synthesis time allowed 600 units of Dungeon Bone Meal to be produced almost instantly. Li Xiao continued to put in dungeon bones and ordered the high-level authority workbench to continue mass-producing Dungeon Bone Meal. At the same time, he picked up the first batch of Dungeon Bone Meal and looked at it carefully. Dungeon Bone Meal comes from the depths of the dungeon and is carefully ground from hard and magical dungeon bones. It is an upgraded magic material for the resource-based production building fertile land in the shelter, and has unparalleled magical power. The appearance of Dungeon Bone Meal is like pure white powder, as fine as dust, and smells like a faint magical scent. Each grain of bone meal seems to contain endless energy, indicating its unique magical properties. When you gently grab a handful of Dungeon Bone Meal, the greasy and cold touch will instantly make you feel its mystery and power. The magic of this magical material lies in its core effect. Dungeon Bone Meal can stimulate the fertility of the soil, allowing crops to thrive, and the magical plants planted in the fertile fields of the shelter are expected to have a good harvest. Even more amazing is that it can also provide shelter for the fertile fields, immunize them from the threat of pests and diseases, and make them safe and sound even in harsh environments. Li Xia touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Interesting. So this is the dungeon bone meal? Li Xia brought enough dungeon bone meal to upgrade all the fertile fields in the high authority shelter. Came to the courtyard of the high authority shelter. Walked towards the fertile fields and called out the upgrade panel. Fertile fields upgrade required. Dungeon bone meal x 500 upgrade time 3 hours. Upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia immediately invested the required dungeon bone meal and shouted, upgrade. With Li Xia's order, the potential of the fertile field was gradually stimulated by the nourishment of the dungeon bone meal. Under the nourishment of the sun, rain and dungeon bone meal, the magical plants in the fertile field thrived. Their roots penetrated deep into the soil, absorbing the power of the earth, and those withered plant remains, under the nurturing of the land, turned into fertile nutrients. The soil of the resource production base became more fertile. Under the sunshine, the nutrients in the soil were fully activated, forming a green ocean. The remains of the plants that once withered also turned into rich nutrients in the process, providing a continuous source of energy for the promotion of the resource production base. As time went by, Woi completed its upgrade evolution and turned into a higher-level magical plant planting building, the resource production base. Li Xia looked at the brand-new resource production base in front of him, walked forward, touched the wall of the base building, and looked at it intently. The resource production base is surrounded by a thick stone wall, like a natural barrier, guarding this magical land. The surface of the stone wall is uneven, full of traces of time and the imprint of history. The wall is made of a mixture of dark dungeon bone powder, exuding a mysterious and cold atmosphere. Whenever the sun shines on the stone wall, the long-deposited bone powder flashes a deep brilliance, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. The interior of the base is also paved with dungeon bone powder. The high ceiling is inlaid with countless bone powders, each of which is as bright as stars. The faint light they emit illuminates the entire base, giving people a gloomy and elegant feeling. In the center of the base stands a tall plant cultivation tower. The tower body is also made of dungeon bone powder. These towers are like strange peaks and mountains in nature. Their appearance has both the toughness of bone powder and the tenderness of plants. The inside of the cultivation tower is another world. Countless strange plants grow here. They absorb the mysterious power of the dungeon bone powder, showing all kinds of strange shapes and gorgeous colors. There are strings of plant bottles of various shapes and colors hanging in the tower, in which various unique plants are cultivated. They sway in the bottles, shining with charming brilliance. These plants are not only numerous, but also of different types. They are carefully selected and cultivated, becoming an indispensable resource in the shelter. The dungeon bone meal material and appearance of the resource production base fully demonstrate the unique charm of magic architecture. This mysterious and cold color not only adds a different style to the base, but also reflects the efficient use of the base and maximized production. The power of the dungeon bone meal is constantly stimulating and nurturing, and constantly optimizing the magic plant planting technology, making the resource production base an indispensable part of the resource production link in the high-level authority shelter. Chapter 423. After checking the panel data of the resource production base, Li Xia wondered, is the highest level of this resource production building the 5th level? Upgrading from fertile land to resource production base. Even if it is the highest level, is it done? The difficulty of upgrading other buildings is very high, so the difficulty of upgrading the resource production base has dropped sharply, which made Li Xia a little uncomfortable. But this is also a good thing. Li Xia smiled and said, in this way, there will be one less shelter defense facility building that needs to be upgraded in the high authority shelter in the future. And the resource production base is not a unique building, which is even better. Li Xia thought about this, came back to his senses, and carefully analyzed the various effects of the resource production base after the promotion. First of all, the growth efficiency of magic plants has increased from 30% to 50% now, which can only be said to be a regular improvement. But the probability of magic plants getting sick has directly increased from 30% to 100% immunity. This has to be said to be the magic and power of the dungeon bone meal. The magic plants will no longer get sick, and the harvest after maturity will naturally be higher. From this point of view, the effect of the resource production base is still very good. Moreover, the resource production base only occupies 1 acre of land on the surface, but it can be expanded to 10 acres by using space extension technology inside. And Li Xia has visited the resource production base. The 10 acres of cultivation and planting space of the resource production base does not only refer to the soil, because the resource production base has basically realized the soilless cultivation technology, and various magic plants are growing in the air. In this way, the number of magic plants planted has been greatly increased. The magic plant harvest that a resource production base can provide is not simply 10 times, but 20 times, or even 30 times. The effect of the fertile elf has not evolved. But as long as the fertile elf is there, Li Xia does not need to worry about the growth of magic plants in the resource production base. From cultivation to harvesting, everything can be left to the fertile elf. At most, Li Xia can get the mature magic plants from the fertile elf during the harvest. The above three effects are the effects of the resource production base being upgraded and strengthened on the original basis after Wei was promoted to a resource production base. However, as the grade of the resource production base is upgraded, a new effect is born: the number of magic plants harvested plus 300%. This effect is almost a replica of the greedy crit of the high-level authority Scarlet Drop automatic collection device. But this effect can only be effective for magic plants. But that is also terrifying. With a harvest of 300%, plus the planting area of 10 acres of the resource production base, plus soilless cultivation technology, the share of magic plants that Li Xia can harvest is at least 30 times that of Wei before, and it can even reach 60 times at its peak. With the resource production base with extremely high resource production efficiency, Li Xia's supply efficiency of the shelter specialties, which was originally stretched to the limit, can be further improved. In this way, the resources exchanged for the shelter specialties will be greatly increased, and Li Xia will be able to earn the magic resources he needs from other players more easily in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction, and then used the remaining dungeon bone meal to upgrade all the fertile fields in the high authority shelter courtyard into a resource production base. After finishing all this, Li Xia thought carefully on the spot and confirmed that all the shelter defense facilities and buildings in the high authority shelter had been upgraded. So he stopped. In the afternoon, after lunch, Li Xia brought the step stool bait thrower to the pond to fish with treasure boxes. Li Xia sat on the step stool, and the surface of the pond was calm, like a quiet mirror. Li Xia held the bait thrower in his hand, his eyes firm and focused. He waved the bait thrower fishing rod in his hand and threw the bait perfectly into the pond. It was a master-level bait that flickered with a faint light. A mysterious power emanated from the bait, attracting the mysterious creatures hidden deep in the pond. But this time, Li Xia was not doing ordinary fishing, but was going to use the treasure box fishing function of the civilized angler. Although the 1-week cooldown of the passive skill of the bait thrower, Blood Moon in the Sky, had not ended at this moment, Li Xia could not fish out the pseudo-boss level monster fish to complete the advanced task of the civilized angler title. But since the civilized fisherman title has been charged, Li Xia doesn't want to waste the opportunity, so he plans to go fishing in a normal treasure box. Before fishing, whether it is the lucky potion that increases luck, the master bait that increases the chance of harvest, or the fisherman's armor set for fishing, or the special magic accessories for fishing, the fisherman's fishing gear bag, Li Xia uses all the equipment in order to ensure the maximum harvest of this treasure box fishing. Because this treasure box fishing may be the last treasure box fishing before going to explore the Hell biological community, Li Xia wants to do it perfectly. Now everything is ready. Li Xia whispered, "Use the title of civilized fisherman." Li Xia's hands gently shook the fishing rod. His eyes were fixed on the buoy, as if waiting for the arrival of some important moment. At this moment, huge waves suddenly surged on the water surface, and a powerful force pulled the fishing rod to the bottom of the water. Li Xia's heart tightened. This feeling was different from the mini treasure box fishing he had done before. The big one is coming. Li Xia did not panic. He took a deep breath, held the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and began a fierce battle with the mysterious power. His arms gradually felt tired, but his eyes remained firm. Finally, after some hard work, Li Xia successfully completed this fishing. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. You have obtained the Unconventional Formula Series Treasure Box X1. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xia. You got one magic accessory treasure box. Oh! Double yolk egg? Li Xia never expected that he would unexpectedly get 2 treasure boxes during this treasure box fishing. And just by hearing the names of these 2 treasure boxes, Unconventional Formula Series Treasure Box and Magic Accessory Treasure Box, Li Xia knew that this was not an ordinary treasure box. I like double yolk eggs. Hee hee. Li Xia held the 2 treasure boxes and returned to the high authority shelter workshop. He sat on the chair and took the lead in picking up a magic accessory treasure box and looked at it intently. This magic accessory treasure box is made of a rare, or called star crystal. This or emits a faint blue light, as if it contains endless star power. Star crystal or is extremely hard, and only the most powerful magicians can refine it into various shapes. The appearance of the magic accessory treasure box is very unique. It looks like an exquisite small box, and the surface of the box is inlaid with countless shining gems. These gems represent different magic elements, such as fire, water, wind, earth, etc. The edge of the box is carved with exquisite patterns, which seem to contain some mysterious magic power. When the magic accessories treasure box is opened, it will release a powerful magic power and bring the treasures in the treasure box to the owner. These treasures are some magical magic accessories that can help the wearer enhance their magic ability or give them some special magic skills. There are many types of these magic accessories, and they are countless. In addition to these magical magic accessories, the magic accessories treasure box will also randomly appear with several magic accessories production recipes. This recipe contains all the materials and methods needed to make these magic accessories. As long as you follow the instructions on the recipe, anyone can make their own magical accessories. Name: Magic Accessory Box. Type: Grab Bag Specialized. Quality: Ultimate. Specialized Requirement: Universal in. Effect: After opening, you will get a hidden gift from the players of the previous era survival game. The hidden gift type is limited to magic accessories and magic accessory recipes. Note: no one can guess what is inside the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Ryan Schrodinger, Dean of the Space Department of the Magicians Association. After checking the panel data of the magic accessory treasure box, Li Xia suddenly realized it. In the type column of the magic accessory treasure box, in addition to the regular lucky bag entry, there are also special entries and specialized entries. Combined with the name and effect of the magic accessory treasure box, Li Xia can know. After opening this magic accessory treasure box, you will not get the conventional type of ingot resources and potion resources, but only magic accessories and magic accessory recipe resources. This is a rare treasure box type. Li Xia rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to choose to open the treasure box. Congratulations to player Li Xia for successfully opening the magic accessory treasure box and obtaining Lava-proof fishing hook X1, Ancient chisel X1, Hand of creation recipe X1. The magic accessory treasure box is a specialized type of treasure box. The resource props obtained after opening it are definitely not comparable to the legendary treasure box and epic treasure box in terms of quantity. But these 3 magic resources are extraordinary. Li Xia found the highlight at a glance. These 3 magic accessories and magic accessory formulas are all new versions that Li Xia has never come into contact with before. How cool is it? Li Xia temporarily stored the 3 magic resources in the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, and took out the lava-proof fishing hook first. Looking at it carefully, the lava-proof fishing hook is made of a rare, or called obsidian. This or emits a deep black light, as if it contains endless dark power. Obsidian or is extremely hard, and only the most powerful magicians can refine it into various shapes. The appearance of the lava-proof fishing hook is very unique. Its main part is a black fish hook, and a lava gem that flashes red is inlaid on the fish hook. This lava gem emits strong heat, as if it wants to melt everything around it. The tip of the fish hook is extremely sharp and can easily pierce the skin of any creature. The tail of the fish hook is connected to a black thin rope, which is woven from countless black silk threads and is flexible and strong. When players wear the lava-proof fishing hook, they can fish in any biome, whether it is a lake, a river, an ocean, or even a volcanic crater. This magical accessory allows players to easily deal with it. However, the real magic of the lava-proof fishing hook is that it allows players to fish for the unique harvest of the Hell biome. The Hell biome is full of lava lakes and various ferocious enemies. For ordinary players, the difficulty of exploration is extremely high. It is one of the forbidden areas for most ordinary players to explore and adventure in the biome. With such danger, players naturally cannot easily obtain the exclusive fish resources and treasure box resources of the Hell biome. However, with the help of the lava-proof fishing hook, players can easily fish safely in other biomes and still obtain the exclusive fish resources and treasure box resources of the Hell biome. After Li Xia checked the panel data of the magic accessory of the lava-proof fishing hook, his eyes lit up. Li Xia's eyes lit up not because of this lava-proof fishing hook, which was only of outstanding quality and had a very simple effect. After all, the lava-proof fishing hook only had one effect. That is, after using the lava-proof fishing hook, players can fish in other biomes to obtain exclusive resources of the Hell biome. For most ordinary players, this may be a very good magic accessory, but for Li Xia, who was exploring the Hell biome like a nobody, it was useless. Li Xia's eyes lit up. In fact, because he clearly remembered that he had obtained the formula of the lava-proof fishing bag before, and the synthesis of the lava-proof fishing bag only requires 2 magic accessories: Fisherman's fishing bag and lava-proof fishing hook. Now that the lava-proof fishing hook is in hand, everything is ready except for the east wind. Li Xia didn't have time to check the other 2 gains from the magic accessories treasure box. He couldn't wait to walk to the high-level authority workbench, called out the formula page, slid his fingers up and down, and soon found the corresponding magic formula. Materials required for lava-proof fishing bag: Fisherman's fishing bag X1. Lava-proof fishing hook X1 synthetic stone, 30 minutes. Synthesize, yes/no. Seeing this, Li Xia immediately put the 2 magic accessories into the high-level authority workbench and said, synthesize. Chapter 424. With Li Xia's order, the high-level authority workbench started at full capacity. A series of roars followed. It seemed as if the machines inside the high-level authority workbench were starting at full capacity. Seeing this, Li Xia sighed. It is worthy of being the ultimate magic accessory for fishing. Even the high-level authority workbench needs to spend a full half an hour to make it. After standing beside the high-level authority workbench for a while, Li Xia took the opportunity of making the anti-lava fishing gear bag and sat back in his chair, intending to sort out the harvest of this magic accessory treasure box first. Li Xia took out a small and simple chisel-shaped magic accessory from the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian backpack and looked at it carefully. The ancient chisel is made of a rare, or called Titan metal. This ore emits a faint golden light, as if it contains endless power. Titan metal ore is extremely hard, and only the most powerful magicians can refine it into various shapes. The appearance of the ancient chisel is very unique. Its main part is a sharp pickaxe head, on which is inlaid a gem that sparkles with golden light. This gem exudes a strong magical power, as if it wants to cut everything around it. The tip of the pickaxe is extremely sharp and can easily pierce the hardest ore. The tail of the pickaxe is connected to a golden string, which is woven from countless golden threads and is flexible and strong. When the player wears the ancient chisel, the efficiency of mining mineral resources will be significantly improved, whether it is gold, iron or diamond, as long as it is an ingot material, even an unconventional type of special high-level ingot material. The ancient chisel, this magic accessory, can make it easy for players to deal with and improve efficiency. With the help of the ancient chisel, players can mine more ore resources in a short time and get rich rewards. The core function of the ancient chisel is to increase the mining efficiency by 25%. This means that when players use the ancient chisel, they will mine ore 25% faster than usual. This is undoubtedly a huge advantage for players who need a lot of ore resources. By using the ancient chisel, they can complete the collection of ore resources faster. Ah! Li Xia was surprised. Hand of Creation? The ultimate architectural magic accessory? Li Xia was in a trance. He already had the advanced architectural magic accessory Architect's Invention backpack, but he didn't expect to get the same series of architectural magic accessories so soon. The recipe of the Hand of Creation is also one of the 3 gains in the magic accessory treasure box, and he has already obtained the ancient chisel, one of the synthetic materials of the Hand of Creation magic accessory. What luck! What speed! Li Xia looked up at the gain information and found that the effect of the lucky potion was still there. Li Xia didn't know whether he was just so lucky or the lucky potion played a role. No matter which one it was, the luck was real and the harvest was real. Li Xia raised the ancient chisel in front of him and looked at it carefully, focusing on the effect of the ancient chisel. After the player wears this accessory, the speed of mining or resources is plus 25%. This effect is obviously only available for resource collecting magic accessories, right? Why is it also classified as a construction magic accessory, and one of the synthetic materials for the ultimate construction magic accessory? After thinking for a while, Li Xia suddenly realized, oh, I thought so. Li Xia suddenly thought that whether it was the extended grip or the paint sprayer, even the highest level construction magic accessory in Li Xia's hand, the architect's invention backpack, all improve construction efficiency. But in addition to building, architects also need to collect ingot resources. So often players with the architect profession are born as advanced miners. Perhaps it is for this reason that architects make this ancient chisel in order to improve efficiency, thereby improving efficiency from the source. It is also because of this that this magic accessory, the ancient chisel, is so powerful that it will become one of the synthetic magic accessories of the ultimate building magic accessory, the Hand of Creation. It's interesting. Just as Li Xia figured out the function of the ancient chisel and its status in the hearts of the architect professional players, he heard a ding sound. Li Xia looked up again and saw that the lava-proof fishing tackle bag had been made and was quietly floating above the advanced authority workbench. Li Xia let out a long breath, put the ancient chisel on the table temporarily, walked to the advanced authority workbench, and took out the lava-proof fishing tackle bag. The lava-proof fishing tackle bag, the ultimate fishing magic accessory, is made of a magic called lava fiber. Is a rare material that emits a fiery red light, as if it contains endless fire power. Lava fiber is extremely tough, and only the most powerful alchemists can make a lava-proof fishing bag. The appearance of the lava-proof fishing bag is very unique. Its main part is a black fish basket, on which is inlaid a lava gem that flashes red. This lava gem emits strong heat, as if it is going to melt everything around it. The mouth of the fish basket is extremely wide, and can easily accommodate fish of various sizes. The bottom of the fish basket is connected to a red string, which is woven from countless red silk threads and is flexible and strong. When players wear the lava-proof fishing gear bag, they will no longer consume bait when fishing. This means that players can fish as they please without worrying about insufficient bait. At the same time, the fishing line will never break, allowing players to enjoy the fun of fishing. In addition, the lava-proof fishing bag can also increase the player's fishing power by 100%, making it easier for players to fish. Most importantly, with the help of the lava-proof fishing bag, players can fish in any biome to obtain exclusive resources of the Hell biome. Exclusive resources include not only exclusive fish in the Hell biome, but also precious Hell ores, powerful Hell magic skills, and precious magic accessories, and even magic treasure box resources exclusive to the Hell biome. These resources are of great help to the growth and development of players. After players have the lava-proof fishing gear bag, they can easily collect these unique resources by using this magic accessory. After checking the panel data of the lava-proof fishing gear bag, Li Xia nodded in sudden enlightenment and said, I was wondering, who would be able to make the ultimate magic accessory just for fishing? It turned out to be the president of the Magician Association of the last era, the Star Inheritor Wazki Shuode. I have collected a lot of history from the last era. I have to say that in the last era, the president of the Magicians Association, the Star Inheritor Wazki Shuode, must have embarked on the road to becoming a strongman and stood at the peak of the strength of multiple races. Even though the eras have changed, until the beginning of the survival game of the K-series in our era, many players can still learn the name of the president of the Magicians Association, the Star Inheritor Wazki Shuode, from the notes on accessories, magic weapons, and skills. Amazing, Li Xia explained in amazement, and then focused his attention on the function of this magic accessory, the lava-proof fishing bag. After the fisherman's fishing bag was synthesized and upgraded to the lava-proof fishing bag, the bait was not consumed at 50% of the time, and now it is fixed not to consume bait. This is a big improvement. From now on, I don't have to worry about obtaining and consuming bait anymore. Thinking of this, Li Xia, who is also a veteran fisherman, couldn't help but smile. The function of the fishing line never breaking is retained, and the player's fishing power is increased from the original 50% to the current 100%, which is also a major enhancement. As for the original function of the lava-proof fishing hook, which can be used in any biome to catch exclusive fish resources of the Hell biome, it is also retained. Although the enhanced functions are not many, the effect of the lava-proof fishing bag is very powerful. It is worthy of being the ultimate magic accessory for fishing. Lava-proof fishing bag plus fishing potion plus fisherman armor set plus lucky potion. Li Xia could already imagine how smooth his fishing career would be in the future. How happy he was. Hee hee. Li Xia fondled the lava-proof fishing gear bag, then put it into the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, and then focused on the Hand of Creation formula on the table. He picked up the Hand of Creation formula and looked at it carefully. The Hand of Creation formula is made of a rare material called star sheepskin, which emits a faint blue light, as if it contains endless star power. Star sheepskin is soft and tough, and only the most skilled alchemists can refine it into various shapes. The appearance of the Hand of Creation formula is very unique. Its main part is a huge parchment with countless complex runes and patterns drawn on it. These runes and patterns flash with golden light, as if to light up everything around them. The edges of the parchment are decorated with circles of delicate silver threads, which are woven from the purest silver threads and shine brightly. When players use the Hand of Creation recipe, they will gain the ability to craft the ultimate architectural magic accessory, the Hand of Creation. The Hand of Creation is a powerful magic tool that allows players to easily create a variety of magical buildings. Whether it is a castle, a tower, or a bridge, the Hand of Creation allows players to complete it in a short time. By using the Hand of Creation, players can add countless miracles and magnificent landscapes to their territory. After Li Xia finished checking the panel data of the Hand of Creation recipe, his attention was attracted by the information released by the note. What? The unconventional series of building hammer formulas that everyone in the regional channel of the K-Series survival game has in hand is actually the series of formulas that the architect has comprehended? I thought so. How could this building hammer prop that is specifically used to reduce the time of upgrading shelter buildings appear for no reason? It turns out that the source of everything is the Architect Association of the K-Series survival game in the last era. That makes sense. But it must be said that there is no useless professional inheritance. Only useless players. The auxiliary profession of architects has weak combat power. As long as they are placed in the right position, they can have such a great impact on the situation on the battlefield. The profession of architect also had a glorious past. Chapter 425. Li Xia sighed that the architect profession also had an extremely glorious past. He came back to his senses and carefully scanned the 4 basic magic accessories of the Hand of Creation formula. Architect's Invention Backpack? Ancient Chisel? Treasure Magnet? Step Stool? When Li Xia saw the name of the step stool, he couldn't help but smile. He obviously didn't expect that the step stool, a magic accessory he obtained at the beginning of his advent of the survival game, had a single function and only provided a seat. But it was one of the synthetic accessories of the ultimate magic accessories of the unconventional formula series of the architect profession. Isn't this a huge contrast? But it's good this way. It can be regarded as solving a doubt in my heart. Li Xia used to think from time to time that there is an entry for the material in the type column of the step stool. So what series of synthetic accessories does this magic accessory belong to? Now the truth is finally revealed. Li Xia counted on his fingers. The step stool has been available for a long time. The architect's invention backpack was just made a few days ago. The treasure magnet was obtained in the Hell biological community before, and the ancient chisel was opened in the magic accessory treasure box this time. Wow! All done! Li Xia clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect it. I thought it would be hard to find the synthesis accessories for the ultimate building magic accessories. I was well prepared. But in the end, I have all 4 magic accessories for the synthesis of the Hand of Creation. This is not accidental, but a certain inevitable result. After all, as a collector, Li Xia has all the magic accessories and magic weapons currently on the market. With such a rich reserve of magic accessories, it will be much easier to make advanced magic accessories. Li Xia walked to the Advanced Authority workbench, entered the Hand of Creation formula into it, and then called out the formula. Materials required for the Hand of Creation: Architect Invention Backpack X1, Ancient Chisel X1, Treasure Magnet X1, Step Stool X1. Synthesis time, 15 minutes. Synthesis, yes/no. Seeing this, Li Xia rummaged through the boxes and put all 4 magic accessories into the Advanced Authority workbench, and immediately chose to synthesize. While waiting for the Hand of Creation to be synthesized, Li Xia took out one of the double yolk eggs obtained from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack from the treasure box fishing using the civilized angler title. Unconventional Formula Series Treasure Box. This unconventional Formula Series treasure box is made of a rare material called star crystal, which emits a faint blue light, as if it contains endless star power. Star crystal is extremely hard, and only the most powerful alchemists can refine it. The appearance of the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box is very unique. Its main part is an exquisite treasure box, and a blue gem is inlaid on the treasure box. This gem exudes a strong magical power, as if to attract everything around it. The surface of the treasure box is engraved with countless complex runes and patterns, which flash with golden light, as if to light up everything around it. The top of the treasure box is decorated with circles of exquisite silver threads, which are woven from the purest silver threads and shine brightly. When the player opens the Unconventional Recipe Series treasure box, they will obtain all the Unconventional Recipe Series recipes for a certain biome. These unconventional recipes include a variety of magic potions, magic scrolls, magic weapons, etc. Each recipe describes in detail the required materials, production methods, and usage methods, allowing players to easily learn and master these powerful magic recipes. Name: Unconventional Recipe Series Treasure Box. Type: Lottery Bag Special Specialization. Quality: Ultimate. Specialization requirements: General N. Effect: After opening, you will get a hidden gift from the players of the previous era survival game. The hidden gift type is limited to the Unconventional Recipe Series of a certain biological community. Note: After opening, the player will get the Unconventional Recipe Series that he does not have, and will not get the Unconventional Recipe Series that he has already obtained. Note: No one can guess what is inside the treasure box before it is opened. I call it Schrodinger's treasure box. Dean of the Space Department of the Magicians Association, Ryan Schrodinger. Huh? Li Xiao looked at the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box in front of him with surprise, and said with a smile, "The Unconventional Formula Series treasure box is the same as the Magic Accessories treasure box, and they are also specialized treasure boxes. But the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box really gave me a surprise, because Li Xiao found that the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box will not open the Unconventional Formula Series collection that the player has already obtained. Since the advent of the survival game, Li Xiao has explored and ventured into so many biomes, and obtained most of the biome Unconventional Formula Series. Even if there are a few biomes that have not obtained the Unconventional Formula Series, they have already been unlocked by investing materials in the workbench for research and development. In other words, at this moment, Li Xiao has only one biome Unconventional Formula Series that has not been officially unlocked. That is, the Hell Biome Unconventional Formula Series. In other words, after opening the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box in Li Xiao's hand, he can only obtain the Unconventional Formula Series of the Hell Biome. The Hell Biome is the most difficult biome that Li Xiao has explored so far, and the magic weapons and magic accessories in the Unconventional Formula Series are naturally the most powerful at present. This is simply a great help for Li Xiao to enter the Hell Biome to challenge the boss next. Li Xiao chose to open it immediately without any hesitation. Congratulations to player Li Xiao for successfully opening the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box and obtaining Unconventional Formula Series of Hell Biomes X1. As the Unconventional Formula Series treasure box was opened, a dark brown light ball floated alone in the air. Li Xiao poked the light ball with ease, revealing a look of as expected, "Hey, it really is the Unconventional Formula Series of Hell Biomes? It's perfect. This can be called a pillow for those who want to take a nap." Li Xiao immediately held the Unconventional Formulas of Hell Biomes in front of him and looked at it carefully. This Unconventional Formulas of Hell Biomes looks like a thick book, but its appearance is completely different from any book you have ever seen. Its cover is made of the purest demon skin, full of primitive power and evil. The cover is branded with the images of various hell creatures. They are twisted and hideous, exuding a strong evil breath. The material of this book is not only eye-catching, but also full of mysterious power. The moment you touch the demon skin, it will turn into a warm current that flows into your heart. Every page is rich in the essence of hell creatures, and various unconventional formulas are recorded in this book in a unique way. After using this book, you will gain unparalleled abilities. Learn all the unconventional magic formulas in the Hell Biome. You can make magic weapons exclusive to the Hell Biome, which have destructive power, magic armor sets, which can make you feel at ease in the flames of hell, magic potions, which have the dual characteristics of healing and lethality, magic accessories, which can enhance your abilities, magic props, which have various strange functions. This series of unconventional recipes for the Hell Biome is a symbol of hell, a symbol of power, and also a proof that you control your own destiny. Li Xian nodded with great satisfaction. Although Li Xia had obtained the Phoenix Blaster and Flame Boomerang recipes when he first explored the Hell biome, it did not prevent Li Xia from looking forward to other magic weapons, especially the magic armor set exclusive to the Hell biome. It happened that the Hand of Creation had been made at this time. Li Xia walked to the Advanced Authority workbench, entered the series of unconventional recipes for the Hell biome into the workbench, and picked up the Hand of Creation and looked at it intently. The Hand of Creation looks like two overlapping hands. One hand presents dazzling gold, and the other hand presents deep black. The palms of the two hands are inlaid with a dazzling gem, one red and one blue, like two eyes of the soul, silently watching the world. The fingers are slender and flexible, as if they can seize every opportunity. The material of the Hand of Creation is a mysterious alloy, which has been cast with countless magics, giving it extraordinary strength and durability. In the sun, it gleams with an alluring luster, as if telling the ancient legend it has experienced. The core function of the Hand of Creation is to provide various bonuses for players to build and upgrade shelters and shelter buildings. Whether it is an offensive building or a resource-based building, the Hand of Creation can help players to easily upgrade in all aspects. With the help of the Hand of Creation, the player's building upgrade speed will be significantly improved. And from the source, it can also provide players with the ability to increase the efficiency of mining ingot materials by 50%, truly achieving the goal of sharpening the knife before cutting wood. The Hand of Creation is an ultimate architectural magic accessory, which possesses mysterious power and incomparable effects. For those players who pursue a sense of security and shelter construction, the Hand of Creation is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. The appearance of the Hand of Creation may also indicate that the architect professional players who were once killed by the gods will still reappear in the world even after the era of the survival game. The glory of the architect profession will eventually be inherited and carried forward by players. Li Xia raised the Hand of Creation in front of him and nodded slightly. Hand of Creation? It's something. It's worthy of being the supreme masterpiece of the unconventional formula series of the architect profession. I thought it would be good to be able to combine the effects of 4 magic accessories, but I didn't expect that each effect has been doubled. In the future, when Li Xia wears the Hand of Creation, the upgrade time of the shelter building will be reduced by 50%. The upgrade time of a single building in the shelter will be reduced by 100%. The number of shelter building upgrade slots will also increase to 5. The range of automatic pickup of dropped objects will be expanded to 50 meters. And the speed of mining or resources will be increased by 50%. Even the insignificant jump height increase of the step stool has been increased from 1 meter to 3 meters. Although the grade of this magic accessory, the Hand of Creation, is as high as legend, it is the ultimate magic accessory of the building type, so the bonus of the Hand of Creation in combat is negligible. However, in the field of building upgrades and shelter upgrades, the Hand of Creation will exert a powerful strength far beyond other magic accessories. Chapter 426. The ultimate magic accessory of the building category, the Hand of Creation, has been completed. This is of great help to the current higher and higher levels of shelters. The longer and longer the construction time of shelter defense facilities, and the upgrade time of dozens of hours. After checking the panel data of the Hand of Creation, Li Xia happily stored it in the backpack of the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian, and then went to the Advanced Authority workbench, called up the recipe page, and searched for what kind of magic weapons and magic armor sets the Advanced Authority workbench could produce, with the blessing of the unconventional recipe series of the Hell biome. Materials required for Hellfire Arrow, Hellstone Ingot X1, Wooden Arrow X1 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for Imp Staff, Hellstone Ingot X17 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for Lava Fury, Hellstone Ingot X15 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for Lava Breastplate, Hellstone Ingot X20 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for Lava Greaves, Hellstone Ingot X15 synthesis time, instant. Materials required for Lava Helmets, Hellstone Ingot X10 synthesis time, instant. A wide variety of unconventional recipes from the Hell biome were presented to Li Xia, including recipes for magic weapons such as the Phoenix Blaster and the Flame Boomerang, as well as the magic weapon Volcano, which Li Xia had obtained before. But more were recipes that Li Xia had never obtained in the Hell biome. The quality of these recipes was very good. For Li Xia at the current stage, the improvement of strength can be divided into several aspects. Stronger magic accessories, stronger magic weapons, stronger magic skills, Stronger magic armor sets, and the true magic comp damaged version. Advanced artifacts. Even the improvement of servants and summons. But for magic accessories, Li Xia has mastered the magic accessories formula series, and has mastered multiple ways of ultimate magic accessories. So the only way to improve is the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement. But at the moment, in order to upgrade the shelter defense facilities of the Advanced Authority Shelter, and build the Scarlet Authority Kingdom, as well as upgrade the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, all the Scarlet points in Li Xia's hands have been consumed. As a result, this path is temporarily unavailable, and the combat effectiveness of magic accessories cannot be improved to a level that satisfies Li Xia in a short period of time. The same is true for magic weapons. Even if it is a recipe creation from the unconventional recipe series of the Hell Biome, Li Xia does not have much hope for it. After all, whether it is the real magic comp damaged version, or the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, as well as the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and the Crimson Storm Eternal Night Blade, they are all magic weapons that far exceed the unconventional recipe series of a single biome. Even if it is the top magic weapon of the Hell Biome, how can it be compared with the magic weapons of the artifact and pseudo-artifact level? Not to mention the growth attribute of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade, which is a weapon fusion device that uses the joint power of multiple biomes. So from this point of view, Li Xia's idea of greatly improving the strength of magic weapons in a short period of time is also unrealistic. As for stronger magic skills, Li Xia now has special skills such as Death Tornado, and the skill of Grow Sword Slash. All skills have been enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, except for Grow Sword Slash, which can be upgraded by proficiency. The other skills are already the top ones. And even if it is Grow Sword Slash, a skill that does not require Gold Source and Evolution Gold Source, after so many days of upgrading its quality to excellent quality, the upgrade speed in the future will drop drastically. Li Xia's strategy of relying on the upgrade of a single skill, the Sword Drawing Slash, to improve his strength in a short period of time is also not feasible. As for the advancement of the true magic comp damaged version, Li Xia currently does not have too many power plundering items in his hands, and the level of the true magic comp damaged version has been upgraded to level 5, which is the same as Li Xia's level. Even if he has a sufficient number of power plundering items, true magic comp damaged version, whether it can be successfully upgraded is still an unknown. As for the improvement of the strength of servants and summons, the Scarlet Gargoyle is currently his own Scarlet God, and is affected by the constraints of the rules. It cannot be upgraded to the 6th level in a short period of time. So the strength of the Scarlet Gargoyle cannot be quickly improved in a short period of time. As for the summons, there are only 3 summons brought by magic weapons: Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, True Magic Comp Damaged Version, Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. These 3 magic weapons are also in a shackle stage. If you want to improve the strength of the summoned creatures, you have to improve the power of these 3 magic weapons. Obviously, this is not a matter of one day or one night. So at present, there is only one way for Li Xia to quickly improve his strength. That is to change his own magic armor set. This is also the greatest significance of the unconventional recipe series of the Hell biological community to Li Xia. Thinking of this, Li Xia locked his eyes on the lava armor set on the recipe page. Material required for lava armor set: 45 prison stone ingots. Synthesis time: instant. Synthesis: yes/no. The lava armor set has 3 parts: lava breastplate, lava greaves, and lava helmet. The total required for the 3 parts is only 45 prison stone ingots. Li Xia didn't take these prison stone ingots seriously at all, because the prison stone ingots produced in the high-level authority storage box in a day can basically meet the prison stone ingots required to make a set of lava armor set. So Li Xia chose to invest the required hellstone ingots without any burden and synthesize them. In an instant, the lava armor set was completed and quietly floated above the advanced authority workbench. Li Xia picked up the lava armor set and looked at it carefully. This set of armor looks like it was carefully carved from flowing lava. Its unique and shocking appearance is enough to make any player excited. The main material of this set of armor is lava ingots from the Hell Biome. This is a rare ore with both hardness and toughness, making the armor both light and strong. After the lava ingots are melted at high temperatures, they are carefully carved into various shapes, and then go through a series of delicate processes to finally create this lava armor set. The color of the armor presents the color of flowing lava: red, orange, and golden orange. like a lava river in hell, flashing hot light in the dark. Each piece of armor seems to be carved from magma, and its surface is covered with flowing lava lines, giving people a strong visual impact. In addition to the dazzling appearance, the lava armor set also has powerful abilities. Due to its special material and craftsmanship, the lava armor set can increase melee damage by 27%, making the wearer more powerful in combat. Even more amazing is that this set of armor can also resist the effects of various flames and heat sources, including the fire debuff, the burning debuff, the hellfire debuff, and the lava debuff, making the wearer fearless in the face of these threats. Li Xia took a breath of cold air when he saw this. This set of lava armor set is simply the biggest reliance of ordinary players to explore the hell biome. To be frank, two players of the same strength, with or without the lava armor set, will have completely different difficulty in exploring the hell biome. This is not to say that the lava armor set, a warrior armor set, is suitable for players of all professions. The main reason is that the set bonus of the lava armor set is too targeted for the hell biome. What does it mean to be immune to the fire debuff, burning debuff, lava debuff, and hellfire debuff? The harsh environment of the hell biome will be directly ignored by the players. In addition, the four-dimensional attributes of the lava armor set are also the highest set of armor that Li Xia has encountered since he came to the survival game. The basic defense plus the increase in defense terms. The overall defense of the lava armor set is as high as 50 points. This is simply terrifying. It is precisely because of this that Li Xia can be very sure that this lava armor set will become a resource that most players will compete to buy in the future. And Li Xia will make money without doing anything with this magic formula of the lava armor set. Thinking of this, Li Xia chuckled, then looked seriously at the lava armor set in his hand and analyzed it carefully. The set bonus of the lava armor set, in addition to immunity to the 4 debuffs of fire debuff, burning debuff, lava debuff, and hellfire debuff, is mainly about melee damage plus 27%, which is really good news for melee professional players. It's just a set of armor, but it can increase your combat power by 30%. Oh! It's more than 30%. Li Xia looked at the subsequent suit effect column and found that there was also a melee damage plus 7%. In this way, the lava armor set can increase the damage of melee players by a terrifying 34%. TSK. It's incredible. The reason why Li Xia was so excited was that, after obtaining the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade, the Star Cannon was quietly eliminated. The power of Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade is obviously not comparable to other magic weapons. It is precisely because of this that Li Xia's main sheer profession and secondary summoner profession fighting style, which he has maintained for a long time, is actually going to become a main melee profession and secondary summoner profession fighting style. And this set of lava armor set came just in time. Li Xia happily loaded the lava armor set into the armor set column. Specialization, Melee S. Ranged S. Mage S, Summoning S, Medical S, General S. Weapons, Scarlet Storm Night Blade X1, Scarlet Star Cannon X1, Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, True Magic Comp Damaged Version, Pseudo Artifact Horn of Plenty, Armor, Lava Armor Set, Accessories 6/6, Bone Gloves, Skeleton Helmet, Swift Terra Shining Boots, Scarlet Hard Magnetic Flower, Scarlet Secret Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Scarlet Wind Blade Winglet. Special Accessories January 1st, Shell Phone. Bound Artifact, Level 5 True Magic Comp Damaged Version. Li Xia directly put the discarded Scarlet Ancient Undead Armor set into the Advanced Authority Workbench for decomposition, obtaining some basic magic materials, which may be its final use value. After finishing the work, Li Xia laughed and said, I knew that changing the armor set would improve my strength again, but I didn't expect the 37% increase in melee damage. It's a collection of unconventional recipes for the hell biome. Li Xia then looked up at the recipe page and locked on to the next recipe. Materials required for the Imp Staff. Hellstone Ingot X17 Synthesis Time. Instant. Synthesis. Yes/no. Imperial Staff? As soon as Li Xia heard the name, he knew that the Imp Staff was a magic weapon for the summoner profession. For a summoner master like Li Xia, this was too tempting. Besides, it's only 17 Hellstone Ingots, which is not expensive. It's completely free to combine one. But, Imp Staff? Li Xia muttered the name. But in his mind, He thought of an enemy monster in the Hell biome, the Flame Imp. It can be said that the Flame Imp is the second most powerful enemy monster Li Shiyao encountered in the Hell biome, except for the Hellbone Snake. Only the Hellbone Snake has a regular summoning skill, which is to summon the Flame Imp. Look at the name of this imp staff. Could it be that the creature summoned by this imp staff is the Fire Imp? Then the summoner class will really become the big daddy of the version. Thinking of this, Li Shiyao couldn't wait to take out the required Hellstone ingot resources from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian's backpack, put them into the Advanced Authority workbench, and whispered, Synthesis. Chapter 427. But in an instant, the imp staff was synthesized. It floated quietly above the high-level Authority workbench. Li Shiyao came to the high-level Authority workbench and picked up the imp staff to examine it carefully. The imp staff seemed to be a living force, and its appearance and material exuded a unique charm. The material of the imp staff was derived from the Hellfire ingot of the Hell biome. This is an extremely rare metal, with a color between dark red and orange, flowing like lava. This metal shimmers in the dark, like a distant star, making people dare not look directly at it. Touching it is like touching a blazing flame, giving people a strong sense of heat. The appearance of the imp staff is even more unique. It is about 1 meter long and shaped like a slender cross, with a small disc at each end. A green gem is inlaid on one end of the disc, which is the lava heart extracted from the abyss of hell. Every full moon night, it flashes green light, like a ghost fire in hell. The disc at the other end is engraved with a small lava imp, which is the summoned creature of the staff. When the summoner launches an attack, it will fly out of the staff and attack the enemy. The imp staff is the favorite of summoners. It exists not only because of its powerful strength, but also because of its shocking appearance and material. Li Shiyao frowned slightly. He originally thought that the imp staff, an advanced magic weapon of the summoner profession, dared to be called this name. So the summoned creature should also be the Flame Imp of the Hell biological community. Right? But what Li Shiyao never expected was that the imp staff gave him a surprise. Because the creature summoned by the imp staff can be said to be a Flame Imp, or it can be said not to be a Flame Imp, because the Lava Imp is also a Flame Imp, but it is a variant of the Flame Imp. Players can simply understand that the Lava Imp is an enhanced version of the Flame Imp. In this way, based on this point alone, the imp staff is comparable to the vampire frog staff, the most powerful summoner magic weapon in Li Shiyao's hands. In addition to the two special magic weapons, the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and the Crimson Storm Eternal Night Blade. What's more, the imp staff also has 4 passive skills, which not only increase the damage, critical hit rate, and attack speed of the summoned creatures, but also increase the number of summoned creatures. Li Shiyao was in a good mood, and took the imp staff to the courtyard of the High Authority shelter, found an open space, and waved the imp staff to summon the lava imp. In the Hell biome of the survival game, there is a special creature that feeds on lava and dances with flames. This is the Flame Imp family. Among this family, there is a rare variant, the Lava Imp. The Lava Imp, also known as the Melting Iron Fairy, is much larger than the ordinary Fire Imp. Its body is like a red-hot iron block, but under that seemingly rough appearance, it hides a strange and powerful power. It has a pair of red eyes, as hot as lava, revealing a fanatical and ferocious light. It has sharp claws on its hands and feet, which can easily tear hard rocks. Its appearance is significantly different from that of an ordinary Fire Imp. Ordinary Fire Imps have orange-red bodies, while Lava Imps are dark red, as if molten iron condensed in the air. Its skin seems to have flame surging on it, giving people a feeling of scorching heat. Its face is twisted and fierce, with the corners of its mouth raised, as if it is laughing at all enemies. The Lava Imp is one of the overlords in the Hell biological community, and its strength is far beyond that of ordinary Fire Imps. Its attack power is strong, and it can spray high-temperature lava, turning the enemy into ashes in an instant. Its defense is also strong, and it can withstand most attacks, while protecting itself with lava to dissolve the enemy's offensive. In battle, the Lava Imp always rushes to the front, using its claws and lava attacks to tear open the enemy's defenses. Its existence makes all enemies shudder. It is the nightmare of hell creatures, and the glory of the Flame Imp family. The Lava Imp is a powerful and ferocious creature. Its size and appearance reflect its strength and uniqueness, while its strength proves its status among the creatures of hell. No matter where it is, the Lava Imp is a terrifying existence. After the Lava Imp was summoned, it stood quietly aside, Li Xia stared at the Lava Imp's panel data in amazement. Wow! I was just wowed! The four-dimensional attributes of the Lava Imp are far superior to those of the Flame Imp. Even in terms of overall comprehensive combat power, the Lava Imp is comparable to the pseudo-boss level enemy monsters of the same level. Right? The most important thing is that although the various skills of the Lava Imp are not much different from those of the Flame Imp, each skill has a new area splash damage effect. If the previous Flame Imp was only a single target damage summon, then the current Lava Imp is a range damage summon. The most terrifying thing is that although the Lava Imp has lost its passive skill of catching fire, it has a more powerful skill: self-destruction. In this way, even if the Lava Imp is at low health, if the enemy is not careful, it can still cause fatal damage to it. No wonder it is said that the Lava Imp is a variant of the Flame Imp family, that only one is born in 1,000. This variant is indeed much stronger than the Flame Imp. Li Xia looked at the Flame Imp with great satisfaction, thinking, when the subsequent summoner professional players generally wear lava armor sets that are not suitable for their profession and enter the Hell biological community for exploration and adventure, as long as they dig some Hellstone ingots and return to the shelter to make an imp staff, maybe it will be the time for the summoner profession to rise. Back in the High Authority Shelter Workshop, Li Xia temporarily stored the imp staff in the High Authority storage box, then walked to the High Authority workbench and continued to scan the recipe page. Material required for Lava Fury: Hellstone Ingot X15 synthesis time, instant. Synthesis, yes/no. That's right. Li Xia locked his eyes on the recipe of Lava Fury. The magic weapon Lava Fury is an advanced type of magic weapon for the archer profession. If used with the Hellfire Arrow, I'm afraid the power will definitely not be small. Although Li Xia has the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and Crimson Storm Evernight Blade, as well as the true magic comp damage version and the pseudo-artifact Horn of Plenty, generally speaking, he will not use other magic weapons to participate in the battle. But the problem is that the magic weapons of the Crimson Gargoyle also need to be updated. If the Lava Fury is suitable, it would be a great thing to make one for the Crimson Gargoyle. What's more, the armed Crimson Spike Slime Duke currently summoned by the Crimson Fury Slime Staff has a weapon column and an armor set column. The magic weapons and armor sets of these armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes also need to be updated. If Lava Fury is suitable, then making a few more magic weapons and upgrading the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes can consume almost negligible Hellstone ingots. This is basically a choice with no loss, but can gain a lot of benefits. Li Xia naturally knew what to choose with his eyes closed. Without any hesitation, Li Xia took out a share of Hellstone ingots enough to make Lava Fury from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, put it into the Advanced Authority workbench, and whispered, Synthesis. Chapter 428. The Fury of Lava is a crossbow made of Hellfire ingots from the Hell biome. This weapon has a wild and mysterious beauty, as if it is a work of art from Hell. The bow is made of dark Hellfire ingots, flashing a subtle red light, as if it has sealed the endless power of fire. The crossbow is engraved with complex patterns, which seem to tell the ancient legend of Hell. The bow of the crossbow is carved from a crystal clear Hellfire ingot. Its unique deep red color seems to contain the violent power of fire. Every time you draw the bow and shoot an arrow, it seems to stimulate this power. The streamlined design of the bow makes the arrows have faster speed and stronger power. The crossbow body is made of another piece of Hellfire ingot, and ancient runes are engraved on the crossbow body. These runes are used to guide and activate the special ability of Lava Fury. When the arrow hits the target, these runes will be activated, releasing violent fire energy from the arrow, burning the enemy to ashes. The arrow is a combination of an ordinary wooden arrow shaft and the Burning Arrow magic rune array engraved on the Lava Fury crossbow. Burning Arrow is a special magic arrow rune array, which can burst into flames when hitting the target, causing huge fire damage to the enemy. When the Lava Fury crossbow is used, these wooden arrows will be endowed with the power of Hell and become flaming arrows, greatly improving both speed and power. Lava Fury is a crossbow that combines elegance and power. It exists not only as a weapon, but also as a work of art. Every time Lava Fury shoots a flaming arrow, it tells the power and prestige of Hell. Li Xia carefully looked at the archer magic weapon Lava Fury in front of him and found that the basic attack power and the increase in four-dimensional attributes of Lava Fury were weaker than those of the Hell Wing Bow, which was also a magic weapon of the archer type. Moreover, the active and passive skills added by Lava Fury were also weaker than those of Hell Wing Bow. This can be seen from the additional debuffs of the two magic weapons. One is a more powerful Hellfire debuff, and the other is a more basic Fire debuff. But even so, in Li Xiao's heart, the overall value of the magic weapon Lava Fury is higher than that of Hellwing Crossbow. On the one hand, because the Hellwing Crossbow does not have a corresponding magic formula, everything can only rely on killing monsters to drop, and it cannot be mass-produced, while Lava Fury has a corresponding magic formula, and the demand for magic materials Hellstone ingots is not large, so it can be mass-produced. On the other hand, because the regular summoning skills of Lava Fury summon the enemy monsters or flame imps, while the regular summoning skills of Hellwing Crossbow summon the lava slime at the bottom of the food chain of the Hell biome. When both are captain level summons, and the number of summons is exactly the same, flame imps are naturally better than lava slimes. In this way, Lava Fury naturally eliminated its disadvantages, and even had the upper hand. It was clear which one was better. However, Li Xiao knew in his heart when he made Lava Fury that no matter whether this magic weapon Lava Fury was stronger or weaker than the Hellwing Bow, it was impossible for Lava Fury to occupy the position of Li Xiao's main magic weapon. However, Li Xiao wanted to make it, and see the strength of Lava Fury, so as to decide whether to update the weapons in the 3 magic weapon columns of the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff. But now it seems that Lava Fury may not be more suitable for arming the Scarlet Spike Slime Duke Archer than Star Cannon. Thinking of this, Li Xiao simply gave up, and decided to rest for a day. Taking advantage of this day, let the Scarlet Gargoyle make a batch of required Luna Series potion resources, and other matching magic props. Li Xiao was teleported to Su Hongdo's small special biological community gem mine cave, and enjoyed a wave of warmth. When leaving the next day, Su Hongdo said reluctantly, "Leaving so early? Well, go early and come back early." Li Xiao said while putting on his clothes, "Didn't I say yesterday that I'm going to fight the Hell community today? It's best to kill the boss level monsters of the Hell community. I don't know what's going on with Celia yet. So of course the shorter the time, the better." "Well, then you should be careful." Su Hongdo helped Li Xiao put on his clothes, and said after thinking for a long time, "Don't worry." Li Xiao smiled and said, "With my current strength, facing the boss level monsters is like facing those who are willing to sell their heads. Wait for my good news." Neither of them was someone who indulged in petty love affairs. They were very decisive, and resolute in doing things. After kissing Su Hongdo goodbye, Li Xiao directly used the one-time transmission function of the shell phone to transmit. In Su Hongdo's worried look, Li Xiao tightly held the shell phone in his hand. A mysterious force spread out from the phone and surrounded his body, as if preparing for his transmission. His body began to become transparent, as if it was made of water. As the light around him changed, his figure began to blur, as if blending into the darkness. Then, a strong light shot out from the shell phone, illuminating the surrounding space. Li Xiao's figure gradually disappeared in the light, leaving only a phantom. When the light dissipated, Li Xiao had disappeared from the spot. Instead, there was a barren hell biome, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur and magma. The original environment of the hell biome was bad enough, but the place where Li Xiao used the shell phone to teleport to the power of authority was simply a hell in hell. Compared with this place, other hell biome worlds were simply heaven. This is a strange place filled with the smell of magma and sulfur. This place is shrouded in a strong smell of hell, as if it is a corner forgotten by the gods. The moment you step into this place, you can feel the horror and oppression from the abyss. The sky here is always filled with billowing smoke and dust, which is a mixture of sulfur gas and lava coming out from the ground, giving off a choking smell. The sun in the sky is blocked by thick clouds, revealing only a dark red light, as if the Hades in hell is observing this ugly world with cold eyes. The ground is filled with hot magma, which is like an awakened demon, sometimes rolling and sometimes surging, as if telling the pain and struggle of hell. The breath emitted from these magmas makes people seem to hear the desperate cries of the creatures wailing in hell. Here, mountains, lakes, forests and other natural landscapes no longer exist. Instead, there are pieces of exposed rocks, which are scorched black by high temperatures, and hot magma flows out of the cracks. The towering volcano, the gushing lava flow, and the diffused smoke and dust constituted the unique hell scene of this place. Fortunately, even though the smell was unpleasant, it did not cause any harm to Li Xiao because of his high four-dimensional attributes. This place is incredible. Li Xiao frowned slightly. looked around and whispered, "It makes sense to say that the boss-level enemy monsters of the Hell biome live here. This is more like the habitat of boss-level enemy monsters than other places in the Hell biome." Li Xia thought of this and smiled wickedly. He quickly took out his shell phone and recorded the coordinates of this place. In this way, even if the one-time teleportation effect disappears, Li Xia can still use the coordinates to travel here. Even if boss-level enemies cannot be continuously generated, the number of hellstone ingots and obsidian here is far greater than that of other Hell biomes. It is definitely worth setting the coordinates here. Ding! Current biome, Hell biome. The exact coordinates of the current Hell biome have been recorded. Afterwards, Li Xia took out the Scarlet Rage Slime Staff directly from the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian backpack, summoned all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes, and ordered all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes to summon all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captains. The three professions of Archer, Magician, and Warrior, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes, and the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captains surrounded Li Xia. And in such a dangerous place, Li Xia felt a little safe. Li Xia then used the true magic comp damage version to summon the Naga Chieftain and Pseudoboss and his Naga warriors. After preparing all this, Li Xia began to explore the surroundings and check the situation. During this process, Li Xia was holding the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in his hand, and the Skill Wind and Cloud Elf Captain summoning was always in a state of being primed and unfired. This was to ensure that Li Xia could enter the state of full combat power at the first time. Even the real magic comp damage version in Li Xia's arms can bring a title killer move to the enemy monster. But if it can be left to the boss-level enemy monsters of the Hell biological community, it would naturally be the best thing. This place has the worst natural geographical environment of the Hell biological community, and it should be very difficult to explore. But who told Li Xia to collect potions, armor sets, and even magic props, all of which are specifically for the Hell biological community? This made the magma sea, lava blocks, flowing and occasionally erupting magma in the Hell biome unable to pose any threat to Li Xia. As for the fire debuff, lava debuff, hellfire debuff, and burning debuff, Li Xia was directly immune to all of them, allowing him to explore and adventure in the place where the power of the Hell biome prevailed, as if he was in an uninhabited place. Until an hour later, a high-pitched roar caught Li Xia's attention. Chapter 429. Li Xia looked up and followed the sound. He found that the place where the power of Hell prevailed was actually a boiling magma sea. The magma sea here was extremely hot and much more viscous than the magma sea in other Hell biological communities. At this moment, the magma sea was spinning wildly, forming a huge magma tornado. At this moment, the monster radar function of the shell phone sounded at the right time. Beep! Beep! Ding ding ding! Level 5 Rare Mutated Hell Demon Captain. Li Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. Level 5 enemy monster? As expected, it is the place where the power of Hell prevails. It seems that I have found the right place. In the boiling magma sea, many terrifying giant monsters, named Hell Demons, slowly rose up. Its huge body, like a mountain, stretches across the dark Hell biological community. Its body is huge, with a height of an astonishing 100 meters. Its majestic body seems to be made of the hardest rock, full of endless majesty and terror. The image of the Hell Demon is terrifying. Its body is covered with blazing flames, as if even the surrounding air is distorted by the burning. Its skin is as hot as lava, flowing with rolling heat waves, making people dare not look at it. Its head has a pair of huge horns, like two sharp swords, exuding a dangerous aura. Behind it, there is a pair of huge black wings, like a demon from the abyss, which can bring up a gust of wind with a slight flap, blowing the surrounding creatures to the ground. The Hell Demon holds a huge black sickle in both hands. It is its weapon, and also a symbol of its protection against the boss-level enemy Meat Mountain. Every time the Hell Demon swings this sickle, it will trigger a catastrophic storm that destroys everything around it. And its eyes are a burning flame that can penetrate the darkness and illuminate everything around it. The Hell Demon is the guardian of the Hell biological community. It sits in a place where authority prevails. Any creature that dares to challenge its authority will be ruthlessly killed. It is the product of Meat Mountain, a powerful existence bred by Meat Mountain itself. Its existence proves the power of Meat Mountain and also demonstrates the terrifying strength of the Hell biome. Hundreds of Hell Demons flew out from the vortex of the magma sea one after another, and the scene was so overwhelming that it covered the sky and the sun. Li Xiao looked at the panel data of the Hell Demon and frowned slightly. Rare variant Hell Demon Captain? Or is it bred by Meat Mountain? A boss-level enemy of the Hell biome? And is a top-level species among the demon-type enemies? There is something. Li Xiao checked the panel data of the Hell Demon and was a little surprised. Even the bonus of the 5th level bond gives 2 skill levels, and a temporary active instant skill. This strength is indeed comparable to a pseudo-boss level enemy. Rare. Really rare. However, it was the various data of the Hell Demon, and the notes, that made Li Xiao clearly know that he was not in the wrong place. It also made Li Xiao know that the boss-level enemy of the Hell biome is called Meat Mountain. Meat Mountain? Li Xiao's thoughts seemed to return to the beginning of the survival game of the National Advent. At that time, the pseudo-boss level enemy monster that all players faced for the first time was called Meat Mountain Aggregate. And the boss-level enemy monster of the Hell biome is called Meat Mountain. If you say there is no connection between the two, I'm afraid no one will believe it. But what is the specific connection? No one knows. It can't be just a similar name, right? Li Xiao believed that such a coincidence would not happen in a survival game. Huh? Li Xiao let out a long breath and immediately waved the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in his hand, summoning the 5th level pseudo-boss level enemy monster Dark Night Hunter. Then he ordered the Dark Night Hunter to summon all the Shadow Warriors. Comparable to pseudo-boss level enemy monsters? Haha. So what if you, the Hell Demon, are pseudo-boss level enemies? Just a few hundred? Li Xiao looked at the Hell Demon army that was eyeing him covetously in the sky and just waved his hand. Several armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke warrior pseudo-bosses, with a group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime warriors captains, charged forward and took the lead in close combat with the fire ghosts summoned by the Hell Demons. The remaining armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke shooters pseudo-bosses and armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke mages pseudo-bosses, with the remaining armed Scarlet Spike Slime shooters captains and armed Scarlet Spike Slime mages captains, were frantically attacking from the rear. Boom! Bang! Swoosh! The battlefield was bombarded with various skills in an instant. The Flame Imp was also attacked by the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke, and suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Successfully killed the 5th level rare Flame Imp captain. Obtained Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Obsidian Skin Potion X1. Obsidian Rose X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 5th level rare Flame Imp Elite. Obtained Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Magic Potion X5. Magma Stone X1. Powerful Magic Potion X1. Scarlet Points X250. Successfully killed Tier 5 Rare Flame Imp Captain. Obtained Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Powerful Healing Potion X5. Flame Whip X1. Scarlet Points X300. At this moment, some of the Hell Demons locked their sights on Li Xiao, trying to use the advantage of flying to bypass the formation of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke and attack Li Xiao directly. But no one on the battlefield noticed that in the Shadow Warrior camp, there was a Tier 5 pseudo-boss summoned creature, and also the most powerful existence on the battlefield, the Night Hunter. It has disappeared without a trace without anyone noticing. Swish! Just as a group of Hell Demons were flapping their wings and rushing towards Li Xiao. In midair. Puff! Puff! There were several sounds of daggers piercing bodies. The Night Hunters, accompanied by the wailing of Hell Demons, harvested the lives of the Night Hunters in an extremely elegant but extremely efficient way. Seeing this, Li Xiao showed a look of everything under control. After a disdainful smile, he waved the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in his hand and immediately used the general attack skill. A series of dark purple Scarlet Dark Night whirling slashes covered the sky. The sharp blade light further reduced the space for the Hell Demon to maneuver. After a while, the sound of meat falling like rain could be heard. Successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant Hell Demon captain. Obtained Obsidian X300. Hellstone Ingot X30. Obsidian Skin Potion X3. Obsidian Rose X1. Scarlet Point X300. Successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant Hell Demon captain. Obtained Obsidian X300. Hellstone Ingot X30. Powerful Magic Potion X5. Powerful Healing Potion X5. Scarlet Point X250. Successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant Hell Demon captain. And obtained Obsidian X30. Hellstone Ingot X3. Powerful Healing Potion X5. Demon Ho X1. Scarlet Points X300. In this battle, Li Xia did not need to use the real magic comp damage version. Nor did he need to use the title phase. And he did not need to use the Wind and Cloud Spirit Summon of the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade. More than 100 Hell Demons comparable to pseudo-boss level enemies were successfully killed by more than 20 real pseudo-boss level enemies. The armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes and the Night Hunters. This is even comparable to the crushing of the level. As for why Li Xia did not use the above 3 methods to kill all the Hell Demon army in seconds. It was not because Li Xia did not want to. Nor was it to hide his incompetence. But because this place was the place where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed. The battle against the boss-level enemy monster Meat Mountain of the Hell biological community was probably just around the corner. The above 3 methods can successfully kill the Hell Demon army. But the cooling time of the 3 methods is very long. Besides, it is not that there are no other ways to kill these Hell Demon armies. Li Xia still wants to keep these bottom-line methods to deal with the boss-level enemy monster Meat Mountain of the Hell biological community. To ensure that he could kill the Meat Mountain smoothly without any setbacks. In a cup of tea, the battle was completely over. Li Xia used the Wind Blade Wings to fly around the battlefield. And used the treasure magnet function of the ultimate magic weapon, the Hand of Creation, to directly collect all the spoils. Under the protection of many pseudo-boss level summons, Li Xia sat cross-legged next to a dead tree and began to collect the spoils. Powerful magic potion? Keep it. Flame whip. Obsidian rose? Sell it. Demon. Ho? Li Xia suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that after killing the Hell Demon. He unexpectedly found a new magic weapon. Demon Ho? Advanced type magic weapon of the magician profession? Interesting. Chapter 430. In the Dark Hell biome, every Hell Demon enemy born from the Meat Mountain will naturally master the forging technology in its blood. After the Hell Demon enters the mature stage, each Hell Demon will collect various resources in the Hell biome and create its own magic weapon according to its own fighting style. The Demon Ho was born. The Demon Ho is full of mystery and majesty. Its unique appearance and material show unparalleled magic power. The appearance of the Devil's Ho is like an exquisite work of art, which is unforgettable at first sight. The blade is deep dark red, as if it is made of molten iron, exuding a hot flame. The handle is made of the bones of Hell Demons, and the strange patterns are engraved with the power of demons, which reminds people of its terrifying host. The whole blade is shrouded in a layer of mysterious dark purple light, as if it is a ghost fire from hell, which makes people feel a strong sense of fear. In terms of material, the Devil's Ho is even more ingenious. The blade is made of hellfire ingots from the Hell biome. This metal ingot has powerful energy and vitality under the catalysis of dark magic. The handle is carved from the bones of a special type of Hell Demon, which is full of evil power and Devil's Curse. These materials give the Demon Ho a powerful magical attribute and power, which can make the holder even more powerful when using it. The core function of the Demon Ho is to bless the magician's mental power and magic value limit. In battle, magicians can enhance their spiritual power and better control and release magic by connecting with the Demon Scythe. At the same time, the Demon Scythe can also release Demon Scythe projectiles that can penetrate 4 times to attack the enemy. This attack method is powerful and can penetrate the target's defense and cause serious damage. Objectively speaking, the Demon Scythe is a magical weapon that combines beauty and practicality. Its unique appearance and material are full of mystery and majesty, and its powerful magic properties and power make the holder even more powerful when using it. Whether for a magician seeking power or a collector pursuing beauty, the Demon Shovel is a rare treasure. Demon Shovel? After checking the panel data of the Demon Shovel, Li Xia took a breath. Good guy. The Demon Shovel is only of the highest quality, but the basic attack power is as high as 50 points. And the additional attack attribute entry is also 40 points, which means that the overall attack power of the Demon Shovel is as high as 90 points. This is not the end. Although the other additional 4-dimensional attribute entries of the Demon Shovel are not of the average balance type. The attack, spirit, and defense are slightly inferior to the same type of magic weapons. But the additional attribute entry of the Demon Shovel, spirit, is as high as 100 points. This also means that when Li Xia releases a skill with the Demon Shovel, the skill damage will increase by an additional 100 points, which is not a small number. For players of the magician profession, this may be a qualitative leap. What's more, The Demon Shovel has an additional 200 points of magic value cap bonus. It is simply the magic weapon that magicians dream of. The Demon Shovel's regular type summoning skill is the Flame Imp Captain Summoning. As we all know, the Flame Imp is at the top of the food chain of the Hell biological community. With the blessing of the passive skill, the Demon Shovel can summon a total of 10 Flame Imp Captains. Overall, although it did not surprise Li Xia, it was definitely not mediocre. It is an extremely excellent regular type summoning skill. The Demon Scythe's other active skill is Instant Hellfire Dark Scythe Projectile. The mana cost is as low as 1 point. And it also has automatic tracking and penetration properties, with 4 penetrations, and an additional Hellfire Dark debuff. The Hellfire Dark debuff not only has the same duration and damage as the Burning debuff, but also reduces the enemy's defense by an additional 20 points. If Li Xia's fixed mana recovery speed and efficiency are taken into account, Li Xia can release Instant Hellfire Dark Scythe Projectile without limit, which is almost an alternative embodiment of the general attack skill. The other active skill of the Demon Shovel, Hellfire Dark Swamp, is also a rare range skill with a large range and high continuous damage. However, strictly speaking, Hellfire Dark Swamp is a guided skill that consumes magic points every second. But after the enemy enters the Hellfire Dark Swamp, the damage they receive every second is also very good. So from this point of view, Hellfire Dark Swamp still has more room for operation and higher damage than ordinary range skills. The last active skill, Hellfire Barrier, is a regular automatic blocking skill of magic weapons belonging to the Hell biological community, which is nothing to say, but among the 5 passive skills, except for Fire Breathing, which increases the number of summoned Flame Imp Captains. The other 4 passive skills are also remarkable. Hell Demon Spear and Hell Demon Shield are both passive skills originally possessed by the Hell Demon enemy monsters. The Demon Scythe perfectly inherits this advantage. When the player fights with the Demon Scythe, after the health value drops to 60%, not only the attack power will be doubled, but also the defense power will be doubled. This is simply a violent effect without any side effects. The Fire Element Immunity is a powerful passive skill of the same level as the Water Element Immunity of the True Magic Conk Damaged version. After trying the True Magic Conk Damaged version, Li Xia naturally knows how useful Element Immunity is. Not to mention that now in the Hell biome, how many enemies have Fire Element skills? As long as he has the passive skill of Fire Element Immunity, Li Xia does not have to worry about most of the enemies in the Hell biome. However, the most surprising local skill of the magic weapon Demon Shovel is Fire Healing. Although this skill is a skill possessed by the Hell Demon itself, and the Demon Shovel is just a perfect inheritance, the degree to which this rare passive healing skill can be used in the hands of players is extraordinary. Although the 3% healing amount is small, it accumulates into a lot. What a pity! Thinking of this, Li Xia shook his head regretfully and said, in any case, the magic weapon Demon Shovel is good in every way. But overall, it can't be compared with the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade, and the Weapon Stripper and Weapon Fusion, 2 disposable items for magic weapons. The Crimson Fury Slime Staff and the Crimson Storm Eternal Night Blade have all been used. Keep it for now, in case there are other items in the future. After Li Xia put the Demon Hoe directly into the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, he began to explore the place where the power of the Hell biome prevails. 1 hour later, Li Xia trekked into the depths of the place where the power of the Hell biome prevails and accidentally discovered a cave. In the raging wind, the cave was like the mouth of a throat-eating beast, wide open, as if waiting for some unfortunate prey. Its entrance was covered by thick stone walls, and the texture on the stone walls seemed to be telling an ancient and cruel story. The cave was deep and dark, like a crack in hell, emitting a strong smell of death all the time. The air in the cave was filled with the smell of smoke and fire, as if a cruel barbecue was going on inside. Deep in the cave, there were faint roars, as if the enemies of the hellish biological community were roaring at this world. Li Xia stepped into the cave. The environment inside was cold and damp, as if there was only the breath of death in the eternal darkness. Various stalactites were hanging on the top and walls of the cave. They were in strange shapes, as if they were torture instruments in hell. The ground was hard rock, with no grass growing, only endless cold and loneliness. Li Xia endured the obscure and unpleasant smell inside the cave, walked to the end of the cave, and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. although the boss-level enemy meat mountain of the Hell biome has not been found. A dark treasure chest was unexpectedly found in a cave. The appearance of the dark treasure chest is full of mystery and ancient magic. It is a standard treasure chest shape, but larger and heavier than an ordinary treasure chest. The entire box is made of the hardest steel, showing a dark gray metallic color, like a dark cloud in the night. Heavy and mysterious. The surface of the box is engraved with complex magic runes, which flicker in the dark, like stars landing on the metal surface. The material of the dark treasure chest not only gives it indestructible durability, but also makes it exude a cold and majestic temperament. It is like an eternal guardian, silently guarding those unknown treasures. In the sun, its metal surface will reflect a cold light, making people dare not approach easily. The appearance design of the dark treasure chest is full of mystery. Its shape is not much different from that of an ordinary treasure chest, but the details reveal a unique sense of design. For example, the lock of the box is very complicated, and it needs to unlock a series of magic locks to open it. This design not only increases the difficulty of opening the box, but also adds to the mystery of the treasure box. As we all know, the dark treasure box is a unique treasure box type in the Hell biological community, and the resources contained in it are very rich. Although you may not get new resources, even if you get the magic weapons you already have, it is a very happy thing. The most important thing is that the pleasure of opening the treasure box and facing the unknown harvest is not comparable to killing a few enemies. Li Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly, and was about to try to open the dark treasure box. But his heart suddenly jumped, as if his sixth sense was warning him. Wait! Something is wrong. Chapter 431. Li Xiao suddenly stopped, and he found that the pattern of the dark treasure chest in front of him were not right. Because Li Xiao had explored and ventured in the Hell biological community many times, he had also found and opened 2 dark treasure chests exclusive to the Hell biological community. So he still had a certain understanding of the appearance of the dark treasure chest. So even if the treasure hunting function of the metal detector of the Shell mobile phone showed that it was the dark treasure chest in front of him, there was no doubt about it. But Li Xiao believed more in his sixth sense and the warning in his heart. This is the intuition of a strong man, and it has saved me countless times. Besides, is the function of the metal detector of the Shell phone necessarily accurate? Don't forget the nymph that Li Xiao once met in the ice and snow biome. As long as she has the power of fraud, she can even disguise a player, let alone a treasure chest. Thinking of this, Li Xiao waved his hand and immediately waved the Scarlet Fury Slime staff to summon all the armed Scarlet Spiked Slime Duke pseudobosses, surrounded the dark treasure chest, and then used the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade to summon the Dark Night Hunter pseudoboss, and said, "Everyone focus on attacking." Swish, bang, boom. All the summoned creatures focused their fire on the attack, but were blocked by the invisible barrier. Then the dark treasure chest seemed to come alive and used the teleportation skill, disappearing without a trace under Li Xiao's eyes. It was not until then that Li Xiao heard the system prompt of the monster radar function from the Shell phone. Ding! 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 Level 5 rare dark treasure chest monster pseudoboss. Li Xiao frowned and said, "As expected? It's actually a pseudoboss level enemy?" All the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes summoned their armed Scarlet Spike Slime captains, and the Night Hunter summoned all the Shadow Warriors, with the cave as the center. Radiate out to the surroundings and find the dark treasure box monster for me. Regardless of life or death. Is the dark treasure box precious? Cherish. What about the dark treasure box monster? Extremely precious. Li Xiao would never let go of a pseudoboss level enemy monster, and the resources that a pseudoboss level enemy monster might drop. A group of summoned creatures gladly accepted the order and immediately scattered to look for the trace of the dark treasure chest. Li Xiao also walked out of the cave accompanied by the Scarlet Gargoyle. A cup of tea later, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke issued a call to assemble next to a rock wall in the west of the cave. Li Xiao sensed the emotional changes of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke in his heart, and knew that the dark treasure chest monster had been found. So he immediately used the Wind Blade Young Wing to rush to join. In midair, Li Xiao discovered the dark treasure box pseudoboss surrounded by a group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke pseudobosses. The dark treasure box stood quietly, as if it was a black gem that was pregnant with infinite power. It was huge and strong, covered with a thick dark carapace, exuding an ancient and deep evil aura. The seemingly indestructible carapace was covered with twisted protrusions of various shapes, like a cold sculpture carved out of pain and suffering. The dark chest monster has a strange head shape, and 2 long tentacles grow from its face, as if mocking the courage of those who dare to challenge it. Its eyes are deep and dark, without a trace of human emotion and kindness, only endless cruelty and indifference. Under its body are rows of sharp teeth flashing with cold light, each of which is full of bloodthirsty desire. However, the most frightening thing about the dark chest monster is not its size and strength, but its cunning and disguise. It can cleverly hide its true identity, disguise itself as an ordinary dark treasure chest, waiting for unsuspecting prey to approach. When someone is deceived by its disguise and approaches this seemingly harmless treasure chest, the dark treasure chest monster will instantly tear off the disguise and devour the target with its powerful strength and evil magic. Deep in the body of this creature, there flows the dark power from hell. This power enables the dark treasure chest monster to manipulate the dark elements and release powerful skills to attack players. Its existence is a threat, a source of suffocating fear, making all adventurers retreat from it. But the dark treasure box monster comes from the dark treasure box after all. And because of the mutation, the rewards dropped after killing the dark treasure box monster are often more and rarer than ordinary dark treasure boxes, which also makes powerful players flock to the dark treasure box monster. A pseudo-boss level enemy with only 50,000 health points? Li Shiyao sneered at this. Other players might find it difficult to deal with this pseudo-boss level dark treasure box monster because of its teleportation skill. But Li Shiyao didn't care at all. After all, the summoned creatures that surrounded the dark treasure box monster at this moment, the armed scarlet spiked slime duke and the dark night hunter, are all top-level 5th level pseudo-boss level enemies. Although the single unit strength of the armed scarlet spiked slime duke may not be comparable to the dark treasure box monster with multiple power characteristics, Li Shiyao is not inferior in terms of numbers. Seeing that he was surrounded, the dark treasure box monster had already used his instant skill and was in cooldown. He could only fight and had no choice but to use regular summoning skills. The regular summoning skill of the dark treasure box monster was to summon hell demons, and with the help of the passive skill strength in numbers, he could summon a total of 120 dark treasure box monsters. Because of the bonus of the 5th level bond, the level of the dark treasure box monster's passive skill strength in numbers was raised to the terrifying 7th level. Otherwise, relying on a pseudo-boss level enemy monster, it would be a pipe dream to want to summon so many captain level hell demons in one go. However, facing the siege of the armed scarlet spiked slime duke army, no matter how many hell demons there are, they are just food. Li Shiyao ordered the armed scarlet spiked slime duke to attack frantically while wielding the scarlet wind and cloud eternal night blade, performing a dark night whirlwind attack that was transformed into a normal attack skill. Swish, bang, boom, successfully killed the 5th level rare mutated hell demon captain. Obtained obsidian X300, hellstone ingot X30, obsidian skin potion X3, shadow key X1, scarlet points X300. Successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant hell demon captain. Obtained obsidian X300, hellstone ingot X30, powerful magic potion X5, powerful healing potion X5, dark spear X1, scarlet point X300. Successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant hell demon captain. Obtained obsidian X30, hellstone ingot X3, powerful healing potion X5, demon hoe X1, scarlet point X300. After a crushing battle, all the hell demons under the dark treasure chest monster died. However, at this time, the dark treasure box monster's health also dropped to about 60%. With the help of the passive skill, the dark treasure box monster's attack and defense increased significantly. After the dark treasure box monster withstood several attacks, it wanted to escape from here when the cooldown of the multi-stage teleportation skill ended. Swish. But the dark treasure box monster had just performed the multi-stage teleportation and teleported to a distance of 300 meters away, and its body had not yet stood still. Puff, puff, puff. Behind the dark chest monster, the figure of the night hunter suddenly appeared, and the dagger in its hand stabbed into the dark chest monster's body like a gust of wind. With the full activation of the armed scarlet spiked slime duke, the dark chest monster's multiple teleports did not even have time to perform the second teleport, and it died directly. Congratulations to player Li Shiyao, who successfully killed the 5th level rare mutant dark treasure monster pseudo-boss and obtained Recovery Potion X50, Magic Potion X 100. Strong Magic Potion X 50. Healing Potion X 100. Strong Healing Potion X 50. Iron Skin Potion X 30. Regeneration Potion X 30. Archery Potion X 30. Memory Potion X 100. Hellfire Arrow X 999. Hellstone Ingot X 10,000. Obsidian X 30,000. Diamond X 9,000. Sapphire Gem X 9,000. Emerald Gem X 9,000. Amethyst Gem X 9,000. Topaz Gem X 9,000. Sunfire Fury X1. Flower of Fire X1. Treasure Magnet X1. Dark Spear X1. Obsidian Rose X1. Hellwing Bow X1. Power Plunder Demon X1. Power Plunder Flame X1. Power Plunder Dark X1. First level Gold Source X1. Second level Gold Source X1. Third level Gold Source X1. Fourth level Gold Source X1. Hell Swordfish Spear X1. Dark Treasure Chest Guardian Backpack X1. As the Dark Treasure Chest monster crashed to the bottom, a dazzling array of light balls of various colors floated in the air, almost blinding Li Xia's eyes. Interesting. Li Xia took out the Void storage bag from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack with ease, summoned the Void Vault, and after storing all the ingot materials and potion materials, he took out the coin slot and summoned the piggy bank to store various magic weapons and magic accessories in the piggy bank. Afterwards, Li Xia sorted the remaining resources into the Ice Rock Spike Guardian backpack, and then laughed. A pseudo-boss level enemy monster actually dropped 3 major authority plundering items, and a set of gold sources up to the 4th level. Not bad. Not bad. Chapter 432. After the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure box was killed, Li Xia did not rush to find the boss level enemy of the Hell biome, because along the way, Li Xia first encountered the Hell Demon, which was comparable to the pseudo-boss level enemy, and then encountered the real pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure box, which proved that Li Xia's new direction was very accurate. The boss level enemy of the Hell biome is just ahead. Since we already know it's just ahead, there's no need to rush. After all, Li Xia has used so many trump cards now, and the cooldown time of some skills has not ended. Now is not the strongest state of Li Xia's strength. It is precisely because of this that Li Xia made a decision to find a safe haven nearby and began to sort out the harvest dropped after killing the pseudo-boss level enemy monster Dark Treasure monster. Li Xia first took out a copy of Power Plunder Demon from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian and looked at it carefully. In the rich sulfur magic atmosphere of the power-loving place in the Hell biome, the unique magic prop in Li Xia's hand flashed a cold light in the air. Its name is Power Plundering Demon. This mysterious prop is like an exquisite mirror, and behind the mirror is a deep and complex demon totem. Every detail is full of evil charm and majesty. The appearance of Power Plundering Demon is quite artistic. It is made of a whole piece of dark magic crystal, exuding an ancient and deep mysterious atmosphere. The surface of the crystal is inlaid with winding silver metal lines, which seem to be some kind of magic runes, which contain powerful power. The whole prop shines brightly under the light, revealing a noble and evil temperament. Its core function is even more powerful and unique. After using it, players can kill the enemies of the demon clan to gain the power of authority and condense their own demon power kingdom. This powerful ability comes from the demon heart in the prop, which is a pure energy full of endless power of authority. When the player uses Power Plunder Demon, the demon heart will be stimulated, releasing enough power to scare the demon. However, Power Plunder Demon is not an easy item to master. It requires the player to have strong willpower and mental strength to control its power. Otherwise it may backfire, because the demon path is an extremely powerful but extremely easy to get out of control path. It is a double-edged sword with obvious advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, only those true warriors can control this magic item full of temptation and danger. After checking the Power Plunder Demon, Li Xia nodded. This is a racial power plundering item similar to the Power Plunder Crown, the Power Plunder Blood and Tears, and even the Power Plunder Goblin, compared with several other racial power plundering items. The only advantage of the Power Plunder Demon is that the power plundered and condensed by the Power Plunder Demon is of a higher level. But for Li Xia, this Power Plunder Demon power may not be as good as the Power Plunder Ice and Snow power he had obtained before. After all, no matter how strong the racial authority is, it cannot be compared with the elemental authority. The Authority Plundering Demon is definitely useless to Li Xia. But it does not mean that Li Xia will put this precious resource on the trading platform for sale. After all, The advancement of the real magic comp damage version still requires this kind of authority plundering item to provide experience progress bar. Li Xia put it aside temporarily, and then took out another authority plundering item from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian. Authority plundering flame. Power plunder flame. This magic item is forged from a rare, or called Heart of Blazing Flame, which contains powerful fire elemental power, and emits a brilliant red light. Power plunder flame looks like a huge flaming sword, with a deep red body, as if it is the crystallization of lava and flame. The sword is engraved with complex runes, which flash with mysterious light, as if telling an ancient magic story. The hilt is made of a rare material called fire dragon bone. This material is extremely hard and has extremely high heat resistance, which allows the plunder of power flame to remain stable in a hot environment. The core function of the plunder of power flame is that it allows players to kill any fire-attributed enemy monsters to gain the power of power. When the player uses the flame, every time the player successfully kills a fire-attributed enemy monster, the plunder of power flame will absorb its remaining fire elemental power and transform it into a unique power of power. This power of authority can be condensed by the player into his own kingdom of fire authority. In this kingdom, players can control endless flames and create their own miracles. As time goes by, the power of authority plundering and flames will become stronger and stronger, and the kingdom of fire will become more and more spectacular. And those enemies that were once swallowed by the flames will forever become part of the kingdom of fire, witnessing the growth and glory of the players. Not bad. Li Xia nodded slightly. This power plunder flame is an elemental power plunder item of the same level as power plunder ice and snow. It is a higher level product than the racial power plunder items such as power plunder demon or power plunder goblin. Li Xia happily put it aside, and then took out the third resource dropped by killing the pseudo-boss level enemy dark treasure monster from the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian. The Hell Swordfish Spear. This item is called Hell Swordfish Spear. The cold weapon flashes with a cold brilliance. It is a rare warrior weapon that perfectly combines magic and technology. The appearance of the Hell Swordfish Spear is quite distinctive. Its main body is made of pieces of Hell Flame ingots from the Hell biome, and it glows with a fiery dark red luster. Under the reflection of the light, those Hell Flame ingots seem to still be beating with the flames of Hell, emitting a hot and violent breath. The spearhead is made of the hard bones of the Hell Demon, and attached to it are demon eyeballs that flash with dark magic. These eyeballs seem to contain endless evil power, exuding a deep dark breath at all times. This combination of demon bones and eyeballs makes the Hell Swordfish Spear full of the coldness and evil of Hell. The handle is inlaid with the scales of the Hell Swordfish, a magical accessory animal fish unique to the Hell biome. These scales flash with a deep dark light, as if containing some ancient magical power. When you touch these scales, you can feel them vibrating slightly, as if telling the mysterious power of the Hell Swordfish. The core function of the Hell Swordfish Spear is to summon 10 summons called Hell Demons to assist in combat. In battle, these summons will emerge from the dark void. They have powerful combat power and evil will, and become the most effective combat partners of the warriors. In addition to the summoning ability, the Hell Swordfish Spear also has the effect of breaking through the air, and can shuttle through the void. When the spear is swung, the air it touches seems to tremble slightly, and then the spear body can instantly pass through the void and give the enemy a fatal blow. Most importantly, the Hell Swordfish Spear also has the ability to launch Hell Swordfish projectiles to attack the enemy. This projectile looks like a swordfish, and they whistle through the battlefield, cutting all enemies that stand in front of them. When the projectile hits the enemy, it will not only cause a lot of damage, but also restore a certain amount of health for the player. This recovery effect allows the player to always maintain vigorous vitality in the fierce battle, adding more possibilities to the battle. In general, the Hell Swordfish Spear is a cold weapon magic weapon that combines the three functions of summoning, breaking through the air and healing. It perfectly combines technology and magic, showing a dark and mysterious charm for those warriors who pursue power and glory. This spear is undoubtedly an ultimate weapon worth everything. Chapter 433. After checking the panel data of the Hell Swordfish Spear, Li Xia was amazed, because the basic attack of the Hell Swordfish Spear is only 45. Even if the 45 points of attack given by the additional attack attribute terms are counted, the overall total attack is only 90 points, not over 100. Among the many magic weapons of the Hell biome, the attack power of this Hell Swordfish Spear is not in the first echelon, but in other aspects. The Hell Swordfish Spear is top-notch. The regular summoning skill instant Hell Demon Captain summons the strongest enemy Hell Demon among the captain-level enemies in the Hell biome. And with the passive skill, a total of 10 can be summoned. This alone is better than the Flame Whip, Fire Flower, and Dark Spear. Not to mention that the Hell Swordfish Spear also has a rare blood recovery feature. The active skill instant Hell Swordfish Projectile has a blood recovery feature in addition to the small range attack feature, penetration feature, and shock feature. After each attack hits the enemy, it can not only cause damage to the enemy, but also restore 20 health points to itself. Although the restored health is not too high, only 20 points. The key is that instant Hell Swordfish Projectile is an instant skill, and the mana consumption is only 5 points. What this means is self-evident. Although the other active skill of the Hell Swordfish Spear, instant Hellfire Star Blast, consumes up to 50 points of mana. It is a rare large-scale attack skill, and also has a splash feature. Facing a general captain-level enemy army, it is completely easy to use instant Hellfire Star Blast to achieve a mowing effect. In addition, the Hell Swordfish Spear also has a rarer multi-stage displacement skill. Multi-stage teleport. The displacement distance is far enough. After using it, you can also get a swift gain. This allows players to fight more easily when holding the Hell Swordfish Spear. And even if there are thousands of troops, they can kill him in and out. The last active skill of the Hell Swordfish Spear, Hell Flame Dark Guardian, is a conventional type of automatic blocking skill. But Hell Flame Dark Guardian is a skill possessed by the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure Box monster. So the weight of automatic blocking is very huge. Up to 3,000 points of defense barrier. Almost the player's second life. Not to mention that when the defense barrier is broken, the player can also get 300 points of life recovery. The most important thing is that the cooldown time of this Hellfire Dark Guardian skill is only a short 1 minute. Those who understand what this means will understand. As for the passive skill of the Hell Swordfish Spear, like the Hell Demon Spear and the Hell Demon Shield, although the enemies of other Hell biomes also have similar or even the same skills, because this Hell Swordfish Spear is dropped by the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure Box monster, after the health value drops to 60%. The attack power and defense power are not increased by 60% but by 100% of silver, which is almost equivalent to raising these two skills by 2 levels. The passive skill of the Hell Swordfish Spear, Breaking the Air, makes the player's fighting style and attack more difficult for the enemy to figure out and defend. It seems that it does not improve the player's combat effectiveness, but in fact it greatly improves the player's combat effectiveness. Because when Li Shiyao was on Sky Island, he personally experienced the difficulty of breaking the air in the battle with the Bird Demon Clan's Breaking the Air shooter. As for the passive skill of the Hell Swordfish Spear, Flame Conquest, it is not a rare type, nor is it an exclusive skill of the pseudo-boss level enemy monster, the Dark Treasure Box monster. But this skill is also remarkable. When the player fights, after killing the enemy, the next skill attack will definitely be a critical hit, which will invisibly increase the player's instantaneous explosive power. And it is frequently improved. From this, it can be seen that this Hell Swordfish Spear is not bad. It is worthy of being the last magic weapon forged by the last forging master of the Lava Dwarfs in the last era of the survival game. If Li Shiyao did not have the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade, perhaps Li Shiyao would have changed his main weapon the moment he saw the Hell Swordfish Spear. But now, this Hell Swordfish Spear may be left to the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke Warrior equipment. Thinking of this, Li Shiyao happily put it into the backpack of the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian, and then took out a copy of Power Plunder Darkness and looked at it carefully. In the Dark Hell biological community where power prevails, the magic item in Li Shiyao's hand named Power Plunder Darkness sparkled in the endless darkness. Its name foreshadows the advent of endless power and darkness, and every word is full of mystery and majesty. The material of this magic item comes from the world's hardest dark crystal, which is as black as the abyss of nothingness, as if it can swallow all light. Its appearance is like an exquisite crown, engraved with the images of countless dark creatures, and every detail looks so exquisite, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. The core function of Power Plunder Darkness is to give players powerful dark path power. When players use this magic item, their eyes will become cold and firm, as if they are ready to integrate into the darkness. Players will hold this magic item tightly with both hands, and feel a powerful force coming from it. This is a dark power, full of desire for destruction and domination. When players use this magic item, their bodies will also be transformed by the dark power. And any creature that approaches will feel a deep fear that belongs only to the dark path. Their eyes will flash with a dark light, as if they are ready to kill the dark enemy monsters. Most importantly, when players use this magic item, they will gain the dark power. This is an unparalleled power that allows players to kill dark enemy monsters and plunder the dark power of the enemy monsters, thereby condensing their own dark power kingdom. They will become more resolute, their goals will become clearer, and their power will become stronger. Li Shiyao did not react to this. After all, no matter how strong the dark path is, can it be stronger than the Scarlet Domination path, which is the only level? In the eyes of others, the extremely precious dark path is nothing more than the nourishment of the true magic comp damaged version in Li Shiyao's eyes. Li Shiyao directly took out all the power plundering props he had obtained during this period, and then took out the true magic comp damaged version from his body and fed it immediately. Ding! Hint, do you want to feed the item Power Plunder Ice and Snow to the 5th level true magic comp damaged version? It is expected that after swallowing the item Power Plunder Ice and Snow, the 5th level true magic comp damaged version will gain 10% of the experience progress bar. Feed, yes/no. Ding! Hint, do you want to feed the item Power Plunder Darkness to the 5th level true magic comp damage version? It is expected that after swallowing the item Power Plunder Darkness, the 5th level true magic comp damage version will get 10% of the experience progress bar. Feed, yes/no. Ding! Prompt, do you want to feed the item Power Plunder Flame to the 5th level true magic comp damage version? It is expected that after swallowing the item Power Plunder Flame, the 5th level true magic comp damaged version will get 10% of the experience progress bar. Feed, yes/no. Li Shiyao fed all the power plundering items he got on this trip to the true magic comp damaged version in one go. Unfortunately, after the true magic comp damaged version was promoted to a 5th level artifact, a power plundering item can only provide 10% of the experience bar for the true magic comp damaged version. The 4 power plundering items, Flame, Darkness, Demon, and Ice, only provide a 40% increase in the experience bar for the true magic comp damage version. If you want to upgrade the true magic comp damage version to the 6th level, there is still a long way to go. Li Shiyao shook his head and smiled helplessly, then took out the last item he had gained from killing the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure Box from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack. The Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack. The material of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is derived from the world's toughest dark dragon scales, which are as black as the abyss and seem to swallow all light. It looks like a huge treasure chest, inlaid with countless gems that sparkle with cold light, and each gem contains powerful energy. On the edge of the backpack, there is a circle of complex magic runes, which are used to protect the backpack from external intrusion and also stimulate the potential power of the backpack. The core function of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is that it has a huge storage space of 120 grids, which can accommodate various items. Inside the backpack, there is a special 8-grid quiver space for convenient storage of arrows. In addition, the backpack also has 2 grappling hook spaces, which can store climbing tools such as grappling hooks. What's more surprising is that the backpack also has 2 mount spaces, which can accommodate mounts, allowing adventurers to explore this mysterious world more freely. In addition to the huge storage space, the Dark Box Guardian Backpack also has 10 potion production spaces. In these spaces, various potions can be produced to provide powerful assistance for the adventurer's journey. In addition, the backpack also has 2 sets of ammunition production spaces, which can quickly produce various ammunition to be fully prepared for the battle. The most exciting thing is that the Dark Box Guardian Backpack also has instant type active attack skills and range active attack skills. These skills can allow players to take the initiative in battle and control the rhythm of battle at critical moments. In addition, the backpack also has multiple displacement skills, which can allow players to avoid threats at dangerous moments. The Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is a top-level magic storage backpack. Its existence allows adventurers to explore this mysterious world more freely and safely. Chapter 434. After checking the panel data of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack, Li Shiyao was amazed. Wow! Li Shiyao has seen many magic backpack storage items, but this is the first time he has seen a magic backpack storage item of high level, high grade, high capacity, many additional functions, and brilliant skills. As an epic quality magic backpack storage item, the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack has 120 storage spaces, which is a capacity that cannot be matched by any backpack Li Xia has obtained along the way. Not to mention that the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack has 8 quiver spaces, 2 grappling hook spaces, 2 mount spaces, 10 potion production spaces, and 2 sets of ammunition production spaces, which can produce nearly 2,000 bullets of any quality. Rather than saying that the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is a magic backpack type storage item, it is better to say that the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is a simple mobile storage and production item that assists in combat. Moreover, although the Dark Mimic Guardian Backpack also has the Guardian entry in its name, the skills attached to it are very different from the Ice Rock Spike Guardian Backpack, which also has the Guardian entry. It can even be said that they are poles apart, because the skills attached to the Dark Mimic Guardian Backpack are too aggressive. But this is in line with the characteristics of the Hell biome. The first active skill of the Dark Mimic Guardian Backpack is the regular summon type Instant Hell Demon Captain Summon. This skill can be said to be the most active summoning skill that Li Xia has found on many enemies and magic weapons in this trip. Although Instant Hell Demon Captain Summon is a regular type of summoning skill, it summons the Hell Demon at the top of the food chain of the Hell biome, which is comparable to the pseudo-boss level enemy, and the number of summons is as many as 10, which is almost comparable to the number of summons of a top-level Hell biome magic weapon. However, the top magic weapons of the Hell biome, such as the Hell Swordfish Spear, Fire Flower, Flame Whip and other magic weapons, are eclipsed by the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff and the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade. Li Xia simply couldn't give up the 2 main magic weapons, the Crimson Fury Slime Staff and the Crimson Storm Evernight Blade, and replace them with magic weapons such as the Hell Swordfish Spear or the Flame Whip. This also means that even if the magic weapons such as the Hell Swordfish Spear of the Hell biome are powerful, before Li Xia obtains magic props such as the Weapon Fusion Device and the Weapon Stripper, the improvement in Li Xia's combat power is almost zero. But the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack is different. It is a magic backpack storage item, and it is better in all aspects than the Ice Rock Spike Turtle Guardian Backpack that Li Xia is currently equipped with. Li Xia can directly replace the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack. In this way, the better the skills of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack, the stronger Li Xia will be after the upgrade, and the improvement of strength is visible to the naked eye. Therefore, the first active skill of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack, the regular type of summoning skill Instant Hell Demon Captain Summoning. The 10 Hell Demon Captains summoned have a positive significance for Li Xia's combat power improvement. It is no longer like the previous magic weapons such as the Hell Swordfish Spear or the Flower of Fire, which can be seen but not eaten. The Dark Mimic Guardian Backpack is a magical backpack type storage item dropped by the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Mimic. Its second active skill is Instant Inferno Star Blast, which is the signature skill of the Dark Mimic. Instant Inferno Star Blast is a very powerful instant type range attack skill, except for the higher mana consumption of 50 points. There are no other disadvantages. As for the third active skill of the Dark Mimic Guardian Backpack, Multi-Stage Teleport, it is also worth mentioning. After all, Multi-Stage Teleport is a rare displacement skill. Although Li Xia has displacement skills such as the Scarlet Tripoint Array, he also has Terra's Shining Boots and Wind Blade Wings, and even Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, which are magic accessories that increase displacement and movement speed. But who would complain about having too many displacement skills? One more skill means one more choice for a player during battle. Li Xia is no exception. For Li Xia, with multiple displacements, he can attack more gracefully during battle, and it is more difficult for the enemy to attack him. Even if multiple teleports are icing on the cake, it is better than nothing. As for the specific effects and bonuses of the 2 passive skills of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack, the Hell Demon Spear and the Hell Demon Shield, they are all exclusive bonuses for the pseudo-boss level enemy Dark Treasure Box, which are not comparable to ordinary enemy monsters. For Li Xia, after the attack power and defense power increased by 100%, the overall combat power increased by more than 100%. These 2 passive skills have a visible effect on Li Xia's combat power. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction, took off the Ice Rock Turtle Guardian Backpack, and loaded the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack into the backpack column. Li Xia looked at the personal panel data that popped up automatically, and nodded with satisfaction. With the blessing of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian Backpack, Li Xiao's combat power at this moment is at an unprecedented peak. After a short rest, he waited for the cooldown of all skills and magic weapons to end, and his mana and health were fully restored. At this moment, Li Xiao's combat power was at its peak in every sense. He waved his hand and led a group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes, pseudo-boss level enemies, to search for the whereabouts of the boss level enemy Meat Mountain in the place where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed. However, after searching for 3 hours, he even killed many batches of Hell demon enemies on the way, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the boss level enemy Meat Mountain. It shouldn't be. Li Xiao looked at the shell phone in his hand and wondered. The monster radar function of the shell phone has been showing that the boss level enemy monster is nearby. But, no! Li Xiao slapped his head and suddenly realized. During the 3-hour search, Li Xiao ran around and traveled a long way. But why did the monster radar function of the shell phone always show that the boss level enemy monster Meat Mountain was nearby? There are only 2 possibilities. Either the boss level monster Meat Mountain of the Hell biome had already awakened before Li Xiao officially found it, and was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to spy on Li Xiao's whereabouts, ready to find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. Or, the boss level monster Meat Mountain of the Hell biome is still in a deep sleep. But Meat Mountain, as the name suggests, is probably much larger than Li Xiao could imagine. Even Li Xiao did not leave its vicinity during the 3-hour journey, which caused the monster radar to malfunction to some extent. Li Xiao frowned slightly, touched his chin, and quickly made a decision from the 2 possibilities. It can't be the first one. I have a large number of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes. Each armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke has a larger number of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captains. There are many spies. If the boss level enemy monster Meat Mountain really wakes up and is nearby, even if it is not discovered by the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke and the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captain, then I specifically ordered the Night Hunters to hide in the dark, and the Shadow Warriors who are good at acting as scouts to hunt in the outer battlefield. It is impossible for them not to find the trace of the Meat Mountain, excluding the most likely possibility. Then the remaining possibility, even if it is not in line with common sense, there is only one possibility. Li Xiao slowly lowered his head and looked at the ground, looking at the dark brown ground where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A bold but very realistic guess came into Li Xiao's mind. Could it be? Since I set foot in the Hell biome's authority prevailing land, I have been walking on the body of Meat Mountain, the boss level enemy of the Hell biome? The more Li Xiao thought about it, the more possible it seemed. In the previous 3 hours of searching, the terrain became higher as we went northwards in the Hell biome's authority prevailing land. The large plain was like a chest, and the 2 forks in the south were like 2 legs. So the 2 dead ends on the left and right were hands? Even the dark treasure chest monster found in the cave before. That place might be Meat Mountain's belly button? The many groups of Hell demon enemies that flew out of 2 caves not far from each other before were not the nostrils of the boss level enemy monster Meat Mountain? Fuck you. What the hell is Kwafu? Thinking of this, Li Xiao took a deep breath and quickly shook the wind blade wings. The terra-shining boots on his feet also quickly sprayed out clouds, blizzards, and sandstorms. With the help of multiple jumps and the horseshoe balloon bundle, Li Xiao flew to the sky where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed in the shortest time. Li Xiao was not satisfied. He forcibly raised the height to the limit of the wind blade wings, looked down, and said in horror, "Damn it!" Chapter 435. Meat Mountain. This name is enough to remind people of its existence. Its body is like a towering continent, standing in the abyss of hell. Every mountain peak is its nose, sharp and upright, as if it can pierce the sky. The plain is its chest, broad and deep, as if it can accommodate the whole world. The cave is its nostril, dark and deep, as if it can swallow all the light. The size of the Meat Mountain is jaw-dropping, as if it is a masterpiece condensed by the Hell biological community with all its thoughts. Obsidian and Hellstone, these hard and violent elements, merged into the body of the Meat Mountain, forming its indestructible shell. The lava and burning power intertwined on it to form a hellish picture, emitting a hot breath that was enough to burn everything. Every breath of the Meat Mountain seemed to cause the ground to tremble, as if even the earth was afraid of its existence. Every time it fell asleep, The place where it was would become a place where the power of the hellish biological community prevailed. There, the power of dark authority, lava authority, and burning authority are fully manifested. The Meat Mountain is like an eternal volcano. Even in its slumber, it exudes a pressure that is enough to make all creatures surrender. The face of the Meat Mountain is hideous and terrifying, as if it is a nightmare that can shatter the courage and faith of all creatures. Its eyes flash with the light of hellfire, as if it can see through all illusions. Droplets of lava and obsidian flow from the corners of its mouth, as if telling of its endless destructive power and endless pain. The existence of the Meat Mountain is a deterrent and warning to all creatures. It is a symbol of the power and terror of hell. In this world, no creature can compete with it. Even the most powerful demons will tremble in front of the Meat Mountain and succumb to its endless destructive power and terrifying power. Name: True Rare Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi Boss. Level: 5th level. Name: Rare Mutated Dark Treasure Box Monster Pseudo Boss. Level: 5th level. And because of the existence of the player's soul, each Meat Mountain has a weapon slot and an armor set slot. The Meat Mountain is in a dormant state before the irreversible process of the forest biome reaches 100%. Unless its existence is fully sensed, it will remain dormant until the irreversible process of the forest biome reaches a critical point. And then it will wake up and become the main force to destroy the forest biome. Li Xiao was shocked when he saw this. It's not because of the real rare Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi. The boss's 4-dimensional attributes are extremely high, and the range and damage of each attack are all because of the name Yang Tianxi. When Li Xiao saw this name, he seemed to have returned to the beginning of the survival game. He was once taken into a place similar to a fantasy by Yang Tianxi in order to take over his body. But in the end, he became a skeleton under his feet by mistake. But this does not mean that he should thank him. On the contrary, for a person like Yang Tianxi, Li Xiao would like to kill him a few more times. But before, Li Xiao always thought that Yang Tianxi's soul had been destroyed by him. Not to mention that person. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared at this time, and appeared as the real rare Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi. Boss! This is really a case of enemies meeting and being particularly jealous. But apart from this, Li Xiao also had a little fear in his heart. The gods really played a big game. They actually laid out their plans at the beginning of the survival game of the whole people, when the rules of the biological community were still so strict. And it has lasted until now. It turns out that in the first official event of all players in the survival game, the Meat Mountain Aggregate Pseudo-Boss is not just a simple Pseudo-Boss level enemy. It is also a big foreshadowing of the gods. One of the synthetic materials used to combine the souls of players to shape the boss level enemy Meat Mountain in the Hell biome. Players who failed in the battle with the Meat Mountain Aggregate in the Void Arena will have their souls collected by the gods after death. After understanding this, Li Xiao no longer had any patience for the huge Meat Mountain in front of him. Although the Meat Mountain is still sleeping at this moment, it will not wake up until the irreversible process of the forest biome reaches a critical point. In other words, the mission of the boss-level enemy Meat Mountain in the Hell biome is actually to destroy the forest biome. Then Meat Mountain cannot be easily let go at this moment. Not to mention that the soul living in it is Li Xiao's old enemy Yang Tianxi. Thinking of this, Li Xiao directly waved the Wind Blade wings, cast Instant Wind Blade, and launched a full-load operation attack. Swoosh! 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 Who would have thought that the pale blue wind blades bombarded the huge body of the Meat Mountain, which was as big as a continent, and there was no reaction at all. Li Xiao paused the attack and realized that the Meat Mountain was in a deep sleep at this moment. It was not a Meat Mountain at this moment, but a place where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed. If you want to kill him, at least you have to stop him from sleeping first. After figuring this out, Li Xiao took the summons such as the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke and trekked to the cave where the Dark Treasure Chest monster originally lived. If the Meat Mountain is a person, then this cave is the location of the person's belly button. Li Xiao directly ordered the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke to lead a group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime captains to start digging and bombing, vowing to destroy the cave. As the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke's excavation work was carried out for half an hour, the ground began to tremble, and an earthquake occurred like a dragon turning over. Li Xiao hurriedly used the Wind Blade wings to fly into the air. Along with the roar of the crust movement, an extreme roar resounded in the ears like a sonic boom. Who is it? Accompanied by the roar, the power of the Hell community began to condense rapidly, and finally formed a human-shaped stone man like a mountain. It's your father. Li Xia folded his hands in front of his chest and said indifferently. It's you. When Yang Tianxi Raoshan saw Li Xia, the hatred in his heart was awakened, and then his soul seemed to be completely swallowed up. Ha ha ha. It's really you. Li. West. Yeah? Do you know? At the moment when the gods merged my soul into this ugly body, I prayed to the gods to send me to destroy the forest biome where you are after the irreversible process of the forest biome reaches a critical point. The gods promised and gave me the most powerful dark authority among the 3 original authorities of the hell biome. After I fell into a deep sleep, I dreamed all the time about how to crush every inch of flesh and blood on your body with my huge feet. But I never expected that you and I would be able to meet again before the irreversible process of the forest biome reaches a critical point. I am so happy. The scarlet dominance on you will be the most precious sacrifice I offer to the gods. Ha ha ha. After listening to what Yang Tianxi Raoshan said, Li Xia clapped his hands indifferently. Are you done? So much nonsense. I didn't expect that you, a scumbag, could appear in front of me even though your soul was shattered by me? No. Have you forgotten the time when I slapped you? Did you feel good? Yang Tianxi Raoshan was furious and said in a loud voice. You were just relying on the protection of the Scarlet Lord's authority at that time. Waste. I can kill you even without the Scarlet Lord's authority. And if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Li Xia took out the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade and flew over and roared, Die for me. Chapter 436. As Li Xia was about to attack, he secretly activated the power skill of the true magic conch damaged version in his body. The title Dharma. Li Xia began to gather the energy in his body. His body gradually exuded a powerful aura, and the air around him seemed to be torn apart, forming whirlpools. The waves also became more turbulent under the influence of his aura, forming huge waves. Li Xia slowly opened his arms, as if to embrace the whole world. His hands began to emit a dazzling light, which gradually gathered between his palms and formed a huge water ball. The water ball kept spinning, absorbing the surrounding water and becoming larger and larger. At this moment, Li Xia suddenly roared, and a powerful energy burst out from his whole body in an instant. His body began to change. His skin became smooth and hard, and his muscles became stronger and more powerful. His legs fused together and turned into a huge fish tail, which was covered with sharp scales. His arms became thicker and his fingers turned into sharp claws. His head also changed. His hair turned into green scales, and his eyes turned into deep blue. His mouth became bigger and full of sharp teeth. When the transformation was complete, Li Xia had turned into a giant naga. The white wings behind him fluttered and soared, and Li Xia stood steadily in the air. His tall and mighty figure made people feel awe. His scales shone with green light, as if they were condensed from the essence of the ocean. His eyes revealed a sense of majesty and power that made people dare not look directly at him. Li Xia felt the power surging in his body. Facing the still huge meat mountain Yang Tianxi, Li Xia waved the Scarlet Fury Slime staff in his hand, commanding the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke to lead the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captain, and obeyed the orders of the Scarlet Gargoyle to assist in the attack from the outside. The Scarlet Gargoyle had been with Li Xia for so long, and had mastered Li Xia's fighting style and command art. Li Xia handed over the largest and most powerful army of summoned creatures to the Scarlet Gargoyle for command, and Li Xia believed that it could exert a stronger fighting power. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The Night Hunter also appeared silently under Li Xia's summons, and Li Xia secretly ordered the Night Hunter to wait for an opportunity to move. The moment the Night Hunter was summoned, it disappeared without a trace. That's right. The Night Hunter did not summon the Shadow Warrior immediately, but chose to hide himself first, do the job of an assassin, and wait for an opportunity. And this is not all of Li Xia's trump cards. Puff! Li Xia waved the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in his hand, and the Wind and Cloud Spirit was summoned and then merged into Li Xia's title Dharma at the moment. As a result, Li Xia's strength has been further improved. As Li Xia showed his strength, the obsidian face of Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi became more and more ugly. Although he tried to stay calm, he was almost roaring in anger in his heart. What? How is it possible? Li Xia actually possessed the power of tides after inheriting the Scarlet Overlord? And he was at the level that could use the title Dharma. How could it be possible for the two powers to embark on the path of the strong under the constraints of the current world rules? No. It's more than that. He has the Eternal Night Blade in his hand? Wait. It's night now. Night Hunter? Three powers in one. How is it possible? No. I don't believe it. Roshan Yang Tianxi roared madly in his heart. He didn't expect that after accepting the arrangement of the gods and improving his strength so rapidly. He still felt what it means for a player to have unlimited possibilities in Li Xia. Roshan Yang Tianxi only has one dark power, and he feels that he is currently invincible. But Li Xia has 3 powers, and all of them are at the level of embarking on the road of strength, with the level of all attribute enhancement. If we really want to analyze and compare, the power of authority controlled by Li Xia is far higher than his own in terms of quantity and quality. A sense of despair actually emerged in his heart, which also made Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi rarely use the active type of defense skill. 6th level Hell Flame Dark Guardian, when facing Li Xia's first attack. That's right. He was scared. Bang! Li Xia held the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade and easily crushed the 6th level Hell Flame Dark Guardian with just one blow. And then, the momentum did not decrease, and the residual power of the skill still caused damage to Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi. Seeing this, Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi quickly moved his body, and quickly used the 6th level Hellfire Burning Field, forming a range field, while causing range damage to Li Xia. Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi then used the summoning skill. 6th level Instant Hell Demon Captain Summon. 6th level Instant Dark Treasure Box Monster Pseudoboss Summon. Hordes of enemy monsters were summoned. If other players were at the current stage, facing double-digit pseudoboss level enemy monsters, Dark Treasure Box monsters, they might just have to wait for death. But at this moment, the one who was fighting with Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi was none other than the unique overlord of the 9527th area channel, Li Xia. How could Li Xia take a few dozen pseudoboss level enemies and a few hundred captain level enemies seriously? Li Xia, who was in the state of tidal dharma, waved his hand and attacked, killing one kid after another. The Naga warriors who emerged behind him even went up to fight the hell demons in person. At this moment, the Scarlet Gargoyle on the periphery saw this and waved his hand, ordering all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke pseudobosses to lead all the armed Scarlet Spike Slime captains to rush into the enemy camp and start a battle of soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. The boss-level Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi might not be able to defeat the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke, but the pseudo-boss-level Dark Treasure Box monster, when the number of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes and Dark Treasure Box monsters is similar, the Scarlet Authority of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke directly crushes the Dark Authority of the Dark Treasure Box monster. There is no suspense at all about the outcome. The 6th level Hellfire Burning Field used by Meat Mountain. The fixed life value deducted per second is almost equal to the life value restored per second by Li Xia in the current state. Therefore, even if Li Xia was in the skill range of the 6th level Hellfire Burning Field, he was not worried about the protracted battle. Bang! Boom! Swoosh! Li Xia waved the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade in his hand. It was night at this moment. With the blessing of the weapon, Li Xia, who was originally in the state of fusion of tidal dharma and wind and cloud spirit, once again improved his combat power by several levels. Various skills directly bombarded the body of Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi. If Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi was just a player, he might be able to use his small body to avoid Li Xia, who is now extremely large because of the use of tidal dharma. But unfortunately, Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi only has his soul at the moment. His body is a pure meat mountain, and his huge body is like a continent. Want to avoid the attack? Ha ha. Dream on. Ah. Li Xia. Don't go too far. Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi roared at this. Li Xia sneered. I am going too far. So what? Li Xia's attacks became more and more fierce, and Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi's health value dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later. The gods will not let you go. Sooner or later you will understand how ridiculous your persistence is. Facing the impenetrable attack, the bloodless Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi knew that he had no chance of survival. But he laughed up to the sky and cursed Li Xia. What a nonsense! Li Xia snorted coldly, and directly waved the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Evernight Blade in his hand, and killed Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi with a scarlet heavy blow. Boom! After the death of Meat Mountain Yang Tianxi, the place where the power of the Hell biological community prevailed began to collapse. Li Xia soared in the air, quietly watching this scene happen. looking forward to what resources would be dropped after killing the boss-level enemy Meat Mountain Yangtianxi. Unexpectedly, the drop information that should have popped up the moment the boss-level enemy Meat Mountain Yangtianxi died was never displayed. Just as Li Xia was puzzled, a teleportation light curtain suddenly appeared under his feet, and the vortex forcibly swallowed Li Xia. In the depths of a vast forest, there is a quiet and mysterious lake hidden, which is given a poetic name, the Glimmer Lake. The Glimmer Lake is surrounded by tall trees and various complex vines, so that only weak light can penetrate the lake. The surface of the glimmering lake is like a mirror, bright and deep. Whenever the sun shines on the lake, it reflects a glittering light, like countless diamonds shining. The lake water is clear and transparent, like the purest amber, which makes people amazed. In the lake, there are all kinds of strange creatures. They swim in the glimmer, adding endless vitality to the lake. The creatures in the lake have different shapes. Some are as big as a mountain, and some are as small as a fish. There are fierce predators and gentle herbivores. These creatures have bizarre appearances. Some of them are shining, and some are covered with coats as bright as stars. They swim freely in the water, as if showing a vivid picture. The environment of the Glimmer Lake is also full of mystery and strangeness. The trees by the lake are tall and old, and their thick trunks and dense branches and leaves block the noise of the outside world from the lake. At the roots of these trees, there are various strange plants, which have dreamy colors and unique shapes. Various birds and flying insects hovered over the glimmering lake. They danced in the sky, adding a unique charm to this mysterious lake. Whenever night fell, the mist on the lake would gradually rise, reflecting the starry sky, as if the entire lake was placed in a dream world. It was at this moment that a teleportation light curtain unfolded, and Li Xia fell from midair. Li Xia stood firm and looked around. Although he did not find any danger, he still entered the first-level combat readiness state. What's going on? Killing the boss-level monster Meat Mountain Yangtianxi didn't drop any items. No boss relics and boss badges? It shouldn't be. Just as Li Xia was puzzled, the glimmering lake in front of him was filled with colorful light. And then a figure composed of colorful light appeared in the center of the lake and floated towards the shore. Li Xia opened his mouth in surprise, because the person in front of him was none other than Li Xia himself. The human-shaped light and shadow smiled and said, "You are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you? I know you have a lot of doubts. Let me tell you slowly." The human-shaped light and shadow walked ashore and explained, "I am you. I believe you have understood this in your heart the moment you saw me. But to be precise, I am not you either, because I used to be your substitute doll. Due to fate, I was teleported to the past by your future self. And Celia was also teleported to the past in the near future." "What does the past mean?" Li Xia asked. "The past is the survival game of the K-series in the last era." The humanoid light and shadow continued to explain. "She later established the kingdom of the Golden Rose with the true Golden Rose broken version you gave her. She is the first and only queen. And I, or you, had many identities in the last era. Mechanic Zack, president of the Magician Association. Star Inheritor Wazki showed. And so on. The purpose of our teleportation to the past is to pave the way for the future in the survival game of the K-series that we know will definitely fail. Gather all our strength, and artificially create the Shimmer Lake biological community. And the future of the past is naturally the present. That is, you?" Li Xia was like listening to a foreign language. "You said I am the Mechanic Zack, or the president of the Magician Association. The Star Inheritor Wazki showed? That's right. My stand-in doll and Celia did disappear one after another. I thought they were just teleported to other forest biomes. But I didn't expect that they were directly teleported to the survival game of the last era. That's not right." Li Xia frowned and asked back, "I heard you say that the reason you were able to teleport to the past was because of the help of my future self? But why would I do this in the future?" The humanoid light and shadow explained, "Because the entire survival game is actually a conspiracy of the ultimate boss-level enemy, the Moon Lord. No matter how powerful we are, we can't defeat the Moon Lord. Why? Because after everyone descended on the survival game, our bodies were digitized, which is the most fundamental extraordinary way mastered by the Moon Lord. And the extraordinary way with the Moon Lord as the highest true position. No matter how much power we gather, whether we embark on the road of the strong, when we face the Moon Lord will naturally produce the pressure of the superior to the inferior. Only by jumping out of the Moon Lord's extraordinary path can we have a glimmer of hope for victory. Li Xia asked, "How can we jump out of the Moon Lord's extraordinary path?" The human-shaped light and shadow pointed to the Glimmer Lake beside him, and said, "Enter the Glimmer Lake to cleanse your own data and transcend. This is also the meaning of my existence in the past." Chapter 437. Li Xia stared at the glimmering lake in front of him, and asked, "Since you have artificially created the glimmering lake in the past, why didn't you cleanse your own and Celia's data bodies in the last era? Why did you have to wait for me to come?" The humanoid light and shadow smiled bitterly and said, "Because we can't do it. Only with a true magic conch damaged version. This artifact of the supreme authority of the water element can the player enter the glimmering lake safely and be cleansed without worrying about being assimilated. And the artifact exists across time and space. No matter how many time gaps there are. No matter in the past, present or future. There will only be one true magic conch damaged version and other artifacts. And the true magic conch damaged version has always been with you now. So all we can do is to build the Glimmer Lake biome and pave the way for you." Li Xia suddenly realized what he said, but asked back, "What is your current state? What am I now?" The humanoid light and shadow pointed at himself and smiled. "I am now just the soul of the water of the Glimmer Lake. As long as the Glimmer Lake biome does not collapse, I will be immortal. But I cannot leave the Glimmer Lake and have lost all my fighting power. I can only wait forever for the arrival of you now." Li Xia nodded in understanding. Before he could express his opinion, the humanoid light and shadow continued, "The future me is you. After using the power to break through the constraints of time and space to teleport your current substitute doll, that is, me, to the past, my strength has been greatly reduced. Because my body was digitized at the beginning of the advent of the survival game. I was just barely holding on when facing the Moon Lord. Time is running out for him. And time is running out for you. You must rush to the future as soon as possible after washing your data-transformed body." "Me? The future?" Li Xia was a little unbelievable. "Although my current strength has reached the 5th level, and I am invincible at the same level. And I also have the true magic conch damaged version, and the Scarlet Fury Slime Staff, and the Scarlet Storm Eternal Night Blade. In the final analysis, I am just a player who has just embarked on the road to becoming a strong man. I can't even break through the time gap. How can I rush to the future?" "You can do it." The human-shaped light and shadow smiled. "Your civilized angler contains a lot of my life's work in the past survival games. As the rank of the civilized angler title is further improved, you will gain a lot. Among them, the Scarlet Overlord heritage guarantees that you can have powerful strength and be the first to kill the boss-level enemy Meat Mountain. And the biggest role of the civilized angler title is actually the satellite rune. After you have the satellite rune, you can drive your Scarlet Kingdom to burn the power and break through the time gap to teleport to the future. After the quality of the civilized angler title breaks through the legend, you can get the satellite rune. This is the highest level confidential research of the Golden Rose Kingdom Magician Association, which has cost me most of my life. After that, it all depends on you." Li Xia was excited when he heard this. At present, the civilized angler has reached the legend, and Li Xia has already killed the 2 pseudo-boss level fish in the civilized angler title promotion task. Only the grumpy slime fish is left. This means that as long as he catches the angry slime fish, Li Xia can complete the last part of this plan, cross the barriers of time and space, and go to the battlefield of the future. "Huh?" Li Xia let out a long breath and nodded heavily. "Don't worry. I understand." In the rich magical atmosphere, in the expectation of human-shaped light and shadow, Li Xia stood at the edge of the Glimmer Lake, and in front of him was a dreamlike scene. The lake was rippling with a faint silver light, as if it was a mirror image of another world. He held the real magic conch damaged version tightly in his hand. He took a deep breath and connected his consciousness closely with the magic conch in his hand. He felt the powerful energy contained in the conch, like the waves of the sea surging in his body. He walked slowly into the lake, and every step was as light as walking on the clouds. When his toes touched the lake water, a cold chill instantly hit him. He gritted his teeth and insisted on moving forward. As he went deeper, the lake water gradually became warm, full of comfort and tranquility. Finally, he reached the center of the lake. Here, he chanted the ancient magic spell softly, and every word rippled in the lake. His body began to resonate with the magic conch, and a powerful energy was released from the artifact. The lake water instantly became turbulent, like a violent wave rolling around him. However, Li Xia stood firmly in place, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He completely merged his consciousness with the magic conch, as if he had become a messenger who controlled the water element. As time went by, Li Xiao gradually felt that his body was cleansed. His digitized body gradually recovered, as if it was reshaped by the power of the magic conch. His skin became as transparent as crystal, shimmering with a faint light. In this process, he felt that his soul was also purified. All the fatigue and pain dissipated with the cleansing of the lake water, leaving only a pure and strong heart. When the cleansing process was over, Li Xiao's body had completely recovered. He felt as if he had been reborn and had become a completely new being. He was grateful for the gift of the glimmering lake, and at the same time felt that his strength had been improved in the process. He clenched the magic conch in his hand, and felt that it had become more obedient and powerful. He knew that this artifact would become his right-hand man in future battles. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars. Li Xiao looked back in doubt, only to find that the human-shaped light and shadow were dissipating. Li Xiao hurried to the shore and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" "Ha! I'm fine. My mission is finally completed." The human-shaped light and shadow laughed. "I'm very happy." Li Xiao asked, "But why are you disappearing now?" "This is a normal phenomenon," the human-shaped light and shadow explained. "Even if you have the real magic conch damaged version in the Glimmer Lake, the player cannot actually cleanse his own data. Only when I become the soul in it can I achieve all this. This is actually a disguised way to integrate the power of the past into your present body. After your body is no longer digitized, you lose your data vision and power. But you have unlimited possibilities. Plus, all the power I gained from embarking on the path of strength in the last era. If you consider your strength from the perspective of digitization, it has been upgraded from level 5 to level 9. The next mission is up to you. I'll wait for you in the future." As soon as the voice fell, the human-shaped light and shadow completely dissipated in the sky. After a long silence, Li Xiao nodded heavily and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Leave it to me." Li Xiao did not leave immediately, but tried to control the power he now had in the Glimmer Lake biome. Li Xiao found that whether it was the Crimson Fury Slime Staff, or the true magic conch damaged version, or the Crimson Wind and Cloud Eternal Night Blade, they could still exert their powerful strength. But Li Xiao could no longer view their panel data. But the spiritual perception of the strong has an ability similar to data vision. He had to sigh that it was not until now that he realized that the gods, who had embarked on the path of the strong and possessed the power of authority, and gathered the kingdom of authority, were actually just pawns of the Moon Lord. In the survival game of the system of K, only by transcending the digitized body can you achieve true victory. But, at the beginning of the survival game of the system of K, the players obtained digitized bodies, and even relied on the digitized bodies to obtain various powers, skills, and gold sources to become stronger. After knowing the truth, they regretted it. It was too late. And now, I know the truth in the future. Use the present as the fulcrum for the reversal, and send the substitute doll to the past. Accumulate strength, make the present change, and thus affect the future self. This desperate move gave Li Xiao a real chance to transcend his database body and defeat the Moon Lord. "Time is running out for the future," Li Xiao said solemnly. "Time is running out for the present. I need to hurry up and prepare." Li Xiao left the Glimmer Lake biome and returned to the Hell biome. A group of armed Scarlet Spike Slime Dukes and armed Scarlet Spike Slime Captains, led by the Scarlet Gargoyle, were waiting for Li Xiao's return. "Commander." Seeing Li Xiao's return, the Scarlet Gargoyle came forward excitedly, but said with some doubt, "You are finally back. But you seem a little different now." "Ha! This is a long story. Let's go back." Li Xiao waved his hand and took the Scarlet Gargoyle back to the High Authority Sanctuary, and then asked the Scarlet Gargoyle, who now has the Scarlet Authority, to take the materials to upgrade the defense facilities of the High Authority Sanctuary. Li Xiao's Scarlet Authority Kingdom is centered on the High Authority Sanctuary. After obtaining the Satellite Rune Stone, Li Xiao will burn the entire Scarlet Authority Kingdom and rush to the future battlefield. So at this moment, high-level authority and the ability to enhance strength are all crucial. During this process, Li Xiao was not idle either. He brought the bait thrower fishing rod to the pond. After throwing the rod, he shouted, "Use the title of Civilized Angler." After taking the powerful Lucky Potion and many blessings, the cooling time of the bait thrower has ended. The biggest difficulty in upgrading the legendary quality of the Civilized Angler title, the Grumpy Slime Fish, finally appeared. The grumpy slime fish has a ferocious light in its eyes. It is a strange creature that combines the elements of the ocean and mucus, and has a daunting appearance. The body of the grumpy slime fish presents a mixture of deep-sea black-green and gelatinous texture, with a strange luster on the surface. Its body is streamlined, as if it was carefully built to swim in the water, and the countless slime lines add a mysterious and disgusting beauty to its body. The grumpy slime fish has a strange head shape, and a pair of fierce yellow eyes embedded in the mud-like face, as if they can see through everything. Its mouth is split in half, revealing sharp teeth inside, each of which flashes a gloomy light. When it roars, powerful waves of sound spread in the surrounding waters, making all life tremble. The tentacles of the angry slime fish are long and strong, covered with suckers and barbs, which can be used to catch prey and swim in the water. Each tentacle is like an independent life, flexible and fierce, making it impossible to predict its next move. The most eye-catching thing is the tail of the angry slime fish, which is a whip made of countless tiny gelatinous objects, which has powerful attack power and can be used to confuse the enemy. When it swings, the whip will instantly hit the enemy, and then release a powerful corrosive liquid to melt the prey bit by bit. The angry slime fish is a brutal and ferocious creature, and its existence makes all marine creatures feel terrified. It is the most magical variant of the slime family, with unique abilities and a ferocious appearance. It is one of the enemies that all adventurers are unwilling to face. Li Xia knew that this was a 5th level pseudo-boss level enemy, but he felt very novel, because this was the first battle in which he lost his digital vision and could not view the panel information of the enemy monster after his body was digitally washed. However, all this was not a problem for Li Xia, who had now merged with his past self and promoted to a 9th level strongman. Relying on the intuition of a strong man, Li Xia swung the Scarlet Wind and Cloud Eternal Night blade in his hand and directly killed the violent slime fish with one blow. Congratulations to the player. Congratulations. Congratulations. The digital killing prompt just appeared, but Li Xia's digital player qualification could not be detected, and it was stuck on the spot. Li Xia was not surprised, because he knew that in this survival game that had lasted for who knows how many epochs, there was probably no one else as special as him. Li Xia casually summoned the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Duke to search for dropped resources at the corpse of the grumpy slime fish. After a while, Li Xia looked at the collected resources and identified them one by one. All the potion resources, ingot resources, and even magic weapon resources and magic accessory resources were owned by Li Xia, so there was nothing to check. However, Li Xia's purpose in killing the pseudo-boss level enemy monster, the grumpy slime fish, was not to harvest the drops, but to upgrade the title of Civilized Angler. After completing the 2 major tasks of upgrading the quality of the Civilized Angler, a palm-sized rune stone broke through the void and fell into Li Xia's hands. Li Xia knew that because he had washed his digitized body, he could not view the panel data of the Civilized Angler, so he could only receive the reward in this way. Chapter 438. The satellite rune stone is carved from a rare gem called Starlight Stone, which flickers with a faint light, as if capturing the secrets of the stars in the silent night. The satellite rune stone has a unique appearance design, presenting a mysterious geometric shape that reminds people of the trajectory of the stars. Its surface is engraved with ancient runes, which flicker with a faint light in the sun, as if telling a long-forgotten history. The appearance of the entire rune stone reveals an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, which makes people feel awe. The core effect of the satellite rune comes from its unique magical power. When players use this magic item, they can burn the power of the Kingdom of Authority in the Sanctuary, break the shackles of the time gap, and enter the void battlefield. However, the use of the satellite rune is not without cost. Players must consume the power of authority contained in the Sanctuary and the Kingdom of Authority to resist the impact of this powerful magic. In addition, players can only use the satellite rune normally after reaching the 9th level of strength. The satellite rune is a very valuable magic item. It is the top secret and core research result of the top level of the Magician Association in the last era of the survival game. It not only has a unique appearance design, but also has powerful magic power. For those brave and wise players, it is undoubtedly a key to the unknown world. However, it needs to be used with caution, because this magical key may also become a double-edged sword, bringing unpredictable consequences. After Li Xia cleansed his data body, he could not use the data vision to view the panel data of the satellite rune. But it did not prevent him from perceiving the role of the satellite rune. This feeling is unfettered and far more powerful than the data vision. Obtaining the satellite rune means that Li Xia can burn the foundation of the High Authority Shelter and the Scarlet Authority Kingdom at any time, break through the time gap, and rush to the future void battlefield. Of course, Li Xia did not use the magic item immediately, but chose to go back to the house to prepare all the potion resources and various consumable resources. And then Li Xia took advantage of the last bit of time to go to the small special biological community gem mine where Su Hongda was. Because even if Li Xia cleansed his own data body, he could not leave without saying goodbye because he would not win or lose in the battle with the Moon Lord in the future battlefield. When Li Xia told Su Hongda all these things, she did not stop Li Xia, but firmly supported him. After a night of tenderness, Li Xia returned to the High Authority Shelter, took out the satellite rune from the backpack of the Dark Treasure Box Guardian, and embedded it on the High Authority Shelter. Moon Lord? Haha, wait for me. Li Xia laughed grimly and shouted, Satellite Runestone. Use it. As the runestone was embedded, a mysterious power permeated the shelter, as if the faint light of the starlight stone was flickering. It was an ancient and powerful power, like an awakened ancient beast, and began to wander in the shelter. Li Xia felt the surge of that power, and he knew that this was the key to breaking the time gap. He took a deep breath again, held the satellite runestone tightly, and began to chant the ancient magic spell. As the spell was recited, the shelter began to tremble, as if it sensed the great changes that were about to happen. And the Scarlet Kingdom of Power, with the shelter, as its core began to tremble, like a giant beast that had been awakened. Li Xia felt his body being pulled by a powerful force, and his consciousness began to blur, as if he was about to be swallowed by this force. But he did not retreat. He knew that only in this way could he break through the time gap and go to the future void battlefield. Suddenly, a powerful energy was released from the satellite rune stone, illuminating the entire shelter. It was an indescribable power that broke the shackles of the time gap and brought Li Xia into an unknown space. Li Xia felt that his body was being pulled by a powerful force. His eyes were blurred, and he could only feel the endless darkness in the void. In this process, Li Xia, who had lost the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord after washing his data body, could only rely on the Scarlet Authority contained in the High Authority Shelter and the Scarlet Authority Kingdom to resist the oppression of time and space travel. I don't know how long it took. Maybe a moment. Or maybe 100,000 years. When the power of authority contained in the High Authority Shelter and the Scarlet Authority Kingdom was exhausted, Li Xia was thrown out of the passage of time and space and came to the future void battlefield. In the endless universe, there is an ancient and mysterious void battlefield. The sky here seems to be a huge screen, with countless stars shining on it, like mysterious symbols, telling ancient stories. As night fell, the stars shone brighter, illuminating every inch of the void battlefield. In this vast battlefield, Li Xia walked alone, his eyes full of determination and expectation. The twinkling of the stars seemed to tell an ancient rhythm, a kind of magic full of mysterious atmosphere. Under this starry sky, Li Xia felt a strange sense of intimacy, as if these stars were calling to him, leading him to an unknown future. As Li Xia moved forward, the stars in the void battlefield began to change. Their light became brighter, as if guiding him in the direction. Under the shining starlight, Li Xia saw every detail in the void battlefield. Those strange plants, those ancient ruins, and those dangers hidden in the shadows. Ha ha ha. You are here? A voice came, dispelling the darkness shrouding the void battlefield in the distance, and allowing Li Xia to see the scene at the other end of the distant void battlefield. In the deep darkness of the void, an ultimate boss-level enemy named Moon Lord stood. Its size is comparable to that of a giant moon, exuding a suffocating majesty and terror. The Moon Lord looks like a withered skeleton, but it is completely different from an ordinary skeleton. Its bones are as pale as snow, flickering with a faint blue light, as if it is the incarnation of the stars. Its head is adorned with a gorgeous crown, inlaid with countless shining gems, each of which emits a dazzling light, like the stars in the night sky. The Moon Lord's body is covered with a thick layer of black armor, which is engraved with ancient runes and patterns, like a series of mysterious totems. These runes emit powerful energy fluctuations, making the Moon Lord's body almost impenetrable to attack. Its limbs are slender and strong, and every joint reveals endless power and a breath of destruction. The Moon Lord's eyes are a pair of deep black holes, without any pupils or whites. Only an endless darkness. These eyes seem to be able to devour all the power of life, making people feel extremely fearful and desperate. Whenever it stares at you, you will feel that your soul is being pulled out and swallowed by darkness. The Moon Lord controls the most fundamental data authority in the survival game, and is nearly invincible. It can put any challenger in a desperate situation by manipulating the rules and data of the game. It has a variety of attack methods, and can release devastating moonlight energy waves, summon meteor showers, and even change the structure of the game world. Its defense is also unparalleled, and almost no weapons and skills can cause damage to it. Faced with such a powerful enemy, almost all challengers will feel extremely desperate and powerless. However, the Moon Lord, who is nearly invincible, was still not in a good condition. His two withered arms were covered with traces of knife and axe carving. His helmet was half broken, and even his chest was slightly broken, and his heart could be seen beating wildly. The dark matter wrapped around his heart would occasionally emit a scarlet lightning. But even so, in this lonely future void battlefield, the Moon Lord still had the upper hand. After all, he controlled the data authority and firmly suppressed Li Xia from the future. At this moment, Li Xia from the future was imprisoned in a dark brown cage. Sitting cross-legged, Li Xia from the future was holding the top melee magic weapon, the Terra Blade, which was forged from a rare mysterious metal. This metal emits a faint blue light, as if it contains the power of the stars. The blade is engraved with ancient runes and patterns, and each line flashes with mysterious light, emitting a powerful magic. The blade of the Terra Blade is slender and sharp, like a meteor across the night sky. The surface of the blade is covered with a layer of glimmer, and every time the blade is swung, the glimmer will burst into dazzling light, like a meteor shining in the dark night. The tip of the blade is made into a ferocious dragon head shape, and the dragon's eyes are flashing with fierce light, as if it can spit out deadly flames at any time. The top-level beetle magic armor suit worn by Li Xia is made of countless precious beetle corpses after special treatment. These beetle corpses are endowed with magical power, giving the armor suit unparalleled defense and flexibility. The color of the armor set is dark brown, as if it is an old leather polished by time. Each piece of armor is inlaid with a shining gem. The gems are of different colors and emit unique light. These gems not only add to the gorgeousness of the armor set, but also give them powerful magical energy. The appearance of the armor set is full of strange patterns and patterns, as if it is a mysterious totem. These patterns and patterns exude a mysterious atmosphere, which makes people want to explore the mystery. The texture of the armor set is soft and tough, and can effectively resist various attacks and injuries. However, at this moment, Li Xia's weapons and armor set have signs of damage. Several deep scratches appeared on the blade of the Terra Blade, and the edge of the blade became dull. There were several broken plates on the armor set, and the light of the gems became dim. Despite this, Li Xia still held the Terra Blade tightly, sat firmly in the cage, and endured the suppression of the Moon Lord's power. Ha! You want to devour me? Dream on! The future Li Xia turned his head and looked at the present Li Xia, his eyes shining. The two did not need to speak. Just a glance, and the present Li Xia already understood everything. The future Li Xia was still a digitized body, and could not defeat the Moon Lord at all, but he still relied on his powerful strength to make the Moon Lord suffer several times. But in the long battle, he was suppressed by the Moon Lord. In the end, regarding the cage, the Moon Lord wanted to rely on his authority to suppress the future Li Xia, and wait until he was weak before devouring him. However, the Moon Lord did not expect that in this era's survival game, Li Xia would merge with his past self at level 5, break through the time gap, and come to the future void battlefield. In the void cage, the future Li Xia was ruthlessly imprisoned by the Moon Lord. His body was bound by an invisible force, and could not move at all. The surrounding void was filled with a cold and terrifying atmosphere, as if a demon from the abyss was spying on him. After seeing the present Li Xia teleported to the void battlefield, the future Li Xia revealed a hint of firmness and determination on his face. He knew that in order to save the future world and his own fate, he had to sacrifice himself and integrate his power into the present Li Xia. The future Li Xia did not hesitate at all. He closed his eyes and roared, "Li Xia, everything from now on depends on you. Please!" The future Li Xia began to gather his spiritual power. The air in the void cage seemed to become more solemn, as if he could feel the powerful energy emanating from him. As his chanting became louder and louder, a ray of light rose from him, illuminating the entire void cage. This light gradually formed a mysterious rune. Flashing brightly, the future Li Xia slowly raised his arm, and a small magic circle appeared in the center of his palm. He bit his finger hard, and blood dripped onto the magic circle, instantly triggering a violent energy fluctuation. The darkness in the void cage began to gradually dissipate, replaced by a bright light. The future Li Xia's body began to gradually become transparent, as if it had turned into a ball of pure energy. Then he broke through the void cage and poured into the body of the present Li Xia. The present Li Xia felt that the connection between himself and the future Li Xia was getting closer and closer, as if the two had merged into one. No, it should be said that they had merged into one. At this moment, Li Xia was lying across the timeline. He now merged the past and the future, and watched his data body. The Moon Lord's greatest reliance on data authority was invalid. Li Xia merged the three bodies almost instantly, and said in a tone that only he could hear, "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me." As Li Xia took a step, a set of armor condensed by his own spiritual power was put on, and a saber gradually grew out of Li Xia's hand. That was the original weapon that Li Xia gathered from the past, present, and future Li Xia's three lives, which was condensed beyond the Moon Lord's understanding. While facing the Moon Lord's crazy counterattack, Li Xia swung the saber in his hand. Swish! The eternal void seemed to stop in an instant. In the extremely quiet universe, time and space seemed to have no concept. Only Li Xia's roar was heard. Kill!